Shen Muyang, distracted by his thoughts while riding his bicycle, was struck by a vehicle. However, an unexpected turn of events led to the awakening of his extraordinary ability to see through objects. From that moment on, he became adept at unearthing antiques and jade, all while being accompanied by beautiful women, embarking on a life akin to one enhanced by cheat code. Chapter 1. Awakening of the Power of Perception. In a ward of the First People's Hospital of Jinling City, Shen Muyang was roused from slumber by an odd sound. As he slowly opened his eyes, he noticed a woman seated on a chair not far from him. She held a cup of milk tea in her hands, and a peculiar noise emanated from her as she sipped through a straw. This woman was strikingly beautiful, her long, lustrous black hair cascading like crystal, framing a perfectly oval face adorned with light makeup. Her exquisite features bore no blemish, and her Eteria's sleek black office outfit flattered her figure splendidly. Particularly captivating was her cherry-red mouth, which was currently wrapped around the straw, slurping delicately. Shen Muyang gazed at her, but soon sensed something amiss. The milk tea in her hands had vanished, and her clothing began to fade. Then, as he rubbed his eyes, everything returned to normal. Could it be an illusion? Contemplating this, he was jolted back to reality by a melodious voice beside him. "You're awake. How do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable?" This woman bombarded him with 3 questions in quick succession, effectively pulling Shen Muyang out of his reverie. How'd I end up here? And who are you?" In response, Chu Qinshuan felt a twinge of frustration. She had intended to run a quick errand at the bank, but inadvertently collided with him. Thus, she found herself in the predicament of having to bring him to the hospital. Fortunately, after a thorough examination, it was confirmed that he had sustained only a minor head injury, though she herself was now stuck waiting. She had initially thought that he would wake up shortly, yet he had slept for an entire day and night. Last night, she even hired a nurse for him. It was all quite vexing. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chu Qinshuan." Yesterday afternoon, as she recounted her story, Shen Muyang's memory began to resurface. He remembered working as an apprentice at an antique shop. The reason he had been struck was due to his distracted state, stemming from an argument with his girlfriend. Feeling somewhat embarrassed after piecing together the events, Shen Muyang acknowledged, "I'm truly sorry. This is largely my fault." Chu Qinshuan smiled and shook her head. "There's no need to assign blame. Now that you're fine, I should take my leave. Here is my business card if you need anything. Don't hesitate to call .as. She handed him the card. Shen Muyang noted the simplicity of its design, just a name and a phone number. There was also a subtle fragrance of orchids lingering on the card, indicating her preference for a particular perfume. "All right, I must be going. Call me if you need anything," she said, and without lingering, she turned and exited the ward. Once she left, Shen Muyang tucked the card into his pocket and checked his belongings. His wallet and phone were intact. Gazing at a photo within his wallet, a tumult of emotions flitted across his face: anger, resentment, and ultimately resignation. His girlfriend, Zhu Lingling, was a university classmate with whom he had cohabited for 3 years. While their relationship had its complexities, they had shared genuine feelings for each other. However, that perception had shifted since yesterday, when Zhu Lingling had proposed a breakup. That it appeared she had found someone else, a wealthy heir, which had been the root cause of his distraction leading to the accident. Taking a deep breath, Shen Muyang resolved to shake off these chaotic thoughts. Life must proceed. Zhou Baopi, whose real name was Zhou Hong, was the proprietor of the antique shop. After completing his discharge procedures and settling the bills, Shen Muyang hailed a taxi to the shop. Upon entering, he spotted Zhou Baopi conversing with a man in his 50s. "Uncle Zhou." This was his routine when Zhou Baopi was present. He worked diligently, and when absent, he would seize the opportunity to rest. "This item, my friend, I cannot appraise accurately. You might want to seek another shop," Zhou Baopi remarked. Having worked at the antique shop for over a year, Shen Muyang was familiar with the jargon. To say one could not appraise an item typically meant it was a counterfeit, though no one would appreciate being told so directly. Thus, it was customary to phrase it as "I cannot appraise it." "But boss, please reconsider. This brush holder has been passed down from my grandfather. It is said to date back to the Ming or Qing dynasties," the man implored. "I truly need the money. Even a little will suffice. Please help me out." Shen Muyang, ostensibly cleaning and wiping surfaces, was actually observing closely, for an apprentice must not remain idle. Learning was paramount. As his gaze fell upon the brush holder, the miraculous phenomenon he had experienced in the hospital reoccurred. Gradually, the holder began to fade, revealing a translucent state. Moreover, he discerned an object hidden within the base of the holder. At that moment, he was struck with astonishment. If the first instance could have been dismissed as an illusion, the second was undeniable. Shaking his head to dispel doubt, he focused once more on the brush holder. It remained the same, yet as he continued to gaze, an incredible sight unfolded before him. What is the feeling of unbridled joy? At that moment, Shen Muyang was enveloped in it. He sensed that he was on the cusp of a remarkable transformation. I've already told you, I cannot appraise this item. What more do you want me to say? Zhou Baopi interjected. I'm in business, not charity. This piece is a replica, and a poor one at that. Whether Ming or Qing, it holds no value. Just as the man sighed in resignation, preparing to leave with the brush holder, Shen Muyang spoke up. How much do you want for this brush holder? If it's reasonable, I'll take it. His words left both the customer and Zhou Baopi momentarily stunned. Chapter 2. Completing the transaction as soon as Shen Muyang spoke, he realized he had made a grave mistake. He should have discreetly followed that fellow after he left, seizing the opportunity to make a purchase. If this were someone else, there would surely be misunderstandings, perhaps even speculations about hidden treasures involved. Fautuinti Zhu Bapi, who was familiar with Shen Muyang, merely furrowed his brow, not suspecting the item itself. Well, my girlfriend's grandfather has a birthday coming up in a few days, and he has a fondness for traditional writing implements and the like, so I thought. Shen Muyang's mind raced, conjuring up a plausible excuse. Zhou Bapai nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to remain silent. After all, the item in question was crafted too poorly to be worth much, regardless of its authenticity. Young man, how much are you willing to pay? At that moment, the man selling the pen holder spoke up, placing it on the counter. He had already inquired about its value from several people, all receiving the same response. It was worthless. Now that someone finally showed interest, any amount would be profit. Having spent over a year in the antique shop, Shen Muyang possessed a fair understanding of the trade. There exists an unspoken rule in their line of work. The first to speak typically suffers a loss. Thus, Shen Muyang countered with a question, sir. What do you consider a fair price? However, he added, I must clarify that I don't have much money. I merely wish to purchase a gift to please my girlfriend. As he spoke, he appeared somewhat bashful. Young man, this has been passed down through my family for generations. If you truly appreciate it, then this should be your offer. The man gestured with 3 fingers. This was a clever ruse, for those 3 fingers could signify 300 or perhaps 30,000, or even 3 billion, depending on one's interpretation. Thus, it was a classic case of deception, a common trick in this trade. Shen Muyang was no fool, and he decided to play along. 300? That sounds reasonable. I'll take it, he said, opening his wallet to reveal several hundred yuan within. 300? Young man, are you joking? I meant 30,000. Upon hearing the figure of 30,000, Shen Muyang swiftly folded his wallet and tucked it away. Sir, I believe you are the one jesting. Or perhaps you see my youth and think me a fool. This pen holder is clearly a modern imitation, and its craftsmanship is shoddy. I initially thought a few hundred yuan would suffice for a gift, yet you seem to take me for an easy mark. As he spoke, he shook his head and turned to pick up the cloth he had previously used to wipe the shelves. This was a psychological tactic. If the other party stubbornly clung to their price, Shen Muyang would truly have no recourse. The man glanced at him, sensing sincerity, then looked back at Zhou Bapai behind the counter, seemingly having made a decision. Dear brother, if you truly desire it, you ought to add a bit more. For 300 yuan is indeed too meager. This item, I can tell, has certainly seen its share of years. Shen Muyang ceased his task of dusting the shelves, then retrieved his wallet, extracting several banknotes. A casual count revealed over 500. Uncle, 500 yuan. If you're willing to part with this item, I shall take it. If not, I shall take my leave to the right upon exiting. After all, this is all I can afford. Any more would be beyond my means. The man's gaze was fixed intently on Shen Muyang's wallet, and to be frank, he had a clear view of the contents within. Thus, further negotiation seemed futile. It was simply a matter of selling or not selling. All right, 500 it is. Who am I to refuse money? Upon hearing this, Shen Muyang felt a surge of joy within, though his countenance remained devoid of any outward elation. This was in part related to his experience working here for over a year. He had gleaned a fair amount of understanding regarding the intricacies involved. The next steps were straightforward. Exchange the money for the item, and the transaction would conclude. Muyang, why have you only just arrived? After the transaction was completed, Zhou Bapai disregarded the pen holder in Shen Muyang's hand and inquired about his absence from work. The initially animated Shen Muyang, upon hearing this question, could not help but wear a bitter smile. Uncle Zhou, it was yesterday. Shen Muyang could not possibly divulge the truth of being struck by a vehicle. Aside from whether this man would believe him, the explanation would be rather cumbersome. Muyang, I understand there are urgent matters. However, your absence yesterday afternoon and the considerable delay this morning means you have effectively taken a day off. It would be reasonable to deduct a day's pay when the salary is disbursed, correct? Listening to Zhou Bapai's words, Shen Muyang cursed inwardly. Zhou Bapai truly lived up to his reputation. Despite consistently undertaking additional tasks without any promise of reward, Shen Muyang was currently preoccupied with matters at hand, particularly concerning the item he held. Uncle Zhou, it is only fair that a day's pay be deducted for a day off. How about this? I shall take today as a rest day, which conveniently amounts to a day and a half, considering yesterday afternoon. I still have some matters to attend to. What do you think? Zhou Bapai nodded in agreement. Recognizing that an antique shop differs from other establishments in that it does not require a plethora of staff, Shen Muyang's role was merely to handle miscellaneous tasks and to assist in watching the shop when Zhou Bapai was away. Nothing more. Originally, there had been an electric bike, but now its whereabouts were unknown. It likely met its demise in yesterday's accident. Upon returning to his rented room, he opened the door to find chaos within. Shen Muyang furrowed his brow. He still harbored a flicker of hope. For Zhu Lingling had previously threatened to end their relationship more than once. Yet, he had not anticipated that this time she would follow through. A brief inspection revealed that nearly all of her belongings had been taken, leaving behind only a few items that were presumably unwanted. Shen Muyang found himself devoid of the inclination to tidy up. His entire focus was consumed by the ceramic pen holder resting in his hands. At first glance, it appeared no different from those crafted in a modest workshop. Yet, one must not judge solely by the surface. Shen Muyang opened the cabinet in search of tools, and before long, a screwdriver and a small knife came into view. Next, he would proceed to dissect this pen holder, performing a meticulous operation. Chapter 3. Haggling. The pen holder was relatively stout, roughly the diameter of an adult's arm. At first glance, no issues were discernible. However, upon closer inspection, one could perceive a slight color variation at the base of the pen holder compared to its body. Shen Muyang first traced a circle with the small knife at the bottom, then began to delicately manipulate it. When a crack began to form, he inserted the screwdriver and pried it open with a forceful twist. With a sharp crack, the base of the pen holder detached, revealing a black object hidden within. Indeed, Shen Muyang's intent in acquiring this pen holder was to uncover this very item. As he beheld the object, a wave of relief washed over him, for he had harbored fears that the notion of X-ray vision might be a mere illusion. The moment he confirmed the object's existence, a rush of information flooded his mind. Item name: gold inlaid knife mother coin, authentic. Era: Han Dynasty, Wang Mang currency. Description: gold inlaid knife coin. A currency issued during the Wang Mang period. Value 1 million. Upon seeing this staggering price, Shen Muyang's hand trembled, nearly causing the ancient coin to slip from his grasp. Wang Mang. This name is not unfamiliar to many. The Han Dynasty is divided into the Western and Eastern Han. This division arose because Wang Mang usurped the Han Dynasty, albeit for a brief period, resulting in a distinct break in history. Thus, the gold inlaid knife's valuation of 1 million was largely attributed to its rarity as a mother coin, a prototype of currency that is exceedingly difficult to find. Wealthy. Shen Muyang silently rejoiced, for 1 million was no trifling sum. It represented a fortune, at least in his eyes. Had he possessed this amount earlier, Zhu Lingling would not have. But just as this thought crossed his mind, he swiftly cast it aside. Such a woman was unworthy of his affection. Moreover, now that he had acquired the ability of X-ray vision, he would undoubtedly amass even greater wealth in the future. What manner of woman could he not pursue? As thoughts of women flitted through his mind, a vivid image of one appeared, a figure sipping a cup of milk tea with delight. Moments later, Shen Muyang calmed his racing heart, beginning to contemplate his next course of action. First and foremost, he must part with this ancient coin. He is neither an aficionado of antiques, nor possesses the inclination or capability to collect them. Presently, what he lacks most is money. Thus, selling this item for cash is his primary option. With this thought in mind, Shen Muyang departed from the rented room once more and made his way to the antique street. To sell this ancient currency, he must come to this very place, for it is here that individuals are inclined to make purchases. The shop of Zhou Bapai is certainly not an option. Shen Muyang's first choice is Zhu Jintang. Zhu Jintang is the largest antique store in the vicinity, surpassing Zhou Bapai's establishment in both scale and variety. Shen Muyang did not hesitate and promptly entered Zhu Jintang. Perhaps due to the approaching noon hour, the shop was relatively empty, with only the proprietor engrossed in the account ledger. The owner, known by the surname Qin, had not previously encountered Shen Muyang, who was aware of the saying that rivals are often found among peers. For this reason, Shen Muyang had never ventured into the shop before. "Boss, do you accept this?" Without further ado, Shen Muyang placed the golden knife coin upon the counter. Qin de Fa, who was indeed perusing the ledger, looked up at the sound of conversation. The first sight that met his eyes was a young man, followed by the golden knife coin on the counter. The coin, featuring a knife design, was unmistakable in its shape. Indeed, it resembled a blade. In the realm of antiques, coins are among the most ubiquitous items, particularly copper coins, which span nearly every dynasty. Thus, Chinda Fa initially paid little heed, casually picking it up for a glance. However, that one glance ensnared his attention. He quickly grabbed a magnifying glass to examine it further, scrutinizing it for approximately 15 minutes before finally setting the glass down and directing his gaze at Shen Muyang. "Good sir, I am Chinda Fa. May I inquire how you intend to part with this ancient coin?" This, of course, is a customary practice within the trade, one to which Shen Muyang had grown accustomed. To exercise caution, he took the golden knife coin back into his possession. A measure of prudence was indeed necessary. "Boss Chin, as you are knowledgeable in this field, why don't you propose a price? If it is reasonable, I shall sell. If not, I shall seek another buyer. This way, there is no loss for either of us. What do you think?" Shen Muyang's words were impeccably crafted. In truth, this was knowledge he had acquired during his year-long tenure in antique shops. Upon hearing this, Chinda Fa furrowed his brow. Typically, those who articulate such sentiments are well-versed in the trade. The greatest fear in business is encountering an expert, as they comprehend market norms and item valuations. Only an amateur can be misled into paying exorbitant prices. Nevertheless, given that the other party had expressed such awareness, he could only muster the courage to propose a price. "Good sir, how does this figure strike you?" As he spoke, Chinda Fa extended his hand in a gesture signifying to. Whether it was 20,000 or 200,000 would depend upon Shen Muyang's understanding. Shen Muyang furrowed his brow as well. Whether it was 20,000 or 200,000, the disparity from his anticipated price was considerable. His discerning eye appraised the item at 1,000,000, a figure representative of its transactional value, akin to the market price of the artifact. However, he was acutely aware that such a sum could not be realized in this locale. He had mentally prepared for this reality. Thus, he had set his target price at 800,000 prior to his arrival, and if someone were to offer between 600,000 and 700,000, he could still acquiesce. After all, securing his initial profit was paramount, and concerns for the future could be addressed later. "Boss Chin, I cannot accept your price. If your offer lacks sincerity, I shall have to explore the Shangtang," Shen Muyang replied, referring to the second largest antique shop on this street. Historically, the first and second places had always been fierce rivals. Do not be hasty to depart, young brother. Overpricing and bargaining are the norms of this trade. I see you are also a person of this realm. Why not propose a price? If it is agreeable, we may conclude the deal. What say you? With that, Chin Defa passed the ball back to Shen Muyang, leaving him in a quandary. To complete the transaction, he had no choice but to muster his resolve. "Boss Chin, I perceive that you are a straightforward individual. You have examined this ancient coin, known as the Jin Kuo Dao Muqian. I trust you recognize its provenance, so I shall not be coy. Name a whole number, and if you are amenable, we shall transact. Should you deem excessive, I shall not impede your pursuit of fortune and will seek elsewhere. What do you think, little brother? The figure you propose is exceedingly high. Not only here, but throughout the entire antique world, no one could possibly offer such a sum. We are in business, not charity. If you truly wish to sell, this is the best I can offer," Chin Def asserted, extending 4 fingers as he spoke. Shen Muyang understood that Chin was correct. The antique business was fraught with unscrupulous dealings. The adage, 3 years without a sale, and then 3 years of profit, held true. Take, for instance, this ancient coin. The fact that Chin was willing to offer 400,000 was already an exorbitant price. After repackaging and locating a suitable client, they could likely sell it for around 1,000,000. A profit margin of 60% was not particularly remarkable in this trade, of course, depending on the intrinsic value of the item. Some copper coins might be purchased for 2 yuan and sold for 100. The profit multiplication is staggering. Thus, many matters cannot be evaluated simply, as the item's inherent worth dictates the potential profit it can yield. Nevertheless, Shen Muyang could not accept the 400,000 offer. His minimum threshold was still between 600,000 and 700,000. Consequently, he departed from his shop without hesitation, intending to explore the next establishment. At that moment, a voice called out from behind him. "Please, young brother, wait. Elder, did you call for me?" Chu Hongliang smiled and nodded, then began to introduce himself. Young brother, my name is Chu Hongliang. I just witnessed and listened to your conversation with Qin Defa in the store. To be honest, I'm quite intrigued by the items you possess. Might you be willing to show them to me? The hour grows late. If you do not mind, perhaps we could find a restaurant to dine and converse simultaneously. What do you think? Shen Muyang contemplated declining the offer, yet the gentleness of this man's demeanor suggested he bore no ill intentions. Most importantly, his stomach was indeed rumbling. Having not eaten since yesterday noon and lying in the hospital until just before waking, he had hoped to endure. But the reminder from this elder stirred his hunger into protest. Thus, he set aside his reservations and accepted the invitation. This was undeniably a perilous choice. Considering he possessed a precious item, should someone lay a trap, escape would be impossible. Fortunately, luck was on his side today, and he did not encounter any nefarious characters. In a relatively decent fast food establishment, within a private booth, Shen Muyang presented the gold-corrected mother coin to Chu Hongliang. Chu Hongliang promptly donned gloves, adjusted his reading glasses, and began his meticulous examination of the coin. He scrutinized every detail, front, back, and even the edges, spending over 10 minutes in his appraisal. Young brother, I shall take this mother coin. I recall your asking price of 1 million, as mentioned during your conversation with Qin Defa. I shall not haggle. I will honor your stated price. If you are willing to part with it, I can transfer the funds immediately. A surge of joy surged through Shen Muyang. He had previously concluded that if an offer of 600,000 or 700,000 were made, he would sell. His current financial needs precluded any room for negotiation. So without hesitation, he uttered the word sell. The subsequent steps were straightforward. He provided his account details for the transfer. Upon receiving the confirmation of the 1 million transaction, Shen Muyang felt a profound relief. In his lifetime, he had never laid eyes on such wealth, and in an instant, he had become a millionaire. It was only natural for anyone in his position to feel exhilarated. May I inquire about the provenance of this mother coin? Once the transaction concluded, the two began to engage in conversation over their meal. Mr. Chu, please refrain from such formalities. My surname is Shun. You may call me Shen Muyang, or simply Xiao Shun or Muyang. As for the coin, it was an unexpected find, a stroke of luck that had come my way. It was now time for Shen Muyang to weave a tale. The truth of the story held little significance compared to the rapport they were building. Their meal lasted about an hour, during which the elder and the younger shared a pleasant exchange, even exchanging contact information. This was, of course, with ulterior motives, one being to identify a buyer for future items, and the other to ascertain whether additional treasures could be procured from Shen Muyang. He is unlikely to reside in this house for long, not due to financial constraints, but primarily because he wishes to avoid confronting certain past events. Additionally, he contemplates his next steps. Currently, his bank account holds over 1 million yuan, a recent acquisition, while the remainder has been accumulated over the past few years. To generate income, his first thought is to leverage his unique ability of perception. Failing to utilize this gift would be a disservice to his sight. Thus, seeking out hidden treasures will become an essential pursuit for him, first scavenging, then amassing funds. As for his future endeavors, he has yet to solidify his plans, though acquiring a vehicle and a residence are certainly on his mind. After some contemplation, Shen Muyang has largely determined his forthcoming direction. He tidied up the room briefly before stepping outside. The most promising venue for treasure hunting is undoubtedly the antique street, where aside from established shops, the most popular attractions are the vendor stalls. Every day, he makes it a point to meander in front of these stalls, euphemistically termed as treasure hunting. Occasionally, Shen Muyang visits this area, although in the past, he lacked the understanding to appreciate the offerings. Upon his arrival, he began to leisurely examine the first stall, initially refraining from employing his perceptive ability. Only when he sensed that an item might be genuine would he utilize his gift for verification. Young man, all of these are fine goods. Please feel free to browse. Upon his approach, the stall owner greeted him warmly, exuding a courteous demeanor. Shen Muyang nodded in acknowledgement, choosing silence as he inspected the items displayed. This largely depends on one's interpretation. After a cursory glance, failing to discern anything remarkable, he resolved to employ his perception. Instantly, the details and fundamental information of the items before him materialized in his mind. Chapter 5. The Damaged Seal. At first glance, Shen Muyang felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. It was evident that scarcely 2 items at the stall were authentic, and even those were of little value. Just then, the stall owner chimed in, "Young man, which item has caught your eye? I can offer you a discount." Shen Muyang merely shook his head. He had no intention of engaging in excessive conversation. The vendor was there to sell, and he was there to buy, If he found something suitable, he would purchase it. Otherwise, he would move on. Engaging in idle chatter seemed pointless. Thus, he waved his hand and proceeded to the next stall, this time even more direct. Upon arrival, he immediately activated his perception, unwilling to squander any more time. Yet, disappointment persisted, especially when he laid eyes on a particular item that left him momentarily paralyzed. Item name: Biden Tongbao, antique coin, era, last week. Item description: this currency is a prank by the creator, valued at 0. Shen Muyang glanced at the coin, then at the item information and description. Had it not been for the crowd, he might have burst into laughter. Casually setting down the counterfeit coin, he moved toward the third stall. Thus, Shen Muyang traversed 4 or 5 stalls, finally catching sight of an item that piqued his interest. As he gazed upon it, his heart quivered upon reading the name and era of the object. While he was unfamiliar with Zhao Ziqian, he understood that any name of renown undoubtedly belonged to a notable figure. It was almost certain that any artifact preserved by such a person would possess considerable value. This was a basic tenet he had gleaned from over years spent in an antique shop. However, upon reading the description of the item, his heart sank into the depths of despair. Particularly disheartening was the phrase indicating severe were due to improper preservation, which effectively condemned the object to worthlessness, as it could no longer be identified. Yet, the last 3 words, reparable, ignited a flicker of hope within him. Although he was uncertain of how to restore the item, the indication that it was indeed reparable suggested that a solution existed. This notion, though somewhat convoluted, was nonetheless a valid interpretation. With this thought in mind, Shen Muyang resolved to purchase the item. After all, he had amassed a certain wealth, and, as long as the price was reasonable, the inability to restore it would not be a matter of concern. Turning his gaze towards a vendor, he inquired, "How much for this stone?" The stall owner, having just completed a sale and in good spirits, promptly shifted his attention to Shen Muyang. Given that the item held little value and had merely been a gift along with other acquisitions from the previous month, he replied, "If you like it, it's yours for 30,000. Shen Muyang shot him a disdainful glance. It was evident that none of these vendors were of noble character. "Come now, don't try to fool me. This isn't worth 30,000, not even if it belonged to Tang Bohu, let alone if it were associated with Donald Duck." His reasoning was strategic. In the realm of bargaining, one must avoid demonstrating excessive eagerness. To negotiate effectively, one must adopt a nonchalant demeanor, embodying an attitude of indifference, as though the item were neither a necessity nor a desire. If one clutches an item too tightly while haggling, it becomes exceedingly difficult to negotiate a lower price, as the seller can sense the buyer's desperation. This insight was among the few valuable lessons Shen Muyang had gleaned from his time with the shrewd merchant. Zhou Pai, the vendor, slightly abashed by Shen Muyang's retort, realized he had been rather disingenuous. "All right, young man, why don't you propose a price? If it's reasonable, I'll sell it to you. We Haven team made a sale today, so let us consider this a friendly gesture." Shen Muyang was not inclined to trust the vendor's words. He had just witnessed him making a sale moments ago. "I have 78 yuan here. If you find that acceptable, I can give you 2 for my bus fare and the rest is yours." As he spoke, Shen Muyang opened his wallet and revealed the cash within. The vendor initially intended to say something, but upon noticing that this individual had a wallet cleaner than his own face, he ultimately agreed without further hesitation. The allure of the unknown often makes it difficult to part with items, much like this one that had been on display for over a month. Now, being able to exchange it for a few dozen yuan could be considered profit. "All right," as the young man suggested, "this item is yours." Although Shen Muyang did not feel particularly exhilarated, his uncertainty regarding the item's value tempered his excitement. Given its considerable damage, its worth remained ambiguous, and whether it could be restored was equally uncertain. After all, purchasing something for 70 or 80 yuan hardly constituted a loss. He could simply regard it as a playful acquisition. As for the cash within his wallet, it indeed amounted to a limited sum, having previously spent over 500 yuan on a pen holder. When rummaging through street stalls for hidden gems, the most effective strategy is to carry a modest amount of cash. Just a few hundred yuan suffices. This amount strikes a balance. Too much cash makes it difficult to negotiate prices, while too little may dissuade sellers from parting with their items. In essence, one should never be devoid of cash in their wallet, as lacking it could give the impression of being able to transfer money via WeChat. Thus, sometimes, employing cash to mislead others proves to be the best tactic, a method he had successfully executed twice that day. He had learned this technique from Zhou Pai, finding it quite practical. Chapter 6. A Reunion with Chu Qiansun. Shen Muyang withdrew 1,000 yuan and returned to the market. Scavenging for treasures is no simple endeavor, certainly not as effortless as many might envision. He needed to examine each stall individually, and vendors would not display all their wares at once. Therefore, the items one sees today at a stall may differ from those observed the following day. At the very least, they would not be identical. This is precisely why Zhou Ba Pai frequented the market daily. It resembles the refreshing of monsters in a game. For someone like Shen Muyang, who possessed a discerning eye, it was somewhat easier. He could merely glance and apply the process of elimination. However, those without such advantages had to painstakingly assess and discern the authenticity of items over time. While Shen Muyang was busy unearthing treasures, Chu Qiansun, having completed her tasks, recalled a patient still in the hospital. After some contemplation, she resolved to pay a visit. Regardless of the circumstances, she was indeed the one who had caused the accident, a fact she could not dismiss. Although she had fulfilled her responsibilities, even paying several thousand yuan in medical fees and leaving her contact information, a visit was still warranted. To her surprise, upon inquiring at the hospital, she learned that the patient had been discharged earlier that morning. Fortunately, the hospital had retained Shen Muyang's contact details, allowing Chu Qiansun to place a call. Just as Shen Muyang concluded his market excursion and was preparing for dinner, his phone suddenly rang. His contact list was sparse, consisting only of his mother, sister, ex-girlfriend, Zhou Ba Pai, and a landlord. As he observed an unfamiliar number on his phone, a sense of perplexity washed over him. Nevertheless, he pressed the answer button. "Hello, it's me. I'm near the antique street." Half an hour later, within a rather pleasant restaurant, Shen Muyang once again laid eyes upon the captivating woman. Zhu Qiansun. Zhu Lingling could be considered attractive, but in comparison to this woman, the disparity was indeed staggering. Whether it pertained to physique, countenance, or even voice, they were undeniably worlds apart. "Mr. Shen, are you absolutely certain that you are fine?" Shen Muyang understood the reason behind her persistent inquiry. It was merely the nature of these troubled times that made her wary of potential troubles, fearful of being embroiled in a future dispute. After all, such instances were far too prevalent, and it was not unwise to be cautious. "Miss Chu, I assure you that I am perfectly well. You need not worry about that." He continued, "Additionally, please provide me with an account number so I may reimburse you for the medical expenses you graciously covered." As he spoke, he retrieved his phone. In the past, he would have never considered repaying such a sum. Even if it were his responsibility, the fact remained that he had been struck, and he would not dare to seek compensation. However, at present, it mattered little. He was not lacking in funds, and given that she was considerate enough to treat him to a meal, it felt appropriate. Chu Qiansun regarded him with a steady gaze, ultimately concluding that he was indeed sincere, which set her at ease, primarily due to her concern over being taken advantage of. "Mr. Shen, let us forego the reimbursement. After all, I share some responsibility in this matter, and thus I should cover the medical expenses. Now that you are well, I feel relieved. If you feel awkward about it, how about you treat me to dinner tonight?" Shen Muyang pondered this suggestion, realizing it had merit. This woman exuded affluence and likely would not be troubled by such cost. "Very well, let this meal be on me. Feel free to order whatever you fancy." There is a certain advantage to youth. A casual topic can swiftly lead to engaging conversation. Overall, the dinner was rather enjoyable. After their meal, Shen Muyang excused himself from the private room, intending to settle the bill first. "Shen Muyang, what are you doing here?" Just as he stepped out, a familiar voice rang out before him. Looking up, he found none other than Zhu Lingling. At that moment, she was accompanied by a man, her arm wrapped snugly around his. Though Shen Muyang did not recognize the man, he was aware of his identity. It was this very individual who had prompted Zhu Lingling to end their relationship. "Lingling, is this your useless boyfriend?" Before Shen Muyang could utter a word, the man beside Zhu Lingling spoke first, his tone rather ungracious. "Chen Xiao, you are insufferable. He is merely my ex-boyfriend." Zhu Lingling retorted with a flirtatious tone, then shifted her gaze to Shen Muyang, her demeanor abruptly changing. "Shen Muyang, I made myself quite clear yesterday. Our affair is over. Now, Chen Xiao is my boyfriend, so please do not bother me anymore. Just seeing you makes me feel disgusted." Shen Muyang was both amused and infuriated by this woman. He had once harbored deep affections for her, even considering marriage and a lifetime of companionship. Just moments ago, he felt a pang of heartache, but now he had completely let go. The swift resolution of his feelings stemmed partly from her repugnant and callous demeanor, and partly from his own transformation. As the saying goes, it is better to change oneself than to change others. Shen Muyang had begun to embrace this change, and he believed that with the assistance of an external force, he could improve even further. Since he was destined to become increasingly exceptional, why should he accommodate others? Especially someone like her, who is truly unworthy. Zhu Lingling, could you please refrain from your narcissism? This is a restaurant. You are allowed to dine here. But does that mean I cannot? And you, Chen Xiao, right? Those shoes of yours look quite nice. Do they fit well? Chen Gaosheng was momentarily baffled by her words. As he had just purchased those shoes today, what did it matter to him whether they were comfortable? However, upon catching the playful glint in Shen Muyang's eyes, he finally understood. It was a mockery of him wearing someone else's worn-out shoes. In that instant, Chen Gaosheng's anger ignited. You brat, you seek death. Chen Gaosheng stood nearly at the same height as Shen Muyang, both just over 6 feet tall, and he was accustomed to bullying others. He could not tolerate such disrespect, so he lunged forward, throwing a punch at Shen Muyang's face. Shen Muyang was not afraid of a scuffle. He had never been a model student, and fights were not uncommon in his past. Thus, he was prepared. As Chen Gaosheng's fist flew towards him, he swiftly extended his leg, delivering a kick to the man's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Chen Gaosheng was sent sprawling backward, crashing to the ground. The speed of the blow caught him off guard, and his cry was delayed. At that moment, Shen Muyang was equally bewildered. He was well aware of his own strength and knew he could not have kicked him that far. After all, Chen Gaosheng's stature was imposing. Was this fool attempting to con him? No. The wretch's face was contorted in pain. Chapter 7. We are not well acquainted. Chen Xiao, are you all right? Zhu Lingling rushed over to assist Chen Gaosheng, who lay on the ground. In that moment, Shen Muyang felt a flicker of concern. He primarily worried about having seriously injured the man. Although he found him insufferable, this was a public place, and if he had truly harmed him, he would undoubtedly face significant trouble. In any case, Shen Muyang's thoughts were somewhat muddled. Shen Muyang, you are finished. Do you know who Chen Xiao is? How dare you injure him? Chen Xiao, please call the police and have him arrested. We must ensure he goes to jail. 3 years had passed, and he never anticipated that this woman would turn out to be such a person. It seemed he had truly been blind in the past. Kid, you're finished. How dare you strike me? I will ensure you regret it. At this moment, Chen Gaosheng's pain had somewhat subsided, primarily because Shen Muyang's earlier kick had not been delivered with full force. Moreover, the blow had landed on his abdomen, which was relatively soft, so, aside from the discomfort, there were no significant issues. Young Master Chen, how imposing you are. Indeed, it was Chu Qinshuan. She was aware that Shen Muyang had gone to settle the bill. In truth, who paid was inconsequential, as it wouldn't amount to much. The crux of the matter was that the two had previously agreed upon it. So Chu Qinshuan did not rush to pay. However, having finished their dinner, she naturally followed out of the private room, albeit at a staggered time. Just as Zhu Lingling called for Shen Muyang, Chu Qinshuan happened to exit the room, thus witnessing the events unfold among the three of them quite clearly. What astonished her equally was the fact that Shen Muyang's kick had been remarkably stylish. At this juncture, Chen Gaosheng also noticed Chu Qinshuan, and his previously scowling visage quickly transformed. Qinshuan, what brings you here? Chu Qinshuan furrowed her brow and replied, Chen Gaosheng, we are not that familiar. You may call me by my name or refer to me as General Manager Chu. By the way, who was it that you claimed would regret their actions? As she spoke, she approached Shen Muyang, asking, are you all right? This display incited a wave of jealousy in Chen Gaosheng. It was well known that he had been pursuing Chu Qinshuan, while Zhu Lingling was merely an incidental encounter, serving to address some physiological needs. Shen Muyang shook his head, indicating he was fine. Qinshuan, you mustn't misunderstand. I'm not close to her, Chen Gaosheng stated as he pushed Zhu Lingling, who was clinging to his arm, away. This left Shen Muyang perplexed about the nature of their relationship. Chen Gaosheng, your relationship with them is of no concern to me, nor are we particularly familiar. Also, those shoes you wear do indeed fit you well. Upon finishing her statement, Chu Qinshuan turned her gaze back to Shen Muyang. If all is well, let us depart. As she said this, she reached out to link her arm with Shen Muyang's, though she herself was unsure why she felt compelled to do so. Watching Shen Muyang and Chu Qinshuan leave together, Chen Gaosheng's face turned a deep shade of anger. He could endure the abdominal pain, but the loss of face was intolerable. Young Master Chen, who is that woman? She clearly is not of good character. With a resounding slap, Chen Gaosheng struck Zhu Lingling across the face. For it could be said that the events of the day had all been instigated by her. Zhu Lingling was left dazed by the unexpected blow. She had never imagined that this man would dare to strike her. Had it been Shen Muyang, Zhu Lingling would undoubtedly have transformed into a fierce tiger, unwilling to rest until he was utterly vanquished. However, in the face of Chen Gaosheng, she truly did not dare to retaliate. not only due to his influential background, but also because this fellow was wealthy. The reason Zhu Lingling is entangled with this fellow is simply due to Chun Gaosheng's generous spending. In just a few days, Chun Gaosheng has already squandered several 100,000 on her, thus she has no choice but to endure that slap. Subsequently, she has redirected her resentment towards Shen Muyang and Chu Qiansun. Thank you. Finally, after settling the bill, Shen Muyang uttered those words. That is unnecessary. I merely found those two rather displeasing. By the way, Chen Gaosheng is not a good person. You ought to be cautious. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. I will treat you to a meal another day. Goodbye. With that, Chu Qiansun turned and departed, leaving Shen Muyang with a tinge of disappointment. As for her promise to treat him, it was merely a polite expression. Upon returning to his rented room, Shen Muyang began to tidy up, for the place was still in disarray, having only received a cursory clean previously. After approximately half an hour, he had the room spick and span, took a shower, and lay on his bed, lost in thought. Firstly, having earned over $1 million today, it was imperative to invest in a property, for this rental was far from secure. Should anything go missing one day, there would be no recourse. Moreover, he had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. It was becoming increasingly evident that possessing the ability of X-ray vision was the quickest route to wealth. As he pondered, his thoughts drifted back to Chu Qiansun. Her background was undoubtedly remarkable. This was evident from their brief exchange with Chun Gaosheng today, indicating she had connections. Additionally, his most significant revelation today was the enhancement of his strength. While he could not ascertain the exact magnitude of his newfound power, it was at least doubled. Was this increase related to his X-ray vision? Sometimes, the more one contemplates, the more perplexed one becomes. Shen Muyang found himself in such a muddled state regarding many matters. Therefore, he could only seek answers through personal exploration. Ultimately, even as he drifted off to sleep, he discerned nothing conclusive. Chapter 8. Bargaining the next morning, Shen Muyang yawned and stretched. He had no intention of continuing his apprenticeship at the antique shop, so he planned to resign from his position that morning. With singular focus, he would embark on his path to wealth. Shen Muyang hastily picked up an object, ensuring it remained undamaged. To his astonishment, an incredible scene unfolded before him, leading him to believe he had encountered a ghost, prompting him to rub his eyes. His heart swelled with joy. Regardless of how it had been restored, it was undoubtedly a fortuitous occurrence. Item valued at 2 to 3 million. This was a sum of 2 to 3 million, sufficient to purchase a 3-bedroom, 2-living room, 2-bathroom home even in the city of Jinling. After a considerable time, Shen Muyang gradually regained his composure. He would not dwell on how the restoration occurred. The paramount concern was to sell this item, for only by converting it into cash could he maximize his benefits. Thus, the first individual that Shen Muyang thought of was the previous Chu Hongliang. This elderly gentleman was wealthy and affable, offering him a friendly price of 5 million should pose no issue. No, 5 million sounds rather unappealing. 6 million would certainly be more acceptable. Most importantly, he could not conceive of anyone else capable of acquiring such an item. As for selling it at an antique shop that had already been ruled out as impractical the day before. Therefore, Shen Muyang promptly dialed Chu Hongliang's number. Unlike Shen Muyang, who relished his leisurely slumbers, Chu Hongliang had long been up and about. Hello, who is this? It's my young friend. Indeed, I am free. Just tell me your location, and I shall be there shortly. Very well. Let us add each other as friends. I will send you the location, and you may come on your own. After ending the call, Chu Hongliang changed into a fresh outfit. Old man, do we have guests? Lu Shuji's voice echoed from within the house soon after. Yes, a friend is bringing me something. Lu Shu to cast an exasperated glance at her husband. A friend delivering something merely meant those assorted jars and trinkets. It was rather peculiar that a businessman would harbor such an interest in antiques. However, everyone has their own hobbies, which indicated that Chu Hongliang must possess considerable wealth. After all, items worth 2 to 3 million certainly deserve proper safeguarding. Upon stepping out, he purchased a breakfast and hailed a taxi, heading straight towards the location provided by Chu Hongliang. The area was somewhat remote, exceeding the bounds of the city center and verging on suburban territory. Yet, this was quite reasonable, as elderly individuals typically prefer the tranquility of the suburbs over the bustling city center for their retirement. The taxi journey lasted over 40 minutes, primarily due to the heavy traffic at this peak commuting hour. Upon arriving at the designated location, Shen Muyang quickly realized the uniqueness of the place. Firstly, there were the buildings and then the surrounding environment. The architecture resembled that of a manor, lacking in ostentation and exuding a sense of antiquity. As for the surrounding environment, Shen Muyang found it quite appealing, reminiscent of his rural hometown, especially with the impeccably maintained greenery bordering the structures. Little Shen has arrived. Chu Hanliang had been eagerly awaiting his arrival, for he was quite enamored with antiques. Upon hearing that Shen Muyang possessed remarkable items, he could hardly contain his excitement. Mr. Chu, this place is splendid. The construction alone must have cost several million. Wouldn't you agree? Chu Hanliang nodded with a smile, refraining from elaborating further. For the cost of this estate was not merely in the millions. An additional zero would be more accurate. As Shen Muyang observed, he followed Chu Hanliang into his home, where he soon met Lu Shujia. Chu Hanliang merely provided a brief introduction before leading Shen Muyang upstairs. Xiao Shen, quickly take out the item for me to examine. Chu Hanliang appeared exceedingly eager. Initially, Shen Muyang had intended to engage in casual conversation with this man, but circumstances dictated otherwise. In the realm of antiques, there exists a customary practice. Items should not be handed directly from one person to another, be they acquaintances or strangers. Typically, one party places the item on a table, allowing the other to reach for it. This protocol is primarily designed to avert unforeseen accidents, and such precaution is indeed warranted. Throughout history, there have been countless gruesome examples illustrating the necessity of this rule. Shen Muyang had no inclination to wait idly for this man to appraise the item. Instead, he was surveying his surroundings. The current setting was a minimalist lounge on the second floor, adjacent to a balcony, adorned with various calligraphies and paintings. These artworks were not antiques, likely the work of contemporary artists, and it was quite probable that they were created by none other than Chu Hanliang himself. There were several rooms, and, out of respect, Shen Muyang refrained from using his X-ray vision or wandering about freely. He simply observed the surroundings. Xiao Shen, what price are you considering for this item? After approximately 15 minutes, Chu Hanliang had completed his appraisal, or more accurately, he had confirmed that it was indeed a genuine piece. Otherwise, he would not have inquired about the price. If this item were to be auctioned, with a bit of promotion, its value could become even more difficult to ascertain. So, please, make an offer. If I find it reasonable, I shall agree. Shen Muyang had not acquired much knowledge regarding antique appraisal, but he had certainly grasped several nuances of bargaining. Ultimately, initiating the price himself would not be as advantageous as allowing the other party to make the first offer. If the other party proposed a high price, that would be a profit. If the offer was low, he could simply refuse. However, should he propose a price, he would be at a disadvantage. Having lived a long life, Chu Hanliang was undoubtedly aware of Shen Muyang's subtle strategies. Yet, whether he was cognizant or not was inconsequential, as Shen Muyang's reasoning held merit. The crux of the matter was that Chu Hanliang possessed ample wealth. As long as the item was of good quality, a higher price was inconsequential. Xiao Shen, how about this? I will offer 2 million. Upon hearing this figure, Shen Muyang felt a twinge of admiration. He was impressed by the man's discerning eye. He had directly stated the lowest price for this item. Yet this was not the figure Shen Muyang had in mind. In his estimation, the ideal price was 260,000, although attaining 300,000 would be optimal. However, 300,000 seemed improbable, as that represented the maximum threshold. With these thoughts in mind, Shen Muyang opted for straightforwardness and promptly revealed his bottom line. Mr. Chu, 2 million is rather low. If this item were to be auctioned, a price range of 3 to 5 million would be entirely feasible. Even outside of an auction, a fair transaction would easily reach 3 million. However, given that we have previously engaged in a transaction, I shall extend to you a familiar price of 6 million. Chapter 9. The Other Ability of the Body. No problem, I accept. When Shen Muyang proposed this price, he initially intended to negotiate further. Yet, as soon as his words left his lips, Chu Hanliang immediately acquiesced, as if he feared Shen Muyang might retract his offer. The reason he initially quoted 2 million was primarily due to his apprehension that Shen Muyang would demand an exorbitant sum. In truth, Chu Hanliang's ideal price was 8 million. He could even accommodate a rise to 3 million. After all, he was affluent, and as long as he was pleased, he did not mind spending an additional 100,000 or 200,000. Thus, when Shen Muyang directly stated 6 million, it gave him the sensation of having stumbled upon a great bargain. Consequently, he agreed without hesitation. Of course, Shen Muyang did not suffer a loss either, for his clairvoyant insight indicated a price range between 2 million and 3 million. While it was indeed feasible to reach 3 million, it would require time and connections. Shen Muyang had time, but he lacked the necessary connections, so he was quite content with this price. At the very least, It could be deemed a mutually satisfactory arrangement. Primarily, Shen Muyang was easily satisfied. Mr. Chu, would it be convenient for me to view your collection? After the transaction was completed, Shen Muyang made this rather reasonable request. Chu Hanliang nodded in agreement without hesitation, for Shen Muyang was, after all, a fellow enthusiast. As a collector, beyond the act of collecting, there exists a penchant for showcasing one's achievements to peers. Moreover, viewing antiques does no harm. It does not diminish one's own collection in any way. Little Shun, today I am in high spirits, so I shall show you my collection, which is sure to dazzle your eyes. As he spoke, Chu Hanliang led Shen Muyang to one of the rooms. Upon entering, an aura of antiquity enveloped them. This room, approximately 20 square meters, was lined with cabinets on all sides, each brimming with an array of antiques. In the center stood a table, upon which lay several artifacts. At that moment, Shen Muyang felt a surge of astonishment. The sheer volume of the collection was overwhelming, with a rough estimate of 200 to 300 pieces. Of course, the presence of 200 to 300 antiques did not imply that each item was of high value, nor did it guarantee authenticity. The disparity among antiques can be quite substantial. Some may be replicas or coins worth only a few $dozen, whereas others could easily command prices in the millions. As Shen Muyang slowly stepped into the collection room, intent on examining an item, an unexpected occurrence transpired. He suddenly felt a chill emanating from his body, and this sensation grew increasingly intense. Startled, Shen Muyang found this chill remarkably pleasant, akin to indulging in a cold treat on a sweltering summer day. As he closed and opened his eyes, the moment of clarity unfurled, and he instantly comprehended the source of the chilling aura. It turned out that the antiques possessed a certain spiritual essence, and due to a prior incident, Shen Muyang's body had undergone some transformations. At this moment, these ethereal energies were converging towards him, akin to air being drawn into a range hood. He stood at the very center, suggesting that his body had become like an extractor hood, continuously absorbing the spiritual power attached to the antiques. Shen Muyang felt somewhat bewildered. He was aware that changes had occurred within him, yet he had not anticipated them to be so profound. Initially, he believed he had merely gained the ability of clairvoyance, with a slight enhancement in strength and speed. However, it was evidently far more intricate than that. His greatest concern now was whether his absorption of these energies would lead to the antiques shattering. Fortunately, his fears proved unfounded. The entire episode transpired in mere seconds. The spiritual essence within the antiques began to gradually diminish before returning to normal, and the extraction of this energy bore no adverse effects on the antiques themselves. Ah, Xiaoxin, are you taken aback? Clearly, Chu Hanliang assumed Shen Muyang's momentary daze was due to the overwhelming number of antiques. Shen Muyang readily accepted this offered explanation, nodding in agreement. Indeed, I never expected your collection to be so vast. By the way, may I inquire about your profession? How did you come to possess such a multitude of antiques? Upon being questioned, Chu Hanliang beamed with pride and began recounting his illustrious history. This topic could take us far afield, but to be concise, I was once an outstanding student in Yinjing, specializing in the study of antiques. However, life took an unexpected turn, leading me down a path of commerce. Fortunately, becoming a businessman has its perks. At least I have the means to purchase the antiques I adore. This is what one might call a blessing in disguise. Shen Muyang found himself speechless. Just moments ago, Chu Hanliang had claimed that the topic was extensive, yet he had succinctly summarized it in a few sentences. Was it a matter of his comprehension, or was it Chu Hanliang's expression that was lacking? Mr. Chu, what kind of business did you engage in previously? Shen Muyang inquired, not out of genuine curiosity, but rather to establish rapport with the man. He intended to delve into the realm of antiques. Yet he had few acquaintances in this field, none worth mentioning, aside from the dubious Wang Baipi. Consequently, Chu Hanliang represented a valuable opportunity. Forging a connection with him could only yield benefits. Chu Hanliang, oblivious to any ulterior motives, considered this merely casual conversation, with nothing to conceal. In my youth, I dabbled in various small trades, but eventually I discovered a lucrative opportunity in the jewelry sector. Have you heard of Feixiang Jewelry? I was the former chairman. Upon hearing the name Feixiang Jewelry, Shen Muyang felt a jolt of surprise. While he may not be well acquainted with other companies, he possesses a certain understanding of Feixiang Jewelry. To be precise, Feixiang is a conglomerate comprising Feixiang Jewelry, Feixiang chain stores, and various other enterprises. However, the primary focus remains on Feixiang Jewelry. This elucidates the source of the elderly gentleman's wealth. He is, in fact, the chairman of Feixiang Group, now retired and with ample free time. Coupled with his long-standing passion for antiques, he has taken to the pursuit of antique collecting, which serves as the most plausible explanation. The reason Shen Muyang is familiar with this company is largely due to its size. It is at the very least one of the leading enterprises in the city. Upon graduation, he even contemplated seeking employment there, but he was unfortunately eliminated during the interview process. At this juncture, Shen Muyang ceased further discussion on the topic, recognizing that continuing might not be prudent. After observing for a while longer, he concocted a plausible excuse to depart. Just as Shen Muyang settled into a taxi, his phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was Zhou Bapai calling. It then struck him that he still had a job. Having been absent without leave the previous afternoon, requesting a day off yesterday, and still not having reported to the store today, it was likely that Zhou Bapai was calling to confront him. Shen Muyang promptly terminated the call. He had little desire to engage in this discussion, especially since he was already resolved to resign. Driver to the Antique Street. Chapter 10. Resignation. Boss, did you call for me? Shen Muyang hastily entered the antique shop after alighting from the taxi. Although he had claimed that resigning was of little consequence, in truth, he harbored a degree of apprehension towards Zhou Bapai. After all, Zhou Bapai had been his employer for over a year, and it was natural for an employee to feel a twinge of fear towards their boss after such a duration. Even if the employee had firmly decided to resign, a certain level of reticence remained when facing their superior. Changing this dynamic would require both time and opportunity. Yo Buppy glunted at Shen Muyang, his expression tinged with dissatisfaction. Muyang, securing a job these days is not easy. You ought to cherish it. Shen Muyang had anticipated this remark. Initially unsure of how to broach the subject, he recognized that while Zhou Bapai might be somewhat stingy, he was not entirely unpleasant in other respects. Abruptly abandoning his position after recently finding success felt somewhat unjust. However, now that the other party had initiated the conversation, it was akin to providing him a stepping stone, allowing him to gracefully descend. Uncle Zhou, since you have mentioned it, I have decided to resign. Please calculate my final wages. Zhou Bapai nodded, about to respond, when realization dawned upon him. What did you just say? His reaction was understandable, as he initially failed to comprehend Shen Muyang's words. He had expected the young man to acknowledge his errors and apologize, only to now find himself momentarily caught off guard. Uncle Zhou, what I mean is that I am resigning. Please settle my wages. Shen Muyang reiterated his statement once more. Zhou Bapai regarded him with a gaze that revealed his lingering confusion. This was primarily due to his reluctance to part with Shen Muyang. It wasn't that their relationship was particularly close. Rather, Shen Muyang offered a remarkable value compared to the other apprentices. A monthly salary of 500 yuan was considered quite modest on this street. While it might appear substantial at first glance, one must consider the extensive hours worked, with no days off throughout the month. Essentially, it meant a year-round commitment with only a few days off during the new year. With such a commendable worker suddenly deciding to leave, Zhou Bapai felt compelled to intervene, especially since Shen Muyang had been with him for nearly a year and a half. The young man was diligent, easy to manage, and trustworthy. If replaced, he would have to start from scratch with someone new, and it was uncertain whether he could find anyone willing to accept the same wage. Muyang, you must deliberate carefully. Jobs are scarce these days. While hiring someone new is feasible, I fear you may face significant challenges outside, only to find I have already brought someone in. Shen Muyang felt an urge to spit in this man's face, astonished by his audacity. However, with his impending departure, he saw no reason to provoke animosity. Look at this salary, Zhou Bapai lamented, realizing he was out of options. Although he was reluctant to let Shen Muyang go, if the young man had made up his mind, there was nothing he could do. All right, today is April 25th. You've worked a total of 23 days this month, so at a rate of 150 yuan per day, as Zhou Bapai spoke, he began calculating on an abacus. Leafing sen Muyang utterly speak less. Was it truly necessary to use an abacus for such a meager sum? Furthermore, he had actually worked 235 days, not 23. Yet, he decided not to dwell on the half-day's wages. Receiving the remaining amount would suffice. Muyang, your salary for this month is 450 yuan. However, your sudden resignation has caused a certain financial loss to my shop. Hence, in accordance with store policy, I must deduct a corresponding compensation fee. Let us settle at an even 3,000 yuan. Is that acceptable? Shen Muyang was taken aback by Zhou Bapai's relentless penny pinching, even deducting a few hundred yuan from his wages. In the past, he would have argued vehemently with this man, but now he chose not to contest the matter. Very well, do as you see fit, Shen Muyang acquiesced after coming to terms with the situation. It was only then that Zhou Bapai albeit begrudgingly. Picked up his phone to transfer the funds. Upon receiving the notification of the transfer, Shen Muyang confirmed it without hesitation and left the antique shop without looking back. Truth be told, he had no desire to linger even a moment longer, having endured nearly a year and a half of oppression. He felt liberated at last and saw no reason to remain. Having exited Zhou Pa Pai's establishment, Shen Muyang began to contemplate his next course of action. Finding a bargain is merely one facet of the matter. He must also contemplate the purchase of a house and a car. Having amassed a degree of wealth, residing in a rented space seems rather incongruous. Thus, he resolves to bid farewell to his past, starting with the need to replace his current abode. The same applies to a vehicle. Relying solely on public transport or taxis proves to be quite inconvenient. However, these two endeavors may be postponed. Having earned a tidy sum today and completed his resignation formalities, he decides to meander through the market while time is still on his side. Upon arriving at the market in the morning, he notices the crowd is sparse, primarily composed of middle-aged and elderly individuals who typically indulge in afternoon naps and tea rituals. After these customary practices, they often choose to explore antique streets or flower and bird markets. Shen Muyang's mood today contrasts sharply with yesterday's trepidation. Today, he feels a sense of assurance, bolstered by the fortune he discovered just the day prior. Shen Muyang, what brings you here again? As he steps into the antique street, a voice both familiar and loathed reaches his ears. Without needing to glance, he recognizes its owner all too well. Indeed, it is none other than his ex-girlfriend, Zhu Lingling. To add to his dismay, she is accompanied by a man named Chen Gaosheng. What a stroke of bad luck. Shen Muyang mutters to himself, turning to leave, only to be obstructed by Chen Gaosheng. What do you intend to do? Looking for a fight? The words slipped from Chen Gaosheng's lips, causing him to instinctively retreat a step, a lingering memory of the kick from yesterday, still vivid in his mind. Yet, this retreat ignites a flush of embarrassment, an unfamiliar feeling for him. Mind your manners. This is a public space. If you dare to make a move, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Chen Gaosheng asserts, his tone brimming with bravado. Yet, Shen Muyang perceives it differently. He sees a hint of fear in his demeanor, suggesting that such bravado is unwarranted. Good dogs do not block the way. Step aside. Shen Muyang, no longer willing to engage with these two, feels his previously buoyant mood souring, leading to a tone of impatience. Watch yourself. If you break this piece of yuan blue and white porcelain, you'll own more than you can afford, Chen Gaosheng retorts, brandishing the porcelain piece in his hand. It turns out that he has come here today specifically for this yuan blue and white porcelain, intending to present it as a gift for Chu Qinshuan's grandfather's upcoming 70th birthday. Having pursued Chu Qinshuan for some time, he certainly cannot miss such a splendid opportunity to impress. Today, I found myself with some free time, and I ventured to this place, investing 8 million in a piece of yuan blue and white porcelain. Of course, this exquisite item was not purchased from a street vendor, but rather from an antique shop. The intention was, in fact, to flaunt this remarkable porcelain. Chen Gaosheng was well aware that Shen Muyang was an apprentice at the antique store, so it was evident that this fellow had come to the market in search of a bargain. Thus, it became quite reasonable for me to showcase my prized possession. At that moment, Shen Muyang was also captivated by the porcelain and immediately employed his discerning eye to inspect it. Item name: yuan blue and white glazed red teacup. Era: 1980s. Imitation. Item value: 300 yuan. Upon encountering this information, Shen Muyang nearly burst into laughter, though he managed to stifle it just in time. Had it been anyone else, he would have certainly offered a word of caution. But given the circumstances with these two individuals, he refrained. What? Are you intimidated? Shen Muyang remarqued. Chen Xiao, this antique in your possession is yuan blue and white. Genuine yuan blue and white. Mind you, you are aware of its true worth, aren't you? Our esteemed Chen Xiao spent a staggering 8 million to acquire it. That's 8 million. Even if you labored your entire life, you could never afford such a piece. Zhu Lingling's remarks remained as acerbic as ever, and Shen Muyang found himself questioning his own intellect. How had he never noticed this woman's glaring flaws before? Or perhaps he had simply been naive in the past. Chen Xiao, I must say your shoes are quite commendable, and this yuan blue and white porcelain is even more impressive. If it were to be gifted to an elder, it would undoubtedly be a splendid choice. As he spoke, he raised his thumb in approval. Chen Gaosheng's expression shifted as he despised any mention of his footwear. Just as he was about to unleash his ire, the praise for his yuan blue and white porcelain momentarily clouded his judgment, leading him to question whether Shen Muyang was genuinely complimenting him. Umph, I suppose you possess some discernment. Today, I shall let this slide, but let us depart. With that, Chen Gaosheng took his leave, accompanied by Zhu Lingling. Shen Muyang simply shrugged, indifferent to the encounter. Noticing that it was still early, he embarked on his quest for hidden treasures. Searching through street stalls for bargains requires not only luck but also patience. Without the latter, one may struggle to unearth hidden gems. Naturally, the most crucial factor remains skill. Fortunately, Shen Muyang possessed an advantage, allowing him to rely on patience alone. As he perused one stall after another, he did indeed come across a few genuine items, but their value was less than satisfactory. The vendors were not fools. They recognized quality goods and often priced items exorbitantly, demanding tenfold what they were worth. Thus, after wandering for over an hour without acquiring anything, Shen Muyang began to feel a sense of urgency. Just then, a particular teacup caught his eye. Without hesitation, he activated his discerning vision. Item name: Changhua Doucai Chicken Cup. Era: Ming Dynasty. Genuine imperial kiln. The item described is the Changhua Doucai Chicken Cup, a wine vessel used during the reign of the Ming Emperor Xianzong, Zhu Jianshin. It earns its name from the exquisite depiction of a rooster, hen, and chick foraging together adorning its exterior. Due to the passage of time and inadequate preservation, the teacup has suffered significant damage, rendering its value uncertain, though it remains restorable. At this moment, Shen Muyang's heart raced. The truth is the cup's damage is indeed quite severe. To say it is merely broken would be an understatement. It is more accurate to describe it as heavily worn. The surrounding patterns, as well as the cup itself, exhibit numerous cracks, particularly at the base, where the signature is almost entirely obscured. However, its rarity lies in its potential for restoration. While its current worth may be indiscernible, once restored, it could undoubtedly be worth a fortune. This is a product of the imperial kiln from the Ming Dynasty, and crucially, its provenance, era, and historical context are all traceable with clarity. Therefore, its value is assuredly greater than the cumulative worth of the two previous items Shen Muyang had acquired. Boss, how much for this snuff bottle? Shen Muyang, refraining from touching the teacup, deliberately inquired about another item. Young man, you have a keen eye. This snuff bottle was crafted during the Qianlong era and is said to have been used by Kangxi. If you like it, I'll let it go for 80,000. Listening to the vendor, Shen Muyang felt as though his intellect was being trampled underfoot. How could the snuff bottle, purportedly from the Qianlong period and previously owned by Kangxi, be so absurdly misrepresented? After all, Kangxi was Qianlong's grandfather. It appeared the vendor had confused the two figures. To Shen Muyang, these inaccuracies were inconsequential, even somewhat advantageous. The vendor's lack of knowledge regarding antiques indicated an opportunity for him to uncover a hidden gem. Come now, you're not fooling me. This snuff bottle is clearly a replica from the Republic of China era. If you're genuinely interested in selling, offer me a fair price. I'm no fool. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 12. The Burden of Chu Qianxuan. Shen Muyang's assertion was indeed true. The snuff bottle was unmistakably a reproduction from the Republic of China era. He believed the vendor was aware of this as well, and by laying bare this truth, negotiating a price might become much simpler. You have an eye for detail, my young friend. Since you recognize this piece, why not propose a price? If it's reasonable, I shall sell it, and we can make a deal, with familiar ingredients and a similar formula. Shen Muyang chose not to quibble with the vendor, but instead sought a way to acquire the Doucai chicken cup. How about this, boss? Although this piece is a replica, it is quite well made, and I have a fondness for it. I'll offer 500. What do you think? This time, Shen Muyang reached out for the snuff bottle, feigning reluctance to part with it. Such a situation is generally undesirable, as it unmistakably conveys to others that one places great value on the item in question. Consequently, this often attracts the attention of others, providing them with the opportunity to inflate the price. However, Shen Muyang deliberately employs this tactic to capture the attention of this individual. Only by directing his focus towards the snuff bottle can he obtain the coveted teacup. It is evident that the stall owner has noticed Shen Muyang's subtle maneuver, and his heart swells with delight. Here lies a plump sheep. Failing to take advantage of this situation would be a disservice to oneself. In this trade, the term plump sheep can be understood as a novice or a fool, essentially denoting someone who is naive and possesses ample funds. Medur brother, you jest. Even a replica from the Republic of China era is still an antique. How could it possibly be worth only 500 yuan? If you truly desire it, add a zero to the end, and it shall be yours. Shen Muyang found himself in a bit of a quandary. Boss, I can offer you a maximum of 1,000 yuan. If you're willing to sell, I will take it. The stall owner, clearly having grasped Shen Muyang's intentions, stubbornly clung to the price of 5,000 yuan. Yet, Shen Muyang had developed a particular fondness for the snuff bottle. Thus he ceased to haggle, proposing instead, "How about this shabby teacup? If you gift it to me, I shall take the snuff bottle." Upon hearing this, the stall owner felt a surge of joy. He had only acquired the teacup the previous day. However, due to its severe wear, it appeared to be an antique. Nevertheless, porcelain is such that once it loses its markings, it becomes nearly worthless, which is why it remained uncleaned. The true value of the snuff bottle is at most 1,000 yuan. For a replica is merely a replica. No matter how well crafted, its price cannot soar too high, especially since the snuff bottle itself is not particularly ancient. Moreover, being a small trinket, its intrinsic worth is limited. As for the teacup, it was acquired almost as a throw-in. Thus, selling them together could yield a direct profit of 5,000 yuan, which would be quite a windfall. Should he persist, there lies the risk that this individual might not make a purchase, leading to a loss. After a moment's contemplation, he decisively agreed, "All right, brother, let it be 5,000. It's a perfect opportunity for me to open my business. Take care of the goods and don't damage them." Shen Muyang promptly accepted the items and began to scan his phone to make the payment. Once the other party confirmed receipt, the transaction was complete. Now, even if the other party regretted the sale, it was too late. This is the unwritten rule of the trade. The reason Shen Muyang willingly parted with such a sum of money is that he dared not take risks. Logically speaking, if he had attempted to seize the opportunity with the teacup, the stall owner would likely harbor suspicions. The cup appeared uncleaned, and if the stall owner were to scrutinize it closely, he might uncover its extraordinary characteristics. At that juncture, seizing the opportunity would become exceedingly difficult. Although the likelihood of being discovered was slim, Shen Muyang dared not take any risks. Thus, he deliberately feigned great interest in the snuff bottle, which could also be interpreted as a strategic misdirection to divert the other party's attention entirely. In fact, he succeeded remarkably, acquiring the item for a mere 5,000 yuan, a tremendous bargain. While the exact profit remained uncertain, given that the object was yet to be restored, it was undoubtedly a significant gain. Initially, Shen Muyang's instinct was to think a thief had broken in. However, upon further reflection, he realized that no thief would be so foolish as to leave the scene in such disarray. Only this woman would dare to act so brazenly, fully aware that even if Shen Muyang called the police, it would be futile. After all, they had rented the place together for over 2 years, making Zhu Lingling, in essence, a tenant as well. As for the chaos she had caused, it could easily be dismissed as an expression of pent-up frustration. Clearly, this woman was relying on such a mindset to deliberately wreak havoc and annoy Shen Muyang. Fortunately, he had taken precautions by keeping his documents and valuables on his person. Otherwise, it would have been a considerable hassle if she had managed to take anything from him. Not to mention, if important items like his driver's license were discarded by her, the process of replacing them would be quite troublesome. At that moment, his resolve to change residences was further solidified. Just as Shen Muyang began to tidy up the mess, his phone rang. It was, unsurprisingly, Zhu Lingling. Evidently, she had come to assert her dominance and annoy him intentionally. Shen Muyang refused to give her the satisfaction, promptly ending the call. However, she called back immediately, and he hung up again. After 7 or 8 such interruptions, silence finally ensued. As he contemplated blocking her number, his phone rang once more. Unable to restrain himself, Shen Muyang answered, only to unleash a curse. "Zhu Lingling, are you out of your mind?" On the other end, Chu Qianxuan was taken aback by the unexpected insult. With her grandfather's birthday approaching in a few days, she felt compelled to prepare a gift as a dutiful granddaughter. The crux of the matter was that her grandfather had a particular fondness for antiques, so Chu Qianxuan pondered how to cater to his tastes. If she could win him over, he would surely refrain from pressuring her about finding a partner. However, lacking knowledge of antiques, she found herself at a loss until she recalled Shen Muyang. After all, he had mentioned his profession during their conversation the previous day, making it plausible to seek his assistance. Thus, she dialed his number, only to be met with the unanticipated expletive upon connection. Consequently, Chu Qianxuan became the unfortunate scapegoat in this situation. Chapter 13. The Acquisition of a Gift. Half an hour later, Shen Muyang's rental apartment. As Chu Qianxuan surveyed the somewhat disheveled rental apartment, her gaze fell upon the visibly embarrassed Shen Muyang. The ire she had felt earlier dissipated, replaced instead by a burgeoning sense of amusement. She was well aware that Shen Muyang's earlier phone call had not been an admonishment directed at her. Rather, her call had simply been ill-timed. It was merely a case of her inadvertently taking the blame. "I must apologize. I truly did not mean to scold you," she said. observing Shen Muyang's silence as he reiterated his explanation. Very well, I forgive you. The ex-girlfriend you mentioned must be the one we encountered during yesterday's dinner, correct? It is for the best that you have parted ways. She is not worthy of you. As these words escaped her lips, Chu Qinshuan felt a twinge of peculiarity. She typically did not consider herself the type to engage in idle chatter, much less gossip. Perhaps her sentiments were influenced by the fact that Zhu Lingling was quite unlikable. Chu Qinshuan rationalized her thoughts with this reasoning. I plan to purchase a lock shortly and replace this door lock, Shen Muyang stated earnestly, convinced that Zhu Lingling surely possessed a spare key. Otherwise, she would not have been able to enter without the lock being tampered with. By the way, you mentioned you needed to speak with me about something. What is it? Shen Muyang's words served as a gentle reminder for Chu Qinshuan. My grandfather has a fondness for antique collectibles, and with his birthday approaching, I am contemplating acquiring a piece to gift him. However, my knowledge of antiques is rather limited, and I do not know anyone else who is well-versed in the subject, which is why I thought of you. Upon hearing her explanation, Shen Muyang quickly grasped her intent, although he had his suspicions prior, believing at first that she had sought him out for a more personal reason. He resolved not to share such self-indulgent musings with anyone else. I see. What type of antique are you considering? I can help you brainstorm, he offered. Chu Qinshuan, however, was entirely unfamiliar with the realm of antiques. Her earlier claim of limited knowledge was a modest understatement. In truth, she not only lacked understanding, but also harbored a slight aversion to antiques, largely due to her grandfather's incessant obsession with them. Thus, when pressed for an answer, she found herself momentarily at a loss. I do not have specific requirements or criteria. Anything that qualifies as an antique will suffice, preferably something portable. As for the price, whether it be 500, 000, or 1,000,000, it matters not, as long as the sentiment is conveyed. Shen Muyang, upon hearing her words, felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. The casual way she spoke of such sums suggested that she was exceedingly wealthy. At that moment, he recalled the teacup he had recently acquired, which, once restored, could fetch anywhere from tens of thousands to 100,000. However, it was not yet restored, and he still needed to ascertain whether it was indeed his restoration that would enhance its value. Thus, that teacup was not a suitable option. There remained but one course of action, to accompany her in searching for a bargain or purchasing from an antique shop. With this thought in mind, Shen Muyang diffy set up Len. Miss Chu, I present you with two options. The first is to visit an antique shop for a direct purchase. The second proposal involves me taking you to the antique street in hopes of discovering hidden treasures. However, I cannot guarantee that we will unearth anything of value. Chu Qinshuan is certainly familiar with the term finding treasures, having often heard it from her grandfather. Just yesterday, she learned from him about a young man who stumbled upon an ancient coin, reportedly selling it for $1 million or so. Yet, Chu Qinshuan has never truly understood how one goes about finding such treasures. Hearing Shen Muyang mention it piqued her curiosity. Shen Muyang, there's no need to address me as Miss Chu. Just call me by my name, she exclaimed. I am quite intrigued by the idea of treasure hunting. How about we try our luck first? If we don't find anything worthwhile, you can then take me to an antique shop to make a purchase. Rest assured, if we succeed in our endeavor, I shall gladly share half of the spoils with you. Do I truly need to share what I uncover? He mused, realizing it would be futile to discuss this with her, as she had little understanding of the concept of treasure hunting. Moreover, she likely mentioned it casually. As people like her are not particularly constrained by finances, they probably enjoy the thrill of the hunt more than the spoils. With this realization, Shen Muyang readily agreed. However, the previous matter concerning the teacup posed a dilemma. Initially intended for his rental apartment, he would not dare place it there now, even if offered 100 opportunities. After all, as long as he kept silent about it, no one would know it was an antique. Thus, Shen Muyang procured a bag, wrapped the teacup in cloth, and placed it inside before heading out with the woman. Upon reaching the ground floor, they spotted an elegant luxury car, a fine specimen, albeit somewhat feminine in design, not to Shen Muyang's taste. Like many men, he harbored a particular fondness for certain types of vehicles. Do you like it? Would you like to borrow it? Chu Qinshuan noticed the surprise on Shen Muyang's face and made the suggestion. Originally, she intended to offer it as a gift, but wisely refrained, knowing such a gesture might offend his pride. By framing it as a loan, the implication changed. In truth, while the car was visually appealing, it was not excessively expensive, costing merely around 700,000 to 800,000. Thus, even if she gave it away, it wouldn't cause her distress. No, this model doesn't suit me. I have my preferences. However, if you don't mind, I could take it for a spin today, Shen Muyang replied. Chu Qinshuan silently handed him the keys. There is indeed a distinction between cars driven by women and those driven by men, particularly in terms of seat spacing and height adjustments. Standing at nearly 1.8 meters, Shen Muyang found that despite Chu Qianxuan also being over 1.7 meters tall, there remained a noticeable difference. Thus, he had to adjust the seat before pressing the accelerator and heading towards the antique street. Chapter 14, Collaboration. One cannot deny that driving a fine car is a pleasurable experience. In truth, Shen Muyang was not particularly skilled at driving, primarily because he did not possess a vehicle of his own, and occasionally he would drive Wu Bapi's van. Thus, his driving proficiency was rather lacking, even inferior to that of the woman seated in the passenger seat. As they journeyed together, the two of them needed to find some topics of conversation to alleviate any potential awkwardness. Naturally, it was the man's responsibility to break the ice first. Qian-sun, what is your profession? Chu Qian-sun turned her head to glance at the man, finding his choice of address somewhat ambiguous. Perhaps it was simply that they had not yet reached a level of familiarity where first names could be used without surnames. She had indeed suggested earlier that he call her by her name, but that was in reference to her full name. Nevertheless, Chu Qian-sun merely cast a fleeting look and chose not to comment on the appellation, likely because she harbored no aversion to it. Are you inquiring about my position or my company's area of operation? Shen Muyang found her response quite reasonable. Then I shall share both, since we are engaged in conversation. As long as it isn't overly confidential, there's no harm in chatting. Shen Muyang felt a sense of familiarity, which Chu Qian-sun did not dispute. After all, they were merely conversing, and as long as personal privacy was not involved, light-hearted banter was entirely acceptable. I work at a jewelry company, though my specific position is currently classified. Shen Muyang nodded, gaining a general understanding. The two continued their casual dialogue, and, as they conversed, they stumbled upon the term Jadeite. Just as Shen Muyang was about to inquire about Jadeite, they arrived at their destination. Wait, do not speak while you are beside me. There are certain protocols in this line of work. All you need to do is cooperate with me. Shen Muyang explained as they walked. How should I cooperate with you? Should I use hand signals? Chu Qian-sun found the situation amusing, likening it to something from a spy thriller. It appeared that there were many nuances to this treasure-hunting endeavor. No need. We should not encounter any unexpected events. If cooperation is required, I will touch my nose. Once you see me do that, you should find a way to persuade me to leave. Although it is not a genuine departure. It is merely for show, though it may not even be necessary. We are just being cautious. At this point, it was around 10 a.m., a time when the streets were typically bustling with people. Additionally, the foot traffic would increase after 3 p.m. Shen Muyang led Chu Qian-sun through the antique street, starting from the inn they had arrived at that morning. This antique market was neither too large nor too small, yet each stall had an established location. Those who had been there for an extended period occupied the prime spots, while newcomers could only gradually spread out towards the periphery. Moreover, the closer one was to the center, the greater the likelihood of encountering treasures. However, the chances of making a fortunate find were considerably diminished. The stall owners were seasoned veterans, their eyes sharper than those of Snake. Thus, Shen Muyang had to exercise utmost caution. As they passed from one stall to another, Chu Qian-sun's initial excitement began to wane, primarily due to the monotony of the experience. Yet, observing Shen Muyang's earnest demeanor, she felt compelled to follow along. At that moment, Shen Muyang came to a halt and approached a vendor's stall, gradually crouching down. Feel free to browse, my young friend. All of these are vintage items. If something catches your eye, I can offer you a discount. The same old routine. The identical formula. Shen Muyang nodded in agreement and commenced his second treasure hunt of the day. Before him stood a wooden statue, intricately carved to depict a deity of longevity, which captivated Shen Muyang's attention. Upon lifting it for a closer inspection, the details of the statue unfolded before his eyes. Item name, colorful wooden carving of the longevity god. Era, Song Dynasty, authentic. Item price, approximately 300,000. Item description, this wooden carving is crafted from chicken feather pine, and due to its age, it is obscured by layers of dust and grime. This was indeed a remarkable wooden artifact from the Song Dynasty, and the price of 300,000 was relatively modest. The reason for this could be attributed to the fact that much of the paint had faded away, coupled with poor preservation, leading to some decay. Most importantly, this statue would make an excellent gift, prompting Shen Muyang to resolve to acquire it. How much for this statue of the god of wealth? Shen Muyang intentionally misidentified the statue of the longevity god as that of the god of wealth, subtly misleading the vendor into thinking he lacked knowledge. This ploy allowed him to negotiate the price to his advantage. As anticipated, the vendor fell for the ruse. Young man, this is not a statue of the god of wealth. It's a statue of the longevity god. Do not be fooled by its worn appearance. It is indeed an item from the Song dynasty. If you wish to purchase it, make me an offer. The vendor gestured an ambiguous number, which was the customary practice in this trade. They never explicitly reveal the value behind their gestures, leaving it to the buyer to decipher. Fortunately, Shen Muyang was well acquainted with the norms of this business, yet uncertainty loomed in his mind. Was the vendor merely speculating about the statue's origins? Or did he genuinely possess knowledge of its historical significance? If the latter were true, negotiations would be challenging. The vision he possessed indicated a price of 300,000, and according to the vendor's customary behavior, it could either be 800,000 or 80,000. Thus, Shen Muyang felt compelled to probe further. You yist, my friend. The Song dynasty fell over 700 years ago. Not a mere piece of wood, but even iron would have rusted by now. I suspect this is at most from the Republican era. I will offer you 200. If you accept, I shall take it. As he spoke, he reached into his wallet, only to realize his grave error. He had forgotten to prepare cash in advance. After spending all the money in his wallet that morning on his previous find, he was now devoid of funds, and his plans lay in tatters. Young man, you truly have a sense of humor. Even a replica from the Republican era would fetch more than 200. If you are sincerely interested, offer me 50,000. Shen Muyang arrived with the intent to seize an opportunity, accompanied by a beautiful woman. If he were to spend 50,000 on this item, it would hardly confer any prestige upon him. Only a substantial gain would truly elevate his standing. Thus, even if purchasing it for 50,000 could be considered a profit, he was resolutely unwilling to proceed with the transaction. Consequently, a protracted negotiation ensued, and when Shen Muyang settled on a price of 3,000, he refused to budge any further. The deal appeared to reach an impasse at that moment, and unconsciously, he touched his nose. Observing the intellectual sparring between the two, Chu Qiansun recognized it was her moment to intervene. Chapter 15. A collaborative effort. Muyang, what is so remarkable about this worthless piece of wood? Let us leave. I'm quite famished. If you can spend that much on this trinket, you might as well buy me a handbag. Chu Qiansun was adept at acting. Her words bore no flaw. In truth, she spoke from the heart, for in her hometown, it was merely a decrepit wooden statue, its value close to nil. Should she acquire it as a birthday gift for her grandfather, he would likely dismiss it as too shabby. Thus, her lack of desire combined with her supportive role yielded a commendable effect, appearing flawless in Shen Muyang's eyes. Very well, let's first have lunch. Afterward, I shall take you to purchase that handbag you desired last time. Does that suffice? This made the vendor anxious. He had held onto the wooden carving for nearly a month, and there had been hardly any inquiries, let alone actual buyers. Today, having finally encountered a potential buyer, he was not about to let this opportunity slip by. Besides, 3,000 was a considerable sum, given that he had only invested 80. Brother, please don't rush off. I Haven Tea made a sale today. Fine, I shall sell you this wooden carving. Shen Muyang felt a surge of joy. It seemed his strategy had borne fruit. This exemplified the adage that a man and woman working together is a fruitful endeavor. As for the vendor's claim of not having made a sale, such words were to be taken lightly. One should not be deceived by them. The transaction proceeded, and once completed, Shen Muyang was eager to leave without delay. Taking Chu Qiansun by the hand, she was taken aback by his boldness, but before she could voice her thoughts, he released her grip. Qiansun, you have fulfilled your mission. Chu Qiansun accepted the wooden statue, yet she felt a twinge of disdain. After all, it was coated in dust and even some grease. Are you certain my grandfather will appreciate this? She questioned, still uncertain. Rest assured, this is undoubtedly a treasure. If your grandfather does not like it, you may return to me, and I will assist you in selecting something even more exquisite. At this moment, Chu Qiansun found it difficult to articulate her thoughts, so she simply nodded in agreement. She then retrieved several napkins, carefully wrapping the wooden sculpture before placing it into her bag. I'll transfer the money to you. Just accept it, she said, pulling out her phone to initiate the transaction, only to be interrupted by Shen Muyang. It's only 3,000 yuan. You didn't accept the medical expenses I returned to you earlier, so let this be my gift to you, Shen Muyang insisted. With his refusal, Chu Qiansun chose not to press further. Glancing at the time, she realized it was indeed lunchtime and suggested they share a meal together. Shen Muyang naturally acquiesced, and the two returned to the restaurant they visited the day before. Human interactions are often quite simple. The two had grown familiar with each other, and being young, they found their rapport to be harmonious. Had Shen Muyang been present, he would surely have been taken aback. for he had been to this very place just that morning. Indeed, Chu Qianxuan's grandfather was none other than Chu Hongliang. Qianxuan, I was just about to take a nap when you interrupted me. What brings you here today? Chu Hongliang yawned, clearly not exaggerating. Grandfather, isn't your birthday approaching? I brought you a gift, look. As she spoke, Chu Qianxuan revealed the modest wooden statue. Inside, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Fortunately, she had considered this moment during her journey and devised a backup plan. If her grandfather liked the gift, that would be splendid. If not, she would simply dismiss it as a jest and purchase another gift. Initially, Chu Hongliang paid little attention, accustomed as he was to his granddaughter's previous birthday offerings, which typically consisted of tea or health supplements. However, upon seeing the wooden sculpture, his interest was piqued. Let me see that. Having some knowledge of antiques, he could discern the uniqueness of the piece merely from its surface. Chu Qianxuan began to believe Shen Muyang's words. Perhaps this item truly held value. Chu Hongliang took the wooden sculpture and hurried upstairs, prompting Chu Qianxuan to follow closely behind. Once upstairs, he turned on the light, donned gloves and glasses, and began his examination. Qianxuan, where did you acquire this wooden sculpture? He inquired. Pleased to be asked, Chu Qianxuan recounted the story, albeit with embellishments to emphasize her own contributions. After all, this was an excellent opportunity to impress. Grandfather, is it really worth a lot? After boasting about her find, she finally realized the importance of the question. If it were merely an ordinary object, she could accept it without hesitation. However, if the wooden sculpture possessed significant value, she would struggle to accept it, especially considering Shen Muyang's less-than-privileged living situation. Little did the woman know that Shen Muyang had already accrued a staggering sum of 3.6 million from her grandfather over time. Indeed, this wooden carving is quite valuable. Despite its apparent wear and age, with a bit of cleaning and restoration, it could fetch anywhere between 3 to 500,000. If it were to fall into the hands of a passionate wood carving collector, the price might even rise further. Upon hearing Chu Hongliang's words, Chu Qianxuan nearly bit her tongue in disbelief. Grandfather, how much did you say? 3 to 500,000? Chu Hongliang nodded in affirmation, leaving Chu Qianxuan feeling quite unsettled. How could such a seemingly worthless piece of wood hold such worth? This implies that Shen Muyang must be aware of its value. So why would he choose to gift it to her? Moreover, she could not accept this item. Rather, she felt compelled to reimburse Shen Muyang. While 3 to 500,000 was insignificant to her, for Shen Muyang, it could represent a substantial fortune. Chu Qianxuan's astonishment stemmed not from her own perspective, but from contemplating the situation through Shen Muyang's eyes. The monetary value of the wooden carving mattered little to her. Thus, some things are better left unknown. Yet, now that she was aware, she could not accept it with equanimity. Consequently, she hurriedly dialed Shen Muyang's number. Chapter 16. The topic of betting stones. Shen Muyang did not receive Chu Qianxuan's call, as his phone was out of battery. The excitement of the previous night had caused him to forget to recharge it. He had also used it extensively throughout the morning, so its endurance was commendable. The teacup remained unchanged, and Shen Muyang felt a twinge of disappointment that it had not been restored simply by being carried around. Should he try again? Resolutely, Shen Muyang lay back on his bed, cradling the teacup in his hands. However, after a minute, the teacup remained unchanged. Was it necessary to fall asleep for it to work? But what if he accidentally broke the teacup while asleep? The crucial uncertainty lay in how the restoration was achieved. Could it be related to his own body? As Shen Muyang pondered these thoughts, he sensed a peculiar shift. The teacup in his hands exhibited a slight transformation, and he felt an unfamiliar energy flowing within him, coursing down his arm and into the teacup. Gradually, the teacup began to mend itself. Shen Muyang was taken aback. He was certain that this phenomenon was not of his own doing, but rather an involuntary response of his body. Although he could not comprehend the situation, he recognized it as a fortuitous occurrence. Just then, the mysterious energy dissipated, and the restoration of the teacup ceased. It was not fully repaired. Shen Muyang gazed at the teacup in his hands, perplexed, for it seemed only partially restored. Why had the process halted at this juncture? At that moment, a wave of dizziness washed over Shen Muyang, prompting him to quickly shut his eyes. After approximately 10 seconds, he gradually regained his composure. By now, he had discerned the reason for the interruption in his restoration. It was due to the depletion of the vital energy flowing within his body. The ethereal energy he had absorbed from the ancient artifacts at Chu Hongliang's residence had been stored within him, simultaneously altering his physical state. The surplus had been retained. Yet in the course of repairing the teacup, he had nearly exhausted this stored energy, resulting in the disorienting sensation. This revelation underscored the teacup's significance, indicating that it was not merely ordinary, but rather severely damaged. With this understanding, Shen Muyang's inclination to sleep dissipated. He now needed to devise a plan to replenish his energy. The prospect of a gradual recovery seemed uncertain and protracted. Perhaps a visit to an antique shop would yield better results? This thought flickered through his mind, as it was the only feasible solution he could conceive at that moment. Each antique shop likely harbored genuine pieces. By sampling a bit from several, perhaps 8 to 10, he could gather a substantial amount of energy. With this plan solidified, he hastily rose from his bed and slipped on his shoes, only to remember that his phone was still charging. Thus, he suppressed the urge to rush out immediately and carefully wrapped the teacup, recognizing its exceptional value, which surpassed the sum of the 2 previously discovered treasures. It was imperative that nothing went awry. As he awaited his phone to charge, he pondered the path ahead. Finding treasures was but one facet. He needed to pursue other avenues for development. After all, the antique street was relatively small, and even if he spent a day or 2 exploring, would that be sufficient? What about 3, 5, or 7 days later? Furthermore, the changes occurring within his body warranted thorough exploration. Yet there was an urgent matter that demanded resolution. He needed to purchase a home. This issue loomed large, and the hassle of changing locks was impractical, given that he was residing in a rental. It was neither convenient nor secure. Just as his phone battery reached 50%, Shen Muyang decisively unplugged the charger and powered the device on. Hardly had the phone booted up when a call came through. Upon checking, he saw it was from Chu Qinshuan. It appeared that after failing to reach him previously, she had been attempting to call every few minutes. This was her 5th attempt, and fortunately, the connection was successful. Shen Muyang felt a twinge of confusion. Why did she sound accusatory the moment the call connected? What is wrong, Qinshuan? He inquired. Chu Qinshuan, realizing her tone was somewhat off, attributed it to her frustration from the unsuccessful attempts to contact him. It's nothing. I was just wondering why your phone was unreachable. Shen Muyang promptly clarified the situation and then asked, is there something you needed to discuss? Chu Qinshuan glanced at the time, aware that some matters could not be succinctly conveyed, especially since she had commitments later that afternoon. Wait for me downstairs. I will come to fetch you shortly. After Chu Qinshuan finished speaking, she abruptly hung up the phone. Shen Muyang sensed that this woman was somewhat eccentric. Could it be that relatives had come to visit? Indeed, in the past, whenever Zhu Lingling's relatives arrived, her temperament would become considerably more irritable than usual. Yes, that must be it, Shen Muyang thought to himself, quietly resolving to speak as little as possible. After all, this woman's relatives could be quite volatile and unreasonable. Glancing at the time, he took his phone and keys and stepped outside, knowing that his plans to purchase a house would have to be postponed yet again. 20 minutes later, Chu Qinshuan arrived right on time, driving her car. Where are we going? Shen Muyang asked as he fastened his seatbelt. To the raw stone street. By the way, do you understand gambling on raw stones? Chu Qinshuan inquired as she started the car. Shen Muyang was momentarily perplexed. What exactly was a raw stone? And what did gambling on stones entail? Embracing his principle of asking when in doubt, he began to inquire. Chu Qinshuan was not taken aback. After all, it was only natural that someone unfamiliar with the world of raw stones would be unaware of such matters. Thus, she began to enlighten Shen Muyang about the knowledge surrounding jadeite raw stones, and he absorbed this information like a sponge, as if a certain skill within him had been awakened. In other words, it seemed that Shen Muyang had stumbled upon a second avenue for earning money. Indeed, gambling on raw stones, while it might rely on luck and experience for others, he could potentially depend on his ability to see through them. At that moment, Shen Muyang felt an exhilarating sense of anticipation. Chapter 17, Raw Stone Street. The Raw Stone Street was quite a distance from Shen Muyang's location. It took a solid half-hour of driving to arrive. Fortunately, this half-hour proved invaluable for him. At the very least, he had gained a rudimentary understanding of raw stones and jadeite. Besides Chu Qinshuan's brief explanations, he also conducted some research on his phone. It could be said that he had never encountered this realm before and was even unaware of where jadeite originated. He could hardly distinguish between jadeite and nephrite. Although his understanding remained limited, he had grasped some basic information, 3 key facts to be precise. Firstly, jadeite is cut from raw jadeite stones. Secondly, the greener the jadeite, the more valuable it is. As the saying goes, green is precious in jadeite. Thirdly, raw jadeite stones are expensive and like opening a blind box. One can never be certain whether the stone they favor contains a black egg or actual jadeite. Other information was currently irrelevant, as Shen Muyang had yet to engage with the so-called raw jadeite stones. Remember, observe more and speak less. After the car came to a halt. This was Chu Qianxuan's final instruction to Shen Muyang. He nodded vigorously, understanding that learning was paramount at this moment, given his lack of knowledge. Following Chu Qianxuan, Shen Muyang alighted from the vehicle and strolled towards a street renowned for its raw stone trade. Though he'd spent a considerable amount of time in Jinling City, he was entirely unaware of this particular thoroughfare. It was apparent from the storefronts that lined the street that the majority were engaged in the business of raw stones. The signs alone made this abundantly clear. For instance, the establishment that Chu Qianxuan entered, Qi Sheng Raw Stone Shop, bore a name that was quite self-explanatory. Mr. Chu, what a pleasure to see you. Welcome. As they stepped into the shop, a man of similar age to Zhou Ba Pai greeted them with a warm smile. It was evident that this man was well acquainted with Chu Qianxuan, and their familiarity was palpable. Boss Qi, you're too kind. By the way, do you have any new stock? Chu Qianxuan did not appear inclined to introduce Shen Muyang, which suggested two possibilities. Either she deemed him unimportant, or she felt no need to introduce him. Of course, there was a third possibility that encompassed both. Nevertheless, Shen Muyang was indifferent. He was already grateful that this woman had brought him here for a glimpse into this intriguing world. Mr. Chu, your timing is impeccable. This row is filled with newly arrived goods. Since Shen Muyang had not been introduced, he felt somewhat out of place in the conversation and thus refrained from eavesdropping. Instead, he began to survey his surroundings, keenly interested in testing whether his unique ability to see through objects could be applied to the raw stones here. The jade stones varied greatly in size and hue. Yet to Shen Muyang, the distinctions in color and size held no significance, as he lacked expertise in the matter. He activated his ability, and immediately the jade stones on the shelf began to shimmer into a state of ethereality. The internal structures of these stones were laid bare before his eyes. Most of the raw jade stones were classified as black eggs, a term that referred to stones containing no discernible jade. This terminology was something Chu Qianxuan had informed him about during their journey. However, there were a few stones that did contain jade. While he was unfamiliar with the various types of jade, his ability provided him with evaluation results. Item name, glutinous jade. Quality, average, value, 30,000. Shen Muyang felt a twinge of curiosity and proceeded to examine a second and then a third stone. His purpose for visiting was not to gamble on stones, but rather to grasp the nuances of this trade and the pricing of jade. After scrutinizing several pieces, he began to form an understanding of jade. For instance, the glutinous jade he had first noticed was the least expensive variety he had encountered thus far. Valued at merely 30,000, despite its substantial size. In fact, the raw stone itself was worth more than that. He also spotted a more valuable piece, with the jade extracted from it expected to be worth 3 times that of the raw stone itself. Nonetheless, Shen Muyang refrained from making any purchases, as he had previously stated his lack of knowledge, and Chu Qianxuan had instructed him to observe more and speak less. Thus, his visit today was merely to gain understanding. As for making money, that could wait until tomorrow or the day after. At that moment, he recalled Chu Qianxuan and hurried over. Mr. Chu, you truly have an eye for talent. This rough stone is merely 2 million, and the probability of it appreciating is nearly 70%. Upon arrival, Shen Muyang overheard this so-called boss Qi boasting about the jadeite rough stone that Chu Qianxuan had set his sights on. Without engaging in unnecessary dialogue, he employed his X-ray vision, and upon his glance, his brows furrowed. Thus, he momentarily forgot Chu Qianxuan's instructions. Qianxuan, this rough stone is not worth acquiring. In truth, Chu Qianxuan held a favorable view of this rough stone and was prepared to invest in it. Had it been an antique, he would have readily accepted Shen Muyang's advice. However, this was jade, and given Shen Muyang's previous lack of understanding, Chu Qianxuan's brow also furrowed in concern. Who might this young fellow be? At that juncture, the owner of the rough stone shop interjected, his tone noticeably unfriendly, clearly displeased by Shen Muyang's remarks. After all, he was in the rough stone business. A jadeite rough stone valued at 2 million would surely yield him a few thousand in profit upon sale. Individuals like Chu Qianxuan, who possessed status, background, and, crucially, wealth and decisiveness, were the very clientele that shop owners cherished. Engaging in commerce with others often yielded meager profits. But with someone like Chu Qianxuan, every transaction would involve at least hundreds of thousands. Thus, Shen Muyang's interference effectively obstructed the shop owner's financial prospects. Though he refrained from expressing his displeasure out of respect for Chu Qianxuan. There's no need to worry. He is my driver, Chu Qianxuan stated nonchalantly. At that moment, Shen Muyang was disinclined to further involve himself. Even though this woman had introduced herself as a friend, he would have felt more at ease. However, her insistence on referring to him as merely a driver was somewhat disheartening. Nevertheless, given their acquaintance and the stone's considerable value, Shen Muyang resolved to make one final attempt at persuasion. After all, his ability to see through the stone was a gift from this woman. He would consider this an act of returning a favor. Whether she chose to heed his advice was no longer his concern. Qinshuan, this rough stone is not worth acquiring. Chapter 18, A well-meaning effort misunderstood. Shen Muyang's tone this time was significantly more resolute than before. Qinshuan was beginning to feel a twinge of annoyance. If Shen Muyang's initial counsel was understandable due to the stone's high price, his second admonition suggested a lack of discernment on his part. Mr. Shen, this is my affair. Please do not impede me. Thank you. Shen Muyang slowly withdrew his hand that had been blocking the woman, nodding in acknowledgement of her words. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself. Was he not meddling unnecessarily? It was clear that his relationship with this woman had reached its conclusion, as she had just referred to him as Mr. Shen. Very well, I shall consider it my folly. Thank you for bringing me to this place. Farewell. After Shen Muyang finished speaking, he turned and left, uttering those final words to express his lingering displeasure. Moreover, he intended to convey an undeniable truth. He was genuinely grateful to the woman who had introduced him to this place. Without her, he would have remained oblivious to its existence and would have taken an indeterminate amount of time to discover the world of stone gambling. It could be said that this woman had expedited the trajectory of Shen Muyang's career. Mr. Chu, when seeking a driver, it is best to find someone with discernment. The previous driver was utterly clueless about the rules. After Shen Muyang's departure, the owner of the raw stone shop entered a frenzy of activity. Chu Qiansun felt a tinge of irritation and was reluctant to dwell further on the subject. Thus, she promptly settled the bill and purchased the raw stone. Following the acquisition, the next step naturally involved stone deciphering. On the other side, Shen Muyang cast aside the unpleasantness of the past and casually entered a raw stone shop. Now that he had drawn a line with the woman, the notion of observing quietly was no longer applicable. His sole focus was on gambling with stones. At the very least, he needed to test his ability to see through the stones and assess whether it was suitable for the industry. This was of utmost importance to him. Without further ado, Shen Muyang approached the shelves and activated his vision. As he scanned the raw stones one after another, he eventually settled on a particular stone. While he might not be knowledgeable about the quality of stones, he understood the pricing of Jade. As long as the price revealed by his vision exceeded the stone's original cost, it would not be a loss. If it exceeded twofold or more, it would signify a rise. This was merely a straightforward logical deduction. In no time, Shen Muyang selected a stone priced at only 88,000. The reason for choosing this stone was merely to test his skills. Meanwhile, Chu Qiansun exited the previous raw stone shop in frustration, feeling as though her 2 million had gone to waste. If it were merely 2 million, she would not have cared. To her, it was a trifling sum. Her vexation stemmed from the fact that she had been warned earlier, yet she had failed to heed the advice. Chu Qiansun's family operated a jewelry business, which afforded her the position of executive president within the company. Consequently, she had come to this location. Typically, such large companies have stable supply channels. But given the remoteness of Rue City, they often found themselves lacking in jade. Therefore, she would frequently visit this area, hoping to acquire quality jade when available. As she entered another raw stone shop, curious about her surroundings, she was immediately met with the sounds of stone deciphering. Intrigued, she approached, only to find the individual deciphering the stones was none other than Shen Muyang, the very person who had kindly alerted her earlier, only to be dismissed by her. Chu Qiansun's curiosity was piqued. Shen Muyang had previously lacked knowledge about stone gambling. Otherwise, he would not have repeatedly inquired about the foundational principles during their journey. This is precisely why, when Shen Muyang previously cautioned herself against making a purchase, she did not heed her own advice. In the blink of an eye, this fellow rushed over to attempt stone appraisal. Was it a deliberate act of feigned ignorance, or merely a coincidence? Chu Qianxuan remained silent, observing from the sidelines. This was Shen Muyang's inaugural attempt at stone appraisal, and her technique was rather unrefined, having only imitated what she had witnessed once before. She meticulously sliced away the outer stone skin, then grasped the remaining fist-sized stone and began to polish it. Before long, a glimmer of green emerged before her eyes. In the realm of jade, green is prized. As long as it possesses that hue, its value is nearly assured. With continued polishing, the fist-sized green jade gradually revealed its true form. By the way, is this jade for sale? Shen Muyang was startled by the abrupt voice and turned to find it was none other than Chu Qianxuan. "Ah, it's Miss Chu. I presume you've made quite a profit just now?" Upon hearing this, Chu Qianxuan's lips twitched. Even a fool could discern the teasing undertone in those words. "Well, it's not too bad. Is this jade for sale?" Chu Qianxuan awkwardly responded, reiterating her inquiry. "Of course it's for sale. What should I do? Keep it for snack?" However, she was uncertain about what price Miss Chu would be willing to offer. If it was too low, she wouldn't part with it. After all, she was a novice in this field and had fortuitously stumbled upon a good find. Juqian sun sit internally. She was acutely aware that the man before her was subtly mocking her. Had it been anyone else, she would have already walked away. But at least she maintained a modicum of pride. Yet today, she was indeed at fault. Shen Muyang's 2 prior warnings were well-intentioned. Only she had chosen to ignore them. She had incurred an unwarranted loss of 2 million, and in her navet had taken his kindness for granted. So she bore it in silence. "Name your price. As long as it is reasonable, I shall take it." Shen Muyang felt that they had reached an adequate point in their discussion. As expressed before, she was merely offering a friendly reminder. Whether or not it was heeded was another matter entirely. Now, they were negotiating a transaction, entirely unrelated to past grievances. The jade was a vibrant green. Although slightly small, its value remained substantial. "I want he asked for much, 288,000. If you want it, transfer the funds directly. If not, I shall sell it to someone else." Chu Qianxuan examined the jade in Shen Muyang's hand. Through her professional lens, she estimated its worth to be between 250,000 and 300,000. The 288,000 price tag was indeed quite reasonable, yet she was puzzled as to why it was T280,000 or 290,000 or even 300,000, which would have been more comprehensible in a customary engagement context. "Very well, I'll take it. Please provide me your bank details. I shall transfer the payment immediately." Chapter 19, A Testament to Strength. Shen Muyang was taken aback by the woman's unexpected decisiveness, and thus the transaction proceeded with remarkable ease. "May I ask why you set the price at 288,000? Confronted with Chu Qianxuan's inquiry, Shen Muyang felt a slight embarrassment but ultimately divulged his reasoning. "I possess a peculiar quirk. I have an affinity for whole numbers. I purchased this raw stone for 88,000, hence my pricing." At this moment, Chu Qianxuan grasped the situation, finally comprehending the rationale behind his valuation. Frankly, it elicited a mix of amusement and exasperation within her. It was akin to the compulsions exhibited by individuals with obsessive tendencies. After confirming the transaction, Shen Muyang handed the jade over to Chu Qianxuan and subsequently departed from the establishment, having merely grazed the surface. He had affirmed the efficacy of his insights on gambling stones, and now, with time on his side, he sought to secure another profit. Chu Qianxuan placed the jade into her bag, only to turn around and find Shen Muyang had vanished. She had intended to extend an apology to mend their relationship, recognizing that the previous misunderstanding was indeed her fault. Fortunately, the raw stone market was relatively compact, and within 2 minutes, she located Shen Muyang once more. However, true to form, she chose not to disturb him and instead observed discreetly from behind. Chu Qianxuan speculated that Shen Muyang might be a skilled gambler in the realm of stones. His earlier display of ignorance could very well have been a ruse. Otherwise, his previous actions remained inexplicable. Unbeknownst to Shen Muyang, a woman was intently watching him from behind. His focus was solely on selecting stones. The previous stone had appreciated threefold, so naturally, he aimed to choose one of even greater value. After examining dozens of stones, he finally settled on one that came at a considerable cost of nearly 300,000. After completing the payment, he, as before, utilized a small cart to transport the raw stone to the cutting machine. With the assistance of a staff, he positioned the stone onto the machine and activated it. Chu Qianxuan observed intently. Shen Muyang's demeanor oscillated between that of a professional and an absolute amateur. This observation was not without foundation. For instance, he did not mark the stone, a practice that any seasoned cutter would invariably employ. The purpose of marking is primarily to prevent errant cuts and, most importantly, to avoid disputes. Yet, this individual eschewed such precautions, securing the stone before executing a clean cut. A miscalculation here could easily result in the destruction of the jade contained within. From this vantage point, Shen Muyang appeared to be a novice, utterly inexperienced. However, his gaze exuded a profound certainty, and his execution reflected no hesitation whatsoever. In this regard, he undoubtedly embodied the essence of a master. Thus, in Chu Qianxuan's eyes, Shen Muyang was a paradoxical amalgamation of contradictions. The stone before her was significantly larger than its predecessor, thus requiring a greater investment of time to unveil its secrets. After approximately half an hour, all the surrounding debris had been meticulously removed, leaving only a stone the size of a bowl's rim. As before, she began to polish the edges. Chu Qianxuan observed intently, and as she did, a faint hue of yellow emerged before her eyes, causing them to sparkle with excitement. This was yellow jade, a vibrant shade of goose yellow, regarded as a distinguished variety among the finest jade. At this moment, she was nearly convinced that the individual before her was indeed a master of stone gambling. One instance might be attributed to chance, two to luck, but a series of fortunate events transcended mere coincidence. As for the questions posed by Shen Muyang in the car earlier, Chu Qianxuan chose to discard them from her mind. She even began to speculate that Shen Muyang was merely teasing her, and she had taken him too seriously at the time. Goodness, yellow jade. I must have it. I offer 1 million. As Shen Muyang produced the jade, onlookers began to place their bids. 1 million for this piece of yellow jade? My friend, I'll give you one. 5 million. If you agree, we can transfer the funds immediately. I'll bid 8 million. Shen Muyang listened to the escalating offers, his heart swelling with joy. This reaffirmed his belief that his newfound ability to see through stone truly applied to gambling with jade. This meant he could leverage this skill to amass considerable wealth in the shortest time possible, allowing him to purchase a villa, luxury cars, and court a beautiful heiress. As Shen Muyang envisioned this promising future, a familiar voice interrupted his reverie. I bid too. 28 million. Turning his head, he saw Chu Qianxuan smiling and winking at him. The reason she had quoted such an unusual price was that Shen Muyang had originally purchased the stone for 280,000. This was deliberately proposed by Chu Qianxuan. All right, let us finalize the transaction. Shen Muyang was known for his straightforwardness, even if higher bids were made. He decided to sell at this price today, driven by a hint of his own obsessive tendencies. Of course, this might have been a justification he concocted for himself. In truth, Chu Qianxuan was merely jesting, for the yellow jade was worth much more than that price. To her surprise, Shen Muyang readily agreed. Thus, their second transaction of the day commenced. With the completion of the deal, Shen Muyang's funds had surpassed the 4 million mark. Over the past 2 days, he had made a remarkable profit of 2.6 million from antiques, and he had initially possessed a few tens of thousands in his account. With this latest transaction, he had earned 200,000, adding to the previous gain of 200,000. Consequently, his total wealth now amounted to 5.8 million, not accounting for the few tens of thousands he had before. This indicated that he was on the verge of surpassing 6 million in assets. Moreover, these shops had been gradually closing down. Just as Shen Muyang stepped out of the store, Chu Qianxuan hurriedly caught up with him. Miss Chu, is there anything else you need? Chu Qianxuan felt quite vexed. Previously, this man would call her by her first name alone, which she found somewhat inappropriate. However, now he incessantly referred to her as Miss Chu, which grated on her even more. Compared to his calling her Miss Chu, she preferred the familiarity of being addressed as Qianxuan. Please, just call me Qianxuan. I'm not accustomed to the title of Miss Chu. Chapter 20. Discussing collaboration, Miss Chu. I find this form of address more pleasing. I'm not fond of your constant shifts in how you address me. Is there something you wish to discuss? Chu Qianxuan had nearly concluded that this man was rather petty. After all this time, he still harbored a grudge. If it weren't for the fear of hurting her hand, she would have liked to slap him. Well, it's getting late. I would like to treat you to dinner and also offer my apologies. You wouldn't tea refuse, would you? Shen Muyang actually considered declining. He acknowledged that the woman had a point. He was indeed a bit petty. However, before he could voice his refusal, his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl, revealing his hunger. All right, let us go. I'm also quite hungry, Chu Qianxuan declared, taking his arm and leading him toward the parking area. Half an hour later, in a rather nice restaurant's private room, Shen Muyang was devouring his meal ravenously, likely due to genuine hunger. Muyang, let's collaborate. Chu Qianxuan had merely nibbled at her food, for her true intention in inviting him to dinner was not solely about dining. Thus, at the right moment, she expressed what she had wanted to say. Collaborate? I'm not interested in being a driver. Chu Qianxuan felt an urge to slam her plate against his head. She had never encountered such a miserly man. In truth, she had misunderstood this time, for Shen Muyang was well aware of what the woman intended to propose, and he simply did not wish to engage in collaboration with her. Thus, his earlier statement was not born of pettiness, but rather a form of rejection. Muyang, collaborating with me would be highly beneficial for you. Firstly, in Jinling City, I'm the only one who can truly utilize the jade you extract. Please, do not be hasty in your refusal. Allow me to provide a thorough analysis. I understand what you are about to say. You believe you possess the capability, and I do not dispute that. Furthermore, through my observations this afternoon, I recognize your competence. However, have you considered that the market in Jinling City is limited? If you gamble on stones every day and consistently profit, do you think others will remain oblivious to your success? At that point, your safety could be compromised, let alone your ability to earn a profit. Additionally, if you frequently win, what will others think? Thus, collaborating with me would indeed be your best choice. Of course, partnerships are reciprocal. I, too, will seek to benefit from it. As Chu Qinchuan spoke slowly, Shen Muyang listened intently, initially with a sense of disdain. His contempt stemmed from the belief, as the woman articulated, that with his capabilities in gambling on stones, collaboration with others was entirely superfluous. However, Shen Muyang overlooked two critical issues. Firstly, if he frequently engaged in stone gambling, other gamblers and the proprietors of the raw stone shops would inevitably take notice of him. This attention could lead to numerous complications. For instance, ill-intentioned individuals might begin to monitor his activities, thereby raising significant safety concerns, as the woman had previously mentioned. Furthermore, the question arose, to whom would he sell the jadeite once extracted? It was hardly feasible to wander about, clutching the jade, inquiring if anyone wished to purchase it. Even if there were interested buyers, it was likely they would drive the price down substantially, as anyone in their position would do. At this juncture, Shen Muyang began to grasp the woman's perspective. She was astute, having comprehensively analyzed the situation in a remarkably short time. In essence, it had become clear to Shen Muyang that collaborating with this woman was indeed the most prudent course of action for the time being. As for future endeavors, those would be addressed in due course. Collaboration is acceptable, but I would like you to outline the terms first. If they seem agreeable, we may proceed. However, I must emphasize my integrity. Do not attempt to deceive me. Shen Muyang's concession brought great delight to Chu Qinchuan, prompting her to snap her fingers in excitement. Let me present my proposals for collaboration. The first option entails that I provide the capital, while you handle the purchases. If we incur losses, they will be my responsibility. Should we profit, after deducting the initial investment, I shall grant you 20% of the net gains. The second option involves both of us contributing capital, with all losses and profits shared equally. The third option allows you to invest your own funds, bearing any losses independently, while I take charge of sales, albeit at 80% of the market price. You may contemplate these three proposals and select one at your discretion. The first option was immediately dismissed by Shen Muyang. While it seemed advantageous to have the other party finance the venture with losses not affecting him, and the prospect of earning 20% of the net profit appeared appealing, he recognized it as the least beneficial option. Given his unique advantage, he could achieve 100% profit. Thus, the first proposal was simply unsuitable, fit only for a fool to accept. The second option, which proposed shared investment and shared risks, was marginally better, but still fell short of his expectations. Therefore, Shen Muyang focused on the third option. This third proposal appeared far more reasonable. Investing his own capital was akin to providing a loan. In other ventures, this might involve risk, but with stone gambling, the risk was virtually non-existent. As for the woman's offer to purchase at 80% of market value, this too was a fair arrangement. Occasionally, one may carve out a remarkable piece of jadeite, which can indeed fetch a substantial price. However, if one continuously produces high-quality jade, the likelihood of selling it at a premium diminishes significantly. Thus, a vast market or a corporation capable of absorbing such an abundance of jade becomes imperative. Consequently, bulk purchasing at favorable prices becomes a reasonable proposition, as illustrated by today's stone gambling scenario. The second stone, purchased for 280,000 yuan, is rounded up to 300,000 for ease of accounting. Under normal circumstances, the jade extracted from it could be sold for approximately 2.5 million yuan. Applying an 80 discount results in a sale price of 2 million yuan. After deducting the initial investment of 300,000 yuan, the profit amounts to a substantial 1.7 million yuan. Although the profit margin is reduced, it alleviates numerous complications and mitigates suspicion from others, not to mention the absence of sales concerns. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Muyang resolved to collaborate with this woman, opting for the third proposal. Miss Shen, I am willing to partner with you, adopting the third approach. However, I have 3 stipulations. Should you fulfill these conditions, I would not be opposed to granting you a 10% discount, which could even be transferred to your personal account. Do you comprehend my intentions? Chapter 21. Collaboration achieved, relocation. Upon hearing that this individual had consented to a partnership, Chu Qian-sun felt a surge of joy. However, the fact that he chose the third proposal raised questions about his confidence. What are your demands? She inquired, disregarding the source of his confidence, focusing instead on the stipulations he presented. Shen Muyang raised his first finger. The first requirement is that you maintain confidentiality regarding this matter. You must not disclose it to anyone. Should I discover any breach of secrecy, our agreement shall be terminated immediately. He continued, extending a second finger. The second requirement is that I need a quiet space for stone extraction, preferably one that accommodates overnight stays, as my current living situation is quite precarious. Lastly, he raised a third finger. The third stipulation is that you cannot dictate when I engage in stone gambling, nor can you treat me as your employee or chauffeur. Our relationship must remain one of collaboration, which can be dissolved at any moment without restrictions. Should you agree to these three conditions, I can offer you Jade at an 80 price, along with a private discount of 10 for you personally. What do you think? As Shen Muyang finished speaking, he observed the woman intently. Chu Qian-sun's mind was racing. His first demand was indeed quite reasonable and formed the fundamental basis for their potential partnership. The second demand, concerning a quiet living space, presented a challenge. Yet, she found it difficult to refuse, as she had previously visited Shen Muyang's rental and recognized its unsuitability for stone extraction work. Furthermore, it is indeed rather unsafe. However, finding such a place in the short term appears to be quite challenging. Why not have this individual stay at my place for the time being? As for the third request, it is precisely what captivates Chu Qian-sun the most. Shen Muyang's intentions are abundantly clear: an acquisition price of 80%. Which pertains to the company's dealings, and a private allocation of 10% profit, which constitutes personal gain. Despite the wealth of Chu Qian-sun's family, that 10% net profit is truly formidable. To illustrate simply, if Shen Muyang were to gamble on Jade with a total value of 20 million, then 10% would amount to 2 million. Over time, her little savings would burgeon significantly. There is no individual who does not cherish wealth. Even those whose assets exceed hundreds of billions still engage in ventures such as ready-made meals. At this moment, Chu Qian-sun found herself rather swayed by Shen Muyang's proposition. Very well, it is settled then. We shall proceed as you suggest, and we will commence signing the contract tomorrow. Regarding your living arrangements, I will assist you in moving after our meal, and I shall also provide you with a vehicle. Tomorrow morning, I have a meeting, so you can independently procure some machinery and equipment. We shall share a meal at noon, during which we will finalize the contract. Once the contract is signed, our collaboration will officially commence. Shen Muyang nodded, then rose and extended his right hand. As an executive, Chu Qian-sun naturally understood the significance of this gesture. So, she too stood and extended her right hand. A fruitful collaboration. The two almost simultaneously uttered these four words. The ensuing conversation flowed more harmoniously. However, Shen Muyang seemed steadfast in his manner, persistently referring to her as Miss Chu. Muyang, if you truly wish to be courteous, refrain from calling me Miss Chu, and simply refer to me as General Manager Chu instead. This time, Chu Qian-sun strategically retreated to advance her position. Yet, Shen Muyang climbed further up the ladder of formality. We had previously agreed upon this. Surely you wouldn't go back on your word? Chu Qian-sun felt a surge of frustration. She had never encountered someone so obstinate. Fortunately, a calligraphy piece adorned the wall of her office, featuring the classic phrase, "Do not be angry." At this moment, she found herself repeatedly reciting it in her mind. Do not be angry, do not be angry. If you become enraged, none will replace you. If I were to die from anger, who would find satisfaction, especially when it drains both spirit and effort? Shen Muyang's possessions were rather meager, particularly as Chu Qian-sun seemed to be doing so deliberately, discarding this, and that until ultimately, only a single box remained. General Manager Chu, you've thrown away my blankets and such. What shall I cover myself with? Looking at his scant belongings, it would be disingenuous to say he felt no pang of regret. He had resided in this rented space for nearly 3 years, and every item, from pots and pans to even a trash bin, had been purchased by him. Yet now, all of it had been treated as refused by this woman. Although these items held little monetary value, they constituted all that he possessed. Fear not, I assure you that the place I have arranged for you is fully equipped. Save for clothing and shoes, everything else is readily available. The hour grows late. Let us depart. After Chu Qian-sun finished speaking, she turned and left. Shen Muyang gazed at her swaying figure, feeling an overwhelming urge to kick her behind. Approximately half an hour later, Chu Qianxuan's car entered a villa community and came to a stop in the yard of a particular villa. President Chu, you can't be. Shen Muyang began to grasp the situation. Indeed, you've guessed correctly. This is my villa. Allow me to show you around. And then I shall explain the rules of residing here. The villa was secured with password locks, in addition to facial recognition and fingerprint scanning. It was evident that this woman employed facial recognition technology. With a soft beep, the door to the villa swung open. This marked Shen Muyang's first experience of staying in a villa. To be precise, he had never even entered one before. The villa was quite spacious with numerous rooms, spanning 3 floors, though the decor was quite minimalist. Before Shen Muyang could thoroughly explore, Chu Qianxuan's voice interrupted. This room is yours. And there's a backyard where you can conduct your stone analysis. You may use this bathroom, but remember, aside from the 3 places I mentioned and the living room, you are prohibited from entering other areas. Furthermore, you are not allowed to wander about in shorts or without a shirt, and absolutely not allowed on the 2nd floor. As Shen Muyang observed the woman's mischievous grin, he finally understood the truth in the saying, only women and villains are difficult to nurture. This woman had deliberately withheld information at the outset, discarding her personal belongings and even tossing her comforter into the trash, all while waiting for him. However, the conditions were not overly harsh. He had a private bathroom, a separate room, and a designated workspace. This arrangement was indeed a significant improvement compared to his previous circumstances, as it offered a much higher level of security. Therefore, Shen Muyang felt that this situation was quite favorable. President Chu, I fully accept your terms. However, may I cook in this kitchen? Chu Qianxuan instinctively prepared to refuse, as she had been thoroughly exasperated by this individual today. Yet, upon hearing the mention of cooking, her eyes brightened. You can cook? Shen Muyang found a reaction somewhat perplexing. Was cooking truly deserving of such astonishment? Nevertheless, he nodded in acknowledgement. Well then, after tidying up, let us head to the supermarket. We need to buy some slippers, towels, and perhaps some groceries. Chu Qianxuan stated as she grabbed the car keys and exited. Shen Muyang rubbed his nose, convinced that the items she mentioned, slippers and towels, were merely secondary concerns. His assumption proved accurate. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Chu Qianxuan ceased to pay attention to him, busily navigating through the food and vegetable aisles. She did not inquire about what dishes he could prepare. Instead, she focused solely on purchasing her preferred ingredients. Shen Muyang contemplated this within himself. Yet he began to procure the necessary items. Cooking demands not only rice, vegetables, and oil, but also essential seasonings such as salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. After an hour of bustling about, the two finally emerged from the supermarket. As for the slippers and towels previously mentioned, they had bought none. The reason he merely observed was that this woman was utterly inept. She even feared damaging her nails while peeling garlic. This epitomizes the stark contrast between a pampered heiress and an ordinary individual. Fortunately, Shen Muyang did not intend to prepare an elaborate meal. It was already past 10 in the evening, and he planned to whip up a few simple dishes for a midnight snack. Indeed, Shen Muyang possessed culinary skills, a talent inherited from his father, who was once a renowned chef, not the kind one finds in restaurants, but rather the esteemed cook in rural festivities. Whenever there were celebrations or funerals, his father was invariably summoned to oversee the feast. Thus, having grown up immersed in this environment, Shen Muyang's culinary prowess was commendable. Delicious. This is absolutely delightful. Chu Qianxuan praised as she savored her meal, her compliments entirely sincere, for the flavors were indeed exquisite. Enjoy it while you can. My cooking is akin to that of a farmhouse kitchen. Though it may lack sophistication, the taste is quite satisfactory, Shen Muyang remarked, to which Chu Qianxuan readily agreed. After all, she had frequented numerous occasions and tasted an array of cuisines. Oh dear, I can't eat anymore. I'll surely gain weight, she declared. Yet she still finished off half a bowl of soup. Shen Muyang chose not to expose her, recognizing that the reason she found the meal so delectable was not solely due to its quality, but also a matter of palate change. A city dweller, accustomed to urban fare, would find rural cuisine exceptionally delightful upon a rare visit to the countryside. Chu Qianxuan was experiencing a similar sensation. Muyang, may I propose a matter for your consideration? Upon hearing this, Shen Muyang observed the glint in her eyes and instantly discerned her intentions. He swiftly interrupted her. Not a chance. I do not have the luxury of time to cook daily. I have my own affairs to attend to, though I could manage an occasional meal. Unfazed by his interruption, Chu Qianxuan began to negotiate terms. How about this? I will handle the grocery shopping and cover all expenses. while you prepare lunch and dinner. Since you reside here, you incur no cost for utilities or rent, and you can even utilize my backyard for any necessary tasks. Furthermore, I will bear the cost of groceries, so you're hardly at a disadvantage for preparing just 2 meals. As Shen Muyang reflected on her proposal, he realized she had a valid point. He was receiving free accommodation and meals while not having to spend money on groceries. The most crucial aspect was that he would be cooking for himself anyway. He would merely need to prepare a little extra. Thus, the proposal was promptly approved. After dining and tidying the table and everything else, it was nearly midnight. Chu Qianxuan issued a few instructions before ascending to the upper floors. For the villa boasted the convenience of having a restroom and a bathroom upstairs. The room was quite spacious, directly opposite to the one where Chu Qianxuan resided. In other words, the room above hers belonged to this woman. At that moment, Shen Muyang suddenly recalled his ability of X-ray vision and pondered if he could penetrate the floor above. In that instant, he felt a dark urge and unconsciously activated this function. Just as he was on the verge of seeing through the upper floor, a sharp pain pierced his eyes. Shen Muyang hastily shut his eyes, realizing that this discomfort was a consequence of overexerting his ability. Thus, with his current capacity, he was utterly incapable of penetrating that floor. After a considerable time, he managed to calm himself, rubbing his still aching eyes, and resolved not to indulge in such reckless pursuits again. He tidied his bedding and placed his clothes into the wardrobe, finally cradling the teacup in his arms. Only then did he find the inclination to reflect upon the events of the day. The notion of gambling on stones was indeed a remarkable one. Most crucially, he had discovered a swift path to wealth. The dilemma arose. Should he pursue more treasures or gamble on stones? This left Shen Muyang in a slight quandary. Ultimately, he made a decision. He would gamble one day and treasure hunt the next. He understood that gambling on stones, when compared to treasure hunting, offered greater value, as evidenced by his effortless unraveling of 2 stones that earned him over 2 million today. It was far simpler than searching for antiques. Nevertheless, Shen Muyang was acutely aware of another truth. If he frequently engaged in stone gambling, it would raise suspicions not only from others, but particularly from Chu Qianxuan. Thus, once a day seemed far more reasonable. As for future matters, they could be addressed later. Lost in thought, his eyelids grew heavy, and soon he drifted into slumber. Shortly after he fell asleep, the teacup in his hand underwent another transformation. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Chu Qianxuan was also unable to sleep, primarily due to the numerous events of the day. Additionally, she felt a twinge of unease. After all, inviting this individual into her villa had been rather impulsive. Should he harbor any ill intentions? As a mere woman, she would undoubtedly struggle to resist. Moreover, if such a situation were to arise, calling the police might prove futile. Fortunately, Shen Muyang did not behave in a predatory manner, which greatly assuaged her worries. She then began to contemplate the day as occurrences. Chapter 23. Inquiry. Firstly, there was Shen Muyang's expertise in antiques. Even during their casual stroll through a few street stalls, he had remarkably unearthed a wooden carving valued at over 300,000. Moreover, fortuitously, this wooden sculpture could serve as a birthday gift for someone. To declare this a mere coincidence was something Chu Qianxuan found hard to believe. It was evident that this individual possessed genuine skill. Then, there was the matter of today's visit to the raw stone street. Shen Muyang reminded herself that she should not purchase that particular stone, which was referred to as a black egg. It turned out that this individual was once again correct. Furthermore, the subsequent 2 stone analyses confirmed that he indeed possesses some remarkable skills. This raises a question. Shen Muyang is around the same age as her, a master of antiques and a master of stone gambling. Such claims would likely be met with disbelief. Yet, these events unfolded right before her eyes. Chu Qianxuan pondered this for an indeterminate time before finally succumbing to slumber. The following morning, a piercing sound shattered the tranquility, echoing from the corner of the staircase that connected the second floor to the first. This shrill noise startled Shen Muyang. It turned out that Chu Qianxuan, upon awakening, had forgotten that there was an additional man in the house, and as usual, descended the stairs clad in her pajamas. Just as she reached the first floor, she encountered Shen Muyang, who was emerging from the kitchen with a bowl of porridge. The sudden appearance of a man left Chu Qianxuan momentarily speechless, prompting her to emit that startled cry. Once her senses returned, a flush crept from her cheeks down to her neck. How embarrassing. About the breakfast you prepared, Chu Qianxuan stammered, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness with a rather trivial remark. With only the 2 of them in the house, the presence of porridge and side dishes on the dining table rendered her comment rather foolish. Right? You should hurry and freshen up. or the porridge will get cold. Shen Muyang chose not to expose the woman's discomfort. After all, it was entirely normal for her to be unaccustomed to the sudden presence of another person in her home, just as he felt out of sorts in this new environment upon waking. Chu Qianxuan complied and quickly retreated to the bathroom to freshen up. Muyang, I have a meeting this morning. I mentioned it to you yesterday. So let us reconvene here at noon to sign the contract. There's a car in the garage. Here are the keys. Feel free to drive it. Also, the password for the villa's main entrance is never mind. I will assist you in verifying the facial recognition feature later to avoid any inconvenience. Chu Qianxuan conveyed, while Shen Muyang listened attentively. In truth, he had another matter to attend to today, finding a way to sell the teacup from the previous night. After all, he was not an antique enthusiast. His prior employment at the antique shop was merely a means to an end. Now, his scavenging was solely for profit, and since the teacup had been restored, selling it had become imperative. Additionally, regarding the woman's earlier mention of needing to purchase some supplies, Shen Muyang had already surveyed the backyard that morning. It was indeed spacious enough for stone analysis. However, it lacked a long power strip, necessitating a purchase. He also required a small stone analysis machine and some protective equipment. The process of stone analysis generates considerable dust, and without proper safeguards, one could easily end up in a filthy state. Moreover, inhaling such dust could pose serious health risks. Thus, the matters spoken of by this woman coincidentally aligned with his intentions. Very well, I shall attend to some trifles this morning, and after lunch, we will proceed to Original Stone Street. Chu Qianxuan nodded, choosing to remain silent thereafter. After enjoying breakfast, Shen Muyang finally laid eyes on that so-called vehicle. Upon seeing this car, his eyes sparkled with delight. What man does not harbor an affection for automobiles? Typically, those who appreciate cars possess a certain understanding of them. This was a Wenjin 9, a mid to large size model, and what pleased Shen Muyang most was its powertrain. With dual motors and all-wheel drive, it featured a single-speed transmission for electric vehicles. The seamless integration of intelligence and luxury boasted Huawei's smart cockpit and intelligent driving system. The handling was stable, and the chassis effectively filtered the road's undulations, providing a spacious and comfortable interior, ideal for family travel. What do you think? Do you like it? Chu Qianxuan's question was somewhat rhetorical, as she closely observed Shen Muyang's facial expressions. She herself was quite fond of this car, otherwise she would not have purchased it. However, as a woman, driving such a vehicle to the office seemed somewhat ostentatious, which is why she only took it out occasionally on weekends. Indeed, I quite like it. This car must not come cheap, I presume? Chu Qianxuan refrained from discussing the car's price, primarily because time was of the essence, and she needed to rush to the office for a meeting. After giving a few instructions, she departed ahead of him. Shortly after Chu Qianxuan left, Shen Muyang also drove away from the villa in this vehicle. He did not rush to address the matters concerning the tea set, for residing in the villa had alleviated any safety concerns. Thus, whether he addressed them sooner or later was of little consequence. Since he had now partnered with this woman, a cooperative attitude was essential. Therefore, he resolved to complete all miscellaneous tasks by midday and proceeded directly to the hardware market. Meanwhile, Chu Qianxuan arrived at the office and delivered the 2 pieces of jade she had purchased yesterday to the procurement department. She then made her way to the conference room. Today's meeting, aside from the routine agenda, included a discussion on the jade procurement plan. This was directly related to the collaboration established with Shen Muyang. Although he held the title of executive president, the company was not solely his. Above the executive president was the position of chairman. The previous chairman was his grandfather, Chu Hanliang, who had since retired due to advanced age. Consequently, the chairmanship was handed over to Chen Gaosheng's father, Chen Tiexiong. Chen Gaosheng also occupied a significant role within the company as the deputy general manager. Despite his lack of genuine skills and managerial experience, these were trivial matters. What truly mattered was that he had a commendable father, Chen Tiexiong. Chen Gaosheng's ulterior motive in the company was to pursue Chu Qianxuan, as her grandfather was the principal stakeholder. Should he marry Chu Qianxuan, the company could very well adopt the Chen surname. This is also a primary reason why Chen Gaosheng harbors a certain apprehension towards Chu Qianxuan, especially considering the last incident where Chen Gaosheng, accompanied by Zhu Lingling, was unexpectedly confronted by Chu Qianxuan. In conclusion, the dynamics within this company are rather intricate. Fortunately, Chu Qianxuan possesses exceptional capabilities, and with her family status as a major shareholder, her ascension to the role of executive president is entirely justified. Even the current chairman, Chen Tiexiong, occasionally concedes her a measure of respect. However, today's meeting did not proceed smoothly, primarily due to the complications surrounding the procurement of jade raw stones. This matter exceeded Chu Qianxuan's expectations, as she had always been responsible for procurement. This was also the reason she felt emboldened to privately agree to collaborate with Shen Muyang, only to find that what seemed a sure thing was deliberately undermined. Chairman Shen, she asserted, it is now April, and we all know that this time of year is particularly critical for jade. I have finally found a solution to the jade shortage issue. Please provide me with a valid reason for refusal. Otherwise, should our performance decline due to a lack of jade, you will bear full responsibility for this situation. The chairman Shen she referred to was none other than Chen Tiexiong's brother, Chen Yuanhua, who also holds shares in the company. Though his stake is minor, he is indeed a shareholder, and as such, he inherently possesses the right to voice inquiries and cast votes. It is evident that Chen Yuanhua's dissent at this juncture is influenced by external parties. Chu Zong, he retorted, isn't your statement rather alarmist? We have navigated through similar circumstances in previous years and emerged unscathed. Is this year somehow exceptional? Or do you harbor some ulterior motive? Chen Yanhua's pointed remarks incited considerable ire in Chu Qianxuan, yet she was not one to easily acquiesce. After all, her grandfather is the largest shareholder in this company. Chen Yuanhua, please exercise some thought in your words. While we have indeed endured in the past, if necessary, one can always procure a small amount on the market. However, do not forget that the source of jade raw stones is currently embroiled in conflict, and the situation is far from stable. This is precisely why jade prices are soaring. And should the unrest persist, prices may continue to escalate over the next 6 months to a year. Before the chairman and all shareholders present, I, Chu Qianxuan, hereby declare that I have always been responsible for procurement. If the jade I purchase exceeds the market price or surpasses others' procurement costs, I shall compensate for the difference. Conversely, if you find this arrangement unreasonable, I am willing to relinquish my position in the procurement department. Anyone who wishes to take charge may do so. However, there is one stipulation. Whoever errs shall bear the consequences. As I have stated, should the company's performance be adversely affected by jade shortage, or if the absence of suitable procurement channels leads to inflated jade prices, the responsible party shall cover all discrepancies and costs. The company cannot simply bear this loss without reason. Moreover, the other shareholders are also driven by profit and have no need to accompany you on this risky venture. Do you all agree with my assertion? Though Chu Qianxuan is a woman, her managerial prowess is undeniably strong. Additionally, many of the shareholders present have historically supported Chu Hanliang, thus they now find themselves, to some extent, aligned with Chu Qianxuan. Given their vested interests, it is only natural that they begin to rally behind her. President Chu rightly pointed out that the current circumstances differ markedly from previous years, so it is prudent for us to adopt a more cautious approach. Of course, if Chen Yuanhua can assure that the jade prices he procures will be lower than those secured by President Chu, I would be willing to support his assumption of the procurement department. Indeed, my stance mirrors that sentiment. In an instant, the conference room divided into two factions, one supporting Chu Qianxuan and the other backing Chen Yuanhua. However, in reality, they were endorsing Chen Tiexiong. Chen Yuanhua is merely a puppet or, to put it another way, a mere instrument, yet he is acutely aware that he cannot be held accountable for this matter. If the price of jade does indeed surge, as Chu Qianxuan predicts, and the company finds itself inadequately stocked, the burden of responsibility will fall squarely on him. With his single share, he would barely be able to cover the losses. Thus, he discreetly cast his gaze towards his elder brother, Chen Tiexiong. Chen Tiexiong understood that this situation was precarious. He did not intend to oppose Chu Qianxuan. The underlying reason for his hesitation was related to the incident from the day before, when Chen Gaosheng was kicked by Shen Muyang. Chen Tiexiong could not fully trust his son, as he was well aware of his son's limitations. Nevertheless, he harbored hopes that Chu Qianxuan could forge a future with his son, which would be mutually beneficial. Firstly, Chu Qianxuan's managerial capabilities are widely recognized. Should she indeed become part of the Chen family, it would not be unreasonable to eventually entrust the chairmanship of the company to her. After all, if his son lacks the requisite abilities, granting power to a daughter-in-law is a viable alternative. Furthermore, the Chu family's third generation has only Chu Qianxuan as its heir. Thus, marrying her would effectively secure the entirety of the Chu family's shares. Consequently, today's proceedings serve as a means to subtly challenge Chu Qianxuan. In truth, Chen Tiexiong was acutely aware that this year and the subsequent years would see jade prices rise rather than fall, primarily due to the escalating turmoil in northern Myanmar, which has disrupted the transportation and trade of raw jade. However, he did not anticipate that this woman would be so resolute, turning the tables on them. At this juncture, even as chairman, he had no choice but to yield, for no one dared to shoulder the burden of responsibility regarding this matter. Chu Qianxuan's assertion holds true. The recent chaos in northern Myanmar guarantees that jade prices will remain high, especially since she has consistently been in charge of jade procurement. Thus, there is no need for further debate on this matter. Since Qianxuan has made the decision, it is only right that we lend our utmost support. Qianxuan, feel free to proceed as you see fit. Should any issues arise, I shall bear the burden. Shen Tieshong's words were eloquent, and his tone resembled that of a senior speaking to a junior, imparting a sense of approachability. In her heart, Chu Qianxuan was as clear as a mirror, yet she still needed to maintain appearances, so she promptly agreed. Thankfully, this farce had finally come to an end. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss on how to explain things to Shen Muyang. Meanwhile, Shen Muyang was unaware of the intellectual sparring taking place at the company. He had spent the entire morning shopping. After all, it had been previously agreed upon to provide 2 meals a day, and most importantly, he had to eat as well. He felt a burgeoning sense of domesticity. Chapter 25. It turns out you are quite the veteran. Chu Qianxuan was in exceptionally high spirits today. To be precise, her current mood was exceedingly delightful. The reason for her elation was that she had triumphed against the odds, compelling Chairman Chen Tieshong to concede. Although the process had been somewhat convoluted, the outcome was undoubtedly splendid. How fragrant! Upon entering the house, Chu Qianxuan was greeted by a rich aroma, albeit with a hint of exaggeration. Off work? Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner will be ready shortly. I just have one more soup to finish. Shen Muyang said while stirring an egg in a bowl, preparing a tomato and egg soup. Chu Qianxuan responded with a nonchalant and skillfully made her way to wash her hands. She didn't even perceive the seamlessness of their conversation. Muyang, have you bought everything? After washing her hands, she began to help serve the rice while casually inquiring. Yes, everything is purchased. After dinner, we can attempt to buy some jade rough stones. By the way, there's a question that has been lingering in my mind. Could you help clarify it for me? Shen Muyang remarked while placing the last soup dish on the dining table. Yes, go ahead. Shen Muyang accepted the rice that Chu Qianxuan offered and began to eat while engaging in light conversation. Here's the thing. If you purchase jade from me, won't the company suspect that you are profiting from it? Furthermore, if you buy a piece of jade worth 1 million from me, will others not claim that it is not worth that price? In truth, Shen Muyang's questions were not articulated particularly well, but Chu Qianxuan understood the essence. Shen Muyang was simply concerned about potential company skepticism regarding her purchases or discrepancies in pricing. Muyang, if you can think of this issue, do you think I would overlook it? Let me assure you, our company has professional appraisers. Essentially, the valuation of a piece of jade by them will not deviate by more than 5%. Even in my case, the estimated price of a piece of jade would not exceed a 10% margin of error under normal circumstances. After all, some things become second nature with prolonged exposure, leading to a natural mastery. Therefore, as long as one remains within reasonable bounds, there is little to worry about, yet one must avoid recklessness. For instance, if a jadeite valued at 1 million is insisted upon to be worth 1.5 million or even 2 million, it would either reflect the folly of others or one's own ignorance. Furthermore, during transactions, we utilize designated company accounts, ensuring that each transaction is meticulously documented. Every record corresponds specifically to the jadeite involved in the trade. It is not merely a matter of stating a value. Of course, there may be some hidden nuances, yet as long as they're not excessively outrageous, they can be tolerated. Chu Qianxuan's explanation was even more detailed than the inquiries posed by Shen Muyang, effectively alleviating a doubt that had lingered in his mind. As for the woman's mention of hidden intricacies, such matters are open to interpretation. For example, when Shen Muyang agreed to grant her a 10% commission, this could be considered a hidden nuance. Chu Qianxuan procured the jadeite on behalf of the company, and then Shen Muyang would return the agreed-upon profit through alternative means as long as it remained undetected. Having clarified this issue, Shen Muyang grasped the so-called unspoken rules within the industry. Indeed, every sector has its own set of unwritten guidelines, albeit differing in nature. After lunch, Chu Qianxuan presented 2 contracts to Shen Muyang. Upon reviewing the documents, he noted that while there were no other discrepancies, the acquisition price had been altered. Previously, they had agreed on an 80% market price, yet the contract now indicated an 85% rate. This implied that the woman had generously increased the offer by 5%, which struck Shen Muyang as somewhat peculiar. Is there truly such good fortune in the world? Chu Qianxuan, well aware of the man's thoughts, began to elucidate. Rest assured, the entire jadeite rough stone market is currently on the rise. So it is reasonable for me to negotiate an additional 5% on your behalf. Moreover, this company does not belong solely to the Chu family. Why should I offer discounts to others? As long as you ensure I have 2 hearty meals a day, the benefits will be mine in due time. With this explanation, Shen Muyang comprehended the situation and, without hesitation, signed the contract before handing the other copy to Chu Qinshuan. Since she had already signed her name, the contract became officially binding upon his signature. Provide me with an account number, and, at that time, Shen Muyang began, only to be interrupted by Chu Qinshuan. Do you truly believe I would accept your 10% commission? That would make me a person of ill repute. Not long ago, I dismissed someone for such behavior. You underestimate me. All right, I shall take a brief nap. At 2 o'clock, we will head to the rough stone street. With that, Chu Qinshuan ascended to the 2nd floor, leaving Shen Muyang with a tantalizing silhouette. However, one must not overlook the adage that one should not refuse a gift freely offered. For instance, this woman was evidently not short of wealth, and perhaps she simply did not wish to take advantage of Shen Muyang. In conclusion, each individual possesses their own purpose for undertaking tasks. Chu Qinshuan stated that she would sleep until 2 p.m. and, true to her word, arose promptly at that hour. Chu Qinshuan did not drive, but instead occupied a seat within the car of Shen Muyang. Muyang, would you enlighten me about your affair with that woman from yesterday? After all, I am already aware, so there is no need for you to feel embarrassed. Shen Muyang, while driving, was taken aback by the audacity of her words. Typically, such revelations tend to reopen old wounds. Nevertheless, as the woman pointed out, she was already in the know. In truth, there was little to elaborate on. He had known her for 3 years and had been together for nearly that long. Her departure was not entirely her fault. After all, at that time, he lacked the means to provide her with the life she desired. They had already parted ways several times before, constantly oscillating between separation and reconciliation. However, never had their break been as definitive as this one. Thus, it can only be said that fate had indeed run its course. As Shen Muyang recounted this tale, a hint of melancholy colored his words. Yet Chu Qinshuan's subsequent remark left him utterly speechless. I can't believe you've been together for 3 years. I never noticed. It turns out you are quite the seasoned player. Chapter 26. The beginning of their first collaboration. Shen Muyang could never have anticipated that this woman would speak so boldly. Why are you staring at me? Focus on your driving. Muyang, you are far too remarkable for that woman. She does not deserve you, so you should feel fortunate. There's a saying that rings true. Do not fear his new affection, for that is not a new love, it is merely a substitute. Chu Qinshuan's comments undeniably reshaped Shen Muyang's perception of her. From that moment onward, he began to recognize another facet of this woman. The journey from the villa to the raw stone street was neither particularly distant nor especially close. In heavy traffic, it could take an hour, yet under the current circumstances, with the roads relatively clear, Shen Muyang arrived in merely 20 minutes. In a bid to avenge Chu Qinshuan, he chose to visit the Qi Sheng Raw Stone Shop, the very establishment where he had spoken indiscreetly the previous day. Upon entering, the shopkeeper, Qi Sheng, greeted them with a smile, though he felt a twinge of embarrassment upon seeing Chu Qinshuan. After all, his reckless boasting had resulted in her incurring a loss of 2 million for a piece of black jade. As a proprietor of a jade raw stone shop, Qi Sheng sincerely wished for every customer to experience a profitable gamble. Naturally, such an outcome was impossible for all, yet they genuinely hoped for others to profit. This situation is akin to a lottery shop owner wishing for lottery players to win grand prizes. If customers purchased raw stones from his shop and they appreciated in value, it would enhance his reputation. Consequently, the business would thrive. Ultimately, they were in the business of selling raw stones rather than jade itself. So whether the customers struck it rich or suffered significant losses would not impact their financial standing. To put it simply, when others incur losses, they are unlikely to compensate anyone, and if others gamble with optimism, it is of no concern to them. Given this, they naturally hope for others to profit. Thus, upon seeing Chu Qinshuan, he felt a twinge of embarrassment for this very reason. Mr. Chu, you have arrived. Qi Sheng awkwardly greeted him. Chu Qinshuan merely acknowledged him with a nonchalant his expression remaining unchanged, almost identical to his usual demeanor. Muyang, it's your responsibility now. Chu Qinshuan refrained from engaging in idle chatter with the store owner and turned his attention to Shen Muyang. It was at this moment that Qi Sheng truly noticed Shen Muyang. Due to yesterday's events, he vividly recalled that it was this individual who had thwarted Chu Qinshuan's attempt to purchase the raw stones. Had this person not intervened twice, Even if Chu Qianxuan had successfully extracted the black egg, Qi Sheng would not have felt such acute embarrassment afterward. Therefore, Qi Sheng harbored an unfriendly disposition towards Shen Muyang, feeling quite unwelcome. However, out of respect for Chu Qianxuan, he chose to remain silent. Shen Muyang shot him a defiant glance before commencing his procurement tasks for the day. As previously mentioned, Shen Muyang possessed a hint of vindictiveness, and hence, his intention in selecting this particular store was to procure its most valuable stones. After all, this individual had looked down upon him the day prior. Today marked their first collaborative endeavor, and thus, a triumphant beginning was imperative. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Muyang activated his X-ray vision. As he scanned the raw stones, they appeared almost translucent before his eyes, revealing their internal structures entirely. Any stones promising less than triple the profit were promptly disregarded. After all, in the realm of stone gambling, fewer transactions are preferable. Upon completing his initial scan, Shen Muyang selected a stone priced at 180,000 and placed in his cart, subsequently moving towards another row of shelves. Chu Qianxuan remained silent, harboring doubts, yet out of trust in Shen Muyang. She opted for silence. To alleviate any pressure on him, she even ventured next door to explore another raw stone shop. However, this was a different scenario for Qi Sheng. In his view, Shen Muyang was merely a reckless amateur. A casual glance was all it took for him to believe that Shen Muyang had made his selections hastily, thinking he possessed X-ray vision. Qi Sheng thought this to himself, but did not voice it. As a seller, he welcomed the influx of individuals like Shen Muyang. Unperturbed by such thoughts, Shen Muyang continued on his path, and before long, he had selected the 5 finest raw stones from the shop. This was not to say that the store contained only 5 stones capable of yielding profits, but rather that these 5 offered the highest cost-effectiveness and potential returns. Feeling satisfied, Shen Muyang pushed his cart towards the checkout when, at that moment, 2 individuals entered the store. 2 people who caused him a frown. "You again, kid." Indeed, the newcomers were Chen Gaosheng and Zhu Lingling. It turned out that after the morning meeting concluded, Chen Gaosheng, feeling aggrieved, had returned in the afternoon with Zhu Lingling. His purpose for coming here was certainly not to seek out Shen Muyang, as he was entirely unaware that Shen Muyang had an affinity for stone gambling. Moreover, he had no inkling that the collaborative partner mentioned by Chu Qianxuan today was, in fact, Shen Muyang, which left him in a state of surprise. His primary intention for being here was to demonstrate that procuring Jade was not as arduous as Chu Qianxuan had suggested. "Shen Muyang, do you truly think you can engage in stone gambling? Do you even have the funds? You are so frugal that buying a handbag seems a luxury. Yet here you are, making a spectacle of yourself." TCH. Before Shen Muyang could utter a word, Zhu Lingling began her sarcastic tirade once more. "Mind your own business. Step aside, good dogs do not block the way." Shen Muyang's change in demeanor discomforted Zhu Lingling. The former Shen Muyang would not have retaliated against her provocations. "Young Master Chun, look, he is bullying me." Zhu Lingling pouted as she spoke, deliberately pressing her bosom against Chen Gaosheng's arm. It must be noted that Zhu Lingling possessed quite the advantage, at the very least. Chen Gaosheng seemed to appreciate it. "Shen Muyang, this stone gambling is not for the likes of you. Any random rock here could be worth several years of your salary, so it would be best for you to leave." Shen Muyang regarded the two with a look of utter disbelief, even questioning whether their foolishness might be contagious. "Chen Gaosheng, what brings you here?" Upon noticing Chu Qianxuan, Chen Gaosheng promptly pushed Zhu Lingling away from his arm, evidently anxious that Chu Qianxuan might misconstrue their closeness. "Qianxuan, I merely came to observe the market trends, but this fellow insisted on provoking me and even challenged me to a gamble." Yes, he indeed wanted to bet on stone gambling, and suddenly Chen Gaosheng conceived an opportunity to assert his own prowess while simultaneously undermining Shen Muyang. Whether Shen Muyang acknowledged it or not was of no consequence. What mattered was that if he declined, it would signify his defeat. Conversely, should Shen Muyang agree to the wager, it would be even better. Given Shen Muyang's financial standing, a single loss could lead to his ruin. In such a scenario, with no means to compensate, Shen Muyang would be forced to kneel and apologize, thereby tarnishing his reputation. It must be said that Chen Gaosheng had quite the imagination, even contemplating the aftermath of a potential victory. "Muyang, is this true?" Chu Qianxuan feigned inquiry, fully aware of the earlier conversation among the three, which she had absorbed in its entirety. Chapter 27. The duo's harmonious performance. On the surface, Chu Qianxuan appeared to be inquiring, yet her intention was to convey a message to Shen Muyang. She was well acquainted with Chen Gaosheng. Aside from his affluent background and certain debauched tendencies, he possessed few redeeming qualities. As for stone gambling, he was certainly no match for Shen Muyang, which prompted her to consider how to ensnare him. After all, the complications of the morning had stemmed from his actions. Although Chen Yuanhua may have been the one to take the lead, Chu Qiansun was fully aware of who was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Upon seeing the woman wink at him, Shen Muyang instantly grasped her meaning. At this juncture, he undoubtedly needed to cooperate, so he nodded and remarked, "Mr. Chu, my encounter with Mr. Chen is indeed a stroke of fate, and I was merely jesting when I suggested a wager. Of course, if Mr. Chen is too timid to gamble with me, let us dismiss the notion entirely. It is quite normal for Mr. Chen to feel apprehensive." While Shen Muyang's words bore no ill intent, they struck a sensitive chord with Chen Gaosheng. What did it mean that he was too afraid to gamble? What did it mean that fear was understandable? How could the esteemed Chen Gaosheng be intimidated by a mere pauper? There is a saying, one can endure a slight from an uncle, but not from an aunt. What had Chen Gaosheng ever endured such indignity? When had he ever been scorned by a destitute individual? Shen Muyang, who claims I am afraid to wager, I hereby accept your challenge. Speak, how shall we gamble? Draw the terms clearly, lest you deny your commitments should you lose. Shen Muyang chuckled inwardly. He found this fool amusing. In many respects, he might not match this man, be it in lineage, connections, or wealth. Yet when it comes to the art of gambling on stones, even 100 Chen Gaoshengs would pale in comparison to a singular Shen Muyang. Are you certain? Shen Muyang's smile grew more pronounced, as if welcoming the arrival of a fortune. Naturally, I am certain. After uttering this, Chen Gaosheng cast a sidelong glance at Chu Qiansun and continued. Propose your terms, but I must say, you appear to possess little wealth. If you lose, you shall kowtow to me 3 times and call me grandfather thrice. Should you lack the courage, I suggest you depart swiftly. The wager has yet to be formalized, and no one would blame you for retreating. Well, since Chen Gaosheng had made his move, Shen Muyang had to respond in kind. Chen Gaosheng, I agree to kowtow and call you grandfather thrice should I lose. But what of your end? Surely you do not expect to walk away without consequence should you lose? Initially, Chen Gaosheng had entertained such a thought. But with Shen Muyang confronting him directly, he could not concede to such an idea. This meant he must present an equivalent stake. As for kneeling and calling anyone grandfather, that was out of the question. Should he stoop to such a level, he would forever lose face in the company and before Chu Qiansun. Thus, a clever idea took shape in his mind. Shen Muyang, if by some stroke of luck you win, I shall return Zhu Lingling to you. Shen Muyang, who had been smiling, immediately felt his expression darken upon hearing this. The thought of taking a knife to this man crossed his mind. It was akin to someone suggesting, I've grown weary of your wife after a few days of dalliance. Let us wager. If you win, I shall return her to you. The essence was no different. Initially, Shen Muyang had sought merely to embarrass this man, but now that he had crossed the line, he could no longer hold back. Shen Gaosheng, this shabby shoe is only appreciated by you. My feet are not that large, and these worn-out shoes are ill-fitting. If you truly wish to wager with me, let's stake 10 million. Should you lose, you shall owe me 10 million. Should you win, I will likewise pay you 10 million. Furthermore, I can acquiesce to your previous demands. Do you dare to gamble? At this moment, Chen Gaosheng was filled with animosity. His earlier remark about returning Zhu Lingling to Shen Muyang was indeed intended to annoy him. However, Shen Muyang's retort left him feeling humiliated. What did it mean that his feet were not that big, and those worn-out shoes were ill-fitting? Wasn't that a veiled admission that he had indeed worn Chen Gaosheng's shabby shoes? Although it was the truth, voicing it was unacceptable. And so Chen Gaosheng yearned to teach Shen Muyang a harsh lesson. Without hesitation, he agreed. Shen Muyang, I accept your wager, but I question whether you possess 10 million. Thus this bet is void. At that moment, Chu Qianxuan, who had been merely observing, spoke up. I will underwrite Shen Muyang's 10 million. If he loses, I shall cover the sum. However, I do not recommend you gamble such a large amount. After all, we are all acquaintances, and losing would not bode well for anyone involved. Moreover, 10 million is no trifling matter. Should this news reach the chairman's ears, then? Well, Chu Qianxuan's words were not so much a caution as they were kindling the flames. Subconsciously, she implied that Chen Gaosheng did not possess vast wealth, and 10 million was indeed a considerable sum for him. If he were to lose, how would he explain it to his father? Would he be scolded or punished? In essence, she was adding insult to injury, subtly mocking Chen Gaosheng. Chen Gaosheng, whose intellect was already lacking, could hardly withstand the schemes being laid out by both Shen Muyang and Chu Qianxuan. There is a saying, one does not steam buns merely for pride. and particularly in the presence of Chu Qinshuan, he could not afford to lose face. Thus, step by step, Chen Gaosheng fell into the trap that Shen Muyang and Chu Qinshuan had collaboratively crafted. Needless to say, I accept this wager. Kid, today I shall make you kneel and call me Grandpa. Now, how shall we proceed with the bet? At this moment, Shen Muyang felt an immense joy within. Though he could not reveal it, he needed to further refine the terms of the wager. The method of betting was quite simple. Each of us would select a stone, with the purchase price not exceeding 500,000. Then we would cut them open. Whoever Jade had the higher value would be declared the winner. With so many witnesses present, I believe this cannot be faked. However, I harbor doubts regarding your integrity. Thus, we must draft a betting agreement, sign it, and press our seals. If you find this acceptable, then the wager is settled. Should you fear or contemplate evading payment after losing, let us consider this conversation null. You may wear your shabby shoes while I procure my stone. Shen Muyang's mention of shabby shoes served only to stoke the fire further. Chapter 28, The 10 Million Betting Agreement. Chen Gaosheng now finds himself in a predicament. More accurately, he is being led by the nose by Shen Muyang. Thus, he resorted to requesting paper and a pen from the shopkeeper, and shortly thereafter, the betting agreement was drafted. In duplicate, both parties affixed their signatures, and the wager was officially sealed. Today, I shall ensure you lose even your undergarments. Chen Gaosheng declared before commencing his selection of jade raw stones, while Shen Muyang, calm and composed, proceeded to settle the payment for the 5 jade stones he had previously chosen. For him, this gamble resembled a simple game of rock, paper, scissors, with the opponent striking first, followed by his own response. Within this establishment, he had already secured the 5 most profitable stones under 500,000. Thus, he sat comfortably, even disinclined to make further selections, as any one of his chosen stones guaranteed victory. Zhu Lingling observed from the sidelines. Having taken note, when Shen Muyang settled the bill, he had purchased 5 stones, the total exceeding 1 million, and, astonishingly, he made the payment with a credit card. This revelation shattered her previous understanding. She was acutely aware of Shen Muyang's financial standing. Having spent nearly 3 years in his company, she knew that apart from his living expenses, he also covered all her expenditures. Over these 3 years, he had managed to save a mere 50,000. Yet now he had casually charged over 1 million. Where did such wealth originate? Was this man secretly a millionaire? This notion seemed implausible, as she had visited his hometown twice, where his mother was a modest farmer and had fallen ill the previous year, now recuperating at home. His father, though skilled in the culinary arts, merely assisted in the village kitchen, and with the rural reforms, he had joined a team catering for local events. As such gatherings were now typically outsourced, their family circumstances could only be described as average, hardly aligning with the affluent. Could it be that he was being sponsored by someone? As this thought crossed her mind, Zhu Lingling cast a glance at Chu Qinshuan. It was indeed a possibility. Although she couldn't fathom how such an exceptional woman could be interested in someone as financially challenged as Shen Muyang, casually presenting 10 million as collateral suggested otherwise. If there was no underlying intrigue between them, she would find it hard to believe. Perhaps the world of the wealthy thrived on such thrills, much like Chen Gaosheng's interest in her, which stemmed from her modest beauty and a desire for excitement. Zhu Lingling understood that this man could never truly marry her, much like a prince could never wed a Cinderella. Yet, this was inconsequential. As long as he was willing to spend on her, she was satisfied. In just over a month, she had already managed to extract nearly 1 million from Chen Gaosheng. It has only been a little over a month. Yet this million could very well be something that Shen Muyang might never accumulate in his lifetime. Initially, Zhu Lingling had no intention of parting ways with Shen Muyang. However, once certain matters came to light, the opportunity for reconciliation vanished. Thus, Zhu Lingling found herself deliberately targeting Shen Muyang post-breakup, primarily because he had scorned her in their arguments, calling her shameless and the like. While Zhu Lingling pondered these chaotic thoughts, Chu Qinshuan was discreetly observing her. Zhu Lingling was of average height among women, neither too tall nor too short, and her appearance was passable, though her makeup was excessively heavy, which aligned with her persona. Overall, Zhu Lingling could be rated an 80 out of 100, while Chu Qinshuan awarded herself a perfect score of 100. With a touch of makeup, she believed she could even achieve a score of 120. However, such self-assessments are often subjective. The distinction between one's own evaluation and that of others is significant. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Chu Qinshuan's confidence in her self-rating was considerable. Chu Qinshuan could not fathom how such an exceptional man as Shen Muyang could be cast aside by Zhu Lingling. Intrigued, She resolved to delve into the gossip at a later time, determined to unearth the juicy details. 10 minutes swiftly passed. Shen Gaosheng finally selected a piece of rough jade. At first glance, this stone was indeed strikingly beautiful, even igniting a desire to purchase it in Chu Qinshuan. Boy, just wait for me to have you bow down in submission. Shen Muyang scoffed, his willingness to gamble, coupled with the added condition of bowing and calling him grandfather, was a clear indication that he was confident he would win this contest, merely aiming to lure his opponent into a trap. After all, the greater the potential reward, the more willing others are to take risks. For instance, the stone Shen Gaosheng had chosen was one he had previously noted, a fitting idiom to describe it would be beautiful on the outside, rotten within. Indeed, although this jade was not of the black variety, it contained merely a small piece of glutinous jade, with his discerning eye appraising it at a value of 500 yuan. Shall I go first, or will you? Shen Muyang casually picked up a piece of jade rough from his cart and approached the stone-cutting machine to inquire. I'll go first, Shen Gaosheng declared, placing his chosen stone beside the machine and pretentiously beginning to draw lines on it. Once he had made sufficient markings, he called upon the stone cutter for assistance. Muyang, do you feel confident? Given the impressive appearance of the jade rough selected by Shen Gaosheng, it was only natural for him to express concern over Shen Muyang's choice, which seemed akin to a poorly developed stone. Rest assured, even if I lose, I won't let you lose 10 million. Chu Qinshuan cast a sidelong glance at the man, having discerned that Shen Muyang was merely engaging in verbal sparring. However, she also detected an underlying tone of confidence, for a self-assured man possesses an undeniable charm. Shen Gaosheng observed their subtle interplay with a sense of indignation. Yet, he currently had no inclination to dwell on such matters. He was eagerly awaiting the revelation of a priceless piece of jade. Not only would it humiliate Shen Muyang, but it would also result in a loss of 10 million for Chu Qinshuan, thereby earning him her admiration. At that moment, the jade-cutting machine halted, indicating that one side had been severed, and it was now time to witness a miracle. Chapter 29, Violet. As a raw stone was unveiled, murmurs of skepticism rippled through the crowd. These onlookers were primarily there for the spectacle, yet they were equally filled with anticipation. Some among them were familiar with Shen Gaosheng, and a few were even preparing to flatter him. However, once they beheld the jade that had been extracted, silence enveloped them, for anything they might say would be erroneous. It was evident that Shen Gaosheng had incurred a loss today. Jade comes in various forms, including yellow and green varieties, each bearing melodious names. For instance, the purple variety is known as violet, while the blue variety is referred to as blue sprite. Yet, it is universally acknowledged that the most precious jade is the imperial green, just as there are also the least valuable types. The noir jade, for instance, is the most affordable among all, comparable only to black jade. Thus, while this piece of jade had a pleasing shape and a substantial size, it was unfortunately type. Had this jade been green, it would have been worth at least several million. Mr. Chun, this is merely one side. Why not uncover it entirely? If this jade proves sufficiently large, it could still hold some value, suggested Qi Sheng, the store owner, whose words carried a weight of significance. In summary, Shen Gaosheng found merit in this advice. Even if he suffered a loss on this stone, it was a mere trifle under 500,000, a loss he could bear. As long as Shen Muyang failed to extract a valuable stone, ideally cutting a worthless black egg, he would undoubtedly secure his 10 million. At that moment, he felt a renewed sense of confidence. In simpler terms, his misfortune was inconsequential as long as someone else fared worse than he. Thus, the previously sullen expression on Shen Gaosheng's face transformed into a smile, as if he had everything under control. Uncover it all. If I win this contest, I shall reward you with 100,000. The jade craftsman, upon hearing the promise of such a substantial reward, was immensely pleased, despite the somewhat awkward connotation of the term reward. However, as long as it yields profit, who cares if it feels awkward? Thus, he promptly agreed and restarted the cutting machine. Time ticked away, and in the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had passed. At last, the piece of glutinous jade was unearthed. To put it succinctly, it was much as everyone had speculated. The type remained unchanged, and the size did not exceed expectations. Young man, it's your turn. Shen Gaosheng's jade had already taken shape, and his only hope of victory lay in the possibility that Shen Muyang's jade would be less expensive than his own. Hence, he began to urge him on. What has to rush? Just wait for the payment. Shen Muyang responded unhurriedly, signaling for the previous stonecutter to depart, indicating that he intended to handle the stone himself. Frankly speaking, he He held a rather unfavorable impression of the owner of this rough stone shop, and had little regard for the stonecutter of the same generation. Who knows who LL win or lose? You might not even unveil a single hair. Shen Gaoxing's sarcasm rolled off Shen Muyang's back. After casting a reassuring glance at Chu Qianxuan, he commenced his first stone-cutting task of the day. Chu Qianxuan watched intently, her entire focus fixated on the stone in Shen Muyang's hands. To be candid, she was indifferent to the outcome of the 10 million. Her concern lay in the fact that if Shen Muyang were to lose, it might be difficult for him to accept. There is no such thing as a gambling master in stone cutting who can guarantee a win. Thus, an occasional loss is quite normal. However, this young man was still in his formative years. A loss now could undoubtedly inflict a psychological blow, leading to what is often termed a lack of confidence. Fortunately, Shen Muyang did not disappoint her. Shortly thereafter, the stone-cutting machine came to a halt. With a splash of water, a shimmering violet hue presented itself to the crowd. Oh my, it's violet. It's truly violet. Let me have a look. Indeed, it's violet, a stunning piece of jade. Young man, are you willing to part with this violet? I'll offer 2 million, and I will bear the subsequent risks. The speaker was a man in his 40s, clad in a suit, exuding the aura of a procurement manager from some corporation, or perhaps a small business owner. His assertion that he would shoulder the upcoming risks was quite clear. The violet had only revealed one face thus far. As for the jade within, its size remained a mystery. Such pieces are typically referred to as half-gambling rough materials. Unveiling one face is akin to opening a window, allowing a glimpse of the interior so that one may decide whether to purchase or abstain. The chances of profit with half-gambling rough materials are significant, yet they come at a considerably higher price than fully gambled rough materials. For the jade within has already been partially revealed. How could Shen Muyang possibly sell half-gambling rough materials? Furthermore, what he sought now was not money, but rather the satisfaction of striking back, delivering a resounding slap to the face. Despite his outward demeanor of indifference, the sight of his ex-girlfriend fluttering around with this man stirred a tumult of emotions within him that no one else could truly comprehend. Today, this unfortunate individual approached with eagerness, clearly unable to resist such an exquisite opportunity for rebuke. I must apologize, but this piece of violet jade is not for sale. Shen Muyang politely explained to the person who had just attempted to purchase his semi-gambling material. He then turned his gaze towards Chen Gaoxiang. Mr. Chen, it appears you have lost. At that moment, Chen Gaoxiang's face resembled a pot blackened with soot, dark beyond measure. You should untie it first. What if it turns out to be tiled jade? It would be quite the embarrassment. Chen Gaoxiang's reference to tiled jade serves as a metaphor, indicating that although this jade may be substantial in size, it could very well be exceedingly thin as a tile. After all, if the interior is not hollowed out, anything is possible. This kind of uncertainty is quite common in the stone gambling industry. Otherwise, the concept of semi-gambling material would not exist. Shen Muyang nodded in agreement. He then addressed Chu Qianxuan. Mr. Chu, I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye on this fellow. I harbor doubts about his character. If he happens to make a swift exit while I am unearthing the stone, I would have no recourse for redress. Upon finishing his statement, Shen Muyang promptly turned and hurried towards the stone unearthing area, completely disregarding the fact that Chen Gaoxiang's already dark expression had now turned nearly purple with rage. To be fair, this man had indeed entertained the thought of slipping away during this opportunity. Even more frustratingly, he could easily deny such intentions, as he was not directly present. However, now that Shen Muyang had alerted him, at least half the eyes in the room would be fixed upon him. Thus, escaping was out of the question. Even the slightest movement on his part would draw attention. Chen Gaoxiang's only hope now was that the piece of jade Shen Muyang would reveal truly turn out to be tiled jade. Chapter 30, A Million Earned. Yet, while ideals may be grand, reality can be stark. When Shen Muyang held a piece of violet jade the size of a bowl, Chen Gaoxiang realized he had lost. Chen Gaoxiang, you must accept your defeat. This piece of violet jade is not only larger than your glutinous jade, but also far exceeds its value by a staggering margin. Surely, you can afford to lose? At this moment, Shen Muyang felt compelled to employ a tactic of provocation. To be honest, he was genuinely concerned that this man might refuse to acknowledge his loss. After all, such gambling agreements are, in a sense, illegal. Reporting it to the authorities would be futile. In China, aside from purchasing lottery tickets, all other forms of gambling are strictly prohibited. Thus, the only constraints are moral, not legal. Had it been Shen Muyang himself, he might have very well backed down and denied the wager, perhaps resorting to calling the police. Of course, that was the old him, back then. He had neither the means nor the ability to acknowledge such a gamble. Before Chen Gaosheng could respond, Zhu Lingling interjected. Shen Muyang, are you out of your mind for money? 1 million? Why don't you just rob a bank? Shen Muyang shrugged nonchalantly before producing the previously discussed betting agreement, waving it before the crowd. Robbing a bank? Nothing compares to the swiftness of this endeavor. Besides, bank robbery is illegal. I am a man of integrity and would never stoop to such actions. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the betting agreement I have with Mr. Chen Gaosheng. For those unfamiliar with Mr. Chen, allow me to introduce him. He is the chairman of Fei Xiang Jewelry, and his father, Chen Taixiong, is indeed the esteemed Chen Gaosheng. Naturally, I have faith in Mr. Chen Gaosheng's character. After all, it is merely 10 million. Mr. Chen would never default. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Chen? After making this statement, Shen Muyang shook the agreement once more. Today, Chen Gaosheng's visage had not once returned to normal. It had fluctuated from tense to darkened. Just as he was about to speak, the unfortunate Zhu Lingling interjected. Shen Muyang, this is illegal. Do not think to intimidate me with a mere piece of paper. I will call the authorities and report you for extortion. As she spoke, she reached for her phone. But at that moment, a resounding slap echoed through the air as Chen Gaosheng struck her across the face. This incident only served to reinforce Zhu Lingling's unfortunate reputation. Get lost, you wretched woman. Chen Gaosheng felt utterly humiliated. In such circumstances, regardless of his reluctance, he was compelled to pay the 10 million. Should he choose to default, he could foresee that within half an hour, the news would spread throughout the industry. There's a saying that good deeds seldom leave the house while bad news travels far and wide. If certain individuals were to amplify the situation, it would take no more than a quarter of an hour for the entirety of their company to be informed. At that point, it would no longer be merely a matter of 10 million, but rather the repercussions of facing scrutiny from the entire company and the wrath of his father. After all, 10 million was a trifling sum for their family, particularly when it came to matters of reputation. One could say that even 100 million would be worth paying. Yet, Zhu Lingling, in her foolishness, had not only made a ruckus, but also threatened to involve the police. Was this merely about 10 million? It was a matter of the Chen family's honor. Having received yet another unwarranted slap, Zhu Lingling's emotions were tumultuous. Anger, resentment, and a sense of injustice swirled within her. Upon witnessing Chen Gaosheng transfer 10 million to Shen Muyang, regret seeped into her heart. She had never anticipated that the once impoverished Shen Muyang would rise to such heights at this moment. People often speak of a fish turning over, but today, that proverbial transformation was indeed manifesting. Thus, Shen Muyang had instantly become a millionaire, and in that moment, Zhu Lingling's thoughts began to race. There had been a foundation of affection between her and Shen Muyang. Otherwise, they would not have been together for so long. The reason for her infidelity, aside from the assumption that Shen Muyang would remain oblivious, was also the irresistible allure of wealth. Now that Shen Muyang had acquired riches, it indicated that she could escape the clutches of poverty. Moreover, Shen Muyang's wealth far exceeds 10 million. Just the piece of violet he possesses alone is worth at least several hundred thousand. Furthermore, it is evident that his credit card still holds funds from his previous purchases of raw stones. Unbeknownst to Shen Muyang, Zhu Lingling is contemplating his finances and harboring intentions towards his wealth. Upon receiving the notification of 10 million, his heart soared with joy. Were there a microphone at that moment, he would undoubtedly sing a cheerful tune, perhaps the one by Xiao Shenyang. What a delight! Mr. Chen, you have indeed proven me right. You are a man of your word. By the way, since it is still early, shall we engage in another wager? This time, I invite you to propose the terms. Chen Gaosheng seethed with anger, fully aware that Shen Muyang's words were laced with sarcasm and mockery. However, with so many people present, he could only bide his time for revenge. You just wait, boy. This 10 million will not be easily relinquished. One day, I shall make you repay it doubly. Chen Gaosheng whispered this threatening remark in Shen Muyang's ear before parting the crowd and leaving, ignoring even Zhu Lingling. Hand it over. I have secured a guarantee of 10 million for you, and now you have also earned 10 million. As the saying goes, those who witness should share the spoils. Does this piece of violet not rightfully belong to me? Just as Shen Muyang reveled in his triumph, Chu Qianxuan extended her hand, her reasoning surprisingly sound. Without hesitation, Shen Muyang presented her with the violet worth 3 to 400,000. Thanks to you. This piece of violet shall serve as a token of my gratitude. His sincerity caught Chu Qianxuan off guard. She had merely made a jest and had no intention of claiming such a reward. Yet, she was astonished by Shen Muyang's unexpected generosity. Muyang, are you serious? Chu Qianchu inquired, seeking confirmation. Shen Muyang nodded, prepared to utter some heartfelt words, only to be bewildered by her response. I was just joking. All you need to do is cook 3 meals for me each day, and I will compensate you at market value for that. With that, Chu Qianchuan exited the shop, leaving Shen Muyang to ponder, scratching his nose, before also departing with his cart. As for the change from 2 meals a day to 3, he did not dwell on it too much. After all, he would need to cook for himself regardless of her words. Muyang, I wish to speak with you. At that moment, Zhu Lingling approached again, and Shen Muyang's previously buoyant mood soured instantly. Chapter 31. On the Price of Jade. What is it? Shen Muyang asked impatiently, barely masking his irritation. Muyang, let us reconcile. I believe you are my true love. My relationship with Cheng Gaosheng was forced upon me. It was he who Shen Muyang would not be swayed by such nonsense. The only reasons this woman sought him out now were clear. The primary reason, and indeed the most significant one, is that he has acquired wealth. The second reason stems from the realization that he can no longer rely on Cheng Gaosheng. Thus, despite her seemingly delicate and pitiable demeanor, this woman is, in truth, calculating in every regard. Zhu Lingling, we have parted ways. Whether you were coerced or acted of your own volition is inconsequential to me. In light of our past acquaintance, I do not wish to be overly harsh. So as long as you do not disturb me, I shall likewise refrain from intruding upon your life. I merely wish for the past to remain in the past. Although the current circumstances are quite unpleasant, we have shared moments together. Therefore, I desire a dignified exit for myself, and I hope you will also depart gracefully. As Shen Muyang concluded his words and turned to leave, he was abruptly embraced tightly by Zhou Lingling. Muyang, I know you love me. Please forgive me this once. And I promise to change. Just then, Chu Qianchuan's voice drifted over from a distance, and Shen Muyang understood that she was coming to his aid. He hastily pushed Zhu Lingling away. Zhu Lingling, it is over between us. Please do not pursue me any further, otherwise, I shall no longer hold any fondness for our past. With that, Shen Muyang turned and pushed his cart away, leaving Zhu Lingling fuming and stamping her feet behind him. Shen Muyang, just you wait. This matter is far from finished. Shen Muyang paid her no heed. To be frank, he could accept a woman who had ended a cohabitation, or even one who had experienced divorce. If the feelings were genuine, he could embrace a woman with a child from a previous marriage. However, he could not tolerate Zhu Lingling, who had betrayed him, especially when she wore her infidelity with such audacity, which revolted him. At that moment, he recalled a phrase he had encountered somewhere. What I cherish most about myself is my capacity for utter detachment after having fulfilled my obligations. Since I owe you nothing, there is no need for you to test my limits. Once my feelings turn to aversion, they shall never revert to affection. You have your reasons for your actions, and I have my freedom in my conduct. Once a kind person turns cold, you will find yourself unworthy even of kneeling before them. As for Zhu Lingling, Shen Muyang felt these words resonated deeply within him. Thank you, he said as he approached the vehicle, beginning to load the remaining 4 pieces of jadeite rough onto it. While he worked, he expressed his gratitude to Chu Qianchuan. No need for thanks, but I must say, it seems you are intent on rendering my vehicle unserviceable. Shen Muyang understood the implication behind her words. For the moment the rough stones were placed onto the car, the vehicle sagged considerably. He had also noticed this issue, recognizing that it was an off-road vehicle rather than a cargo truck. Let us call it a day. Should we purchase more, they 1T fit. Tomorrow, I will procure a small cargo truck, one that can handle about 2 tons. Chu Qianchuan did not hesitate to agree with Shen Muyang's suggestion. After all, this fellow speaks the truth. Thus, I believe purchasing a double cab pickup would suffice, considering we do not require an excessively spacious cargo area. The most crucial aspect is the ample interior space. Shen Muyang has observed that Chu Qiansun seems to possess a particular fondness for grand things. For instance, she prefers larger villas and spacious vehicles. One cannot help but wonder if she holds a similar preference in other matters. Shen Muyang whimsically mused upon this thought. Muyang, did you hear what I said? Why do I get the impression that your expression is rather lewd? Shen Muyang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, surprised by the woman's keen insight. After all, whether it be purchasing raw stones or vehicles, time was of the essence. Chu Qiansun found merit in Shen Muyang's words, leading them to reach a consensus and head directly homeward. En route, they stopped by a supermarket to procure ingredients for their evening meal. By the time their vehicle arrived at the villa, it was already around 4 in the afternoon. Shen Muyang first transported the 4 stones to the backyard, then proceeded to set up the power strip, don protective gear, and wear a mask. Once all preparations were complete, he embarked on his inaugural stone dissection in that location. Chu Qian-sun boiled a kettle of water. Locating some tea, leaves to brew a cup for Shen Muyang. The tea was rather expensive, acquired from her grandfather, Chu Han Liang. She seldom indulged in tea. Once the water boiled, she brewed 2 cups and brought them to the backyard, just as Shen Muyang halted the stone dissection machine. Muyang, take a break and enjoy some water. Shen Muyang initially intended to decline, but he was indeed parched. They had set out in the afternoon to the raw stone street, and over 2 hours had elapsed without a sip of water. Thus, this cup of tea arrived quite opportunely. Muyang, the water is a bit hot, so drink slowly, Chu Qian-sun gently reminded him, warmly assisting in removing the mask from his face. President Chu, which is more valuable, red jade or green jade? I refer to stones of equivalent size. Chu Qian-sun was rather speechless at Shen Muyang addressing her as President Chu, yet found herself at a loss for alternatives, as all of this was a consequence of her own prior actions. Muyang, when you pose such questions, I can't help but feel you're somewhat uninformed. Logically speaking, with your adeptness in stone dissection, you ought to be aware of these fundamental distinctions. As the saying goes, jadeite is esteemed for its green hue. An imperial jade holds the highest regard. This indicates that green jade is exceedingly precious. However, not everything is absolute. To begin with, both red jade and green jade are highly valued varieties of jadeite, yet red jade typically commands a higher price. This is primarily due to the rarity and market demand for red jade, as its formation conditions are exceedingly stringent, resulting in a very low yield, and thus making it scarcer in the market. Conversely, green jade is more prevalent due to its diverse varieties and substantial market demand, leading to relatively stable prices. Hence, while both types of jade possess their unique merits, there are special circumstances to consider, such as the intensity of the green hue and the presence of any inclusions. Allow me to present a simple example. The well-known green jadeite encompasses a plethora of varieties, including pale green, dark green, oil green, apple green, moss green, and imperial green, among others. Thus, green jadeite comprises no fewer than 10 distinct types, resulting in a spectrum of prices, ranging from the affordable to the exorbitantly costly. The valuation primarily hinges upon the hue and rarity of the stone, rendering subjective evaluations rather challenging. Although red jadeite is precious, its price cannot possibly rival that of imperial green, yet it remains relatively more expensive compared to other forms of green jadeite. Upon your inquiry, it seems you may be referring to this particular piece of jadeite. Chu Qian-sun, suddenly enlightened, directed her gaze towards the jadeite that Shen Muyang had just cut. Chapter 32. Chen Tiexiong's Arrangement. This glance proved captivating. As a hint of red emerged from the incision in the raw stone, Chu Qian-sun hastily set down her teacup and seized a cloth to begin polishing. The red hue, still somewhat elusive, was a testament to Shen Muyang's remarkable skill and audacity in his precise incision. Had he deviated even slightly, he could have marred the jade flesh. Muyang, it truly is red jadeite. Stop drinking and cut it open quickly, exclaimed Chu Qian-sun, snatching Shen Muyang's half-finished teacup and urging him to expedite the process. Shen Muyang felt a wave of frustration. Fortunately, they were partners. Had their relationship been one of employer and employee, he might have missed his meal entirely. Thus began the miraculous moment. With deft maneuvers, left, right, up, and down, before long, the red jadeite was entirely extracted. However, this extraction did not signify completion, as remnants of stone skin clung to the surface. Such attachments required meticulous tools for proper handling, which Shen Muyang lacked. Nevertheless, the value of this jadeite could be distinctly assessed. Muyang, you are truly remarkable. Let me see it. Shen Muyang offered a gentle smile and handed the piece of red jadeite to Chu Qian-sun. She examined the jadeite meticulously from various angles. Though she had encountered such jadeite before, she had never witnessed the extraction process firsthand. In that moment, Chu Qian-sun was fully convinced that Shen Muyang belonged to the elite echelon of hidden masters in the art of gambling on stones. Betting on one piece might be deemed skill. Wagering on two could be attributed to luck, but consistently succeeding with every piece was irrefutably a mark of genuine expertise. Consequently, what if such a talented individual were to be poached by others? No, I must not allow this to happen. This resolute thought surged through Chu Qian-sun's mind. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Muyang remained oblivious to her internal musings, focused solely on his own thoughts. This afternoon, he had expended over 1 million. And according to the data provided by his discerning eye, the potential yield from the 5 jadeite rough stones he had uncovered was approximately 18 million. Certainly, The 18 million mentioned refers to gross income. Multiplying it by 0.85 yields approximately 15 million. Adjusting for some minor discrepancies, let us round it down to 15 million. Adding to this, the remaining 3 to 400,000 he possesses brings him close to 20 million. Furthermore, with the additional 100 million won from today's wager, it can be said that he has surmounted the 3 million mark, all within the blink of an eye. Shen Muyang could scarcely believe that in just a few days he had amassed such wealth. If one were to include the unsold teacup, his assets would indeed surpass 30 million. This begs the question, should he consider purchasing a house? Perhaps a villa of similar size. Though a smaller one might be more prudent to avoid overexpenditure. Shen Muyang's thoughts were in tumult, while on the other side, Chun Gao Sheng, who had engaged in a bet with him, found himself enduring a scolding in his father's office. You are utterly incompetent, bringing nothing but shame upon our family. At your age, how can you lack common sense? What is your standing compared to his? Even if you win, does that mean he will kneel and call you grandfather? What a foolish notion. How could I have a son like you? Now, not only have you lost money, but you've also tarnished our reputation. If word of this spreads, will I hide my face? Chun Tai-xiong berated, his anger gradually subsiding after a considerable time, while Chun Gao Sheng remained utterly silent. Despite his bluster outside, before his father, he was reduced to a docile figure. Now, tell me, how do you plan to rectify this? Also, you must sever ties with Zhu Lingling immediately. In a few days, it will be Chu Hanliang's birthday, and I intend to leverage this opportunity to see if you can connect with Chu Qinshuan. Therefore, do not cause me further trouble, particularly regarding women. If you continue to act recklessly, I will have no choice but to take drastic measures. Chun Gao Sheng shuddered at his father's words and quickly assured him, Father, Zhu Lingling is merely a fleeting amusement for me. I had no idea it would be so fortuitously witnessed by Chu Qinshuan. But rest assured, I will resolve this matter tonight, ensuring that from tomorrow onwards, you will hear nothing regarding this woman. As for today's incident, I cannot simply swallow my pride. I must seek retribution. Chen Tai-xiong glanced at his son and ultimately nodded. Despite his son's misdeeds, they were his to address. And it was not the place of an outsider to intervene. Moreover, Shen Muyang had dared to humiliate him, and it was imperative that he be taught a lesson. However, in this era of legal governance, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary conflicts. The first course of action should be to extract every penny from Shen Muyang and orchestrate a situation that would lead to his embarrassment, thereby ensuring that Chu Qinshuan would naturally distance herself from him. Although I am the chairman, many eyes are upon me. Should you overstep, it will be difficult for me to account for it later. Remember, do not bring me more trouble. Chen Gao Sheng promptly acquiesced, then hurriedly exited his father's office. Shen Muyang, mark my words, I shall come for you tomorrow. Chen Gao Sheng's unwavering confidence stemmed from the mention of the venerable Huang Lao by his father, Chen Tai-xiong. This Huang Lao, whose full name is Huang Shulang, refrains from revealing his name due to its phonetic resemblance to that of a weasel. Thus few are privy to his true identity. Nevertheless, Huang Shulang is no ordinary individual. His expertise in gambling stones is undoubtedly of a masterful caliber. In the past, when Chen Tai-xiong had rescued him from peril, a strong bond was forged between them. Now, in his advancing years, he enjoys wandering and has fortuitously arrived in this vicinity. As the sun gradually descended, Shen Muyang finally unveiled all the jade rough stones. Aside from the initially revealed violet and red jade, the remaining 3 stones were all green and of commendable quality. Muyang, I have just conducted a preliminary assessment, and these jades collectively approximate a value of around 18 million. However, I must emphasize that this is merely an estimation, given the quantity of jade. I will certainly seek the expertise of professionals for a definitive appraisal. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should have an accurate valuation by tomorrow morning. Would you like me to provide you with a deposit in the meantime? Chapter 33. The mindset of Zhu Lingling. Shen Muyang cast a glance at the woman, remaining silent as he busied himself with removing his gear. He then proceeded to the bathroom for a shower, as the day was drawing to a close, and a bath would be perfect before preparing dinner. Observing Shen Muyang enter the bathroom, Chu Qinshuan merely shrugged nonchalantly before placing the 5 pieces of jade into a box. What she had just spoken was the unvarnished truth. Purchasing 1 or 2 pieces of jade outright is feasible under special circumstances. However, when it comes to a larger quantity, especially at a not insignificant price, it would be somewhat inappropriate for her to pay directly. Of course, it could be done, yet it would inevitably lead to unwarranted gossip. Thus, For the sake of long-term interests and to avoid unnecessary complications, the best course of action would be to have the company's professionals appraise these pieces of jade. This way, all would be above board. Once the pricing concludes, she would merely need to adhere to the contractual agreement for payment. This method has been a customary practice in previous purchases, providing peace of mind and a clear conscience. Men tend to shower quickly, from washing their hair to rinsing their bodies. They can wrap it up in mere minutes. While Chu Qian-sun pondered over various matters, Shen Muyang astonishingly emerged from the shower already. Was this how quickly men bathe? Did he even wash thoroughly? At this moment, Chu Qian-sun found herself questioning, primarily comparing his speed to her own bathing habits. In winter, her showers could easily last an hour. In summer, while shorter, they would never be less than half an hour. Yet, Shen Muyang had been in the bathroom for only 7 or 8 minutes. Unbeknownst to Shen Muyang, Chu Qian-sun was lost in her own musings, while he was preoccupied with contemplating what dish to prepare for dinner that evening. On the other side, in a hotel room, Chen Gaosheng completed the tasks of undressing and dressing in a mere 3 minutes before tossing a card onto the bed. Lying on the bed was a woman who appeared quite dissatisfied, none other than Zhu Lingling. Zhu Lingling, this card contains 200,000. Our relationship ends here, and I hope you will not pursue me any further. Otherwise, it will not bode well for you. However, should I ever require your assistance again, I shall reach out to you. You satisfy me once, and I shall grant you 100,000. This poses no loss to you. Had this been a few days prior, Zhu Lingling would have certainly cried and pleaded, for such an opportunity could have yielded her more money. Yet, her perspective had shifted. Chen Gaosheng, the man who could barely last 3 seconds, was not only lacking in that regard but also possessed an abominable temper. Receiving 200,000 as a parting gift was not a loss. As for the future, that would depend on her mood. However, this was merely her internal monologue. In reality, Zhu Lingling was not one to let matters rest so easily. If she could obtain more, why would she not? Chen Gaosheng, you were the one who said you would marry me, which is why I ended things with Shen Muyang. Now, after using me, you wish to cast me aside. Doesn't that seem rather dishonorable? At these words, Chen Gaosheng's expression darkened, and he seized Zhu Lingling by the neck. You shameless woman, do you dare to provoke me? Do you believe I would hesitate to end your life? Zhu Lingling was no meek lamb. She coughed twice, breaking free from his grasp, taking a considerable time to regain her composure. You have called me a shameless woman. If you have the courage, then kill me. My life is hardly valuable. But you, Chen, are of a different caliber. Your family's wealth is measured in billions, and you accompany me here. Do you truly think you could emerge unscathed from such an act? The moment you step outside, I will call the police and report you. Go ahead, test me. Chen Gaosheng seethed with rage. Yet Zhu Lingling spoke a truth he could not ignore. She was indeed a shameless woman, and trading her life for his would surely not be worth it. Even if it were, he would not be foolish enough to do so. I will offer you an additional 300,000. If you remain unsatisfied, we shall see what unfolds. Ultimately, Chen Gaosheng chose to relent. Zhu Lingling smiled. Those few words had earned her 300,000. The speed at which she could acquire money was far easier than spreading her legs. Very well, I can agree to your terms. However, do you not wish to deal with Shen Muyang? I have been with him for 3 years. No one understands him better than I do. Why not we collaborate? You provide the remuneration, and I shall furnish you with intelligence. What do you think? At this moment, Chen Gaosheng yearned to sever all ties with this woman. He had no desire for further entanglements. Initially, he had entertained the notion that they might still have private dealings in the future, but that thought had vanished entirely. After all, Zhu Lingling was far more formidable than she appeared. As for handling Shen Muyang, he had already devised a plan that required no cooperation with her. Moreover, this woman has fallen into the allure of wealth, seeking to exploit herself for revenge while shamelessly demanding compensation under the pretext of selling information. Chen Gaosheng is no fool. He would not be easily deceived. Thus, after transferring an additional 300,000 to her, he departed from the hotel. Following his exit, Zhu Lingling did not rush away. She too pondered her next steps. In truth, she had not always been this way. Her perspective had gradually shifted as she encountered more experiences, culminating in the transformative appearance of Chen Gaosheng. His arrival altered the trajectory of her life completely. Now, she could be deemed affluent. With the sum Chen Gaosheng had previously provided, coupled with what she accrued that evening, certainly surpassing 2 million. With this considerable amount, she could indeed consider herself wealthy. Even in Jinling City, purchasing a home outright and acquiring a vehicle costing over 100,000 would pose no challenge. Yet, Zhu Lingling felt a profound emptiness. For a boyfriend of 3 years had vanished, leaving her with an undeniable sense of loss. It echoed the sentiment of a song, where one gains everything yet loses everything. Lost in thought, she recalled Shen Muyang's resoluteness that day and the fortune he had amassed. Originally, that money was rightfully hers. If only Shen Muyang would reconcile with her, they could not only be wealthy, but also restart their lives together. However, all of this was shattered by another woman, Chu Qinshuan. In that moment, Zhu Lingling found herself harboring resentment not only towards Shen Muyang, but also towards Chu Qinshuan. Yet, unbeknownst to both parties involved, their lives were about to take unexpected turns. Muyang, what are your plans moving forward? At the dinner table, the two dined while engaging in conversation. Plans? My intention is to first purchase a house, for I now consider myself financially stable. Owning a home seems imperative. Once I acquire a property, I shall then procure a vehicle. Additionally, I lack foundational knowledge regarding jade raw stones, so I plan to gather information and educate myself on that front. As for other matters, I have yet to finalize my thoughts. In any case, my focus will undoubtedly be on generating income. Chapter 34. Harassment. Shen Muyang's plans are fundamentally sound. When a man comes into wealth, his initial thoughts typically revolve around acquiring a car and a home. The next consideration often involves finding a partner, with other arrangements to follow in due course. However, Chu Qinshuan held a different perspective, recognizing that their viewpoints diverged significantly. Therefore, she sought to persuade Shen Muyang to amend certain aspects of his plans. Muyang, I believe there is no rush to buy a house or a car just yet. Consider this. My space is quite ample, and we currently share a collaborative relationship. Moreover, I am rather particular about my food, and your culinary skills align perfectly with my tastes. This presents numerous advantages. At the very least, your cooking will be appreciated and acknowledged, which is indeed significant. Furthermore, purchasing a home is a major decision. Unlike buying a piece of clothing where one merely negotiates the price, the intricacies involved are considerable. Take my villa as an example. From the selection process to the actual purchase, it took nearly half a year, and with the subsequent renovations, it was almost a year before I could move in. Therefore, I believe one should not waste energy on such matters, at least not for the time being. Instead, we ought to focus our efforts on generating income. For with wealth comes everything else. As for the car, you may drive mine for now, considering I possess more than one vehicle. Additionally, you plan to purchase a small truck tomorrow, so acquiring another car seems unnecessary. After all, earning money is not an easy task, and we should not squander our finances. Would you agree? Shen Muyang listened intently, finding this woman's arguments compelling, yet he sensed something amiss. However, he could not pinpoint the issue immediately, as her words had overwhelmed his thoughts. Unable to grasp the situation, he decided to align his thinking with her perspective. Upon reflection, he indeed recognized the validity of her statements. Purchasing a house is not a matter of mere impulse. It requires careful consideration to find a satisfactory option, followed by renovation, all of which demands time. Time is of the essence now. He must seize these days to earn some money. Once he has secured sufficient funds, he can contemplate other matters. Thus, Shen Muyang's intentions to buy a house and a car were ultimately stifled. Seeing Shen Muyang acquiesce, Chu Qinshuan felt a surge of joy. Such an exceptional man should not be easily let go. Muyang, you would do well to heed my advice. I have a friend in the real estate business. I shall put in a good word for you, and should any suitable properties arise, I will inform you. For now, your priority should be to settle in here and focus on earning. She then added, by the way, today is April 27th, and in 3 days is my grandfather's birthday. If you are free, I would love for you to accompany me. After speaking, Chu Qinshuan cast a subtle glance at Shen Muyang, subconsciously hoping he would not decline. Shen Muyang was aware that the woman's grandfather was celebrating his birthday, a fact stemming from the wooden carving of the birthday celebrant he had purchased the previous day. Initially, however, he was unaware of the date of the celebration. All right, do I need to prepare any gifts? Chu Qinshuan breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Muyang's agreement was already a source of happiness. As for gifts, there's no need for you to worry. I have already sent mine. As for you, a small token would suffice. By the way, will you be resting tomorrow, or continuing with the purchase of raw stones? Chu Qinshuan recalled Shen Muyang had mentioned that gambling on stones could not be done daily, typically requiring a day of rest between sessions. Hence her inquiry. Shen Muyang set down his chopsticks, having finished his meal. I will be taking a day off tomorrow, primarily because I have some matters to attend to in the morning. After the afternoon, if time permits, I may go to look at cars for sale. In any case, I likely will not visit the stone market tomorrow, but we shall see. Tomorrow's events can be addressed then. After finishing dinner, Chu Qinshuan even began to assist in clearing the table. To be honest, she had never engaged in such a task throughout her life. Now that she was financially secure, by tomorrow, after settling the payment for the goods, she would possess nearly 30 million in funds. Even if she were to fall short, it would not be by much. Thus, she planned to visit Chu Hanliang again tomorrow morning to sell that teacup. With this, the sum of over 30 million would be assured, considering that the teacup was quite valuable. Originally, Shen Muyang's plan was to become wealthy through seizing opportunities, but after encountering Jade raw stones, his perspective shifted. He decided to pursue both endeavors simultaneously. However, after today's events, he found himself rethinking yesterday's notions. After all, when it comes to gambling on stones, the method of capitalizing on opportunities was exceedingly slow. He had been fortunate to come across a few good finds over the past couple of days, but collectively, they only amounted to a few million. Yet, in just one afternoon today, he earned over 20 million, of course excluding the 10 million wagered, which meant a net profit of around 16 to 17 million. In comparison, it became abundantly clear which was more lucrative, gambling on stones or seeking antiques. His mother's health had been poor these past 2 years, and while they previously lacked the means, they now possessed the resources to take her to a reputable hospital for a checkup. Even if there were no major illnesses, a checkup would not be detrimental. While Shen Muyang pondered these matters, his phone buzzed with a WeChat notification. Upon checking, he saw a lengthy message from Zhu Lingling. It primarily expressed her regrets, her desire to reconcile, and her promises for the future. This sudden message soured Shen Muyang's mood. He had made his feelings clear earlier that day, yet this woman remained tangled in her emotions. Consequently, he decided to take decisive action, swiftly blocking both her WeChat and phone number. Just as he blocked her, another WeChat notification chimed, but this time it was not from Zhu Lingling. It was from the upstairs neighbor, Chu Qinshuan. Chapter 35, A Night Conversation. Muyang, are you asleep? Chu Qinshuan's message seemed trivial. At this hour, what else could one do but sleep? It would have been more appropriate to add an extra word. Are you already asleep? He replied, I'm about to sleep. Is there something on your mind? The most crucial aspect was that he was uncertain how to respond to her next message. Fortunately, this woman was quite astute and emotionally intelligent. After a moment's contemplation, she managed to find a topic. By the way, please don't misunderstand. I simply felt restless and wanted to check in on you. If it's inconvenient for you to talk, I completely understand. Chu Qinshuan's words were impeccably crafted, implying that she was open to conversation if he wished to share, but would not press him if he did not. I have a rather lengthy story to tell. If you genuinely wish to hear it, why not get up and assist me? I can whip up some late-night snacks for us to enjoy while we chat, especially since I'm not particularly sleepy. After sending this message, Shen Muyang felt a twinge of regret and contemplated retracting it, only to find that Chu Qinshuan had already sent her message ahead of him. In the message, there was not a single word, only a gesture. The implication was clear. Shen Muyang was at a loss and had no choice but to get out of bed and dress. In truth, he had merely intended to tease this woman, and after sending the message, he contemplated retracting it, but ultimately it was too late. Handsome men are drawn to beautiful women, and beautiful women admire heroes. With Chu Qinshuan's stunning looks and grace, it would be disingenuous to claim that Shen Muyang was indifferent. However, his affection was purely from an appreciative standpoint, as the disparity between them was vast. This was but one aspect. The primary reason lay in the fact that he had recently parted ways with Zhu Lingling. Moreover, they shared nearly 3 years of cohabitation, a fact well known to Chu Qinshuan. Given his situation, the likelihood of her being interested in him was negligible. Additionally, recent events involving X-ray vision, antiques, serendipitous finds, and gambling stones had transpired in rapid succession, leaving Shen Muyang with scant opportunity to contemplate the nuances of romantic relationships. The predominant connection between him and Chu Qinshuan was perhaps one of collaboration, alongside a so-called cohabitation arrangement. Naturally, those in the know understood the implications of this arrangement. If one were to characterize their dynamic, she was merely a subordinate, tasked with simple chores like peeling garlic, with little else to follow. That evening, with leftover dishes from dinner, Shen Muyang prepared an additional dish and a soup, warming the remnants in just a few minutes. Muyang, let us drink and chat. Chu Qinshuan exclaimed as she retrieved 2 bottles of beer from the refrigerator, deftly opening one with a bottle opener and handing it to Shen Muyang. Typically, he seldom indulged in alcohol, primarily due to his low tolerance. Under normal circumstances, he would manage only 3 or 4 bottles of beer, and with spirits, 2 yang would suffice. Muyang, now you may share your story. Although Shen Muyang was not particularly hungry, he casually nibbled at his food before beginning his tale. My acquaintance with Zhu Ling was serendipitous. We happened to rent an apartment together, and coincidentally, it was a suite with approximately 7 or 8 rooms, where she and I resided. Gradually, we became familiar with one another. It is quite natural for young people to develop mutual affections. As he spoke, he took a sip of beer, seemingly lacking enthusiasm for recounting his narrative, yet Chu Qiansun listened with rapt attention. Her primary concern was not how they met, but rather how they parted ways. With no alternative, Shen Muyang continued. To be frank, the reason for our breakup was not the alleged infidelity, but rather due to my own shortcomings. To be precise, Zhu Ling's infidelity was intertwined with my circumstances. Had I been a bit more outstanding, earning a higher salary each month, or if my mother had not fallen ill, ultimately, listening intently, Chu Qianxuan gradually came to comprehend the past between Shen Muyang and Zhu Ling. Many occurrences in life can only be attributed to the whims of fate. Shen Muyang, faced with his mother's illness, found himself in dire need of funds for her treatment. Naturally, Zhu Ling harbored reservations, for, from a certain perspective, the money Shen earned would eventually benefit them both. It is crucial to note that this sentiment stems from a selfish viewpoint. However, from Shen Muyang's standpoint, it is only natural for a son to provide financial support for his mother's medical needs. At this juncture, a fissure had already begun to form in their relationship, albeit one that was not beyond repair. The crux of the issue lay in Shen Muyang's inability to easily appease a woman's heart, compounded by the unexpected arrival of Chen Gaosheng, which completely altered the course of events. Zhu Ling's dalliance with Chen Gaosheng can be attributed to 2 primary reasons, one being a desire to seek revenge on Shen Muyang, and the other stemming from an inability to resist the allure of wealth. Ultimately, events transpired that should not have, and coincidentally, they were discovered by Shen Muyang. This was the catalyst for their eventual separation. Muyang, there's a question that has long eluded my understanding. If you are indeed so capable, why did you not reveal your talent sooner? She inquired. Could you elucidate this for me? It was inconceivable for him to divulge to her that the reason he had not showcased his abilities earlier was due to his lack of X-ray vision at that time. To confess that he only gained such powers after being struck by a vehicle would certainly provoke Chu Qianxuan to wield a beer bottle against him in fury. In Chapter 36, The Sale of a Teacup, Shen Muyang ultimately refrained from disclosing the truth, for he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. The only recourse was to deflect the conversation and shift topics. As their dialogue continued, time slipped away, and the evening's exchange proved significant, drawing them markedly closer until fatigue set in, prompting them to retire for the night. The following morning unfolded much like the first, as Chu Qianxuan descended the stairs to find Shen Muyang had nearly prepared breakfast. After a brief greeting, she proceeded with her morning routine and sat down to eat. Muyang, what are your plans for today? She inquired, revisiting a topic discussed the previous afternoon when Shen had briefly outlined the day's tasks. Hold on. I need to step out for a bit to handle some matters. Once I am done, I plan to check on the small truck, as it is more convenient for transporting raw stones. As for the afternoon, I have yet to decide. Chu Qianxuan's eyes darted mischievously before she began her persuasion. Muyang, what if you focus on your tasks while I attend to my work at the company? After you finish, you could come to my office, settle yesterday's payment, and we could enjoy lunch together. This way, we would save a considerable amount of time. If time permits, we might contemplate engaging in alternative pursuits. What do you think of my suggestion? After a moment's reflection, Shen Muyang realized that this woman's arrangement seemed more sensible than his own. After all, he had never purchased a car and was unfamiliar with the related procedures, and a substantial sum of over 10 million yuan for the goods was indeed of utmost importance. Thus, he nodded in agreement without hesitation. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Shen Muyang arrived at Chu Hanliang's residence for the second time. Today, Chu Hanliang's wife, Lu Shujia, was not home, leaving only Chu Hanliang present. Muyang, do show it to me. Chu Hanliang, having exchanged only a few words, became increasingly impatient, revealing his fervent enthusiasm for antiques. Shen Muyang merely smiled and placed a box on the table, gesturing for him to proceed. Chu Hanliang quickly donned his glasses and then put on gloves before opening the box. As the box was unveiled, the exquisite Changhua Dotsai chicken tea bowl, also known as a tea jar, came into view. Upon seeing the item, Chu Hanliang's eyes narrowed with intrigue. Antiques are categorized into numerous types, with the most common being bronze vessels, paintings, porcelain, and coins. Among these familiar antiques, the most challenging to preserve are paintings, followed closely by porcelain. The primary reason paintings rank as the most difficult to preserve is their susceptibility to fire, water, rodent damage, and human interference. Consequently, Very few paintings have survived from ancient times to the present day. Porcelain, while less affected by the passage of time, is quite fragile. Even those commonplace vases purchased in rural areas can easily shatter if not handled carefully, let alone the porcelain artifacts that have endured through the ages. Thus, the prices of these two types of items are typically quite high, particularly those from official kilns, with well-documented provenance being truly exceptional. The tea bowl in Shen Muyang's possession perfectly embodies these characteristics, having been preserved flawlessly and its details readily apparent. Muyang, where did you acquire this piece? It couldn't possibly be a fortunate find, could it? Your luck is simply extraordinary. To stumble upon a treasure from the Changhua era is almost enough to evoke my envy. However, I find it difficult to place a price on this tea bowl, primarily due to its impeccable preservation and exorbitant value. Why don't you propose a price yourself? Very well. Chu Hanliang passed the ball back to Shen Muyang. Since Shen Muyang had come prepared, he had already conducted his research on this matter. Old Chu, determining the price is not overly complicated. We can assess this item from various perspectives. I have examined nearly 20 years of transaction records, and there have been 5 auction records for similar tea bowls. The highest price achieved was 8 million yuan, while the lowest was 25 million yuan, concluded at the Yongluo auction house in 2023. However, that particular item possesses certain flaws, rendering it incomparable to my own. Thus, we shall not assess it at the highest or lowest price. Rather, we will combine the two figures and derive an average value. In other words, for 5 million, this teacup shall be yours. I wonder how you perceive this, Mr. Chu. Shen Muyang was somewhat audacious in his offer. As is discerning, I had appraised the item at 8 million. Nevertheless, he deliberately referenced the auction house's highest price, which often diverges from actual market values. For instance, an antique priced at 1 million may typically transact between 800,000 and 2 million. However, in an auction setting, the dynamics shift dramatically. Promotional efforts and the heightened emotions of wealthy bidders can inflate prices significantly. It is not uncommon for a 1 million item to fetch as much as 5 million, and in extraordinary cases, even reach 10 million. Mr. Chu is no fool. He is fully aware of these market nuances. Yet, he did not hold Shen Muyang's boldness against him. This transaction is a negotiation, where the practice of setting exorbitant prices is merely a tactic to elicit a counteroffer. Now that a price has been proposed, it is only fitting to respond with a counter. Muyang, Mr. Chu began, considering my age and my genuine fondness for this item. Might you extend a bit more favor? How about this? I shall treat you to a meal, and you grant me a 20% discount. Once you agree, I shall promptly transfer the funds. As he spoke, Mr. Chu retrieved his phone, making his intentions abundantly clear. In truth, Shen Muyang's ideal price ranged between 5 and 4 million. His initial offer of 5 million was simply a means to provide room for negotiation. With Mr. Chu now making his proposal, Shen Muyang felt inclined to acquiesce, and thus the transaction was amicably concluded. The mention of lunch was merely jest. After finalizing the deal, during their casual conversation, Mr. Chu suddenly recalled something and promptly inquired, Muyang, given your exceptional appraisal skills, could you assist me in authenticating an item? Chapter 37. A ring that cannot be authenticated. Mr. Chu's request struck Shen Muyang as peculiar, for Mr. Chu was renowned for his high level of expertise in appraisal, at least in Shen Muyang's experience. He was the most proficient connoisseur of antiques he had encountered. Previously, he had deemed Zhou Bapai's skills to be commendable, only to later realize that the two were not even in the same league. It was akin to comparing lesser martial artists to the exalted masters of the demigods. Now, this venerable elder claimed to possess an item that eluded his own discerning eye, which was nothing short of absurd. Mr. Chu, are you jesting with me? If you cannot authenticate this item, how could I possibly, as Shen Muyang spoke, he was abruptly interrupted by Chu Hanliang. My dear Muyang, whether this can be authenticated is of little consequence. It's mainly a matter of chance. Besides, I have been researching this for 3 years, and to this day, I remain at a loss. Even if you cannot decipher it, it matters not. Just wait for me to show you. After finishing his words, Chu Hanliang rose and entered his collection room. In a short while, he emerged with a box, placing it before Shen Muyang and gesturing for him to open it. Without hesitation, Shen Muyang lifted the lid, revealing the contents within. Inside lay a ring, strikingly archaic, yet its material was neither gold, silver, copper, nor iron, an enigma of sorts. Furthermore, the ring exuded an aura of antiquity. Shen Muyang furrowed his brows and activated his X-ray vision. Item name unknown. Item attributes unknown. Item value unknown. Shen Muyang was taken aback. If even his X-ray vision could not discern its nature, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. The inability of his vision to read the item suggested either its superior grade or, conversely, the inferiority of his own abilities. Thus, it could be interpreted that with enhanced perception, he might one day unveil the secrets of this artifact. If you cannot decipher it, I shall return it to you later. If you fancy it, take it. It spares me the headache of gazing at it, leaving with the ring in hand. Shen Muyang held no desire to possess it. Rather, he found himself intrigued by its complexity. The ring fit snugly upon his left ring finger, yet he soon removed it, placing it back in a box. After all, it belonged to another, and should it incur damage, an explanation would be necessary. Feeling that enough time had passed, he departed, driving away from Chu Qianxuan's company, Flying Group. He was familiar with this conglomerate, and due to the absence of traffic, it took him merely half an hour to arrive. Upon reaching Flying Group, Shen Muyang promptly phoned Chu Qianxuan. Shortly thereafter, a young woman in her 20s approached his vehicle. After exchanging a few words with the security personnel, she waved to Shen Muyang's car. He drove in and lowered the window. The woman, clad in white, with long hair, cascading freely and adorned with spectacles, exuded an air of charm. Mr. Shen, I am Lu Mengqi, secretary and assistant to President Chu. I have been sent to escort you. Please park your vehicle in that lot over there. Grateful, Shen Muyang parked his car and followed Lu Mengqi into the office building. The structure boasted 16 floors, with Chu Qianxuan residing on the 15th. As for the 16th floor, one need not possess a high intelligence quotient to deduce its occupant. Mr. Shen, Ms. Chu is currently occupied in the appraisal department. She asked me to convey to you to wait here for a moment. Lu Mengqi escorted Shen Muyang to Chu Qianxuan's office, pouring him a cup of water while explaining the situation. Thank you. Shen Muyang politely accepted the teacup, while Lu Mengqi nodded slightly before turning to leave. After all, the two were not well acquainted, and there was no need for unnecessary conversation. With some time on his hands, Shen Muyang began to observe the office. Similar to the villa, it maintained a consistently minimalist aesthetic. However, a treadmill in the corner indicated that Chu Qianxuan likely engaged in regular exercise, which explained her enviable physique. As Shen Muyang's thoughts meandered, the office door swung open, revealing none other than Chu Qianxuan. Muyang, have you been waiting long? She inquired, handing him a document. Take a look at this. I was just handling this matter. If you find it satisfactory, I will arrange for the payment. Upon reviewing the document, Shen Muyang discovered it contained the appraisal results for several jade pieces. In simpler terms, the appraisal department had conducted a valuation, determining the total worth of the 5 jade pieces to be 17.5 million. This figure closely aligned with the estimates provided by his contacts, as minor discrepancies are quite normal. Moreover, given that this was a reputable company, it was only logical they would assess from their perspective. Thus, the offered price was indeed reasonable. However, calculating at a discount of 15, the final price would be just under 15 million, specifically 14.875 million. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Muyang signed the document. The difference was merely a few $100,000, and for such a substantial transaction, he deemed it insignificant. Having confirmed his signature, Chu Qianxuan promptly contacted the finance department to initiate the payment. Soon after, Shen Muyang's phone buzzed with a notification. Upon checking, he found it was indeed the payment confirmation. Consequently, his assets had surpassed 30 million, especially considering the 4 million profit from the tea set sold that morning. Muyang, you haven't shared what you were up to this morning, Chu Qianxuan remarked, in a buoyant mood from receiving the payment. He was about to recount his morning's activities when a knock interrupted them. Come in, he called. As the door opened, Chun Gaosheng entered with a smile. However, upon spotting Shen Muyang, his expression darkened instantly. What are you doing here? Who permitted you to come to our company? Shen Muyang found himself momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated this confrontation, having been invited here without any misconduct on his part. The unexpected arrival of Chun Gaosheng, coupled with his accusatory tone, left him bewildered. Everything unfolded with astonishing suddenness, leaving Shen Muyang momentarily bewildered. Just as he was ready to retaliate, Chu Qianxuan spoke up. Vice President Shen, what do you mean by this? Why are you shouting my office? At that moment, Chun Gaosheng seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Yet this was not the bustling streets of the raw stone market, but rather the domain of Fei Xiang Group, his father's territory, after all. Qianxuan, how could someone like him possibly belong in our company? I do not welcome him. Chun Gaosheng's words incited considerable ire in Chu Qianxuan, yet on a certain level, she found them rather amusing. Chun Gaosheng, I implore you to choose your words with care. This is my office. and I am the general manager of this company. Do you imply that as a general manager, I require your consent as vice president to receive a guest in my own office? Is there any company regulation stipulating that my guests must be approved by the vice president before entering? I doubt even the chairman possesses such authority. Chen Gaosheng's face turned pale at Chu Qiansun's retort, yet he struggled to find a counterargument. The truth was, even a mere employee could arrange for a reception room if someone sought their audience, let alone a senior executive. His earlier outburst was merely a result of seeing Shen Muyang and losing his temper, especially with the infuriatingly provocative gaze Shen Muyang directed at him. In that moment, Shen Muyang was deliberately teasing. This was Chu Qiansun's office, and he wished to honor her. Otherwise, he could have easily shot back at the insolence of Chen Gaosheng. Moreover, he was curious to observe how Chu Qiansun would navigate this predicament. So he chose to remain silent, leaving the subsequent proceedings to her. However, silence did not preclude him from expressing disdainful and mocking gestures. This only served to exacerbate Chen Gaosheng's frustration. How is it that others may, yet he cannot, fully aware of his own shortcomings? Chen Gaosheng resorted to twisted logic, further infuriating Chu Qiansun. Chen Gaosheng, who do you think you are? Leave my office at once, and from this day forth, do not return. Regarding today's incident, I will report it to upper management. I expect a proper explanation from the company, so be prepared. As the commotion drew more onlookers, the unfolding drama soon became common knowledge among the higher-ups of the company, aided by the well-meaning guidance of Chu Qiansun's secretary. By the time Chen Taixiong became aware of the situation, half an hour had elapsed, and the embarrassment was palpable. It was rather disgraceful for a corporate entity, with a general manager and a vice president engaged in a public uproar over a guest. Most critically, the instigator was none other than his own son. Had there been any justification for this debacle, it might have been more bearable, yet Chen Gaosheng had no ground to stand on from the outset. Thus, Chen Gaosheng was summoned once again to Chen Tiexiong's office. With a sharp crack, Chen Tiexiong delivered a resounding slap, leaving 5 crimson imprints on the left side of Chen Gaosheng's face. Father! Crack! Another slap followed, this time more aesthetically pleasing and symmetrical. For the Chinese have a penchant for balance. Where there had been 5 finger marks on the left cheek, now the right side bore 5 as well, achieving a harmonious symmetry. Do not call me father. I have no son like you. Just yesterday, I clearly advised you to remain calm in the face of adversity and not to bicker with an inconspicuous grassroots individual. Yet, you dismissed my counsel as mere nonsense. Chu Qianxuan was chosen as the general manager by all the board members. Even I would not dare to speak to her in such a manner. Yet, you stormed into her office, causing a ruckus, and you were in the wrong. It's utterly outrageous. Shen Muyang was a guest invited by Chu Qianxuan, regardless of their intentions. That is a plain fact. As long as Chu Qianxuan does not invite a murderer, this matter is none of your concern. By your logic, should I seek your permission whenever a guest wishes to see me in the future? Chen Tiexiong was genuinely incensed today, were it not for his anger. He would not have delivered 2 resounding slaps to his son. Typically, the son does not bring much pride and occasionally makes mistakes, but he can be understood. After all, Chen Gaosheng was spoiled by his mother from a young age, and his years abroad had fostered some arrogant traits, which could be forgiven. He does possess his own connections. Yet the recent actions he has undertaken have proven intolerable to Chen Tiexiong. If the previous unpleasantness with Shen Muyang was driven by jealousy and competitiveness, that could be somewhat understood, as youthful exuberance often leads to such behaviors. However, today's incident was pure folly. How could one venture into Chu Qianxuan's office to question her and even engage in an argument? You will accompany me to Chu Qianxuan's office to apologize in hopes of resolving this matter quietly. With this decision, Chen Tiexiong took a firm stance. Father, I refuse to go. I won't set foot in there, even if it costs me my life. If I do, how can I maintain my position in the company? Besides, you are the chairman. Whether this situation calms down rests solely upon your word. Why should I apologize to her? Chen Tiexiong felt the urge to slap Chen Gaosheng once more, but ultimately refrained, for the boy's words bore a kernel of truth. Indeed, Chu Qianxuan possessed considerable capability. Yet what truly weighed on Chen Tiexiong's mind was her grandfather, Chu Hanliang. After all, Chu Hanliang had served as chairman of Feixiang Group for decades. Had he not aged and retired, and had not Chu Qianxuan's parents met with an untimely demise, the chairmanship would not have fallen to Chen Tiexiong. Thus, there was a certain apprehension in Chen Tiexiong's heart, but Chen Gaosheng's remarks served as a reminder. Chu Hanliang had retired years ago, and his influence had waned significantly since then. Chu Qianxuan undoubtedly possesses certain capabilities. However, given her relative youth and the brevity of her tenure within the company, her reputation pales in comparison to her predecessor. The Chu family currently enjoys two primary advantages. First, the continued presence of Chu Hanliang, whose long-standing status ensures that the majority of shareholders afford him a degree of respect. After all, they are comrades who have fought to establish the company, and his influence is certainly more effective than that of Chen Tiexiong. The second concern, of course, pertains to the family shareholding. As the largest shareholder of Feixiang Group, Chu Hanliang's eventual retirement will inevitably result in all shares being inherited by Chu Qianxuan. This is precisely why Chen Tiexiong fervently supports his son Chen Gaoxing's pursuit of Chu Qianxuan, though he laments his son's lack of ambition. However, the prospect of bringing his son to apologize could severely hinder the latter's future prospects. Thus, Chen Tiexiong decides to refrain from pressuring him further, with the imminent celebration of Chu Hanliang's birthday providing a more opportune moment for a visit and an apology. In such a public setting, even if Chu Qianxuan harbors resentment, it is likely that she will not dwell on it. With this thought, Chen Tiexiong's irritation subsides considerably. Yet another question arises. What is the true nature of the relationship between Shen Muyang and Chu Qianxuan? Chapter 39. The Silent Dog Bites. You must expedite the matter we discussed yesterday. Shen Muyang may prove to be rather formidable. Therefore, arrange for him to partake in a fabricated wager. As the adage goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Currently, we are entirely in the dark regarding this individual, placing us at a distinct disadvantage. We must ascertain whether he is merely fortunate or genuinely skilled. Moreover, refrain from any reckless behavior, should further complications arise. I shall be unable to shield you from the fallout. Chen Gaosheng promptly assented. As long as he could avoid apologizing to Chu Qianxuan, he was willing to comply with anything. After all, such an act would be profoundly humiliating. As for the last two remarks made by Chen Tiexiong, they barely registered with him. His animosity towards Shen Muyang had reached an almost visceral level, to the point where he wished to see him utterly dismantled, leaving no room for concern about anything else. Meanwhile, in Chu Qianxuan's office, frustration boiled within her. If Chen Tiexiong failed to provide a satisfactory explanation, she would not hesitate to inform her grandfather. She was resolute in rallying the shareholders to expel Chen Gaosheng from Feixiang Group. Shen Muyang handed a teacup to Chu Qianxuan and remarked, "General Manager, why waste your energy on such a fool? To be frank, the easiest type of person to deal with is precisely this kind. There's a saying, a barking dog seldom bites. Chen Gaosheng is akin to a dog that barks incessantly. He lacks any cunning, and his thoughts are readily apparent on his face. Therefore, it is fruitless to become vexed by such individuals. When dealing with them, we merely need to observe their expressions to discern their intentions." Chu Qianxuan was well aware that Shen Muyang's words held truth. After all, she had a far deeper understanding of Chen Gaosheng's character than he could ever possess. However, the mere recollection of past events ignited her ire, and undoubtedly, the upper echelons of the company were whispering in hushed tones about the matter, with some even indulging in idle gossip regarding Chu Qianxuan's introduction of an unfamiliar man into the office, hinting at an ambiguous relationship. It was merely a coincidence that Chen Gaosheng happened to witness it. Such occurrences are, unfortunately, all too common, as human nature tends to revel in idle chatter and speculation wherever one may be. The crux of the matter is that she has been wronged. Nevertheless, after being counseled by this individual, her temper did indeed subside considerably, leading her to take a couple of sips from the teacup. It was only upon her third sip that she realized the cup must have belonged to Shen Muyang. In other words, they had shared the same teacup. Was this what they referred to as an indirect kiss? "Muyang, could you refrain from addressing me as Director Chu any longer? I have already apologized for the previous incident." Chu Qianxuan's tone carried a hint of playful coaxing, which sent shivers down Shen Muyang's spine. "Oh, come now. I recall you saying something similar last time, and within less than a day, you retracted your words. Therefore, I shall continue to call you Director Chu, be it day or night." "Well, it is getting late. Shouldn't we be heading out for dinner?" Chu Qianxuan glanced at the time and realized it was indeed time to leave work. Thus, she chose to disregard his so-called title and began to pack up her computer. Once they had finished tidying up, the two departed the company, all the while being observed by Chen Tiexiong from the 16th floor. At that moment, Chen Tiexiong squinted his eyes. If Chen Gaosheng resembled a barking mad dog, then Chen Tiexiong was akin to a concealed Tibetan mastiff, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Although there existed a connection between the two, the disparity between Chen Gaosheng and Chen Tiexiong was stark. Were Shen Muyang present, he would undoubtedly exclaim that this was a dog that, when silent, posed a significant threat. And once it did bite, it could be fatal. Due to some unpleasant events earlier that morning, Chu Qianxuan opted not to return to the office in the afternoon. In truth, this served as a convenient excuse for her. After a casual lunch at an unassuming spot, the two proceeded directly, following the navigation to a car dealership. Upon a brief perusal, they discovered a vehicle that met their requirements, priced at 7.48 million yuan. Indeed, quite a bargain. Shen Muyang, feeling disinclined to haggle, preferred to simply pay and drive away. With his time, he could have instead strolled through the antique district or the raw stone market, where purchasing a piece of jadeite, rough, might yield greater profits than the cost of that vehicle. However, Chu Qianxuan was in a different mindset. At that moment, she appeared to be somewhat irrational, engaging in negotiations with the salesperson. Shen Muyang felt a wave of frustration wash over him, leaving him no choice but to wait at the sidelines. After half an hour of back-and-forth bargaining, they ultimately acquired the car for 7.38 million yuan. Muyang, what do you think? Am I impressive or what? Shen Muyang begrudgingly raised a thumb, while internally he began to grumble. Goodness, two people have wasted half an hour here just to haggle over a mere 1,000 yuan. How impressive indeed. Yet, these thoughts remained unspoken, as he dared not voice them. After all, the woman had been quite irate that morning, and now that she had finally calmed down, provoking her anger once more would be utterly counterproductive. What Shen Muyang was oblivious to was that Chu Qianxuan had spent half an hour negotiating that 1,000 yuan, not merely for the sake of the money, but to vent her frustration. She had perceived the sales representative as a stand-in for Chen Gaosheng. Thus, the issue transcended mere finances. As they proceeded to complete the paperwork, the clock silently ticked away, and by the time the vehicle rolled out of the dealership, it was already 3:30 p.m. Thus, the entire afternoon had been consumed in the acquisition of a single car. What left Shen Muyang speechless was that Chu Qianxuan, an unabashed car enthusiast, chose to drive a newly purchased small dual-cab truck instead of a luxury vehicle. Truly a peculiar choice. However, unbeknownst to him, Chen Gaosheng had been waiting for him all afternoon. Had Shen Muyang delayed any further, the man would likely have suffered from pent-up frustration. Ah, you finally arrived. I thought you might lack the courage to show up. As Shen Muyang approached, Chen Gaosheng obstructed his path. Isn't this Vice President Chen? I heard that Chen Dong was in the office fuming. Surely, it wasn't directed at you? Chapter 40, The Second Bet. Chen Gaosheng's face flushed with embarrassment. Even he could discern the sarcasm in Shen Muyang's words. Thus, he hastily shifted the conversation. Kid, I am here to settle the score. After uttering this, he shot a glance at Chu Qianxuan. Not interested. Step aside. Shen Muyang's nonchalant dismissal struck Chen Gaosheng like a punch to cotton. He had envisioned numerous scenarios, yet he never anticipated such a direct refusal. Shen Muyang, are you afraid? Chen Gaosheng resorted to provocation. Well, I must admit, I am indeed fearful. After all, I just won 10 million yesterday. What if I were to lose today? Therefore, I've decided not to gamble. Shen Muyang maintained his nonchalant demeanor. However, this time, Chu Qianxuan could no longer contain herself. She was well aware that Shen Muyang was merely toying with Chen Gaosheng. Although her acquaintance with him was brief, she had gleaned enough insight into his character. How should one describe him? Shen Muyang was the type of man who possessed capability yet displayed a hint of pettiness. This was evident from the manner in which they addressed each other. Nonetheless, Shen Muyang appeared remarkably zen, devoid of any irritation, acquiescing to whatever was said. His tone exuded a lethargic indifference, leading her to conclude that there must be a trap involved. In essence, Shen Muyang was digging a pit for Chen Gaosheng, eagerly awaiting his fall. Thus, Chu Qianxuan stifled her laughter, choosing to remain silent as she followed behind. Kid, do you still consider yourself a man? There exists a challenge between us. Let us wager once more. If you are frightened, kneel before me and call me grandfather thrice, and I shall turn and walk away. Surprisingly, at this moment, Chen Gaosheng has also resorted to the art of provocation. As for my courage, your mother is more aware of it than anyone else. However, should you wish to gamble with me, I am curious to know how much you have brought today. Chen Gaosheng, momentarily taken aback, pondered the relevance of his mother in this context. Nevertheless, he comprehended the latter part of Shen Muyang's statement, which implied that the fellow was indeed willing to wager. Shen Muyang, I possess 20 million in this card. Should you emerge victorious, the money shall be yours. As he spoke, Chen Gaosheng produced card, secretly reveling in the fact that this individual had finally risen to the challenge he had laid down. 20 million? Merely 20 million? Mr. Chu, did you not inform me that the Chen family is quite affluent? How is it that the esteemed young master of the Chun family, the vice president of Feixiang Group, possesses such a paltry sum? Just 20 million, and he dares to challenge me? Chu Qinshuan could no longer contain her laughter. She was well aware that Shen Muyang was digging a pit and recognized this fellow's somewhat petty nature. Yet, she did not anticipate such a grudge or the biting nature of his words. It is worth noting that 20 million is no trivial amount, particularly as this is not an investment but a wager. To have it dismissed as poverty, and in such a derogatory manner, was truly outrageous. Young man, do not speak with such disdain. If you can produce 20 million, Although Chun Gaoxing's intelligence may have been lacking, he seemed to have a moment of realization. You intend to set a trap for me. How naive you are. Thus, how large a bet do you wish to make? I shall accommodate it. However, let me be clear. You are not permitted to borrow money from women, nor are you allowed to seek guarantees from certain individuals. A true man should engage in a fair wager. As he spoke, Chun Gaosheng cast a sidelong glance at Chu Qinshuan, implying that should Shen Muyang lack funds, he must not seek assistance from her, nor expect her to act as a guarantor. In essence, yesterday's events could not be repeated. No problem. I have over 33 million in this card. As for the exact amount, I seem to have forgotten. Let us discard the small change and wager 30 million. If you can produce 30 million, we shall proceed with the gamble. If you fail to procure 30 million, then kindly take your leave. My mother does not permit me to associate with the impoverished. Well then, what a heartless blow this is. This is the essence of Shen Muyang. You, at that moment, Chun Gaoxing's face darkened with anger. Had he not recalled his father's admonition, he might have charged forward in a fit of rage. What is your standing? Are you devoid of funds? If so, step aside and do not obstruct my path to wealth. The more Shen Muyang spoke, the more absurd his words became, and he showed no restraint, drawing a crowd around them. Young man, you claim to have 30 million in your card. On what grounds do you assert this? Chun Gaosheng recognized that in a battle of wits, he was no match for this individual, so he opted to leverage this particular matter instead. Chun Gaosheng, if I have 30 million, could General Chu provide me with proof? How about this? I will transfer 30 million to General Chu in your presence, and you will do the same. Whosoever wins shall claim the funds. What do you think? Shen Muyang observed that such proposals are rather commonplace in the stone gambling industry. Generally, when two parties engage in a wager but harbor distrust towards each other, it becomes imperative to appoint a notary. This notary must possess a certain stature, ensuring that after the wager concludes, they can deliver an impartial judgment, exhibiting no bias towards either side. Furthermore, they must guarantee fairness in transferring the funds to the victor. In this context, it is evident that Chu Qinshuan is exceedingly suitable, for the Chu family's influence affords them no motive to misappropriate a mere 30 million. However, a dilemma arises. Chen Gaoxing lacks such monetary resources, and his skepticism towards Shen Muyang's financial standing is merely conjecture. His own deficiency of 30 million is a concrete reality. At that moment, a robust voice resonated from behind Chun Gaosheng. This wager seems reasonable. Let us proceed, as the young friend suggested. General Chu, I shall guarantee the funds. What are your thoughts? The speaker was none other than Huang Shulang, the individual arranged by Chun Tiexiong to engage in the wager. Old Huang, what brings you here? Indeed, Chu Qinshuan recognized Huang Shulang and was quite familiar with him, as Huang often assisted the Feixiang Group with stone gambling. However, due to his advancing age, his appearances had become increasingly infrequent. General Chu, I am merely here to pass the time. I hope my guarantee is acceptable, Huang Shulang reiterated. This placed Chu Qinshuan in a quandary, for Huang Shulang's expertise in stone gambling is undoubtedly masterful. His presence here unequivocally indicates that he will directly partake in the forthcoming wager. It's no wonder Chun Gaosheng exuded such confidence today. Everything now makes sense. Chapter 41. A New Method of Wagering. Now, the issue at hand transcends the mere 30 million. It appears the opponent has been laying a trap from the outset. Shen Muyang is now in peril. Although Chu Qinshuan harbors confidence in Shen Muyang, Huang Shulang has been a master of stone gambling for over a decade. How can one proceed with such an uneven contest? This cannot stand. Today, it is imperative to disrupt this arrangement. Yet, before Chu Qinshuan could voice his thoughts, Shen Muyang Bremti Felice spoke. You're Mr. Huang, correct? I am Shen Muyang. May I inquire if you intend to wager against me? Huang Shulang, a man of worldly experience, smiled and nodded in acknowledgement of Shen Muyang's inquiry. I see. Please do not take offense. My intentions stem from unfamiliarity with you. Thus, I must see the support. Of course, This is merely a precaution against possible treachery. I hold no disbelief in your integrity, but rather in certain individuals. As for your assertion that General Chu can validate this matter, I am afraid it holds no weight here. Do not refute or take offense. For these words are not my own. They were spoken by Mr. Chun, who emphatically stated that one should never borrow money from a woman. This implies that the wager must be conducted with utmost fairness and integrity. Therefore, whether or not I possess 30 million in my account is open to your scrutiny. If necessary, I shall willingly reveal the balance for your inspection. However, I must apologize. Having been deceived in the past, my sense of security is rather low. If you two are unable to present a corresponding stake, I regret that I must return to my labor for sustenance. Shen Muyang articulated these sentiments with remarkable politeness, leaving no room for criticism. It is evident that the predicament originated from Chun Gaosheng, and thus it falls upon him to rectify the situation. At this moment, Chu Qian Sun genuinely began to grasp the formidable nature of this man. He often presents himself as harmless, even when faced with betrayal, displaying a remarkable restraint uncommon in others. This individual appears unfazed, yet it is all a facade. He harbors everything within, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. After all, there are myriad ways to seek vengeance. To kill is but one method, while reducing one to ruin is another. Even becoming your son-in-law could be perceived as a form of retribution, for the avenues of revenge are countless, contingent upon one's choices. Shen Muyang is now embodying the principle of an eye for an eye, employing sorcery to counteract sorcery. Did not Chun Gao Sheng summon skilled allies? Did he not wish to wager against me? Very well, he must present his funds. If he cannot do so, I'm afraid he lacks the qualifications to engage in this wager. My dear friend, would it be feasible for me to cover the remaining 10 million? At this juncture, Huang Shulang no longer dared to underestimate the young man before him. In terms of cunning and demeanor, even a mounted Chun Gao Sheng could not compare. Very well, then let us proceed. But I reiterate, all funds shall be transferred to General Chu. I trust you believe she will not misappropriate your 30 million, correct? Furthermore, with so many witnesses present, we cannot resort to deceit. As for the wager agreement, we may forego it today. After all, it is clear to me that you are indeed an extraordinary individual of notable standing, which reassures me. Shen Muyang's objectives have been met. His lengthy discourse served multiple purposes. For instance, it aimed to attract a greater audience, thereby amplifying Chun Gaosheng's embarrassment upon defeat. Moreover, by laying everything bare, even if the opponent harbored intentions of reneging after a loss, such transparency would deter them from doing so. After all, one's dignity is paramount. 30 million may seem astronomical to an ordinary individual, yet to the truly affluent, it is merely a number, and not an insubstantial one at that. Perhaps some may doubt this statement, but that is merely a reflection of their limited perspective. Take, for instance, a prominent real estate mogul, known as Su Jiago, whose one meal might equate to an ordinary person's annual income or even a lifetime's earnings. Thus, there exists nothing beyond the realm of imagination that another cannot achieve. As for the final advantage, it serves to humble Chen Gaosheng, who had previously exuded such arrogance. Now, it is time for him to experience a dose of humility. Did you not observe the pallor of Chen Gaosheng's face at this moment, though he remained silent? Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. However, what shall be the terms of our wager? Huang Shulang responded with eagerness. In matters of verbal sparring, the two of them together were no match for Shen Muyang. Given your seniority, you may propose the terms of the bet. As long as they are reasonable, I have no objections. Huang Shulang nodded, recognizing this as the most prudent approach, for whoever poses the challenge inherently holds the advantage. After all, only a fool would devise a wager that did not favor their own strengths. Young brother, it is getting late, and we need not waste any more time. Here is my proposal. Each of us shall invest 1 million to purchase raw stones. We need not concern ourselves with the number of pieces, provided the total amount does not exceed 1 million. The victor shall be determined by who uncovers the highest value of jade. That individual will not only receive 30 million, but also claim all the jade belonging to the loser. What do you think? Shen Muyang was already aware of Huang Shulang's intentions. When they arrived, it was nearly 4 o'clock, and these two had spent the entire afternoon waiting, suggesting that Huang Shulang had thoroughly examined nearly all the stones in the jade shop. It was clear he intended to secure an advantage. If he were to face an opponent of equal caliber, he would indeed be at a disadvantage. However, he possessed a unique advantage of his own. If he could not prevail with this advantage, he would be better off gouging out his own eyes and seeking solace in a massage parlor, at least sparing himself further embarrassment. Muyang. At this moment, Chu Qinchuan felt a twinge of concern and wished to offer a word of caution. Yet, Shen Muyang exuded confidence. Do not worry. If I lose, I shall start anew. If I win, I shall present you with a grand gift. Upon concluding his statement, he turned to Huang Shulang. Agreed. Let us finalize this arrangement. Please initiate the transfer. Shen Muyang was a man of decisive action. He had Chu Qinchuan's account on his phone, making the transaction straightforward. Upon receiving the payment notification, Chu Qinchuan indeed drew the attention of those around her, serving as a testament to the transaction. Chun Gaosheng was taken aback to discover that this seemingly impoverished youth truly possessed 30 million, though he was convinced that this sum would soon belong to him. With this thought, Chun Gaosheng couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction, promptly transferring 20 million from his card to Chu Qinchuan's. However, as he only had 20 million, Huang Shulang was obliged to contribute an additional 10 million, thus solidifying the wager. Chapter 42. Green Jade. According to the rules of the wager, as long as the total does not exceed 1 million, one may purchase either a single raw stone or 10. In essence, the final price must remain below 1 million. Not even an additional stone is permissible. This limitation is evident. As Shen Muyang scrutinized the stones, he meticulously calculated the prices while also keeping an eye on the selections made by Huang Shulang. This fellow had chosen 3 raw stones in under 5 minutes, clearly indicating that he had prepared extensively for the afternoon, likely having made his selections well in advance. Notably, the total price of these 3 stones was artfully situated just beneath the 1 million mark. Shen Muyang was mentally prepared. To put it plainly, he had anticipated such petty tricks, thus activating his X-ray vision to swiftly assess the jade prices within Huang Shulang's chosen stones. Hey, how much longer will you take? We have already settled our payment here. You aren't deliberately stalling out of fear of losing, are you? If there was a person who exemplified pettiness, it was him. In less than 10 minutes, Chen Gaoshang began to mock and ridicule. Unbeknownst to him, his behavior only drew disdain from others. After all, many were present, and their purpose was to witness the spectacle. The intrigue of such a wager naturally captivated everyone, and it was not lacking in perceptive individuals who quickly discerned that Chen Gaosheng and Huang Shulang were engaging in deceit. Initially, the onlookers were reluctant to voice their awareness, but Chen Gaosheng's loud outburst prompted some straightforward individuals to begin discussing it openly, with others already resorting to sarcasm. Be quiet, Huang Shulang, realizing the situation, swiftly admonished him. It was only then that Chen Gaosheng became aware of the ire he had provoked. Shen Muyang cast a candid glance at him, choosing not to engage, and continued his search for the desired stones. In truth, this shop did possess fine raw stones. However, many were exorbitantly priced, and those that were reasonably priced and visually appealing had already been selected by Huang Shulang. Perhaps this was the source of his confidence. Fortunately, Shen Muyang remained unfazed. In the game of stone wagering, one must look beyond the surface. If one could easily discern the value from the exterior, what then would be the point of gambling? As his X-ray vision swept over the rows of jade raw stones, it was an exhilarating moment of intense scrutiny for Shen Muyang. This was perhaps the most fervent use of his vision yet, as it allowed for rapid examination, albeit at a greater drain on his mental energy. Thus, his time was limited. He needed to find the decisive stone before his eyes could no longer bear the strain. Otherwise, he would not need to wager. He would have already lost to himself. Fortunately, the protagonist is often accompanied by fortune. Just as Shen Muyang felt the onset of fatigue in his eyes, a raw jade stone appeared before him. This one, hey, Shen Muyang, are you not clear on the rules of the wager? This stone is only 580,000. Don't deny your loss when the time comes. Thus, I still advise you to select a more favorable stone. Is it possible that you are aware of your impending loss and are merely attempting to save a little money here? It must be said that Chen Gaosheng's portrayal of a villain is truly deserving of the role. His every utterance conveys an air of provocation. Muyang, why not select another piece? At this moment, Chu Qinchuan interjected. Do you not trust me either? She recognized her folly. For uttering such words inherently implied a lack of faith in Shen Muyang. Despite her underlying uncertainty, she could not afford to display it. Fortunately, she was a woman of the world. Muyang, you misunderstand. What I meant to say is that a single slap is unremarkable, but 2 slaps resonate more powerfully. The wager was merely a means to secure the opponent's wealth and the jade in their possession. Thus, stone unearthing was the true purpose of his visit today. These 2 points were entirely non-conflicting. He presented the stone he had just selected for Chu Qianxuan to observe, and then moved to retrieve another from the shelf. This piece of jadeite was quite valuable, previously considered by Shen Muyang as a backup option. In other words, should he fail to find something superior, this jade, combined with another of similar quality, would still suffice to outshine his competitors. Ultimately, he had opted against this stone only because a better one had been found. However, his current acquisition was driven by the desire for greater profit. The 2 stones together amounted to a total of 800,000. But Shen Muyang had lost the inclination to continue selecting. Very well, let us proceed with the stone unearthing. Would you like to go first, or shall I? Huang Shulang observed Shen Muyang intently, struggling to comprehend his demeanor. While one might assume this fellow to be a gambling novice, his seemingly casual selection of jadeite contradicted that notion. Yet, he exuded an air of confidence. Could it be that he was simply a fool with wealth? I possess 3 raw stones. Let's unearth them sequentially. Since I have one more, I shall go first. You have no objections, I trust? Huang Shulang posed a question. Yet he was already at the stone unearthing machine. Shen Muyang gestured for him to proceed. It mattered little who went first, as the ugly daughter-in-law must eventually meet her in-laws. Due to time constraints, Huang Shulang refrained from further delay and began the unearthing process. Despite his advanced age, he was undeniably a seasoned expert, showing little hesitation as he wielded the knife with precision. Shen Muyang observed intently, learning in the process. After all, this elder was a master in both selecting stones and unearthing them, and acquiring a few unearthing techniques from him could only prove beneficial. As the cutting blade word, the first raw stone was soon revealed. It was green. Indeed, it had yielded jade. This water quality is likely the Xinjiang green. Am I correct? The jade gambling master is truly remarkable. Listening to the excited murmurs of the onlookers, Chen Gaosheng was filled with pride, nearly elevating his chin to the heavens. Although Huang Shulang shared in the triumph, his worldly experience tempered his exuberance. After a brief smile, he resumed the unearthing. After all, only one facet had been revealed, and such a revelation did little to ascertain the true value of the jade. As the stone's outer layer fell away, a piece of green jade, roughly the size of an adult's fist, emerged. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, Huang Shulang approached Shen Muyang, cradling a piece of green jade in his hands. My dear friend, how about you estimate its value? Chapter 43. The time for the final strike. Shen Muyang was well aware of this fellow's intentions. As a seasoned master of stone gambling, it was no exaggeration to state that merely a glance at a piece of jade would allow him to ascertain its approximate worth. Thus, Huang Shulang was undoubtedly flaunting his prowess. Master Huang is indeed remarkable. This Xinjiang green jade, while I cannot say for certain, is valued in this market at approximately 4,800,000 to 5,200,000. Let's take a midpoint of 5 million. What do you think? The price Shen Muyang offered took Huang Shulang aback. Though the figure was indeed quite standard, the average person would hardly dare to suggest such a high price. The rationale was simple. Since the jade belonged to the other party, offering a high price would be illogical. At this moment, Huang Shulang felt a measure of respect for Shen Muyang. At the very least, in terms of character and audacity, Shen Muyang far surpassed Chen Gaosheng. Very well, we shall set the price of this Zhengyang green at 5 million, as my young brother suggested. Now it is your turn. As the stone unearthing machine whirred to life, Shen Muyang began to imitate the stone extraction techniques he had just learned, and, surprisingly, he executed them quite adeptly. At this juncture, Chu Qianxuan was exceedingly anxious. Her concern was not the 30 million, for while that was indeed a considerable sum, it was not beyond her acceptance. In the worst-case scenario, she could simply choose not to share it with Shen Muyang. After all, Chen Gaosheng's persistent targeting of Shen Muyang stemmed largely from her involvement. It was evident that Chen Gaosheng's jealousy fueled his relentless pursuit against Shen Muyang, and thus, she felt some responsibility in the matter. Yet, that was not the crux of her worries. There's a saying that any problem solvable by money is not a true problem. Chu Qianxuan's true concern lay in the possibility that Shen Muyang might not be able to cope with the reality of a loss. Many prodigies in this world have faltered after being unable to withstand the blows of certain failures, and it was this very notion that troubled her. Nonetheless, despite her concerns, all she could do now was pray. It's green. It's truly green. Just as Chu Qianxuan was consumed by worry, some sharp-eyed spectators began to exclaim. It seemed as if this raw jadeite belonged to them. Indeed, it had turned green, and the color appeared even more vibrant than before. Now it was a matter of its size. If it were comparable to the previous piece, this jade would undoubtedly be of even greater value. Shen Muyang paid no heed to the crowd's discussions. He understood his own jadeite well enough and focused solely on carefully extracting it. Meanwhile, Huang Shulang's gaze sharpened. Not for any other reason, but due to the stone Shen Muyang was currently handling. Setting aside the color for the moment, the size of this piece of jade was at least 2/3 larger than the one he had encountered previously. To understand jadeite, it is essential to recognize that, within the same grade, larger pieces are invariably more valuable. After all, a sizable piece of jadeite can be cut down to a smaller size. Yet a smaller piece cannot be transformed into a larger one. This analogy resembles a stick. While one can saw off a longer stick to decrease its length, attempting to lengthen a shorter stick proves to be quite a troublesome endeavor. Although this analogy may not be entirely precise, as there are methods to extend a short stick, the fact remains that a diminutive piece of jadeite cannot be augmented in size. Mr. Huang, could you kindly assist in appraising this piece of jadeite? This act by Shen Muyang is, in a sense, a tit-for-tat, as he presents the green jadeite to Huang Shulang, his face adorned with a broad smile. Huang Shulang takes a deep breath. With so many people present, he must be cautious about disclosing a price. Moreover, considering that Shen Muyang had previously assisted him in establishing a fair price, he feels compelled to maintain his reputation by setting a public valuation for this jadeite. Brother, this jadeite of yours is comparable in quality to the one I previously evaluated, though your piece is indeed significantly larger. Therefore, I propose a price of 8 million. What do you think? Huang Shulang ultimately offers a somewhat reduced price, as this particular piece of jadeite possesses superior quality compared to his earlier assessment. After all, jadeite's value is primarily determined by its quality, so even an additional 800,000 to 1 million would not be deemed excessive in the current market. However, Shen Muyang is not particularly concerned, as his true aim is to achieve vindication with the final piece of stone. Thus, the current proceedings serve merely as a prelude. Very well. Let us agree on the valuation of 8 million as stated by Master Huang. This implies that I currently hold a leading advantage of 3 million. Master Huang, time is of the essence. It is now your turn. At this moment, Huang Shulang no longer exudes the same calm demeanor as before, yet he remains unconcerned. He possesses 2 stones yet to be evaluated, whereas Shen Muyang only has 1. Consequently, in terms of quantity, Huang enjoys a significant advantage, while the quality of the jadeite derived from these stones hinges entirely on luck. After all, the nature of the jadeite within each stone, or whether any jadeite exists at all, remains an enigma. Even the most skilled jadeite gamblers cannot guarantee a 100 success rate. Their probability of success simply surpasses that of others. Huang Shulang promptly begins to evaluate the second stone, though Shen Muyang finds himself disinterested this time. The second stone is a type of jadeite known as glutinous jade, which seasoned jadeite enthusiasts understand to be among the least valuable varieties. Thus, even if this raw stone were to reveal jadeite, its ultimate value would likely remain insignificant. Therefore, Shen Muyang naturally lacks any interest in its outcome. Shortly thereafter, when Huang Shulang unveils the second piece of jadeite, the entire audience is left astounded. How shall one articulate this? It is indeed of little worth. Such trifling matters rarely entice discussion among onlookers, as engaging in discourse about the unremarkable can easily offend. After all, they have spent a considerable amount of money to allow you to witness the spectacle here, yet you continue to discuss the failings of others. Such remarks do not bode well. Master Huang, regarding this piece of jade, perhaps you could propose a price? To be frank, I find it somewhat perplexing. At this juncture, Shen Muyang began to deliver his final blows. After all, the wager had reached its climax, and should one delay further, the opportunity for disappointment might slip away entirely. Shen Muyang, do not revel in your triumph. There is still another piece of jade at hand. It is entirely possible that our third piece could be imperial green, while yours may very well turn out to be a black egg. Thus, the true victor will be the one who can laugh in the end. One must admit, Chen Gaosheng's words carry a certain wisdom, at the very least serving to bolster morale. Imperial green? Perhaps. However, this piece of jade must surely have a valuation. How about this? Given the size of this jade, let us estimate it at 100,000. Master Huang, what is your opinion? At this moment, Huang Shulang felt quite vexed. Initially, he had thought Shen Muyang to be rather agreeable. Yet, he was taken aback by Shen's cunning nature, as he remained silent while persistently inquiring, "What is it to you?" Chapter 44, Imperial Green. Huang Shulang's temper could be deemed mild, or perhaps he merely possessed a deeper wisdom. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it too much. although it seemed this fellow had forgotten the rules. Having already examined the piece of glutinous jade and proceeded to unveil the third rough stone without regard for their previously established turn-taking. However, this oversight was of little consequence to Shen Muyang, who anticipated greater discomfort ahead. At this moment, the clock had struck past 5 in the afternoon. Fortunately, it was early summer, and the sun had yet to set. While other rough stone shops began to close their doors, the crowd here only grew larger. Humans are inherently curious creatures, and where there is amusement, there will be a gathering. Moreover, most individuals visiting Rough Stone Street were connected to this trade, and upon hearing of the wager, their interest piqued. Consequently, the Rough Stone shop was now enveloped in throngs of spectators, both inside and out. Yet, none came to purchase rough stones. All eyes were fixated on a single jade cutting machine. "It's green. Yet again, it's green," a voice cried out, instantly capturing the attention of many. At that moment, a smile finally graced Huang Shulang's face. This rough stone was the largest among the three, and, judging by its cut, the jade within was undoubtedly substantial. Most importantly, the green hue of this jade surpassed that of the piece Shen Muyang had previously unveiled. A superior color signifies enhanced quality, and correspondingly, the value naturally escalates. Shen Muyang observed, his smile unwavering. Meanwhile, Chu Qiansun began to feel a surge of anxiety. Initially, when Huang Shulang revealed the glutinous jade, she secretly felt a sense of triumph, despite the fact that the opponent possesses 3 pieces of raw jadeite. Their size surpasses that of Shen Muyang's. It is a matter of common knowledge that larger raw stones naturally yield a higher probability of producing sizable jadeite. For instance, a jadeite boulder the size of a basketball could potentially unveil jadeite of a bowl's diameter, or even larger. Conversely, a stone the size of a bowl, no matter how skilled the artisan, could not produce jadeite exceeding that size. This principle is a fundamental truth. Particularly noteworthy is Huang Shulang's second raw stone, which astonishingly yielded a type of jadeite with a milky texture. Consequently, it implies that the jadeite extracted from the final raw stone must be valued at no less than 5 million more than the last piece from the opposing side, ensuring that Shen Muyang's side is unlikely to incur a loss, given that the disparity between the first pieces of jadeite amounts to 5 million. The conclusion regarding the jadeite is thus established. Should the outcome of the wager remain ambiguous, devoid of a definitive pricing assessment, the contest would likely conclude in a stalemate. However, as Huang Shulang unveiled the last piece of jadeite, Chu Qianxuan felt a twinge of uncertainty. Shen Muyang placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, conveying a comforting glance without uttering a word, alleviating some of her trepidation. "My friend, how does this jadeite appear to you?" Huang Shulang exclaimed, revealing a pristine piece of green jadeite, his face beaming with delight. This exuberance stemmed from the realization that this piece far surpassed the value of Shen Muyang's previous jadeite. Indeed, this piece is remarkable, both in hue and size. It belongs to a superior category. Based on current market values, I am prepared to offer 15 million for this jadeite. Master Huang, how do you find this price? Huang Shulang was thoroughly pleased, utterly satisfied, for the pinnacle value of this jadeite was indeed 15 million. Of course, this figure represented the upper limit. In typical transactions, such an amount would be unattainable. Nevertheless, since it was the offered price, to reject it would be sheer folly. Very well, we shall agree on 15 million. Adding this to the previous jadeite, the total amounts to 20 million. As for the milky jadeite, let's consider it a mere bonus. Huang Shulang spoke with a tone of grandiosity, dismissing the value of the 10,000 yuan milky jadeite as inconsequential, as if victory were already assured. "My boy, now that you acknowledge the value of our jadeite, it is time for you to concede." Chun Gaosheng, who had been silent for some time, interjected with a provocatively smug tone. "Concede? Why should I? Because of your unattractive appearance? I still have a piece of stone yet to be unveiled. So on what basis do you presume my defeat?" Chun Gaosheng was not particularly irked, for he was convinced of his victory. After all, this piece of jadeite, in terms of both color and size, was a rare gem. The challenge for Shen Muyang to surpass, it was formidable indeed, stubborn as a dead duck. "I refuse to believe you can unearth a piece of jadeite superior to this one." Shen Muyang, indifferent to the individual before him, leisurely approached the stone-cutting machine and secured his final piece of jadeite. He then activated the machine. As it whirred to life, nearly all eyes present were drawn to him, for the spectacle had unfolded over the span of more than an hour. The outcome hinged entirely on this last piece of jadeite. If its value exceeded 12 million, Shen Muyang would emerge victorious. Otherwise, Huang Shulang would claim the triumph. However, Given the prevailing circumstances, Shen Muyang's chances of victory appeared slim, especially in light of the previous Jade's valuation. In Ruiqing, such jade would not be an uncommon sight, yet in Jinling City, unearthing jadeite worth over 10 million was extraordinarily rare. Thus, most present were skeptical of Shen Muyang's prospects, including the anxious Chu Qiansun. Although she held firm faith in Shen Muyang and fervently wished for his success, she acknowledged the disparity between hope and reality. As time ticked by, a face of the stone finally came loose. Shen Muyang swiftly halted the machine and splashed water onto the cut surface, revealing a vibrant green hue before the crowd. Green. More green. Wait, something seemed amiss with the color. Could it be? A wave of commotion swept through the audience. Yet no one dared utter the final words. Some lacked the experience, while others were simply unable to believe that such a prized imperial green jadeite could emerge from this modest Jinling city. Indeed, the jadeite in Shen Muyang's possession was the epitome of jade, exhibiting the rarest imperial green. Meanwhile, Huang Shulang's countenance turned ashen. Losing was not an unfamiliar experience for him, yet never had he faced such a humiliating defeat, succumbing to a young man barely in his 20s. And in such a dramatic fashion. The notion of discovering such a substantial imperial green in Jinling was beyond his comprehension. At this juncture, the wager seemed devoid of further purpose. The emergence of imperial green rendered any comparison to the two jade pieces he had unearthed utterly moot. Nevertheless, Shen Muyang showed no intention of concluding the endeavor. He continued to cut with unhurried precision. Before long, a piece of imperial green the size of a bowl appeared in his hands. Master Huang, why not appraise this imperial green? Huang Shulang's lips quivered slightly. Yet as a master, he retained his pride and composure. Defeat was merely defeat, one he could accept. Young friend, I am in awe. I concede. Who would have thought that such a magnificent imperial green could arise in Jinling, let alone from a young expert in stone gambling, such as yourself? The value of this imperial green eludes my estimation, for it is simply too precious. According to the current market value, the price of imperial green stands at a staggering 100,000 yuan per gram, and naturally, the larger the piece, the more valuable it becomes. Thus, your piece of imperial green is valued in the hundreds of millions. Congratulations, my friend, farewell. After Huang Shulang finished speaking, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and turned to leave the jade stone shop. Chen Gaoxing also took the opportunity to slip away. Originally, this was a splendid chance to deliver a retort, yet at that moment, Shen Muyang refrained from doing so. His decision was influenced by two primary reasons. Firstly, he had not anticipated that Huang Shulang would prove to be a decent fellow, one who could graciously accept defeat. Under such circumstances, mocking him would have been inappropriate, as it would have reflected poorly on Shen Muyang himself. Secondly, he needed to vacate the premises promptly. The value of his jade pieces was simply too substantial. It was prudent to leave swiftly before anyone could react, as being targeted could lead to unforeseen complications. Therefore, before the crowd could grasp the situation, Shen Muyang swiftly handed the piece of imperial green to Chu Qianxuan. He then hurriedly collected the jade pieces he had previously unearthed from the ground and pulled Chu Qianxuan along, making their exit. Chapter 45. In the blink of an eye. A billionaire. Shen Muyang had no time to retrieve his small truck. He directly jumped into one with Chu Qianxuan. With a swift press of the accelerator, they departed from the raw stone market. It was only then that the onlookers began to realize what had transpired, but Shen Muyang was already far away. Muyang, this cannot be a dream. After a considerable time, Chu Qianxuan finally came to this realization. It was certainly not a dream, but I understand that trouble is upon us. We must take a respite for at least a few days, as this incident will undoubtedly remain a hot topic for several days to come. Nevertheless, it seems worthwhile. Shen Muyang was indeed correct. The impact of today's events was monumental. Without a doubt, in the following days, discussions would revolve around this very topic. Thus, whenever he made an appearance, he would inevitably become the center of attention, leading to not only scrutiny regarding the gambling stones, but also a myriad of potential troubles. The most prudent course of action would be to lay low for a few days. Once the excitement subsided, matters would naturally improve. To speak candidly, had it not been for the gambling stakes, Shen Muyang would never have dared to reveal such a piece of imperial green in front of so many people. As Huang Shulang aptly noted, the price of imperial green is exceedingly high. There exists a minimum price, but no maximum limit. In other words, adhering to market standards. The lowest price is 100,000 yuan per gram. However, the value is also contingent upon size. The larger the piece, the greater its worth. For instance, a jade piece fashioned into a bracelet, a ring, or even a pendant carries vastly different values. Therefore, this particular piece of jade is conservatively estimated to be worth over 100 million yuan, calculated at the minimum price of 100,000 yuan per gram. This figure represents the bare minimum, as the rarity of imperial green results in a market where it is often more valuable than its price suggests. In essence, it is said that one might spend money yet still find it nearly impossible to procure such a piece. In a certain sense, the exquisite imperial green jadeite that Shen Muyang possesses could effortlessly command a price of 200 million, attracting numerous eager buyers. Such is the allure of imperial green. Muyang, your brilliance is undeniable. You have managed to procure this rare gem. As he glanced at Chu Qiansun, seated in the passenger's seat with stars in her eyes, he casually remarked, "If you like it, I shall gift it to you." Upon hearing this, Chu Qiansun's mouth fell agape. "What did you say? You want to give it to me? Are you certain?" Shen Muyang shrugged and reiterated, "I said, if you like it, I will gift it to you. It's merely a piece of jadeite. You need not be so astonished. While this is a magnificent imperial green for you, for me, it is just a monetary asset." Chu Qiansun took a moment to compose herself, surprised by Shen Muyang's unexpected generosity, which was quite out of character for him. Could it be that he has come to appreciate her? Indeed, there is a possibility. After all, Chu Qiansun, possess not only a home, but also beauty, complemented by an alluring figure. Well, at that moment, Chu Qiansun found herself momentarily distracted. It was not until they arrived at the villa that she regained her focus. "Muyang, I appreciate your kind offer. I will assist you in selling this imperial green and strive to maximize your profit. Everyone adores imperial green, yet it is unnecessary to squander resources merely for the sake of admiration. While he possesses considerable talent, his current foundation remains too fragile. Thus, he must swiftly accumulate capital. This piece of imperial green, along with today's other jadeites, I will help him liquidate expeditiously. As for those other jadeites, they will be sold according to the terms stipulated in the contract. However, this imperial green, due to its uniqueness, I shall not only refrain from undervaluing, but may even sell it at a premium. Regarding your generous offer to gift it to me, I accept it in spirit. When you achieve great success and become a billionaire or even a trillionaire, simply gifting me a set of imperial green jewelry will suffice. What do you think?" After Chu Qiansun made her statement, she fixed her gaze on Shen Muyang, causing him to feel somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny. Yet, her words ring true. His foundation is indeed too weak. Otherwise, Chen Gao Shan would not have labeled him as a poor fool. Rather than impulsively gifting this precious gem to her, it will be wiser to convert it into cash. At present, his assets exceed 60 million, of which 30 million was won from today's wager. As for today's other jadeites, excluding the one of lower quality, the remaining 3 pieces are valued at 5 million, 15 million, and 8 million respectively. Combined, they total 28 million. Conservatively estimating, let's say 26 million, applying a discount of 15, he would still have at least 22 million. Adding this to his existing 63 million would yield a total of 85 million. If this imperial green were to sell for 200 million, then Shen Muyang found it hard to fathom how, in the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a billionaire. Just a few days prior, he had merely a few tens of thousands to his name, and now he had ascended to such wealth. Could he possibly remain calm? Muyang, what are you grinning about? He pondered. All right, I shall heed your wishes and leave these matters to you. However, I will keep this piece of jade for myself. It's not particularly valuable, and I intend to study it further. Chu Qianxuan had no objections, as the jade in question was not esteemed highly. Its lack of worth could be attributed to its unremarkable appearance and the frequency with which it was found. As the saying goes, rarity breeds value. The imperial green jade's scarcity, coupled with its exquisite hue, accounts for its high price. Conversely, the abundance and lackluster color of the glutinous jade naturally render it more affordable. Today was a significant harvest. Should we not celebrate this evening? Perhaps we could procure more ingredients for a hot pot feast? Shen Muyang's suggestion was met with Chu Qianxuan's enthusiastic agreement, and so they set off to gather the necessary components for their meal. Meanwhile, at the Chun residence, Chen Taixiong was listening intently to Huang Shulang recount the events of the afternoon, which caused his brow to furrow in concern. He had gleaned 2 crucial pieces of information. Firstly, the individual collaborating with Chu Qianxuan was none other than Shen Muyang. This connection was not difficult to deduce for anyone with a modicum of intelligence. Secondly, he learned that Shen Muyang was a master of stone gambling, and remarkably, quite young as well. Director Chun, Huang Shulang began. Shen Muyang's expertise in stone gambling is exceptionally high. I am no match for him. Thus, I suggest that you take steps to cultivate a relationship with him. He is not someone to offend, especially while he remains relatively weak and easily swayed. Even if you cannot win him over, it is imperative to avoid antagonism. Should any minor conflicts arise, make every effort to mend them, apologize where necessary, and do not let the relationship deteriorate to a point of no return. You are well aware of the influence a master gambler possesses. Should he grow in strength, it would be quite simple for him to turn against you. The network of a gambling master is vast, and given his youth, he may soon evolve into a true master of the craft. Thus, I reiterate, even if you cannot court his favor, do not provoke him, lest you find yourself regretting it too late. Shen Taixiong was not blind to these realities. He was dismayed that such a promising hand had been squandered by his own son, all due to the folly of a wretched woman. Was it worth it? The mere thought ignited a fury within him, causing his hands to tremble. How could he have raised such a son? Regret washed over him, particularly for a night over 20 years ago when he should have taken decisive action. If Chun Gaosheng were not his son, he might have entertained the notion of eliminating him altogether. As for fostering a relationship, how exceedingly difficult that would be. As a man himself, Chen Taixiong understood all too well what men hold dear. Certain grievances are challenging to reconcile. Firstly, the parents who commit murder. Secondly, the violation of one's spouse. Thirdly, severing one's lifeline. While it may be possible to resolve other grievances, the aforementioned 3 points represent irreconcilable contradictions. Chen Gaosheng has, unfortunately, transgressed the second point. Although Zhu Lingling is not Shen Muyang's wife, the two have cohabited for nearly 3 years. In a certain sense, this bears no distinction, since there is no difference. It has become a matter of fact, thus establishing an unyielding conflict from the outset. Of course, in our current legal society, resorting to violence is not an option, especially in a place like Jinling City. Shen Muyang would not dare, nor would Chen Tiexiong. Old Huang, I comprehend your words, yet reconciliation seems impossible now. The only recourse left is to find a way to counter him, to prevent his rise. Do you possess any insights on this matter? Huang Shulang shook his head and replied, Mr. Chun, this is your personal vendetta. I shall not involve myself. I have spent ample time here, and thus I intend to depart tomorrow. I offer you one suggestion. Do your utmost to avoid offending this individual. Should he grow in power, he will undoubtedly become an adversary beyond your capacity to contend with, not merely due to his gambling prowess. I can only say so much. I hope you act wisely. With that, Huang Shulang turned and left. In truth, he was not in a great hurry to leave. He merely wished to distance himself from this affair. Despite his youth, Shen Muyang possessed profound depth, which is the most alarming aspect. If one were merely skilled in gambling, such individuals, though rare, are not entirely uncommon. However, if a person excels in gambling and possesses a deep-seated cunning, it becomes all too simple for them to deal with a jade and jewelry merchant. A mere opportunity to set a trap could lead to dire consequences. From today's brief interaction, it was evident that Shen Muyang outclassed Chun Gaosheng by several leagues, particularly in temperament, which could be described as exceedingly mature. Even he found himself unwittingly ensnared. Thus, Huang Shulang decisively opted to leave this tumultuous environment. Look at the mess you've created. After Huang Shulang's departure, Chun Tiexiong began to chastise his son once more. Father, I was wrong. I acknowledge my mistakes. This time, Chen Gaosheng had learned his lesson. He refrained from retorting or offering explanations, instead choosing to admit fault directly, for any justification would only ring hollow. It was far more straightforward to simply own up to his errors. In truth, this approach proved effective, as it at least quelled Chun Tiexiong's anger. Leave this matter for now. We shall address it in a few days. We know little of Shen Muyang's background, so we must investigate him thoroughly. To know both oneself and one's enemy is to secure victory in 100 battles. We must avoid acting rashly against others. Should we strike, it must be with lethal precision. Therefore, remain calm, and if you stir up further trouble, I will break your legs. Chun Gaosheng nodded vigorously in agreement, though internally, his resolve transformed swiftly. Indeed, he would find a way to contend with Shen Muyang. In recent days, Shen Muyang has been overshadowed by a curse, primarily due to the relentless reprimands from his father. Even Chu Qian Sun has grown indifferent towards him, all of which is attributable to the wretched Shen Muyang. Thus, it has become imperative to seek vengeance upon him. As for Chen Taixiong's warnings, those fall on deaf ears. In truth, preparing a hot pot is a rather simple endeavor. Just place the hot pot base into the pot and cook whatever one desires. While the flavor may not compare to that of an authentic hot pot restaurant, the hygiene of home-cooked meals certainly surpasses that of dining out. Muyang, you can't visit the Jade Street tomorrow. What do you intend to do instead? Perhaps hunt for treasures in the antique street? The two engaged in conversation while enjoying their hot pot, mindful not to linger too long lest they attract the attention of a tow truck. It was clear that for the next few days, the Jade Street would need to cool off, especially with the upcoming May Day holiday. Recognizing that the man's plan was sound, after today's events, it was indeed wise for Jade Street to take a breather. In a few days, when the fervor subsides, all would return to normal. At worst, they could simply refrain from stone-breaking there in the future. As for treasure hunting, while Chu Qiansun was unfamiliar with it, she found it intriguing. She had participated in Shen Muyang's previous treasure hunt, and if time allowed, she could accompany him on future ventures. After all, she had little else to occupy her time. With this thought in mind, a playful glint sparkled in Chu Qiansun's eyes. Muyang, do not forget that the day after tomorrow is my grandfather's birthday, and you promised to join me. She added, do not misunderstand. I simply enjoy these activities. I could lend you my car. What do you think? Chapter 47. The benefits are significant. Shen Muyang had no grounds to decline, so he readily nodded in agreement. With his consent, Chu Qiansun's spirits lifted, and they soon fell into a casual conversation. Unlike their previous discussion, she refrained from probing about Shen Muyang's ex-girlfriends. After all, some matters are best left lightly touched upon. There is little value in delving deeply into another's past, which may only lead to discomfort. Thus, the evening was primarily devoted to inquiries about Shen Muyang's family. In truth, his family's circumstances were not as dire as one might think. They were, in fact, somewhat better than average. However, the sudden illness of his mother last year had necessitated considerable expenditure. As a son, it was only natural for him to send financial support back home, which had led to discontent from Zhu Lingling. After all, as their son matured, considerations of marriage and home ownership became paramount for parents. Chu Qiansun resembled a perpetual conversationalist, predominantly posing questions while Shen Muyang responded. He was in no rush to rest. Instead, he picked up a piece of jadeite, cradling it in his palm, and closed his eyes. With a mere thought, a powerful force of absorption enveloped the jade, drawing it in. Indeed, this was the very reason why Shen Muyang had chosen to retain this piece of jade today. The story, however, begins the day before. While he was cutting the jade yesterday, an overwhelming desire to consume it surged within his mind. At that moment, Shen Muyang paid little heed to it. But today, as he engaged in another round of stone gambling, that consuming urge intensified remarkably. At this juncture, a bold hypothesis emerged in Shen Muyang's mind. If he could absorb the spiritual energy from antiques, could he also absorb the spiritual essence contained within jade? Nevertheless, he dared not test this theory, for the value of jade pieces escalated with each passing moment. His gaze then settled upon a particular piece of nephrite jade. Its affordability and substantial size made it an appealing choice. After finishing his bath, he eagerly retreated to his room to commence the absorption process. As he absorbed, Shen Muyang distinctly sensed a gentle energy coursing through his hands and gradually entering his body. Ultimately, this energy meandered through his system before converging in his lower abdomen. Meanwhile, after her bath, Chu Qiansun could hardly contain her excitement as she climbed into bed and reached for her phone to send a message to Shen Muyang. Engaging in late-night conversations with him had become a delightful habit, one she found thoroughly enjoyable. However, a sense of confusion gripped her as her message went unanswered, leading her to send another, only to encounter the same silence. Was he perhaps preoccupied with a call to someone else? This possibility lingered in her thoughts as she resolved to wait a little longer. After about 15 minutes, she sent yet another message, but once again, it vanished into the void, leaving her without a response. Little did she know, Shen Muyang had not even glanced at his phone, for he was engrossed in absorbing energy. Half an hour later, he surveyed the scattered remnants around him, surprised by the outcome. While jade could not be deemed exceptionally robust, it was certainly recognized for its hardness, often referred to as hard jade. In contrast, Hetian jade is known as soft jade. Yet, this so-called hard jade had been reduced to a fine powder. How peculiar. Indeed, it was a curious sight, though all of Shen Muyang's attention was focused on examining his own body. First and foremost, he felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. His mind was clear, his spirit invigorated, and he even sensed a boost in his strength. Were it not for the nighttime hour, he would have been tempted to venture out and test his newfound abilities. Moreover, the most astonishing discovery was a mist-like phenomenon residing in his lower abdomen. He was certain it had not been there before. After all, having possessed the power of X-ray vision for several days, he had developed an insatiable curiosity about his internal state. Thus, it was only natural for him to scan himself with this ability. Observing this cloud of mist, he could confirm its previous absence. Could this be the very spiritual energy he had just absorbed? And why had it settled in this particular location? Found himself utterly perplexed by this matter. It seemed inconsequential, as it could hardly yield any negative repercussions. At the very least, it promised to enhance his physical constitution, a benefit substantial enough in its own right. Furthermore, there was a pivotal realization. He had discovered a means to fortify himself beyond merely absorbing the spiritual energy from antiquities. To his astonishment, he learned that he could also draw vitality from Jade, which contained far more spiritual essence than that found in ancient artifacts. Moreover, the type of jade known as mutton fat jade was relatively affordable, especially for someone in his current circumstances. Its affordability meant it was within his reach, as mutton fat jade was quite prevalent in the market, making it easy to procure even with monetary expenditure. Thus, as long as he continued to empower himself, he would not need to worry about overexerting his abilities of perception, as he had done today. In summary, the advantages were considerable. After experiencing this joy, commenced tidying up, for the sizable piece of jade had been reduced to a pile of powder scattered across the floor. It was only at this moment that he picked up his phone to check messages, and upon doing so, he noticed a text from Chu Qinshuan. The contents were rather trivial. The first message inquired if he had rested, the second asked whether he was on a call, and the third displayed an angry emoji. After that, the conversation ceased. Hastily replied with a fabricated excuse. However, at that moment, Chu Qinshuan had already gone to complain to Zhou Gong. Due to the energy he had absorbed from the jade, found himself unable to sleep. Having been an ordinary person prior, the initial absorption and transformation yielded remarkable effects. Even now, the white mist he had integrated into his body was continuously enhancing his physical form, making the initial improvements particularly pronounced. Eventually, he recalled the ring, repeatedly donning it and examining it. However, due to the low level of his perception ability, he could discern no information about it. Time slipped away until he finally succumbed to slumber. Chapter 48. The Housing Dispute. The following morning, Chu Qinshuan descended from the upper floor at the same hour as before, had prepared breakfast, and greeted her with a cheerful good morning. However, recalling how she had waited half the night only to fall asleep before receiving his message, she felt a surge of irritation. Consequently, she feigned ignorance and went directly to the bathroom to freshen up. This left feeling somewhat bewildered. He did not find her unusual behavior particularly alarming, as he had experienced similar moods from Zhu Lingling in the past. He understood women. There were always a few days each month when they might feel irritable or restless, so he considered Chu Qinshuan to be far more manageable than Zhu Lingling. Due to Zhu Lingling's discontent with her relatives during their visits, coupled with her propensity for unwarranted outbursts, the astute Shen Muyang swiftly deduced certain matters. Drawing from past experiences, he opted for silence, resulting in a breakfast devoid of discussion. Hence, driving there seemed somewhat inappropriate. To avoid drawing attention, he donned a mask. Unbeknownst to him, he had already attracted the gaze of others. As Shen Muyang alighted from the taxi at the raw stone market, he was recognized by Chen Gaosheng, who had arrived half an hour earlier, fueled by an unnameable fury. This individual had suffered humiliation and financial loss due to Shen Muyang, compounded by a beating from his own father. How could he possibly endure such indignities? Thus, after a sleepless night filled with resentment, he resolved to confront the situation early the following day. However, his intention was not to engage in a physical altercation with Shen Muyang, knowing he would be outmatched. Yet, in this world, one thing reigned supreme: money. Chen Gaosheng had always embodied the archetype of a wealthy scion, and indeed he was one. Naturally, his acquaintances were not the most reputable, such as Scarface. Scarface, in essence, represented the drifters of society, previously labeled as gangsters. Although traditional gangs have ceased to exist, they have resurfaced in different forms, such as venue enforcers. Every city harbors a shadowy underbelly, concealed from ordinary eyes. Scarface was currently engaged in such endeavors. He was approximately 40 years old, bearing a long scar across his face. This moniker stemmed from his youth, during which he served time for brawling. Upon his release, finding employment proved difficult, and the grotesque scar rendered him undesirable to employers. Scarface was indeed that man. I do not seek his life, but I demand one of his hands and one of his legs. If you can sever a hand, I shall reward you with 1 million. For a leg, the same. Should you procure both, I shall grant you 3 million. Scarface, not being a man of virtue, was instantly captivated by the prospect of 3 million. Rest assured, young Master Chun, this matter shall be entrusted to me. You need not worry. Within 3 days, I shall fulfill this task. However, regarding the payment, Chan Gaosheng chuckled. A mere 3 million to resolve this issue hardly warranted such complexity. At that moment, he felt his intellect surpassed even that of his father. Fear not, I could never shortchange you. Here is 50,000. The remainder shall be yours upon completion. Upon hearing the sum of 50,000, Scarface's eyes sparkled with greed, and his already grotesque visage appeared even more sinister. The individual in question has never encountered substantial wealth. And regarding the 3 million that Chun Gaosheng mentioned, as Chun Gaosheng surmised, one must accomplish the task before discussing the rewards. Naturally, Shen Muyang remains oblivious to the fact that someone is plotting against him. Previously preoccupied, he has yet to attend to certain matters, such as the return of his rent. His apartment, a one-bedroom with a small study, commands a monthly rent of 1,500, which is neither exorbitant nor trivial. At the very least, in comparison to Shen Muyang's previous earnings, this represents a significant expenditure. It seems unlikely that he will retrieve the rent, as he pays it on the 7th of each month, meaning that more than half of this month has already elapsed. Even if he were to receive a refund, it would be a meager sum. The pressing concern is whether he can reclaim his deposit. In truth, he does not mind losing the deposit, which amounts to a month's rent, 1,500, but he feels compelled to try, especially since he still possesses the keys to the apartment. Who knows? Perhaps the landlord might refund the rent? He waited patiently for over an hour until the landlord, Mr. Chun, finally sauntered in, sharing the same surname as Chun Gaosheng. They're certainly not related. Little Shun, why have you decided not to renew the lease without prior notice? The landlord began, immediately pointing out imperfections. This reminded Shen Muyang of a new idiom, to illuminate and assess the damages. It seems that today, he shall not be receiving his rent. And even if he were, it would likely be significantly deducted. Landlord, I have resided here for over a year. Some wear and tear is only natural, is it not? Furthermore, the state of the floor was the same when I moved it. Shen Muyang's attempt to explain was abruptly interrupted by the landlord. I do not care. Damaged items must be compensated. You claim it was not your doing. Where is your evidence? Why did you not mention this when you rented the place? The landlord continued, I will not be refunding your deposit. I need to purchase paint for the walls and hire someone to clean. Your deposit will not cover these expenses. Shen Muyang anticipated such an outcome. Although he was indifferent to the deposit, the landlord's demeanor reignited his petty grievances. Landlord, that Gwazi car parked downstairs is yours, correct? What if by chance it were to be damaged? He trailed off, feigning nonchalance. Apologies, I was merely jesting. I would never engage in unlawful activities. I simply wish to remind you that the vehicle should not be carelessly parked and should be watched closely, given the number of unsavory characters lurking about these days. Wouldn't you agree? The landlord was no fool. He easily discerned the veiled threat in Shen Muyang's words. Yet, he remained unperturbed, well acquainted with the art of withholding deposits and clearly experienced in such dealings. This indicated to Shen Muyang that the landlord likely had connections and was not afraid of potential repercussions. Little Shen, you are quite bold. I will definitely withhold your deposit today. Let's see what you can do about it. If you dare, go ahead and sue me. Furthermore, I am quite curious to see if you would actually lay a hand on my vehicle. I am not one to be easily intimidated. Have you taken a moment to reflect on your own character? A mere outsider daring to threaten me. How absurd. Chapter 49. This is truly unacceptable. At this moment, Shen Muyang has finally confirmed that his opponent possesses considerable influence, thus feeling entirely confident in their position against him. Confrontation has never been Shen Muyang's demeanor, and so he chose to yield. Brother Chun, I was merely jesting. Here are the room keys. I shall forego the deposit, he stated. I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. After tossing the keys aside, Shen Muyang hastily exited the room. Pathetic coward. The landlord cast a disdainful glance at Shen Muyang as he made his hasty retreat. Shen Muyang paid no heed to the man, for it is often said that one must confront malevolence with even greater malevolence. Clearly, engaging in a direct confrontation with this individual would yield no benefits. Should he choose to retaliate, he would only find himself in deeper trouble, potentially facing charges of provoking a disturbance. Truly an unwise exchange. As for calling the authorities, given the landlord's audacious demeanor, it seemed futile. Having resided here for over a year, Shen Muyang had a decent understanding of the landlord, though not an intimate acquaintance. The sum of 500 yuan was trivial to him now, Yet he could certainly make this landlord, surnamed Shen, repay him tenfold or even 100-fold. Casting a glance at the vehicle, Shen Muyang drove away, recalling the adage that a gentleman's revenge is best savored over time. Certainly, a matter of days would suffice. After a brief conversation with his father, Shen Muyang made his way to the antique street. Just because he could not gamble on stones did not imply he could not seize opportunities. Additionally, Shen Muyang pondered the events of yesterday. They were not mere coincidence, but rather an inevitability. Thus, he recognized the necessity of developing a second market, for the raw stone market in Jinling City was rather limited. Frequent visits to a particular shop, even without engaging in stone gambling, would inevitably draw attention. On the other side, Chu Qinshuan attended a meeting, marking the final gathering of the month and the last before the holiday break. The discussions predominantly revolved around the upcoming May Day holiday. Once the meeting concluded, she turned her attention to the pile of jadeite issues that had arisen from the previous day's dealings. The prices for several jade pieces were straightforward and could be processed through the usual channels, yet the imperial green was a different matter. Consequently, Chu Qinshuan brought the imperial green directly to Chen Tiexiong. Qinshuan, did Shen Muyang not sign a sales contract with you? Then why not proceed with the transaction at an 85 discount? Chen Tiexiong inquired after hearing her intentions. Chairman Chen, that may not be feasible. Shen Muyang indeed signed a contract for the purchase of jade, but the agreement does not impose an obligation for him to sell his jade to us. Thus, it implies that this imperial green can refuse to engage in trade with us, which is precisely the reason I have come to explain this matter to you today. The imperial green is an extraordinarily unique existence, a fact I believe Chairman Chen understands far better than I do. As a master in gambling, Shen Muyang is also well aware of its significance. Yesterday, I tentatively broached the topic with him, and he indicated a willingness to sell it to us at a market price plus a 20 premium, which I promptly declined. After considerable negotiation and treating him to dinner, we ultimately settled on a premium of 10. He reluctantly acquiesced. As you can see, Chen Taixiong furrowed his brow, fully aware of the preciousness of the imperial green. A 10 premium is not a trivial matter. For instance, if this jadeite is valued at 100 million, then a 10 premium would amount to 110 million. If the jadeite is worth 200 million, the additional cost would be 20 million. Not only is it not cheaper, but we would also have to pay an extra 20 million. If it were anyone else, Chen Taixiong would have readily agreed, considering the significant profit this grand imperial green could bring to their company. Often, the profit derived from an item is not merely reflected in its intrinsic value, but also in the influence it exerts. A simple example illustrates this well. Suppose two supermarkets are engaged in a price war. The supermarket on the left offers a promotion of free eggs, while the one on the right promotes roasted chickens for 1 yuan each. Despite the fact that a roasted chicken is worth far more than that. Why would this supermarket adopt such a strategy? The rationale is straightforward. They aim to attract customers in this manner, albeit with limitations, such as a daily cap of 100 portions or offering a roasted chicken with a minimum purchase. Regardless of the method employed, they can entice a considerable number of patrons into the supermarket. The profits garnered will far surpass the cost of the roasted chicken. The jewelry business operates on similar principles, albeit with different methods. They craft jewelry from imperial green and engage in marketing. It is possible that the jewelry made from 200 million worth of jadeite will only sell for that same amount, yet the ancillary benefits of these pieces are abundant. They will draw numerous customers into your store, and naturally, a portion of these customers will opt to purchase jewelry from you. This is why many shops possess their so-called treasures, akin to antique stores. Almost every antique shop has a non-saleable item, referred to as a store treasure. Even the infamous Zhou Ba Pai has one, let alone others. Therefore, a 10 premium is entirely acceptable to Chen Taixiong. However, he is reluctant to concede to Shen Muyang. In his eyes, Shen Muyang has already become their adversary and will remain so in the future. Consequently, every additional cent given to the opposing party equates to aiding the enemy, which is why he furrows his brow. Qian Sun, a 10 premium is a minor issue. Yet we must not set this precedent, for once we do, it will render my business exceedingly difficult. Let us proceed accordingly. The value of this jadeite should dictate its acquisition price, and in addition, I shall present the other party with a membership card. Henceforth, any purchases made at our jewelry stores will enjoy a 10% discount. What do you think? Chu Qinshuan anticipated that this individual might refuse, yet she did not foresee his cunning nature. The so-called 10% discount membership card is merely a gimmick. It can be obtained at their chain of jewelry stores with a top-up exceeding 100,000 yuan. It is merely a tactic to lure customers. as the discount translates to a slight reduction in their profits. Chairman Shen, this is simply unacceptable. Chapter 50, a revenue of 2.5 billion. Before Chen Tiexiong could respond, Chu Qinshuan continued, her tone firm. The smile vanished from Chen Tiexiong's face, for he perceived a hint of threat in her words. However, whether this intimidation stemmed from Shen Muyang or Chu Qinshuan remained uncertain for the moment. Qinshuan, does Shen Muyang truly believe that possessing a piece of imperial green jade makes it a coveted treasure? Regardless of its quality, it is merely a piece of jadeite. Therefore, convey to him that a premium is out of the question. If he agrees to sell, we shall proceed with the purchase at the standard price. If he is unwilling to part with it, so be it. Let him sell it to someone else. As for the previous procurement contract, it should be terminated immediately. Upon hearing this, Chu Qinshuan's heart sank. Could it be that she had inadvertently shot herself in the foot? This should not be the case. Considering the current market's insatiable demand for jadeite, particularly high-grade varieties which are exceedingly scarce, terminating the procurement contract with Shen Muyang would ultimately inflict the greatest loss upon their flying group. Was this individual deliberately attempting to maneuver her through a strategy of retreating to advance? Strangely enough, Chu Qinshuan considered this possibility quite plausible. In that case, why not take a gamble? Resolving to proceed, she nodded in agreement. Very well, let us act according to the chairman's wishes. I shall promptly terminate the contract with him. Chairman, please attend to your matters. I will handle this issue now. With that, Chu Qinshuan cradled the piece of imperial green jade and exited Chen Tiexiong's office. Now, it was Chen Tiexiong who found himself unsettled. Just as Chu Qinshuan had surmised, there is a significant demand for mid to high-grade jadeite in the current market. Should the procurement contract indeed be terminated, the repercussions for their company would be substantial. Moreover, if the imperial green were to be acquired by another company, the impact would similarly be profound. After all, what one lacks compared to others constitutes a vulnerability. Initially, he merely sought to test Chu Qinshuan and exert some control over her. Yet now the situation had turned against him. If he did not receive a call within 10 minutes, it would mean his assumptions were incorrect, indicating that she had mishandled the situation. Terminating the sales contract with Shen Muyang would be exceedingly disadvantageous for him. After all, some items cannot be easily acquired, and some cannot be sold, especially since Shen Muyang lacks superior sales channels compared to their company. Hello, Chairman Shen. Upon arriving here, I had yet to make a phone call, but I shall promptly contact the other party to cancel. What? A premium acquisition? Very well, I understand. All right, goodbye. With that, Chu Qinshuan raised her hand in a gesture of triumph. She had outsmarted her opponent this time. Eagerly, she reached for her phone, wishing to share this delightful news with Shen Muyang. But upon recalling the messages from the previous night, she hesitated and stowed her phone away, as she was still in a state of displeasure. Thus, she picked up the exquisite imperial green jadeite once more and exited the office. For her next task was to address matters concerning this precious stone. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Muyang was oblivious to the mental duel Chu Qinshuan had engaged in on his behalf. At that moment, he was meandering through a market stall. His intention for this visit was not merely to profit, but rather to seek out a fitting treasure as a birthday gift for Chu Qinshuan's grandfather. Although she had previously insisted that no gifts were necessary for her grandfather's birthday, it would be quite inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. Fortuitously, after about half an hour of browsing, Shen Muyang stumbled upon a remarkable find, a bamboo pen holder intricately carved with the motifs of pine and crane, a piece that, strictly speaking, was an antique reminiscent of the Ming dynasty from the Republic era. Its market value was over 10,000 yuan, but as a birthday gift, it was indeed appropriate, as the symbols represented longevity. After completing the purchase, Shen Muyang intended to continue his search when his phone chimed, drawing his attention. Upon glancing at the screen, he found himself riveted. It was a banking notification indicating a staggering sum, 2.5 billion yuan. As he was still processing this astonishing news, another WeChat message arrived. This time from Chu Qinshuan. Without superfluous words, it contained a price list for several jade pieces, with the imperial green jadeite valued at nearly 2.3 billion yuan. At this moment, he was undeniably a billionaire. Calming his racing heart, Shen Muyang found that he had lost interest in further treasure hunting. With his assets now surpassing 300 million, who could still be preoccupied with such trivial pursuits? After all, his newfound wealth was inextricably linked to this woman. It was only fitting that he prepare a sumptuous meal in gratitude. Regardless of the woman, there is often a touch of calculative nature and possessiveness. This morning, Chu Qinshuan's clever maneuvers had ultimately helped Shen Muyang amass such wealth, and her mood had lightened considerably. In reality, she was not truly angry at all. Thus, by sending a procurement list of several jade pieces to Shen Muyang in the form of a text message, the implication was exceedingly clear. Shen Muyang should have reciprocated with a phone call or a message, perhaps to express his gratitude. After all, having done such a significant favor, it is entirely reasonable to accept expressions of thanks from others and even make a few modest requests in passing. Yet, Shen Muyang, that scoundrel, merely stuffed his phone into his pocket, and that was the end of it. After waiting for an eternity without receiving a call, Chu Qinshuan felt an overwhelming surge of anger, almost as if her monthly cycle would arrive prematurely. Shen Muyang, you are indeed a bounder. No wonder you are despised. You deserve it. Upon uttering this exclamation, Chu Qinshuan's spirits lifted considerably. Chapter 51. The touching moment of Chu Qinshuan. Shen Muyang drove directly to the supermarket. After spending the past 2 days together, he discovered a not-so-secret secret. Chu Qinshuan had an unexpected fondness for meat dishes. While this revelation may not be particularly astonishing, it is somewhat atypical for most women. After all, girls often fear gaining weight or having their bodies lose their shape, especially those considered beautiful, who are particularly vigilant about such matters. Consequently, most women tend to shy away from meat, and even those who enjoy it tend to exercise restraint. This is also why many men develop beer bellies, while the occurrence is far less common among women. Of course, it should be noted that this is not to say that no women are overweight, but rather that the ratio is considerably smaller compared to men. One can easily spot several men with protruding bellies on a street, yet it is rare to encounter a woman with a similar physique, excluding those who are pregnant. Thus, Shen Muyang found it somewhat perplexing that Chu Qinshuan relished meat dishes while maintaining such a flawless figure. However, when he recalled the fitness equipment in her office, it dawned on him that this woman likely had a natural disposition against gaining weight. Coupled with her daily commitment to exercise, it was understandable how she could maintain her perfect physique. As he surveyed the supermarket's dazzling array of goods, Shen Muyang quickly began to assemble his selections, and before long, he had filled his cart with an assortment of vegetables. In an effort to treat Chu Qinshuan, he was generous with his spending, choosing only what he deemed to be of the highest quality. By the time he finished shopping, he had spent nearly 700 or 800. Chu Qinshuan finished work at 11:30, which meant she would arrive home around 11:50, leaving ample time for his preparations. This woman's work for the month was essentially concluded, as the following day marked her grandfather's birthday, rendering her unable to work. This afternoon, she planned to take Shen Muyang shopping for a few outfits and shoes, and to refresh her hairstyle. Despite her seemingly indifferent demeanor towards Shen Muyang, it is worth noting that she was quite attentive in spirit. When Shen Muyang was moving, she had assisted in packing, meaning she was quite familiar with a few of his clothing items. As for the reason she wished to bring Shen Muyang to her grandfather's birthday celebration, according to Chu Qinshuan, it was because he had serendipitously acquired the perfect gift. Thus, her grandfather wished to meet Shen Muyang. However, the veracity of this situation remains unknown. As Chu Qinshuan stepped into the room, an enticing aroma infiltrated her senses uninvited. She then beheld a table adorned with an array of dishes, among which were several of her favorites, such as steamed perch. Shen Muyang, while speaking, poured the whisked eggs into the pot. Muyang, is today your birthday? Why have you prepared so many dishes? Jukian sun in guit, all the while indulging in a piece of meat. My birthday is in the latter half of the year. How could it be today? The reason for this feast is primarily to reward you. The moment I received the payment notification, I knew you must have exerted considerable effort. Thus, I promptly went to buy groceries. How do you find it? Aren't they all your favorites? Chu Qinshuan paused. Then realization dawned upon her, and a wave of emotion surged within her heart. Previously, she had been cursing this man for his inability to utter a simple thank you. It turned out she had been fixated on formalities, while he had been demonstrating his care through actions. In that moment, Chu Qinshuan discovered yet another admirable quality in this man. All right, the meal is ready. Just as Chu Qinshuan was lost in thought, Shen Muyang had already brought the final soup to the table and began serving rice. Muyang, with your remarkable qualities, how could Zhu Lingling bear to let you go? Chu Qinshuan's question was indeed quite sophisticated. Had it been someone else, they might have asked with your excellence. How could Zhu Lingling bear to break up with you? Or with your talents? How could Zhu Lingling be foolish enough to stray? While the essence of these inquiries was similar, the linguistic finesse exhibited by this woman was undoubtedly of a higher caliber. Remarkable? Perhaps. You find me exceptional today. But had you met me half a month ago, you might not have felt the same. Or perhaps you do see me as remarkable, but to others, I am nothing. You have encountered a particular version of me at a specific moment, which has led you to this impression. Perhaps in another context, you would not feel the same. Shen Muyang struggled to articulate his thoughts clearly. Essentially, he wished to convey that without his insight, he would be an ordinary person. Not even Zhu Lingling would have taken notice of him, let alone Chu Qianxuan. He understood this sentiment, yet he could not elucidate it. Chu Qianxuan, indeed, found herself perplexed. Yet, such is the nature of life, akin to the lyrics of a song that sings of fate as a bridge. Had Shen Muyang not quarreled with Zhu Lingling and inadvertently taken a wrong turn on his electric scooter, she would not have collided with him in her car. Consequently, none of the subsequent events would have transpired, and it is likely they would never have crossed paths. Even if they had, who knows when that would have been. Thus, in a certain sense, Chu Qianxuan ought to express her gratitude to Zhu Lingling. Muyang, relinquishing the old love will pave the way for new affection. I firmly believe that the future holds greater promise for you. Therefore, do not fear her new romance. In truth, it is merely a scapegoat. You must believe in your own excellence, for you shall undoubtedly encounter someone far superior to her. In the depths of Chu Qianxuan's words, there seems to be an implicit reminder to Shen Muyang that a woman even more remarkable than Zhu Lingling has indeed emerged. If only you were to pay a little attention, you would easily discern her presence. This marks the second occasion on which Shen Muyang has witnessed this woman's bold demeanor. The first was that night when she made comments about experienced drivers. Now, she has once again surprised him with her words, which compels Shen Muyang to suspect that she frequently indulges in online dramas. Beneath her seemingly demure exterior lies a spirited soul. It is said that such women tend to be more liberated, though the veracity of this statement remains uncertain. Chapter 52, The Night of the Attack. Whether this is true or not remains a mystery to Shen Muyang, as he lacks the means to conduct an experiment. Following a lunch together, Chu Qianxuan's biases against Shen Muyang were completely dissolved. After their meal, she eagerly took him shopping, even purchasing a gift box. The camaraderie between a man and a woman often fosters feelings of affection. Sometimes, it occurs inexplicably. It is entirely natural for emotions to blossom when two individuals frequently share their time, both during the day and at night. Even sharing meals at the same table thrice a day inevitably leads to an air of intimacy. However, the true catalyst for their deepening relationship was their afternoon outing. For instance, the proprietor of a clothing store might remark, "Your husband looks quite dashing in that outfit," or "Your girlfriend has impeccable taste. This dress truly suits you." As the saying goes, the speaker has no intent, but the listener takes it to heart. Moreover, since Chu Qianxuan refrained from contesting such remarks, hearing them repeatedly led Shen Muyang to entertain certain thoughts. Fortunately, Chu Qianxuan exhibited a touch of initiative, occasionally linking her arm with his. Upon spotting a bubble tea shop, she playfully urged him to buy her a drink. In truth, their relationship had nearly reached the realm of romantic partners. Only a thin veil remained unpierced. Unbeknownst to Shen Muyang, a pair of watchful eyes lingered nearby, following their every move. "Muyang, let's go watch a movie." After an afternoon of shopping and dinner, the hesitant Chu Qianxuan suddenly proposed such a request. "How about watching the Jade too?" Chu Qianxuan's suggestion was spontaneous. Lacking a specific film in mind, yet Shen Muyang seized the opportunity to steer the conversation, prompting her to eagerly embrace the idea. "Yes, I have heard it is quite good. Shall we go and support domestic cinema?" Shen Muyang could hardly recall the last time he had visited a theater to watch a film. It has been several years since he last watched a film, which was during a school-organized event. Since Chu Qianxuan expressed a desire to see a movie, Shen Muyang naturally could not refuse her. Thus, the two purchased tickets and acquired a pair of 3D glasses each. Initially, they presumed that being an animated feature, the audience would be sparse. However, upon entering the screening room, they were surprised to find it quite crowded. They found their seats, and soon the film commenced. One cannot help but acknowledge the remarkable advancements in the visual effects of domestic animation compared to a few years ago. Despite being merely an animated film, it surpassed many contemporary works from well-known directors in terms of enjoyment. Currently, the Chinese film market appears rather bleak, dominated by either so-called blockbuster dramas or poorly conceived films that start strong but falter. Perhaps this is the secret to the success of this animated feature. In the character of Shen Gongbao, Shen Muyang discerned the reflections of countless ordinary individuals. After 6 years of diligent effort, he managed to accumulate 6 elixirs, each one steeped in his sweat and hardships. Conversely, the celestial beings seemed to conjure thousands of elixirs with a mere flick of their hands, as if those potions were merely dust at their fingertips. Shen Gongbao resembled the sole student from his village who gained admission to a prestigious university in a big city. With aspirations to bring glory to his family, he believed he had discovered the path to success, unaware that he was merely an ordinary person without connections. Compelled to ingratiate himself with superiors and perform menial tasks in exchange for a few meager elixirs, he hesitated to consume them himself, carefully saving them for his younger brother, as if those elixirs held the hope of their entire family. Before outsiders, he was perpetually anxious, stammering in speech, fearful of uttering a single misstep. Observing Shen Xiaobao was akin to witnessing his younger self, the one who once brimmed with dreams but ultimately bent to the weight of reality. He was a mere byproduct of the celestial realm, yet a source of pride for his hometown. He exhibited both diligence and exceptional intelligence. Yet fate had never shown him kindness. In contrast to Neza's bold declaration of "my fate is mine to command," Shen Gongbao traversed a far more arduous path, simultaneously bowing to destiny and fiercely resisting it. Every step he took was fraught with helplessness and struggle, yet he never succumbed to despair. For in him, we saw our own struggles between reality and aspiration, the silent sacrifices made for our families, and a resilience that persists even when faced with fate. Shen Gongbao embodies the essence of each one of us. Chu Qianxuan, resembling a child, nestled within Shen Muyang's embrace, weeping yet captivated by the film. Their emotional response was not solitary. Others around them were equally moved, sustaining this atmosphere until the credits rolled. "Muyang, do you think my face looks ugly?" Upon exiting the cinema, Chu Qianxuan rummaged through her bag to retrieve her makeup mirror, scrutinizing her reflection. Fortunately, her eyes were merely a tad swollen from crying. A good night's rest would remedy that. The duo continued their conversation as they headed toward the parking area, unaware that a few individuals were stealthily trailing behind them. As Shen Muyang accompanied Chu Qianxun to the car, preparing to embark, a sudden surge of 7 or 8 figures emerged from shadows. Clad in caps and masks, some wielded clubs while others brandished machetes. Without uttering a word, they charged directly at Shen Muyang. Chu Qianxun had never encountered such a scene, and her terrified screams pierced the air. Shen Muyang, uncertain of the unfolding situation, relied on his past experiences from high school, where he often found himself in brawls, allowing his reflexes to kick in. He swiftly opened the car door, pushed Chu Qianxun inside, and secured the door, locking it for good measure. With a sudden whoosh, Shen Muyang narrowly evaded a lethal blow, but not without consequence. A gash was inflicted upon his arm. Ignoring the pain, he understood that he must retaliate. The thought of fleeing never crossed his mind, for escape was not an option. The confined space left him surrounded by armed assailants. Moreover, with Chu Qianxun inside the vehicle, fleeing would place her in grave danger. In the midst of his agony and urgency, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Time appeared to slow around him. Without dwelling on the peculiar change, he delivered a powerful punch to the face of the foremost attacker. The impact reverberated as his fist connected with the adversary's chin. Shen Muyang was not to be trifled with. Only days prior, he had effortlessly sent Shen Gaoshang flying with a single kick. Coupled with the immense energy he had absorbed from a significant piece of Jade the night before, he summoned considerable strength for this strike. The result was devastating. The attacker's jaw dislocated, and at least half of his teeth shattered, swallowed in a grimace of agony due to the mask obstructing their escape. Undeterred by the chaos, Shen Muyang found himself in a prime position to dominate, as the movements of his foes had become sluggish in his perception. With a flurry of punches and kicks, he swiftly incapacitated them all. Just then, several security personnel rushed towards the scene, evidently alerted by surveillance footage of the unfolding events. "Retreat," barked the leader of the assailants, his face resembling that of a battered pig, as he signaled for his cohorts to flee. But Shen Muyang was unwilling to grant them such an opportunity. Seizing a stick, he began to strike with precision, akin to a whack-a-mole game. "Speak. Who have you wronged recently? Why are they attacking you?" As soon as Shen Muyang arrived at the police station, he was ushered into the interrogation room, where the officer questioning him was none other than the captain on duty that night. "Officer, I am the victim, not a criminal. You should be interrogating those assailants instead. If necessary, reviewing the surveillance footage will suffice. I was merely acting in self-defense." Although Shen Muyang was not well versed in the law, he possessed a basic understanding of such fundamental principles. Consequently, he was not overly frightened, especially since Chu Qianxun would undoubtedly assist him. "Mr. Shen, you seem to have misunderstood. I am merely taking a routine statement. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Qin Kalan. You may address me as Captain Qin. I have already grasped the general sequence of events. As you mentioned, there is indeed surveillance footage. However, I'm still unclear about the specifics. The assailants are currently all hospitalized, and it seems they will not be discharged for several days, hence my need to inquire with you. At this point, Shen Muyang began to grasp the situation. He realized that he had been rather heavy-handed. While the assailants did not suffer severe injuries, they were left battered and bruised, with fractures being quite common. Thus, even if the assailants were at fault, it was only fair that they receive treatment first, making the inquiry into his actions reasonable. I see now. I apologize for misunderstanding your intentions. Regarding your previous question about whether I have offended anyone recently, there is indeed one individual, although I cannot be certain it was him. For instance, matters concerning gambling stones can lead to significant trouble if brought to light. However, I can certainly speak about the incident involving a stolen girlfriend and other points of conflict. Chen Gaosheng, the son of Chen Taixiong from Fei Xiang Group? Are you certain? Faced with Captain Qin's inquiry, Shen Muyang could not provide a definitive answer. He was not foolish. Without evidence, he would not make baseless claims. But he could narrate the situation based on speculation. As for this particular matter, Captain Qin, I cannot confirm it. This is merely my conjecture, as I lack evidence to assert that he was responsible. However, aside from him, I genuinely have not offended anyone else. Although Shen Muyang did not explicitly state that Chen Gaosheng was the culprit, his words subtly hinted at the individual in question. Meanwhile, at the Chen family villa, a resounding slap echoed as Chen Taixiong struck Chen Gaosheng's face, marking the 5th time he had done so that evening. Dad, what are you doing? Gaosheng is your own son. How can you be so ruthless? Huang Ju-xiang exclaimed, watching her son's face swell from the blows, her heart aching for him. There is a saying that a doting mother often spoils her child, and Chen Gaosheng's current predicament was undoubtedly linked to his mother's excessive indulgence. This is all your fault. You keep pampering him. Just look at the state he is in now. Stealing someone else's girlfriend and even hiring a thug to commit violence. Such actions I would never dare undertake. Yet he has the audacity to do so. And I had warned him just yesterday. Now it is settled. Those individuals have all been apprehended. Should they choose to speak out, revealing his involvement, even divine intervention would not save him. Do you comprehend the gravity of hiring someone to inflict harm? Such an act warrants imprisonment. Upon hearing the possibility of incarceration, Chen Gaosheng was overcome with fear. Father, mother, I do not wish to be imprisoned. If I go to jail, my life will be ruined. At this moment, Huang Juxiang was equally terrified. Father, we have only this one son. You must devise a solution. Gaosheng cannot go to prison. We can pay, and you must leverage your connections to halt their investigation. Chen Tiexiong was tormented by a sense of helplessness. Did this woman think he was unaware of the situation? If it were merely Shen Muyang involved, he could indeed suppress the matter through connections. However, the complication arose with Chu Qinshuan. In terms of connections and influence, Chen Tiexiong could not compare to Chu Hanliang, rendering that avenue futile. Thus, the only viable option remained, to spend a considerable sum to silence the scar-faced man. If he could be persuaded to assert it was merely a personal conflict, the matter would no longer implicate Chen Gaosheng. Even if suspicions lingered, the prosecution relies heavily on evidence. As for the scar-faced individuals, they could be dealt with later once the matter had settled. After all, they had all faced imprisonment before. I will handle this. You must act as if nothing has occurred and avoid raising any suspicions. The scar-faced men were all injured and currently residing in the hospital, presenting us with an opportunity. However, remember this. If there's a next time, I will not spare you either if others do not deal with you. Upon hearing this, Chen Gaosheng felt a semblance of calm wash over him. Chen Tiexiong, although burdened with concerns, could not simply watch his son be incarcerated. Thus, he picked up the phone and dialed a number. Chapter 54, Qian Yuan Ring. Muyang, are you truly unscathed? Today's events had deeply frightened her. Yet they also stirred her emotions. It was entirely natural to feel fear. Anyone would be terrified in such circumstances. As for her being moved, it was due to Shen Muyang's willingness to protect her, sustaining an injury in the process. In truth, there was a misunderstanding on Chu Qinshuan's part. Those individuals targeted Shen Muyang, and Chen Gaosheng had already instructed the scar-faced man. Therefore, even if Chu Qinshuan had not sought refuge in the vehicle, she would have remained unharmed. Unfortunately, this was knowledge Chu Qinshuan lacked. I am fine. Did the doctor not say so? The wound is not severe, and it will heal in a couple of days. However, I fear I may not be able to cook for you in the meantime. Upon hearing this, Chu Qinshuan shot him an exasperated glance. At a time like this, you mentioned cooking? Muyang, you know who sent those people tonight, right? When Chu Qinshuan posed this question, she already had an inkling of the answer. She merely sought confirmation that her thoughts aligned with Shen Muyang's. What does it matter who it is? We possess no evidence, and for now, we can only wait for the police to conduct their inquiries. The hour is late. It is time to wash up and retire for the night. After all, there are matters to attend to tomorrow. Chu Qinshu nodded, only then recalling that Shen Muyang's arm was still bandaged, making a bath quite troublesome. Muyang, your arm is injured, making it difficult to bathe. Would you like me to prepare some water to help you clean up? Shen Muyang initially intended to refuse, yet the unpleasant odors emanating from his body made him feel quite uncomfortable. He had considered resting for a day or two without a bath, thinking it inconsequential. But after the exertions of the evening, he had indeed perspired profusely. Without a cleansing, sleep would likely elude him. Very well, I appreciate your help. Chu Qinshuan remained silent. Entering the bathroom, in a short while, she returned with a basin of water. Noticing Shen Muyang beginning to undress, she hurried over to assist him. Removing the shirt was manageable, a few buttons unfastened, a gentle tug, and it was off. However, when it came to his trousers, both Shen Muyang and Chu Qinshuan found themselves in a rather awkward predicament. Ultimately, with a resolute heart, Chu Qinshuan unbuckled his belt and, with somewhat clumsy hands, managed to remove his trousers, leaving him in only his shorts. Stealing a glance, Chu Qinshuan noted with surprise the considerable size of his physique. How did Zhu Lingling ever leave him? One had to admit, the woman's imagination was quite expansive. Even in such a moment, her mind wandered to such thoughts. Although it was merely a simple washing, the proximity and the fact that he wore only shorts, combined with the alluring fragrance of Chu Qinshuan, naturally stirred a reaction. Taking a deep breath, Shen Muyang gradually calmed himself. It was evident to any discerning mind who was behind the events of the night. However, knowing did little good, as the adversary had evidently prepared meticulously. He understood well that with sufficient resources, one could accomplish anything, and thus, the other party would undoubtedly withstand the consequences. Yet, Shen Muyang was not to be underestimated. His nature inclined towards vengeance. Therefore, he took note of this incident. Casting a glance at his arm, he discerned that the wound had begun to scab over. This realization had dawned upon him earlier at the police station, a discovery he had made inadvertently. He had felt pain in his arm, prompting him to channel his internal energy to alleviate the discomfort. This led him to certain conclusions. At the very least, it was a beneficial discovery. Feeling assured that his wound was no longer a concern, Shen Muyang resolved to sleep. Just then, he noticed an alarming anomaly. The ring on his left ring finger was missing. This startled him. After all, that ring belonged to Chu Hanliang, and he had merely borrowed it for examination, having worn it without removing it until now. The only plausible explanation for its absence was that it had come off during the scuffle at the cinema. As the thought first emerged, a brilliant flash illuminated his ring finger, revealing a beautifully archaic ring. Shen Muyang, believing he was hallucinating, quickly rubbed his eyes and looked again. The ring remained. However, this ring was entirely different from the previous one. While it retained its antiquity, its shape and color had transformed dramatically. Perplexed, he decided to utilize his divine sight. Item name, Qian Yuan Ring. Item grade, unknown. Item function, storage. Item description, unknown. Currently bound to the owner. Can be viewed with mental energy. Curse this unknown aspect, Shen Muyang cursed inwardly. Yet, this was far more informative than before, as he at least grasped the name of the ring. Upon discovering its function as a storage device, a bold hypothesis took shape in his mind, particularly regarding the latter statement. Currently bound to the owner. Can be viewed with mental energy. How does one establish ownership? How does one utilize mental energy for observation? Just as Shen Muyang grappled with these questions, darkness enveloped his vision, and he suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar realm. This space was vast, approximately the size of a football field. After surveying his surroundings, Shen Muyang surmised that this must be the internal space within the ring he wore. This confirmed his earlier conjecture that it was indeed a spatial storage ring. He had simply not anticipated such an expansive area within. However, despite its size, the space contained nothing but an impenetrable chest. How was he to exit? After several attempts, he gradually discerned some techniques. Anything he touched with his hand could be drawn inside with a mere thought. Similarly, he could retrieve items using the same method. Furthermore, he discovered he could freely enter and exit the ring, and even observe its interior with his mental energy. The impenetrable chest likely related to the ring's grade. It must be of a higher level than his current capabilities. Were it not for the bond of ownership, he might have remained oblivious to all its mysteries. How had he established this bond? Shen Muyang entertained a daring theory. During a prior battle, his left hand had been grazed by a blade, and perhaps a drop of blood had fallen upon the ring. The more he contemplated, the more plausible it became. After all, he had read numerous fantasy novels where such occurrences were depicted. Yet, such speculations seemed trivial now. Possessing this divine ring was extraordinarily advantageous for him. Thus, Shen Muyang commenced placing items into the ring. His wallet, diploma, some clothing, and most importantly, that battered bank card worth 300 million. Suddenly, a crucial thought struck him. This ring belonged to Chu Hongliang. Bound by his own circumstances, he reflected on Chapter 55, the so-called heartfelt breakfast. He still upheld certain principles. Yet everything had changed. The ring was now affixed to him, rendering it unusable by anyone else. In a sense, this ring was indeed meant to belong to him. While this assertion might seem somewhat forced, upon deeper contemplation, it held merit. The Qinyuan ring's origins were shrouded in mystery. Initially discovered by an unknown individual before being sold to Chu Hongliang. Chu Hongliang himself admitted that despite possessing the ring for several years, he had yet to fully unravel its secrets. However, in just 2 or 3 days since it came into Shen Muyang's possession, it had already acknowledged him as its master. Is it not a matter of fate? As the saying goes, heavenly treasures find their rightful owners. Shen Muyang soon conjured a justification for himself. Yet, how would he explain this to Chu Hongliang? To reveal the truth seemed utterly absurd. The other party would hardly believe him and might even suspect Shen Muyang of fabricating excuses to covet the ring, should they choose to believe his tale. The situation could spiral further out of control, perhaps landing him in a small dark room for dissection and research. After much contemplation, the only solution Shen Muyang could devise was to fabricate a lie. After all, the previous altercation provided an excellent rationale. He had initially thought he lost the ring during that very fight, thus rendering this explanation plausible. Next came the issue of compensation. Regardless of Chu Hongliang's disposition, he needed to offer some form of recompense. Financially, he was no longer in distress, and a suitable compensation would suffice. If necessary, he could wait for an opportunity to procure a valuable antique to present later. Another pressing concern arose from the earlier brawl. He had distinctly perceived the opponent's moves and trajectories. Even more astonishingly, he seemed to have slowed their speed. Shen Muyang had his own theories regarding this phenomenon. Logically, he should not possess the ability to decelerate his adversaries. The only plausible explanation was that his own cognitive processing had accelerated, resulting in heightened reflexes. It was akin to an individual with swift reactions capable of making predictions. In combat, it meant anticipating an opponent's next move the moment they threw a punch. Thus, he could effectively counterattack based on their intentions. Yet his ability had intensified, creating the illusion that his opponent's speed had halved or more. In truth, it was likely that his own reaction time had doubled. While Shen Muyang was lost in thought, a knock echoed at the door, prompting him to use his enhanced vision. He beheld Chu Qinyuan standing outside. "Please come in," he called, and the door swung open. Muyang, "I'm here to check your temperature," Chu Qinyuan announced. "The doctor said that if your wound becomes infected, it could lead to a fever. So I thought I'd measure it." As she spoke, she gestured with the thermometer in her hand. Shen Muyang's train of thought was interrupted, causing him to abandon his previous musings. After expressing his gratitude, he took the thermometer and placed it beneath his armpit. "Muyang, I must say, your physique is rather impressive. And pray tell, from whom did you acquire such skills?" Shen Muyang was almost convinced that Chu Qiansun was indeed a bold woman, unafraid to voice her thoughts. However, he found it curious. He had never considered himself muscular before, yet now his abdomen clearly bore definition. Furthermore, his arms exhibited noticeable muscle, likely a result of the enhancement from spiritual energy. "Qiansun, I'm hardly skilled in any martial arts. In my school days, I simply lacked diligence and often found myself in brawls. Consequently, I've become somewhat more adept than the average person. By the way, I hope I didn't frighten you too much today." Chu Qiansun shook her head. To claim she wasn't startled would be disingenuous, for she had never encountered such a scene in her life. However, the shock was fleeting, primarily due to Shen Muyang's remarkable performance afterward. To single-handedly take down 7 or 8 individuals, leaving them sprawled on the ground, wailing in despair, was nothing short of heroic. Women are naturally drawn to heroes, and Chu Qiansun was no exception. Having already harbored a favorable impression of Shen Muyang, the events of the evening only served to deepen her admiration. Regardless of his fighting prowess, the fact that he had protected her during such a perilous moment, even at the cost of his own injury, was enough to evoke her gratitude. "Muyang, thank you." Chu Qiansun's appreciation was sincere. There's no need for thanks. They targeted me, and you were merely collateral damage. Their conversation continued, an exchange between a man and a woman in the stillness of the night, a potentially precarious situation, particularly if mutual feelings were involved. Fortunately, Shen Muyang's injured arm and the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind meant that when the thermometer registered the temperature, it signified the conclusion of their discourse. After all, it was well past midnight. Shen Muyang did not dwell on it. The hour was indeed late, and after Chu Qiansun departed, he soon succumbed to slumber. The following morning, as Shen Muyang opened his door, he was greeted by a pungent odor, prompting him to rush towards the kitchen. The air was thick with smoke. He quickly turned on the exhaust fan and shut off the gas stove. What on earth are you doing? Cooking breakfast? Chu Qiansun was well aware of Shen Muyang's slightly skeptical tone, causing her cheeks to flush. In truth, she had intended to do something kind, thinking that since Shen Muyang's arm was injured, she would prepare a heartfelt breakfast. Cooking breakfast seemed simple enough, just 2 hot dogs and 2 fried eggs. Theoretically, anyone could manage that. Yet some tasks appeared deceptively easy, only to prove challenging upon attempt. And Chu Qiansun was living testament to this adage. As she grew increasingly flustered, the situation only worsened, resulting in a smoky disaster. The most crucial point is that the range hood was completely forgotten. After listening to Chu Qiansun's explanation, Shen Muyang was both speechless and amused. The speechlessness stemmed from the fact that there are still individuals so oblivious in this world, while the amusement arose from the sheer absurdity of it. Nevertheless, gazing at the so-called heartfelt breakfast did evoke a slight sense of gratitude. Unfortunately, there was no dog at home. Otherwise, perhaps it could have been fed to one. Chapter 56. Turns out they are acquainted. The breakfast was merely a minor episode. Ultimately, Shen Muyang bore the brunt of it all, having to wash the pots and pans anew to prepare breakfast. It was merely a gathering of family. Chu Qiansun had prepared quite a number of gifts, primarily health supplements, while Shen Muyang had placed the pen holder he had previously purchased into a gift box. Although the pen holder was not particularly precious, it bore a commendable significance, making it perfectly suitable for someone celebrating a birthday or an anniversary. Muyang, my grandfather has a passion for antiques, and since you are somewhat knowledgeable in this area, you can chat with him about it later, Chu Qiansun advised. Additionally, lunch will be a restaurant, so there will be a few guests. And just a friendly reminder that Chun Gaosheng will likely be present. Try your best to avoid any conflict with him. As Chu Qiansun drove, she provided these instructions. The reason being that they were headed to her grandfather's home. Shen Muyang felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, this was his first encounter with her family. Although their relationship had not been explicitly defined, they both understood that breaking through that barrier was merely a matter of time. However, as they drove, Shen Muyang began to sense something amiss, for he had visited this place before, and not just once. Qiansun, your grandfather wouldn't he happen to be called Chu Hanliang? Would he? Shen Muyang suddenly connected the dots, realizing that the same name and shared interests made it difficult not to draw the connection. You know my grandfather? At that moment, Chu Qiansun was bewildered, as the situation seemed quite bizarre. How on earth did Shen Muyang know her grandfather? Upon observing Chu Qiansun's reaction, Shen Muyang was finally convinced that Chu Hanliang was indeed her grandfather. This revelation left him feeling both amused and perplexed. He then recounted the brief history between himself and Chu Hanliang, and, under Chu Qiansun's insistence the previous night, he finally ceased to address him as Mr. Chu as he had before. Muyang, so you're the so-called, somewhat unscrupulous, capable young man my grandfather speaks of? Upon hearing this, Shen Muyang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It was surprising to learn that the old gentleman held such an opinion of him. Yet, reflecting on their previous transactions, he found it hard to refute the claim, for he had indeed been somewhat shrewd in his dealings. The prices of the items were hardly inexpensive, yet the title of capable young man was a commendable one. Furthermore, Shen Muyang had committed a grave error. Chu Hanliang had mentioned previously that he was the former chairman of Feixiang Jewelry Company. But now, the situation was awkward, exceedingly so. Qiansun, you see, since I was unfamiliar with your grandfather before, it was only natural to ask for a bit more when selling things. Wouldn't you agree? At this moment, a radiant smile adorned Chu Qiansun's face as she eagerly anticipated her grandfather's reaction upon meeting Shen Muyang. Would they find themselves in an awkward silence when they finally came face to face? As it turned out, Chu Qiansun's intuition was correct. When the car came to a halt, and Chu Hanliang and his wife witnessed Shen Muyang emerging from their granddaughter's vehicle, they were momentarily taken aback. This delighted Chu Qiansun immensely. A few moments later, Chu Hanliang took Shen Muyang upstairs for a chat, while Chu Qianxuan found herself being pulled aside by her grandmother, Lu Shujia, who had a series of questions. Qianxuan, how did you come to know Shen Muyang? Lu Shujia inquired. Chu Qianxuan, still stifling her laughter, slowly recounted the story of her acquaintance with Shen Muyang. However, she refrained from mentioning that he currently resided in her villa, knowing well that such information might lead her grandmother to misunderstand the situation. Qianxuan, you're not a child anymore. You haven't yet found a partner. And this young man seems quite commendable. He has visited several times, and your grandfather holds him in high regard, Lu Shujia remarked, keenly observing her granddaughter's facial expressions. Her sudden shift in conversation was a subtle attempt to gauge the nature of the relationship between Chu Qianxuan and Shen Muyang. It was evident that Chu Qianxuan's expressions had betrayed her. Grandma, my acquaintance with Muyang is still relatively new. We haven't reached that stage yet. I prefer to take things slowly and see how it develops. As for my age, I'm still quite young, so there's no rush. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Shen Muyang felt somewhat at ease. Muyang, I never expected you to know our Qianxuan. Had I known, I would have asked Qianxuan to buy things from you. Perhaps you could have offered me a discount? Chu Hanliang's words were laced with playful banter. However, he genuinely held a favorable opinion of Shen Muyang. He was capable, well-groomed, and came from a respectable background. A touch of cunning was not unusual, especially given their previous unfamiliarity. In business, one seeks to maximize their interests. Even someone as affluent as Chu Hanliang would negotiate prices when making purchases. Old sir, please don't jest. Had I known you were Qianxuan's grandfather, I wouldn't have dared to bargain with you. Shen Muyang replied. By the way, I have something to clarify. Please don't take offense. He proceeded to recount the events of the previous night, motivated by two reasons: to divert from the awkward topic and to explain the significance of the mysterious Qianyuan ring. Muyang, it's merely an unremarkable ring. If it's lost, then so be it. After all, I've spent so long trying to identify its origins without success. Moreover, please refrain from addressing me as old man. Simply follow Qianxuan's lead and call me grandfather. However, regarding last night's incident, are you certain it was that young man from the Chun family who was responsible? At this moment, Chu Hanliang's focus was not on the ring. In truth, he scarcely regarded it. Instead, his attention was drawn to the events of the previous night, for it had been many years since such a violent act had occurred in this area. Furthermore, it involved his precious granddaughter, which demanded his concern. Grandfather, this matter must be traced back several days to the very first day we met. The enmity between Chun Gaosheng and myself primarily stems from Shen Muyang did not feign any sentimentality. Since Chu Hanliang permitted him to call him grandfather, he naturally took the opportunity to ascend the social ladder. There were no alterations in this, as Chu Hanliang would undoubtedly verify the account with Chu Qianxuan privately. Chapter 57. Chu Hanliang's caution after listening to Shen Muyang's recounting. Chu Hanliang's expression darkened. Chun Tiexiong's father shared a close relationship with Chu Hanliang, having once fought together to establish their fortunes. Following their success, they founded what is now the Feixiang Group, with Chu Hanliang as chairman and Chun Tiexiong's father as general manager. It is fair to say that the current scale of Feixiang Group owes much to their collaboration. Unfortunately, a few years ago, Chun Tiexiong's father passed away due to health complications. As for Chu Hanliang, having grown older and lost his son and daughter-in-law, he contemplated retirement. Eventually, the chairmanship of Feixiang Group was handed over to Chun Tiexiong, who possesses considerable capability. At the very least, the company has seen commendable growth under his leadership. Additionally, there is Chu Qianxuan. This granddaughter is equally remarkable, but due to her youth, she is not yet suited for the position of chairman. Even though the Chu family holds significant shares, the presence of numerous other shareholders limits her prospects. Thus, Chu Qianxuan occupies her current role. Yet should she continue to excel in the coming years, it would not be impossible for her to succeed Chun Tiexiong. After all, she holds the largest shareholding. This also explains why Chun Tiexiong desires Chun Gaosheng to pursue Chu Qianxuan. Should they genuinely become a couple, it would become inconsequential who occupies the chairman's seat. Initially, Chu Hanliang was optimistic about this prospect, for Chun Gaosheng is quite presentable and of a similar age. Moreover, the two families have long-standing ties, and a union would indeed be a delightful affair. However, as the saying goes, a wolf travels 1,000 miles to seek meat, while a dog travels to seek refuse. Although Chun Gaosheng presents himself well in front of Chu Hanliang, he is, in truth, a lightweight. Despite having retired, Chu Hanliang remains well informed about the affairs of the company. Consequently, he has relinquished any hopes regarding the potential union between Chun Gaosheng and Chu Qianxuan. Such a man is unworthy of his granddaughter. Muyang, I fear this matter may ultimately come to naught. Even if your claims hold truth, Shen Muyang will find a way to manipulate circumstances to ensure the other party confesses. Therefore, do not harbor excessive hope. I believe that Shen Muyang possesses this capability. Furthermore, I have aged, and many matters have become beyond my reach, while others are reluctant to afford me any leniency. Therefore, I can only advise you to exercise caution. It is wise to refrain from displaying your brilliance until you have fortified yourself. There's a saying that goes, newly sprouted branches are easily broken, suggesting that one should maintain a low profile. Shen Muyang certainly comprehended the essence of Chu Hanliang's words, as there is a saying that honest advice is often unpalatable. Despite the old man's blunt manner of speaking, his words resonate with reason. The reason Shen Gaosheng seeks to confront him is precisely due to his ostentatiousness. Had he remained more discreet, he could have simply awaited his growth, and who would dare provoke him then? However, some circumstances do not unfold as one imagines. If time could be rewound, Shen Muyang would undoubtedly traverse the same path he once took. If his girlfriend were to be taken away from him, if he were to be betrayed, and if his enemies were to confront him, hiding would not be an option. That would not be the mark of a man. The divine gift he received would be rendered meaningless. Thus, Shen Muyang harbors no regrets about offending an adversary. Revenge for grievances is a natural response. There is no shame in that. If others can achieve success in the initial stages, he can do so at the later ones. Another saying goes, if you do not eliminate me today, it shall be you who faces demise tomorrow. However, he refrains from uttering such sentiments, for today marks Chu Hanliang's birthday, and the objective is to bring joy to the old gentleman. Grandfather, your words resonate with me. I shall strive to maintain a lower profile. He presented a pen holder that he had stumbled upon the previous day, intending it as a birthday gift. This piece is a replica from the Republic of China era, yet it is crafted quite well. Although it may not carry significant monetary value, its symbolism is profound. As Shen Muyang spoke, he opened a gift box, revealing the pen holder before Chu Hanliang. While Chu Hanliang may not have a keen interest in jade, he possesses a deep affection for antiques, and upon seeing the pen holder, his interest was piqued. As Shen Muyang noted, this piece is indeed a replica, valued at around 20 to 30,000. Nevertheless, it is a commendable imitation, particularly the artwork adorning it, which holds significant meaning. A pine tree stands tall, beneath which a crane is poised, alongside a figure reminiscent of the god of longevity, stroking his beard. This symbolizes longevity and blessings. The art of gift-giving, much like the art of conversation, can convey much. Additionally, given Chu Hanliang's favorable impression of Shen Muyang and the budding relationship with his granddaughter, he now regards Shen Muyang with the warmth of a potential grandson-in-law. While the term together may not be entirely suitable, the sentiment is akin. Meanwhile, Shen Muyang approached with Shen Gaosheng. Remember this, do not speak carelessly. If Qian Sun or Chu Hanliang inquire about last night's events, feign ignorance. It is best to say little. I have resolved the matter with the scarred man. So now I expect you to behave and focus your energies on your work. Behave yourself a little better, as I am subtly gauging Chu Hanliang's stance. If you and Chu Qianxuan truly end up together, I shall no longer have any concerns for the future. Shen Gaosheng promptly agreed, for he had indeed become more earnest than before, having been quite shaken by the events of the previous night. Father, shall we disregard that scoundrel Shen Muyang? Shen Muyang glanced at his son, but chose not to engage in that topic. On another matter, the primary issue facing the company is the lack of mid to high-end jadeite. The root of this problem primarily lies in the situation in northern Myanmar. Consequently, jadeite prices within the country have soared. Therefore, I intend to send someone to Ruiqing to explore new market opportunities. I wish for you to take charge of this endeavor. I have already spoken with Old Huang, and you can approach him directly when the time comes. If this situation persists, it will be detrimental to us. Thus, we must establish our own channels and not rely on others. The second objective is to create opportunities for you to achieve some accomplishments. Once you arrive, I will ensure that Old Huang assists you. With tangible results, recognition will naturally follow. Remember, regardless of how capable you are or how well you manage, nothing surpasses your ability to generate profit for the company. As long as you bring in revenue, your leisurely ways will go unnoticed. As they conversed, the vehicle arrived at Chu Hanliang's residence, just as he and Shen Muyang were concluding their discussion and descending from the upper floor. Chu uncle, happy birthday! Shen Muyang promptly approached Chu Hanliang to extend his greetings. A fleeting glance at Shen Muyang beside him sparked a thought. Why is this fellow here? Though Shen Muyang had never formally met Shen Muyang, it did not imply he was unfamiliar with him. Grandpa Chu, happy birthday! May your fortune be as vast as the eastern sea and your lifespan exceed that of the southern mountains. Chen Gaosheng quickly chimed in, uttering auspicious phrases. Despite his numerous flaws, he knew how to speak well in such gatherings. After all, being a scion of privilege did not equate to foolishness. Ah, splendid. Gaosheng, you are becoming increasingly handsome. Tiexiong, you have a good heart. Muyang, allow me to introduce you. This is the current chairman of Feixiang Group. Chu Hanliang's introduction was purposeful, as he feigned ignorance of prior events, thus pretending not to know of the acquaintance between Shen Muyang and Shen Gaosheng. After the introductions, they had at least made each other's acquaintance. Greetings, Director Chen. I have heard Qianxuan speak of you. It is indeed a pleasure to meet you today. Shen Muyang, however, entirely disregarded Chen Gaosheng and instead treated Chen Tiexiong with utmost courtesy. Chen Tiexiong, being a seasoned strategist, seized the moment to offer compliments. So, you are Shen Muyang. Truly impressive for someone so young. Gaosheng, you two are of similar age. You should spend more time together. Young individuals often find it easy to connect. As they continue their conversation, they entered the living room, while Shen Muyang never once cast a glance at Shen Gaosheng. This was deliberate on his part, an act of willful disregard. At this moment, Chu Qianxuan hurriedly prepared tea for several individuals before retreating to a corner to chat with her grandmother. Throughout the entire time, she did not cast a single glance at Chen Gaosheng, as if an unspoken agreement existed between the two. Meanwhile, Chen Gaosheng's expression had darkened considerably. Not only were the two of them ignoring him, but the presence of Shen Muyang also instilled in him a profound sense of unease. To alleviate this sense of crisis, he realized that the optimal strategy would be to capture everyone's attention. He could not simply wait idly by, as that would render him invisible to those around him. Thus, he resolved to assert his presence. Grandfather Chu, this is a birthday gift I have prepared for you. The adage suggests one should not strike a smiling face. And indeed, despite Chu Hanliang's advanced age, he had encountered all manner of worldly affairs. Consequently, he greeted everyone with a cheerful demeanor. Ah, it is merely a small birthday celebration. Gaosheng has been thoughtful. As he spoke, Chu Hanliang accepted the gift. Yet he set it aside without further acknowledgement. This was unacceptable. Chen Gaosheng had expended a considerable sum on this gift, intending to demonstrate his sincerity, and to disregard it completely was unfathomable. Grandfather Chu, this gift is not an ordinary one. It is a piece of Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain with red glaze. You ought to take a look. Upon hearing the mention of the blue and white porcelain, Chu Hanliang's attention was immediately piqued, for he had a fondness for antiquities. Oh, in that case, I must see it. Gaosheng truly understands me, he exclaimed as he began to unwrap the gift. At last, a smile graced Chen Gaosheng's face, accompanied by a provocative glance towards Shen Muyang. However, Shen Muyang remained unfazed, sipping tea with an air of indifference, as if the entire affair bore no relevance to him. Chu Hanliang had been quite expectant. After all, a piece of Yuan blue and white porcelain was a rare and invaluable artifact, representing the culture of a particular dynasty. Yet, as the porcelain teacup came into view, the smile on his face began to gradually freeze. Chen Tiexiong, observing this unfold, inquired, Uncle Chu, is there a problem? Although he had seen this teacup before, Chen Tiexiong lacked the knowledge of antiquities to discern its authenticity. Had he known, he would never have allowed Chen Gaosheng to present it as a birthday gift. Chu Hanliang found himself at a loss for words. It was evident that the piece was a counterfeit. However, voicing this would undoubtedly embarrass the Chen father and son. Yet, remaining silent meant he would bear the burden of having received a purported antique as a gift. Given the market value, if the artifact were genuine, it would be worth no less than 2 million. With a contemplative glance, he turned towards Shen Muyang, who was still sipping tea. Muyang, why don't you take a look? My glasses are upstairs, and I cannot see clearly. Inwardly, Shen Muyang cursed the old fox. Chu Hanliang had clearly discerned that something was amiss, but sought to avoid offending anyone, thus turning to him for assistance. Were this to be a casual encounter or involving another person, Shen Muyang would undoubtedly have found an excuse to decline. However, this particular gift was presented by Chen Gaosheng, which altered the situation entirely. Shen Muyang relished the opportunity to engage in acts of defiance, and thus, without hesitation, he accepted the gift, feigning interest with an air of seriousness. Grandfather, I cannot comprehend this item. After a few moments of scrutiny, Shen Muyang placed the glazed red teacup back on the table. Just as his words fell silent, Chen Gaosheng, who had been awaiting his moment to speak, seized the opportunity. You can't understand it, yet you examine it? You're making it seem genuine. Grandfather Chu, This yuan blue and white glazed red teacup. I Chun Gao Sheng exuberantly elaborated on the origins of the teacup, entirely oblivious to the shifting expressions of those around him. Shen Muyang's countenance radiated mockery, while Chu Han Liang displayed a hint of embarrassment, and Chen Taixiong's expression grew increasingly grim. Though Chen Taixiong lacked knowledge of antiques, he understood Shen Muyang's earlier remark about uncertainty. Coupled with Chu Han Liang's facial expressions and unusual behavior, it became evident that this antique was likely problematic. Gao Sheng, perhaps you should temper your enthusiasm. Just as Chun Gao Sheng animatedly spoke, he was abruptly interrupted. Had it not been for his father, he would have surely retorted. Muyang, please elaborate. It matters not if you err. Chu Han Liang disregarded Chun Gao Sheng entirely, redirecting his focus to Shen Muyang. This was precisely the moment Shen Muyang had awaited, as the essence of defiance lies in delivering a stinging rebuke. Very well, grandfather. This so-called yuan blue and white glazed red teacup is, in fact, too perfect. Its exquisite beauty suggests an inherent flaw. I previously perused information online, and it is documented that there are around 400 surviving pieces of yuan blue and white, while the quantity of glazed red artifacts is considerably lower, totaling a little over 40. Hence, whenever an item from a yuan blue and white series presents a fusion with glazed red, it invariably exhibits some imperfections, albeit these have been refined over time. However, an item as flawless as this teacup is virtually impossible to exist. Furthermore, the shape is incorrect, allowing us to reasonably conclude that this is a counterfeit. Moreover, it cannot date back more than 50 years, thus its value is roughly 300 yuan. Anything beyond that is beyond my appraisal. Shen Muyang's concluding statement struck a sharp chord. Chapter 59, The Infuriated Chen Family. You speak nonsense. A mere rustic fool spouting drivel. This is an antique from the Yuan dynasty. Do you comprehend? I purchased it for 1.8 million. Others were unwilling to sell, and it was only through my father's influence that I managed to acquire it. Shen Gao Sheng resembled an enraged ram, utterly unaware that the corners of Shen Muyang's lips were curling into a triumphant smirk. Silence. Shut your mouth, he began, only to suddenly realize the implications of his words. But it was too late, for Chen Taixiong's expression darkened more than that of a stormy sky. Chen Taixiong could not possibly educate his son in this place, so after uttering such a remark, he turned his gaze towards Chu Han Liang. Uncle Chu, is this item truly genuine? Chu Han Liang initially hesitated to respond, but after the clever maneuvering of Shen Muyang, he found it permissible to speak. I'm not wearing my glasses, so I cannot see clearly. However, this teacup indeed possesses certain dubious characteristics, hence my uncertainty. As he spoke, Chu Han Liang placed the teacup back into the gift box and slid it towards Chen Taixiong. As the saying goes, one must listen with intent. Given that Chen Taixiong had been in business for 2 or 3 decades, he was astute enough to decipher the underlying meaning in Chu Han Liang's words. The mention of uncertainty and not wearing glasses were mere excuses. Honestly speaking, Chu Han Liang was merely preserving face for the father and son duo. For if he were to assert that the item was indeed counterfeit, it would become a source of ridicule should the news spread. The chairman of Feixiang Group presenting a faux antique as a birthday gift would surely provoke laughter from others. Uncle Chu is correct. This is indeed my fault for being so careless and failing to conduct a proper inspection, Chen Taixiong remarked before rising to leave. Naturally, Chu Han Liang was polite and attempted to invite him for lunch. However, Chen Taixiong felt too embarrassed to stay for a meal. Initially, he had intended to remain, not only to share a meal, but also to subtly probe into the state of their marriage. Yet now, having lost face in another's home, he could hardly muster the courage to linger. Ah, they have finally departed. Muyang, you truly are remarkable. Once Chen Taixiong and his son had left, Chu Qianxuan emerged from the kitchen, having shown little inclination to see them off. Muyang, you have undoubtedly offended the Chen family. You must be cautious in the future. Shen Muyang had been intending to engage with Chu Qianxuan when suddenly, Chu Han Liang interjected with his comment. While the statement seemed innocuous, Shen Muyang internally scoffed. His irritation stemmed from the fact that it was indeed Chu Han Liang's actions that had caused the offense. Yet now the old man was feigning benevolence. However, he felt indifferent. Had there not been any conflict today, the outcome would have been the same. Those who needed to be offended had already been, otherwise. Last night's events would never have unfolded. Moreover, given that Chu Han Liang was Chu Qianxuan's grandfather, a nod of agreement sufficed. Since it was a modest birthday celebration, and Chu Han Liang wished to avoid drawing attention from others, no guests were invited this year, a detail that Chu Qianxuan was previously unaware of. As for the visit from Chen Taixiong and his son, It was primarily due to their long-standing acquaintance. With their departure, the atmosphere became considerably more relaxed, as only 4 people remained in the house. In a certain sense, this was akin to a family gathering, rendering it inconvenient to invite outsiders. On the other side, Chen Tiexiong had never appeared more displeased. Had Chen Gaosheng not been driving, he might have been tempted to deliver a few kicks to that man, having spent 1.8 million on a counterfeit antique. The most humiliating aspect is that it was discovered right before his eyes, leaving him utterly embarrassed. This situation transcends mere monetary concerns. Even if it were a matter of giving away 18 million worth of antiques, Chen Tiexiong would remain unfazed. The crux of the issue lies not just in the expenditure, but in the loss of face. However, his current ire is not directed towards his son, as he recognizes that Chen Gaosheng was complicit in today's debacle. The cunning Shen Muyang exudes an air of harmlessness, making it easy for even the most discerning individuals, including Chen Gaosheng, to fall prey to his deceit. Clearly, Chu Hanliang is allied with Shen Muyang, as evidenced by their collaborative efforts. Father, I want that scoundrel Shen Muyang dead. Chen Gaosheng is acutely aware that he has erred gravely today, yet he refuses to accept responsibility for this misstep. This reflects the distorted logic of certain individuals who, when faced with error, invariably shift blame onto others. Had Shen Muyang not recognized the item as counterfeit, Chen Gaosheng would have escaped the embarrassment he now endures. Thus, he attributes all blame to Shen Muyang, dismissing any other considerations from his mind. Do not fret. While Shen Muyang possesses certain skills, he lacks substantial foundation. Even if he has accrued some wealth, he remains nothing more than a nouveau riche. There are myriad ways to deal with such individuals, and we need not resort to extremes. At this juncture, Chen Tiexiong paused, seemingly deep in thought. Let us adhere to our original plan. You shall proceed to Ruiqing first, and I will arrange for assistants to join you there. Furthermore, I will devise a method to lure Shen Muyang to that location. Once he arrives, executing our plans will be considerably easier, especially since that area is relatively remote, a melting pot of various ethnic minorities, with looser law enforcement and security. Chen Gaosheng's eyes lit up. Though naive, he is not devoid of intelligence, and he quickly grasped his father's intent. Ruiqing, also known as Ruili City, is familiar to him, having visited multiple times, thus he has a fair understanding of the local context. Ruili is a border city inhabited by numerous ethnic groups, hosting 14 indigenous minority communities, including the Dai, Han, Achang, Jingpa, Lisu, Hua, Doang, Nui, and Lahu. Among these, the Dai constitute the largest demographic, accounting for approximately 50 of the population, while the Han follow at around 30, and the remaining minorities comprise about 20. One can easily imagine the potential for chaos in a locale with such diverse ethnicities coexisting, particularly given the Han's minority status. Being a border city, it indeed offers considerable convenience for undertaking certain activities. Father, when shall I make my way there? However, the dynamics will shift significantly once he arrives. The sky is vast, allowing birds to soar freely, and the sea is expansive, enabling fish to leap at will. He felt that these lines were penned for him. Chapter 60, The Windy Little Cotton Jacket. Shen Muyang was unaware of the conspiracy hatched by the Chen family. Today, he had come to celebrate the birthday of Chu Qiansun's grandfather, thus naturally inclined to speak positively. The prior events could merely be regarded as a fleeting interlude. Moreover, Shen Muyang not only engaged the elderly gentleman in conversation, but also personally prepared 2 homely dishes. This act garnered him praise from Lu Shujie and Chu Hanliang, while the smile on Chu Qiansun's face remained ever present. The lunch spread was quite sumptuous. Although it was merely home-cooked fare, it was the grandfather's birthday, and the presence of Shen Muyang as a guest further enhanced the occasion. Unprecedentedly, Lu Shujie offered a bottle of white wine to Chu Hanliang, a rare occurrence, as the latter had a medical condition that prohibited alcohol consumption. Muyang, from whom did you learn to gamble on stones? As they dined, this question arose from Chu Hanliang. After all, their family owned a Jade jewelry company, granting them a far deeper understanding of jade matters than the average person. Grandfather, I only possess a superficial knowledge of stone gambling. As for my teacher, that story dates back a few years. During my university days, I had a professor well-versed in these subjects, so I studied under him for a few years. Later, I delved into research and exploration on my own, which led to some insights. Chu Hanliang listened intently, acknowledging that Shen Muyang's assertions were logical, even if the facts were set aside. What are your plans for the future? How about joining the Fei Xiang group and taking charge of the raw jade segment? Upon hearing this, Shen Muyang was momentarily at a loss for words. Are you joking? The remuneration for that role is hardly substantial. Will my salary and bonuses even reach 30,000 a month? I could easily procure an antique or purchase a piece of raw jade for far more than that. However, he found it difficult to decline, and fortunately, Chu Qian-sun intervened at the right moment. Grandfather, Muyang's character is somewhat unconventional. He cannot endure such constraints, making him unsuitable for a corporate environment. He is quite content as he is, casually seeking out treasures and exploring the jade streets. Surely that's preferable to working in an office? Upon reflection, Chu Hanliang realized the validity of this perspective. He had previously approached the situation solely from his own standpoint, neglecting other considerations. Muyang, what are your plans moving forward? The raw stone street in Jinling is rather limited in size, and quality items are scarce. You cannot possibly linger there every day, can you? Chu Hanliang's words resonated deeply with Shen Muyang, who had been preoccupied with this very concern. The raw stone street was indeed small, and his selection had dwindled significantly. Replenishing his stock was not a rapid process. Over time, as he acquired the better stones, others would inevitably suffer losses in their gambling endeavors, leading to a decline in participation. Eventually, this would precipitate a market collapse, which would be detrimental to him. Thus, the group continued their conversation, fostering mutual understanding, though some sudden shifts in status were slightly disconcerting. For instance, Shen Muyang and Chu Hanliang share a bond akin to that of old friends, despite the depth of their relationship being somewhat superficial, attributable merely to the brevity of their acquaintance. Had circumstances unfolded normally, the two would inevitably evolve into confidants. However, due to the involvement of Chu Qian-sun, the prospect of their friendship has been thwarted, and an age gap has suddenly widened, leading to a certain awkwardness in their conversations. Previously, they engaged in transactions with lively banter, yet now, their discourse must be laced with formalities. Fortunately, both Chu Hanliang and his wife possess a congenial disposition. After enjoying lunch and exchanging pleasantries, Shen Muyang prepared to depart. However, as he approached his vehicle, he found himself at a loss for words. The gifts purchased by Chu Qian-sun in the morning had been appropriated by this woman, who not only took those but also seized 2 bottles of fine wine and 2 packs of cigarettes. Qian-sun, is this really appropriate? Shen Muyang remarked awkwardly, contemplating the bulging contents of the trunk, wishing he could vanish into thin air. Chu Qian-sun appeared unfazed, while Shen Muyang discreetly cast a glance at Chu Hanliang, whose lips quivered in suppressed irritation, as if to say, how did my family end up with such a financial drain? Grandfather, surely you're not reluctant to part with these? At that moment, Chu Qian-sun posed a surprising question, causing Chu Hanliang's expression to shift dramatically. Who said I am reluctant? If it's insufficient, feel free to grab 2 more bottles. His words were clearly an attempt to maintain appearances, yet some took his statement at face value. Very well, I shall procure 2 more bottles. Shen Muyang thought, half concerned that the woman might genuinely go for more wine. This was merely a trivial episode. Chu Hanliang naturally held no sentimental attachment to the alcohol or cigarettes. Chu Qian-sun had a point. He could hardly consume it all. As for the cigarettes, his intake had diminished considerably, given that Lu Shu Jie and the doctor had advised against smoking. The twitching of Chu Hanliang's lips stemmed primarily from his frustration over Chu Qian-sun's extravagance. Old man, it seems that in a couple of years, we shall be welcoming great-grandchildren, remarked Lu Shu Jie suddenly after Shen Muyang and the others departed. Chu Hanliang nodded in agreement. Having lived a long life, they had encountered all manner of individuals. There is an adage that describes the cunning of the elderly. Old men are wise, and ghosts are crafty. Setting aside Shen Muyang for a moment, one must consider Chu Qian-sun. She is their granddaughter, raised under their watchful eyes. They are well aware of her character. In this modern age, it is commonplace for men to pursue women and vice versa. Although advanced in years, their minds remain open, far from antiquated notions. If they were indeed narrow-minded, they could not have built such a substantial family enterprise. Crucially, they hold Shen Muyang in high esteem, considering him significantly superior to Chen Gaosheng. Yet, the thought of their little princess being exposed to the world leaves Chu Hanliang with an unsettling feeling. Chapter 61. Returning home early. However, just as they had traveled a short distance, Shen Muyang's phone rang. Upon answering, he noted that it was a landline number starting with 8495. Without hesitation, he pressed the answer button. As soon as the call connected, a woman's voice resonated from the other end. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Shen Muyang? This is Officer Qin Kulan from the police station. Do you remember me? Upon hearing the name, Shen Muyang recalled certain events, particularly since he had encountered Officer Qin just the night before. "Ah, it's Captain Qin. Is there something I can assist you with?" Although he inquired, he was well aware that the purpose of the call pertained to the previous night's incident, and indeed, that was the case. "Mr. Shen, the matter is as follows. According to our investigation." Shen Muyang listened attentively, understanding that the woman was merely informing him of the outcome of the interrogation from the previous night. The case had now been classified as a public disturbance, and two primary reasons justified this designation. First, the injuries Shen Muyang sustained were not severe. He merely had a superficial cut on his arm. Second, there were influential connections involved, which expedited the classification of the case. Officer Qin's phone call served to notify Shen Muyang of the investigative findings and to inform him that should he find the ruling unsatisfactory, he could pursue legal recourse. Shen Muyang had anticipated this outcome. In a society where the black is often portrayed as white and vice versa, such occurrences were alarmingly commonplace. With Chen Taixiong possessing ample wealth and connections, it was easy to manipulate the narrative, allowing the assailant, Scarface, to claim personal responsibility, thereby effectively buying off the case. The charge of public disturbance was not particularly grave. Even with added charges of fighting, it would likely result in detention and fines. Shen Muyang certainly had no intention of squandering his time over such trivial matters. Furthermore, Scarface was not the mastermind. Sending him to prison would yield no significant result. "Muyang, are you all right?" After the call ended, Chu Qiansun noticed Shen Muyang lost in thought and inquired with concern. Shen Muyang shook his head. He had anticipated this situation and thus felt no sense of disappointment. Moreover, he preferred to seek vengeance on his own terms, although he had yet to find the opportune moment. However, this did not imply that he would forego his retribution. "It's nothing, merely as expected. By the way, let us depart now. We have the gift ready, so there is no need to waste time shopping for one. If we wait until tomorrow morning, the traffic will likely be horrendous." Chu Qiansun found it curious that Shen Muyang had suddenly changed his mind, yet it seemed quite sensible. Tomorrow marked the May Day holiday, meaning that after midnight tonight, the highways would be toll-free. At that hour, the influx of travelers would be substantial, whereas currently, the roads were almost deserted. Being a person of action, Chu Qiansun readily agreed, while simultaneously pressing the accelerator. With summer in full swing, they needed not pack excessively. A couple of changes of clothes and some personal items would suffice, each packing a small bag. The two filled up the car with fuel at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and proceeded directly onto the highway. Shen Muyang's home is located in a county named Fangcheng, within the region of Nanyang in Henan Province. Thus, departing from Jinling City, the navigation indicates a journey of 8 hours. Since Shen Muyang had consumed alcohol at noon, even a modest amount is sufficient to preclude him from driving for the time being. Deep down, he is acutely aware that the alcohol has long since dissipated, neutralized by the spiritual energy within him. However, this is a truth he cannot disclose, as Chu Qianxuan would scarcely believe it. Fortunately, Chu Qianxuan possesses commendable driving skills, arguably surpassing Shen Muyang's, which is not surprising given her near-daily experience behind the wheel, while he only drives a few times a month, often borrowing someone else's car. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that his driving prowess pales in comparison. Despite a vague sense of anxiety, she hesitates to articulate it, as she is merely accompanying Shen Muyang as a friend. Admittedly, this companionship is somewhat embellished. "So, how do your parents get along?" "Jukian sun kasu inquit. They're fine. My dad is quite easygoing, while my mom can be rather strict. When I was a child, I would get punished if I misbehaved. Let me tell you, I was raised with a firm hand by my mother." Shen Muyang rambled on, oblivious to the tension that had begun to manifest on Chu Qianxuan's face. At that moment, she couldn't help but conjure an image of a fierce, cold-faced woman wielding a switch. "Is your mother the head of the household, then?" Chu Qianxuan attempted to delve deeper, only for Shen Muyang to belatedly notice her unease. "Who runs the household?" "That's hard to say. My father makes the major decisions, while my mother handles the minor ones. However, in all my years, we have yet to encounter any significant issues at home." Unable to contain herself, Chu Qianxuan burst into laughter, and with that, the previous tension evaporated. After traveling on the highway for over 2 hours, they arrived at Wancheng and subsequently entered a service area. After a brief respite for restroom breaks, Shen Muyang took the wheel, as they still had a long 8-hour journey ahead. If traffic permits, they should reach the county town around 10 in the evening. Indeed, the destination is the county town, as Shen Muyang's home is situated over 20 kilometers away from it. And these 20-plus kilometers are the most arduous part of the journey. The road is uneven, primarily rural, with an abundance of vehicles and pedestrians. One can never be certain when an individual might unexpectedly appear, thus preventing any inclination to accelerate. Meanwhile, at Shen Muyang's family home, it is just past 6 in the evening. Shen Fu is preparing dinner while Kong Xiao Mei tends to the fire beneath the cooking pot. Indeed, these two are Shen Muyang's parents. Isn't Yangzi's girlfriend Lingling? Why the change? Shen Fu is equally perplexed, having spoken with his son the previous week and heard Zhu Lingling's voice on the other end of the line. Thus, both of them are currently uncertain about the situation. Xiao Mei, Yangzi mentioned, is merely a female friend, not a girlfriend. As for Yangzi and Lingling, it is likely they have parted ways, as you know, due to financial issues. Shen Dafu paused at this point. Yet how could Kong Xiaomei fail to discern the implications of her husband's words? It seems that Yangzi has a new girlfriend, but perhaps his timidity prevents him from expressing it. Ahem. As Kong Xiaomei spoke, she began to cough. You should rise. Do not let the smoke affect you. Your health has yet to be restored. Shen Dafu remarked as he attempted to help Kong Xiaomei up, only to be gently rebuffed. I am fine. There is no need for your concern. What you should worry about is Yangzi. He is of an age to marry, yet there are issues with the house. Kong Xiaomei's words trailed off. Their family's circumstances were not initially poor, but after her illness, they had depleted nearly all their savings. Consequently, their home remained in a bare, unfinished state, a condition that had persisted since it was built several years ago. Considering Shen Muyang was still young at the time, they had merely applied a simple code of pain inside and out. However, now that their son is older and preparing for marriage, there are no funds available for renovations. While they had plans to purchase a home in the city, Shen Muyang had some savings, and the couple could scrape together a modest sum. But all of that had vanished due to her illness. Thus, the greatest blessing for the impoverished is to remain in good health. Yet, his stomach was quite insistent, grumbling audibly. This was understandable, as he had consumed only a small amount of food at noon due to drinking, neglecting to eat rice. Men digest faster than women, and thus he felt hunger pangs, necessitating a stop at a service area for dinner. After dining, the number of vehicles on the road diminished significantly, allowing Shen Muyang to accelerate. Speaking of his reflexes, if this highway had no speed limit, with his current abilities, he could safely reach speeds of 180 without concern. Qinchuan, do you see? The illuminated house ahead is my home. At 9:45 p.m., with Shen Muyang steadily increasing speed, the car finally entered the familiar village. The village was shrouded in darkness, save for the light emanating from his home, clearly left on by his father. Muyang, I'm feeling a bit anxious. While driving, Shen Muyang turned to offer Chu Qinchuan a reassuring smile, though the darkness inside the car likely rendered it futile. My parents are quite easy to get along with. I was deceiving you before. Besides, just maintain a calm mindset. Remember, you are merely here for a leisurely visit, which should ease your nerves. Chu Qinchuan opened her mouth to respond, but the car had already entered the courtyard. Before the vehicle even came to a halt, a large yellow dog began barking incessantly. Though thankfully, this dog was somewhat a coward. Otherwise, it might have charged at them. Oh, what a big dog. Chu Qinchuan was taken aback, prompting Shen Muyang to quickly offer her some comfort. Do not be afraid. I brought this dog here when it was just a pup. It simply cannot see well in the dark. With that, Shen Muyang unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out of the car. Big Yellow, if you bark again, I shall turn you into a stew. Upon hearing his voice, the large yellow dog seemed to recognize Shen Muyang and ceased barking, lowering its head and approaching him, nuzzling against his thigh. At that moment, the front door of the house swung open, and Shen Defu, his father, stepped out, illuminating the porch light. Dad! Shen Muyang disregarded the yellow dog and hurried to stand before Shen Defu. Just then, his mother, Kong Xiaomei, also emerged from the house. As she spoke, she glanced behind Shen Muyang, for Chu Qinchuan had just exited the vehicle. Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. I am Muyang's friend, Chu Qinchuan. One must commend the grace of this young lady. Setting aside the tension of the moment, her politeness far surpassed that of others. Unlike many who would wait for introductions, Chu Qinchuan confidently stepped forward to introduce herself. This alone left a favorable first impression on the elderly couple. Dad, Mom, this is Qinchuan, the friend I mentioned on the phone. Shen Muyang reiterated the introduction. Wonderful, wonderful. So lovely. Come inside, so we can chat. Kong Xiaomei expressed her delight with genuine simplicity, as rural folk often do. They are not accustomed to lavish praise, opting instead for descriptors like lovely or nice to compliment others. Nevertheless, this does not detract from their aesthetic sensibilities. Indeed, Chu Qinchuan was strikingly beautiful in both form and demeanor, far surpassing Zhu Lingling. Thus, Kong Xiaomei's enthusiastic remarks were heartfelt. Chu Qinchuan, a person of remarkable clarity, stepped forward to assist Kang Xiaomei, walking alongside her into the house. As they walked, she reminded Shen Muyang, please bring in the gifts I bought for uncle and aunt. Shen Muyang readily agreed, astutely perceiving that this statement was not merely directed at him, but intended for his parents. The intent was evident. She wished to convey to them that these gifts were her thoughtful purchases, highlighting the cleverness often attributed to city dwellers. Chapter 63. Clarifying the situation. In truth, these gifts indeed belonged to Chu Qianxuan, as Shen Muyang had contributed not a single penny. Qianxuan, you must have had a tiring journey? By the time Shen Muyang entered the house with the items, his mother had already adopted a more affectionate title. Clearly, their conversation had gone well. Meanwhile, Shen Defu was in the kitchen, busy warming up dishes. Aunt, it was not arduous at all, just a 7 or 8 hour journey. And Muyang and I took turns driving, so it was quite easy. By the way, I heard Muyang mention that you're not feeling well. Perhaps you should rest? As Shen Muyang listened, he placed items on the table. The rural living room starkly contrasts with urban homes. Typically, the uppermost part features a rectangular table, beneath which lies a large square table. Furthermore, rural houses are predominantly constructed facing south, although this is not a universal rule. Aunt, I am not weary at all, especially upon seeing you. It invigorates me. By the way, Qian Sun, how long have you known Yang Zi? Shen Muyang lacked interest in the women's conversation and made his way to the kitchen, where he had not used the modest stove for some time. He sat down before the stove, tending to the fire. He began recounting his matters with Zhu Ling, which eventually led to a discussion about Chu Qiansun. We have burdened you. This was indirectly responsible for Zhu Ling's dissatisfaction with Shen Muyang and his family. Dad, what are you saying? His primary objective was to ensure that his mother received a thorough examination, addressing any medical needs and promoting her well-being. His secondary aim was to provide them with funds to renovate their home, although any extravagant DCOR was unnecessary. After a lifetime of toil, they deserved some respite. As for Qian Sun, it was too soon to say. For now, he would observe. Shen Defu listened intently to his son's words, discerning that his son must have earned a significant sum. Yang Zi, tell me how much money you currently possess. And is this money legitimate? Shen Muyang understood his father's concerns. After all, earning money was no simple feat, rest assured, Dad. I am engaged in legitimate business, and you can see that I'm not involved in any dubious activities. I won't bore you with the details, but I can assure you that I am not leading a reckless life. As for my earnings, let me put it this way. I could construct 5 houses like ours. Shen Muyang understated his earnings. At the current construction rate, a house like theirs would cost approximately 2 to 3 million. Thus, 5 houses would amount to over $1 million. The reason for his modest claim was to prevent his parents from worrying. If he revealed that he had earned over 2 billion, Shen Defu might very well be shocked into disbelief. Even the understated figure astonished Shen Defu. Yang Zi, is everything you said true? Are antiques truly worth that much? Shen Muyang found it challenging to explain. There was a significant generational gap. Shen Defu had only ventured as far as the county seat in his lifetime. Concepts like jade gambling or even antiques were beyond their comprehension. Hence, his astonishment was entirely understandable. Father, would I deceive you? Tomorrow, I will take you to the town to help you get a card, and then I will transfer you 100. I will send you 500,000. Feel free to spend it without frugality. Additionally, the house needs some tidying up. But again, no renovations are necessary. Due to the renovations, it would be a waste of money, as we will not be living here in the future. You may keep the remaining funds. Shen Muyang initially intended to transfer 1 million, but upon reflection, he doubted his father would accept it, and he would have to provide extensive explanations. Thus, he hastily revised his offer, having the amount to 500,000. The elderly couple might not have encountered such a sum before, and given that Shen Muyang had not achieved significant success over the years, their sudden wealth would likely render them uncomfortable. This discomfort, however, was secondary to their concerns. It is only natural for them to associate such wealth with illicit activities. After all, how could one amass such a fortune without wrongdoing? Consequently, throughout the journey, Shen Muyang took care to communicate with Chu Qiansun, fearful that she might inadvertently reveal too much. As dinner was prepared in advance, it merely required reheating. In rural areas, most vegetables are homegrown, such as peppers, tomatoes, and eggplants, resulting in a rather limited variety. Qiansun, it's quite late today, so let us eat something light. Tomorrow, Annie will prepare chicken, and your uncle will make a delicious braised chicken for you. The chickens are raised right here in the countryside. They are quite nutritious, Kang Xiaomei said, serving vegetables to Chu Qiansun, whom she regarded as a prospective daughter-in-law. Growing fonder of her with each passing moment. Uncle's cooking is truly delightful. Even better than Muyang's. Chu Qian Sun exclaimed, whether in genuine appreciation or mere flattery, as she continued to praise the meal. In truth, Shen Defu's cooking was commendable. Though not as visually appealing as that of City Chef, the flavors certainly rivaled those of an average fast food restaurant. As it was late, they washed up after dinner and retired for the night. The elderly couple stayed downstairs, while Shen Muyang and Chu Qian Sun were naturally assigned to the upper floor. Unlike city apartments, rural homes consist of single rooms. Ascending the stairs led to a balcony, with a room on the left and another on the right, conveniently connected by a shared passage. At this moment, Shen Muyang was resting his room on the left, facing east, while Chu Qian Sun occupied the right room, which belonged to Shen Muyang's sister. Speaking of his sister, she was not biologically related to Shen Muyang, but was adopted. In rural settings, the term adoption may not fully capture the concept. Historically, some families, constrained by population control policies or financial hardships, would give away children. In some cases, families desiring a son, having only daughters, would resort to giving their daughters away. For instance, on a dark and stormy night, a baby girl might be placed in a basket and left at the doorstep of a chosen household, followed by a firm knock on the door. Thus, Shen Muyang gained a sister, along with some money and her birth details placed in the basket. As time passes, it becomes apparent to all who the young lady is and from whence she has come. Whether by blood or neighborly ties, she is certainly not far removed. This is not solely the case for Shen Muyang's sister. Rather, it reflects a broader understanding among families. After all, everyone knows one another's backgrounds, who has become pregnant, who has welcomed a child, and where that child is gone. When a certain household welcomes an additional daughter, it becomes a matter of simple inquiry to trace the lineage and origins. Even the sister of Shen Muyang, whose full name is Shen Muyu, is well aware of her own circumstances. However, the bond with her biological mother is not as strong as that with her adoptive one. For human relationships are deeply rooted in emotional connections, leading to infrequent interactions with her birth mother. Currently, Shen Muyu is in her third year of university, studying away from home, making it impossible for Chu Qian Sun to meet her this time. Muyang, are you asleep? Just as Shen Muyang settled into bed. Pondering the events of the following day, the door connecting their two rooms creaked open. Chu Qian Sun entered, clutching a pillow. Not yet. Why aren't you asleep? Shen Muyang found her presence peculiar. Why would she come to him at such an hour? Ignoring his inquiry, Chu Qian Sun burrowed under the covers. With the May Day holiday approaching, the weather had already turned quite warm. The blanket was merely a thin cover, primarily because the rural climate is cooler compared to the city. I can't sleep in a strange bed, and this house feels so vast and empty. It's dark outside, and I feel a bit frightened. Chu Qian Sun's words were sincere. Rural rooms tend to be spacious, creating a sense of emptiness. Unlike the city, where neon lights illuminate the night, the countryside plunges into profound darkness once the sun sets. If the moon graces the sky, it is bearable, but on moonless nights or cloudy ones, visibility is utterly lost. Observing Chu Qian Sun nestled into his bed, Shen Muyang's thoughts began to wander, his hormones stirred. Before long, his hand began to wander as well. Initially feigning a turn, he placed his hand gently on Chu Qian Sun's abdomen, remaining still for a moment. After several minutes, sensing no objection from her, his hand began to explore upward. To his astonishment, he discovered that she was unadorned. At that moment, the hormones within Shen Muyang surged, and he could not resist the urge to reach further. He distinctly felt Chu Qian Sun's body shudder, followed swiftly by her hand removing his wandering one. However, she remained silent, merely turning her back to him. Men universally understand one truth: desire knows no bounds. In such moments, restraint is often elusive, and soon Shen Muyang's hand returned, encircling Chu Qian Sun's waist. She offered a token resistance, but ultimately acquiesced. However, Shen Muyang was even more audacious. His hands began to wander once again, climbing upward with an insatiable zeal, and before long, he reached his destination. Chu Qian Sun once again pushed him away with her hands, but after several exchanges, she seemed to resign herself to the situation and ceased her resistance. Encouraged by this apparent acquiescence, Shen Muyang grew even bolder, and in a short span, the upper half of his attire vanished. Muyang, stop. I'm not ready. Finally, just as Shen Muyang intended to advance further, Chu Qian Sun could no longer contain herself, her voice trembling slightly. It was evident that she was exceedingly nervous at that moment. All right, let us rest. Shen Muyang, displaying a commendable understanding, acknowledged her sentiment. After all, He too had experienced such moments, so exercising restraint was within his capabilities. Thank you for your understanding, but you may hold me. Chu Qiansun's voice was barely audible. Had it not been for the cover of night, and if she were not hiding her face beneath the blanket, her cheeks would likely resemble ripe apples. Once granted permission, Shen Muyang did not hesitate, embracing Chu Qiansun in his arms. Though engaging in other activities was off the table, gentle caresses were certainly permissible. Having brought her pillow to this side and climbed into bed, it was clear she had fully accepted Shen Muyang. However, some experiences remained uncharted for her, and when faced with the moment, she hesitated. Thus, their first intimate encounter came to an abrupt halt. The following morning, when Shen Muyang awoke, he found the bed empty. It was apparent that Chu Qiansun had already descended. He quickly donned his clothes and made his way downstairs, where he found Chu Qiansun plucking feathers from a chicken. In a large wooden basin, a proud rooster sat, its plumage having been half removed by none other than Chu Qiansun, who was evidently engaging in this endeavor for the first time, treating him more as a playful amusement. Upon seeing Shen Muyang descend, her face suddenly flushed, unmistakably recalling the events of the previous night. Though they had not consummated their encounter, it seemed they had traversed nearly every other boundary. Good morning. Shen Muyang, with his thick skin, feigned nonchalance and greeted her as if nothing had transpired. However, before Chu Qiansun could respond, Kong Xiaomei interjected. The sun is already high, and look at Qiansun. She has risen and is washing clothes while you still say good morning. Shen Muyang felt a twinge of embarrassment at his mother's words. In truth, the task of washing clothes was no longer as arduous as it once was. With running water available in every household, there were convenient basins for washing vegetables and clothes, unlike the days when one had to venture to the river. Yet, the notion of this woman washing clothes left Shen Muyang somewhat skeptical. In the city, people typically used washing machines, while in the countryside, such appliances had not yet become commonplace. At least, Shen Muyang's home did not possess one. After all, only his elderly parents resided there, and with a washing basin conveniently located at the entrance, there was little need for a machine to handle a few garments. Shen Muyang observed the barely contained laughter of Chu Qiansun, instantly aware that this woman was reveling in his predicament. However, feeling powerless to change the situation, he shifted his gaze towards his mother. Mother, please sit down. I have recently learned a technique in therapeutic massage and would like to assist in your physical well-being. Kong Xiaomei shot her son a disbelieving glance, well aware of his capabilities. Massage? Yang Zi, if you find yourself with idle hands, why not help Qiansun with plucking feathers while I tend the chickens? As she spoke, she attempted to leave, yet Shen Muyang, seemingly stubborn today, firmly insisted she take a seat. In truth, Shen Muyang merely wished to test a hypothesis. If he could heal his own injuries, perhaps his innate spiritual energy could also aid in revitalizing his mother's health. Although Kong Xiaomei did not suffer from any grave ailments, having previously recovered from a severe illness, she did require restorative care, as her vitality was somewhat diminished. Left with no choice, Kong Xiaomei acquiesced to her son's treatment, initially harboring little hope and primarily skepticism. However, as the massage progressed, she began to sense something unusual. A soothing warmth coursed through her body, an indescribable sensation akin to stepping into a heated bath on a frigid winter's day. Indeed, even more delightful than that. Yangzi, Yu Kong Xiaomei was astonished, never imagining that her son could genuinely assist in her healing. Chapter 65. Kong Xiaomei es astonishment Yangzi. This she wished to express her thoughts, yet upon witnessing her son's unwavering focus, she quickly silenced herself. Shen Muyang, with only a limited reserve of spiritual energy, could only sustain the massage for 4 or 5 minutes before ceasing. Mother, how do you feel? He inquired, wiping the sweat from his brow. Despite the brief duration of the treatment, it had proven quite exhausting for him. Kong Xiaomei stood, stretching her waist. Did I not mention to you that I have studied Qigong for several years? Shen Muyang spoke truthfully, albeit conservatively. Given sufficient time, he could restore his mother's health to its former state, or even enhance it beyond that. After all, his spiritual energy was not only capable of healing, but also of rejuvenating the body. Yet, he refrained from disclosing the entire truth, framing it merely as proficiency in Qigong. Why have I never heard you mention this before? Kong Xiaomei mused. Shen Muyang quickly discerned the implication in her final words. It was evident that she hoped he could completely restore her health through this so-called Qigong, albeit feeling too shy to vocalize her desire. Mother, I'll only be home for 2 or 3 days at most. I was thinking perhaps you and father could accompany me to Jinling City. or you could join me alone. Naturally, Kang Xiaomei yearned for her son to help her achieve full restoration, as she had long felt burdened by her physical condition. There is a saying that without illness, one feels light and unburdened. A person in good health experiences a sense of comfort. However, once illness strikes, even a minor cold can render one listless for days. Yet, leaving this place with my son is simply not feasible. After all, we have chickens, pigs, and crops to tend to. One cannot just depart at will. Yangzi, perhaps we should postpone for another occasion. The timing is too abrupt, and it is impossible to leave hastily with so many responsibilities at home. As Shen Muyang listened, he recognized the wisdom in his mother's words. If his parents were to accompany him to Jinling, the foremost challenge would be securing accommodation. He was currently residing with Chu Qinxuan, and bringing his parents along would undoubtedly complicate matters. With the Mid-Autumn Festival or National Day approaching in about 5 months, significant change could occur. He might even purchase a villa by then. At that point, he could invite his parents to join him, and perhaps even his sister for a visit, as the circumstances would surely be more favorable. With these thoughts in mind, Shen Muyang readily acquiesced. He also took the opportunity to advise his mother regarding the matter of Qigong therapy, insisting she must not disclose it to anyone, including his father. His father, a man fond of drinking, had a tendency to boast, especially after a few drinks. If he were to inadvertently reveal this information, it could lead to misunderstandings. Those who disbelieved might think him a braggart, while those who believed could seek him out in times of illness. Thus, this caution was imperative. Muyang, look at the chicken, it's completely plucked. Am I impressive? After Shen Muyang had conveyed his thoughts to his mother, Chu Qinxuan approached, akin to a child seeking praise. He glanced at the plucked chicken in the basin, and indeed, it was bare. Without hesitation, he offered her commendation and a thumbs up. Qinxuan, from now on, when we have chicken, you shall be in charge of plucking the feathers. Plucking feathers? Shen Muyang's statement was devoid of ambiguity, yet Chu Qinxuan, whether intentionally or inadvertently, echoed those 3 words. In that moment, Shen Muyang pondered if there was an issue with his statement, while Chu Qinxuan's cheeks flushed. One could hardly blame her for blushing. Certain words sound alike, yet bear different meanings. However, the essence of the matter lay in the fact that what was spoken held a different weight than what was written. Crucially, although they had not consummated their relationship, their hands had certainly not remained innocent. Not only had Shen Muyang's hands been daring, but Chu Qinxuan's as well had begun to stray from propriety, leading to moments of intimate contact. Yangzi, hurry and freshen up for breakfast. Afterward, take Qinxuan for a stroll. The mulberries on the back mountain should be ripe. I saw plenty there when I passed by yesterday. Shen Dafu referred to the fruit known as mengzi, scientifically named rubus, a delightful wild berry that is edible. This fruit is best enjoyed once fully ripe. When unripe, it possesses a slightly tart flavor. Notably, it belongs to the thorny bramble family, covered in prickles. Shen Muyang fondly recalls his childhood, where he often indulged in these fruits, particularly during the wheat harvest season when they reach maturity. Children raised in rural areas are likely familiar with this berry. However, Shen Muyang has not traversed the hills for many years, as he has spent recent years away from home. After breakfast, he ventured out with Chu Qinxuan and a large yellow dog. Indeed, the mountains of the countryside offer a plethora of edible delights beyond mengzi, such as wild hickory nuts. Muyang, is this the mengzi you mentioned? Are you certain it's safe to eat? Chu Qinxuan, having never visited the countryside, was understandably hesitant upon encountering these vibrant red fruits, especially since they grow on thorny vines. It is indeed edible and quite delicious. I adored them as a child. Just be cautious. Avoid the spoiled ones and watch out for the thorns. Shen Muyang said, plucking 2 berries and bringing them to Chu Qinxuan's lips. She opened her mouth and began to savor the berries. Chapter 66. The Temptation from Chu Qinxuan. There's a saying, one doesn't know until one tries. A single taste can be surprising. These wild berries are something that, statistically, over 99 of city dwellers have never tasted. Even those from rural backgrounds born in the 2000s may not have encountered them. While it may be an exaggeration to claim, they are extraordinarily delicious. Sampling them occasionally reveals a delightful flavor. They possess a subtle sweetness. When not fully ripe, a hint of tartness mingles with the sweetness, creating a refreshing taste. Muyang, why are these mengzi so incredibly delicious? Chu Qinxuan had never seen such wild fruits before. Women of her stature have likely tasted many varieties of fruit, yet the novelty of this particular one, freshly picked from the mountain, added a unique thrill. It's akin to how some places sell grapes or strawberries, not merely on the roadside or in malls, but by inviting travelers to their vineyards or strawberry fields for a hands-on picking experience. While the flavors remain the same, The added sense of participation enhances the enjoyment. At that moment, Chu Qianxuan was experiencing something similar, eagerly picking and popping the berries in her mouth. Shen Muyang, both amused and exasperated, retrieved a bag to collect the fruits, following closely behind. The mengzi, a thorny bramble, would have been devoured long ago if it were not for the dwindling rural population. With fewer young people and children remaining in the countryside, such wild fruits have become increasingly rare. As the two were joyfully engaged in their harvest, Chu Qianxuan suddenly let out a cry. Shen Muyang was startled and hurried over. Qianxuan, what's wrong? At that moment, Chu Qianxuan was gripping her right index finger tightly with her left hand. A look of pain etched on her face. Muyang, I've been pricked. It hurts. Upon hearing about the prick, Shen Muyang felt a wave of relief, as the defining characteristic of thorny plants is, after all, their thorns. No witties. I'll help you remove it. Just bear with me for a moment. After saying this, Shen Muyang gently grasped Chu Qianxuan's small finger, using his thumb and forefinger to pinch it firmly. A black, sharp thorn soon appeared before his eyes. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Chu Qianxuan, a pampered young lady, could hardly endure the pain. Perhaps she was simply being dramatic at that moment. The best way to remove a thorn is typically with a needle, but alas, there were no needles to be found on the mountain. Fortunately, Shen Muyang's internal energy had significantly recovered, allowing him to envelop the thorn with his spiritual power and extract it directly. Once the thorn was removed, a small trickle of blood began to flow. Though it was minimal, akin to the size of pinprick, Shen Muyang placed her finger in his mouth, sucking gently, whether there was any blood or not. He eventually spat it out. How does it feel now? Still hurt? Shen Muyang was well aware that this woman was accustomed to a life of luxury. He had lost count of the number of times he had been pricked by such thorns throughout his life. However, Chu Qianxuan's upbringing was vastly different. As an only child raised by her grandparents, her level of pampering was evident. I'm fine now. Muyang, you're really impressive. Chu Qianxuan spoke softly, yet her words carried a hint of ambiguity, considering they were in the secluded mountains, seated amidst overgrown grass. The most critical factor was that at this moment, her compliment could easily be misconstrued if anyone happened to pass by. Muyang, we picked enough mulberries. Didn't T-Uncle say there are also mulberry trees? I've never seen one before. You must take me to see. After saying this, Chu Qianxuan placed the bag of mulberries into her basket, clearly indicating her desire for a leisurely outing. Her current interest had shifted to the prospect of harvesting mulberries. All right, let us go pick some mulberries. Although I'm uncertain if they're ripe, Shen Muyang replied. Reaching out to take Chu Qianxuan's hand as they headed toward the area, he remembered having mulberry trees. Chu Qianxuan stole a glance at the man. He undeniably matched her conception of handsomeness. Given the events of the previous night, their relationship had already grown quite intimate. Though they had not explicitly defined their bond as that of a romantic couple, in essence, they already were. Had it not been for Chu Qianxuan's deliberate attempt to gauge Shen Muyang's reaction through feigned fear and nervousness, they might have already transcended the boundaries of their previous relationship. Indeed, this reflects the psychological understanding prevalent among most women. When a man possesses a singular quality that captivates a woman, she will endeavor to explore further. Upon discovering a sense of compatibility, women will wholeheartedly invest their emotions. Of course, this pertains to typical circumstances, or rather, it used to be this way. However, with the current societal shifts, the sense of responsibility among young men appears to be diminishing, while young women increasingly adopt more superficial values. Nonetheless, Shen Muyang is indeed commendable. Certainly a promising young man. As for his family background, it holds little significance for Chu Qianxuan. She would not be residing in this vicinity. And considering her own affluent family, in a certain sense, it is Shen Muyang as an individual that she desires. Regarding Shen Muyang's parents, their time spent together will inherently be limited and likely will remain so in the future. Thus, there is no need for disdain. After all, the couple will ultimately lead their own lives together. Muyang, my legs are quite sore. Would you carry me? As soon as Chu Qianxuan's words fell, she stood still, evidently unable to proceed any further. Sir legs? Very well. I shall carry you. Shen Muyang reasoned that it made sense. After all, Chu Qianxuan had not traversed any rugged paths. He promptly squatted down, allowing her to climb onto his back. However, due to the force of her ascent, Shen Muyang's back felt the impact of two heavy mountains. Had he not recently fortified his physique, this collision alone could have resulted in significant injury. Nevertheless, he bore it and supported Chu Qianxuan's delicate form to prevent her from slipping. This caused her to blush slightly, as she felt an unexpected sensation. Qianxuan, Hold on tight. This mountainous path can be treacherous. On the other side of the hill, there were mulberries. They used to raise silkworms here. Hence some are planted on the slope. If memory serves me right, they should be ripe now. Mulberries typically begin to ripen in mid to late April and continue until June. Their fruits, composed of numerous small drupes, transition from green to red and ultimately to black or purple. This fruit serves as a medicinal ingredient and can even be used to brew wine. The mulberry leaves, once utilized in silkworm farming, and the mulberries themselves are products of the same tree. Muyang, I was unprepared last night. Perhaps you could make amends tonight. Chapter 67. Seizing the Opportunity. Chu Qian-sun was uncertain how such words had slipped from her lips. Perhaps it was due to their proximity at that moment, combined with the fact that it was the May Day holiday, and the temperature was neither too high nor too low. Yet, considering they were climbing, they must have worked up a bit of sweat, infused with the scent of hormones. As Chu Qian-sun inhaled this aroma, her body and mind began to respond, unwittingly recalling the events of the previous night, leading to her impulsive remark. Pardon? Shen Muyang, lost in the sensation of her weight on his back, failed to catch her words clearly. The sound was unclear, prompting a question. However, it would have been better if no inquiry was made, for once the question was posed, Chu Qian became incensed. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that this woman had not anticipated that Shen Muyang truly had not heard her. She assumed he was deliberately trying to embarrass her. This simply could not be tolerated. In retaliation, she sank her teeth into Shen Muyang's shoulder. Goodness, you resemble a dog. You still bite. The two engaged in playful banter, marking the most carefree and enjoyable interaction they had shared thus far. Is this the mulberry tree? After nearly 20 minutes, Chu Qian finally laid eyes on the so-called mulberry tree. She had tasted mulberries before, having seen them occasionally for sale in fruit shops, packaged in transparent plastic containers at a modest price of around 10 yuan per box. However, tasting them was entirely different from witnessing the fruit on its tree, making her curiosity quite understandable. Qian, this is a mulberry tree, and the fruit it bears is known as mulberries, much like how tea leaves are harvested from the tea plant. Of course, you could refer to it as a tea leaf tree, but that sounds rather awkward since it is fundamentally a tea plant, and tea leaves are merely the leaves harvested from it. Do not eat the red ones. They are not yet ripe and are quite sour. Focus on those that are deep purple. Give them a try. As Shen Muyang explained, he plucked 2 ripe mulberries and placed them into her mouth. In truth, mulberries are not universally beloved. While some find their taste delightful, others perceive it as rather peculiar. Delicious. Shen Muyang raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by the woman's apparent thoughtfulness in considering her grandfather. However, Chu Qian's next remark left him utterly speechless. He has plenty of good things. We can trade the mulberries for something from him. At this moment, most of the mulberries were indeed ripe, with many having fallen to the ground. Sometimes, serendipity unfolds in the most unexpected ways. Just as Chu Qian was both picking and eating, a mulberry fell directly down, fortuitously slipping into the crevice of her collar. Unbeknownst to her, she merely sensed a cool object had dropped inside, prompting her to scream loudly. Shen Muyang, engrossed in picking mulberries, was startled by Chu Qian's sudden exclamation. Qian, what is wrong? At that moment, Chu Qian was still wailing, her bag having been tossed aside in her panic, even shedding a few tears. Muyang, something has slipped inside. Help me get it out. While speaking, she frantically pointed at her chest. Hearing that something had entered caused Shen Muyang to jump in alarm as well. After all, in rural areas, particularly on hillsides, the presence of venomous snakes, centipedes, or toxic lizards was a real possibility. Thus, without hesitation, he activated his vision, a rare action for him. Because Shen Muyang understood a fundamental truth, excessive engagement in any activity yields no benefits, as it invariably fosters a habit. He did not wish to become such a person. Thus, he typically exerted great effort to restrain himself, minimizing the use of his perceptive abilities for such trivial matters. However, today was an exception. Upon a closer look, Shen Muyang nearly burst into laughter. It turned out that what had caused the commotion was merely a ripe mulberry that had fallen into a crevice. In his excitement, the fruit had already been thoroughly mashed by the woman. Of course, it was also possible that it had been squashed by 2 bouncing spheres. Qian, it's all right. Don't move. Allow me to assist you. Knowing it was not some venomous creature, Shen Muyang relaxed, replaced by a mischievous desire to take advantage of the situation. Chu Qian, aware of his intentions, could only close her eyes and tilt her head, permitting Shen Muyang to help her. This process is difficult to articulate. In short, Shen Muyang unabashedly took advantage of the moment, even referring to it in a dubious context. By the time Chu Qian-sun sensed something amiss, several minutes had already elapsed. Muyang, you are such a lecherous scoundrel. Chu Qian-sun, belatedly realizing her blunder, recognized that this fellow had taken substantial liberties with her. However, despite her scolding, she felt a certain delight within, for it indicated that a certain man was indeed enamored by her physicality. Qian-sun, how was I to know that it was merely a mulberry? I thought it was a poisonous insect, or something of the sort. I was merely trying to assist you in a moment of peril, and yet you misconstrue my goodwill as something vile. It saddens me. Shen Muyang's exaggerated expressions elicited another round of scolding from the woman. You are a shameless rogue, claiming to help me. Where did your assistance even go? As Chu Qian-sun spoke, a blush crept across her cheeks. Qian-sun, you have misunderstood me. I believe the venom of this creature was quite potent, leading to the swelling of 2 sizable bumps hence. Chu Qian-sun's frustration grew. What kind of bumps could swell to such a degree? Even if there were 2, they must not be so disproportionate. In any case, as they bickered while gathering mulberries, the underlying affection between them was swiftly intensifying. This playful banter, often referred to as flirtation, was essential. Without such exchanges, interactions between men and women would inevitably lose their vibrancy. However, for the current Shen Muyang, it felt akin to carrying a 3-year-old child. Young Z, what is the matter with Qian-sun? Mom, it's nothing. Qian-sun hasn't traversed mountain paths before, so her feet are a bit sore. Upon hearing that all was well, Kong Xiaomei felt reassured. Auntie, these mulberries are incredibly sweet. You must taste them. Chapter 68. Chen Taixiong's True Intentions. Shen Muyang was aware that Chu Qian-sun's demeanor was a facade, yet this guise was unlike others. Some individuals were masks to conceal ulterior motives, whereas Chu Qian-sun's pretense contained an element of seeking approval. Shen Muyang found this understandable, as he occasionally engaged in empathetic reasoning himself. Chu Qian-sun is indeed the daughter of a billionaire, possessing wealth that, while perhaps not reaching $1 trillion, certainly amounts to hundreds of billions. As an only child, she typically exhibits a demeanor that is approachable, yet today, she displays an unexpectedly feminine side. There is a hint of playful coaxing in her tone, not directed at her grandparents or her prospective boyfriend, Shen Muyang, but rather in the presence of what may potentially be her future mother-in-law. This performance is, in essence, for Shen Muyang's benefit. Undoubtedly, fostering a harmonious relationship with her future mother-in-law is a significant motivation, but the intention behind it is commendable. This contrasts sharply with Zhu Lingling, who once displayed an indifference to pretense, as if everything offered to her was a mere entitlement. The distinction between these two attitudes is profound. The lunch served was modest, yet it was a meal prepared with the utmost effort by the elderly couple. Chu Qian-sun, however, is indifferent to the culinary offerings. Had she been concerned with such trivialities, she would not have ventured to this place. After their meal, Shen Muyang and Chu Qian-sun accompanied her father to the town, uncertain whether the bank would be operational on this national holiday. Fortunately, the bank now operates year-round without interruption, allowing Shen Muyang to assist his father in obtaining a bank card, which he funded with a modest sum of 500,000. Additionally, he adjusted the withdrawal limit to 100,000 per day, ensuring access to funds in times of urgent need. Meanwhile, in Ruwei City, arrangements were being made for Chen Gaosheng to travel there. Ruwei City is not unfamiliar to Chen Tiexiong. During the years before Chu Hanliang's retirement, he engaged in activities similar to what Chu Qian-sun is doing now. Consequently, over the decades, he has made numerous trips to Ruwei City, establishing a network of connections, albeit limited, including some unsavory elements. In Jinling City, it is implausible for anyone to confront Shen Muyang. On the surface, his connections with Chu Hanliang are intricate, and any attempt to leverage such relationships against Shen Muyang would likely provoke interference from Chu Hanliang. While Chen Gaosheng may only perceive immediate concerns, Chen Tiexiong possesses the foresight to recognize deeper implications. He discerns the approval in Chu Hanliang's gaze towards Shen Muyang, a look he once witnessed reflected in his own father's eyes. Given Chu Qian-sun's connection, any maneuver against Shen Muyang seems nearly impossible. As for clandestine approaches, the Scar Man serves as a prime example. That night's video, which Chen Tiexiong accessed through specialized channels, confirmed Shen Muyang's formidable combat skills. At the very least, even with weapons, 7 or 8 individuals could not best him, especially in Jinling City. The previous incident was a clear warning, and with Chen Gaosheng's involvement, he could still exert some influence to suppress any further issues. At the very least, Chu Hanliang has refrained from overly pursuing or intervening. If one were to persistently engage in such actions, it is certain that Chu Hanliang would not acquiesce. Setting aside the question of whether one can contend with Shen Muyang, the very act of daring to do so becomes a considerable issue. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to take measures in Ruiqing. This remote locale, characterized by its underdeveloped conditions and chaotic law enforcement due to its ethnic minority population, presents a unique opportunity. The specifics of the disorder are unnecessary to elaborate upon, as one can easily imagine the circumstances. After thorough contemplation, Chen Tiexiong resolved to send Chen Gaosheng to develop in that region. Of course, development serves merely as a FA or one of the objectives. The true aims are twofold. First, to evade disaster. Although the events of the previous night have settled, who can anticipate unforeseen complications? Thus, sending his son away becomes the most effective solution, at least to navigate this tempest. Second, the objective naturally pertains to dealing with Shen Muyang. Despite his son's shortcomings in legitimate affairs, he possesses a certain aptitude for less scrupulous endeavors. With the addition of support personnel and the unique environment of Ruiqing, confronting an individual, while not necessarily effortless, would certainly not pose a significant challenge. Consequently, early this morning, he saw his son off to the airport and arranged for his bodyguard to accompany Chen Gaosheng. This bodyguard, known as a Biao to Chen Tiexiong and Uncle Biao to Chen Gaosheng, is no ordinary figure, as their title suggests the exceptional nature of their relationship. A Biao is an affectionate designation, indicating a close bond, while Uncle Biao reflects a level of respect. The fact that Chen Gaosheng addresses him with such reverence suggests that he is far from an ordinary individual. A Biao's full name is Zhu Biao, a man of modest stature who, at first glance, may appear to be unremarkable. Yet, one should not underestimate him. He once achieved remarkable feats, single-handedly defeating over a dozen armed adversaries, although he sustained significant injuries in the process. The very notion that a bare-handed individual could vanquish a group of thugs wielding knives and clubs is nothing short of extraordinary. Therefore, Chen Tiexiong's decision to assign this individual to protect Chen Gaosheng is undoubtedly sound. Furthermore, Zhu Biao has prior experience in Ruiqing, having met Chen Tiexiong over 2 decades ago through fortuitous circumstances. His decision to accompany Chen Tiexiong stemmed from a sense of gratitude for past assistance. As for whether Shen Muyang would venture to Ruiqing, Chen Tiexiong is unequivocally certain. It is akin to the conclusion of a gamble ultimately leading to high-interest loans. Even if Chu Qianchuan refrains from traveling to Ruiqing, Shen Muyang is likely to do so. This exemplifies the essence of strategic foresight and the ability to anticipate multiple steps ahead. At this moment, Chen Gaosheng has already arrived in Ruiqing. Chapter 69. Zhu Biao in a grand hotel. Chen Gaosheng and Zhu Biao currently find themselves lodged here. Uncle Biao, Shen Muyang won't be able to join us for a while. Why don't we indulge in some entertainment at the dark venue? The dark venue mentioned by Chen Gaosheng refers to a locality, albeit a term of convenience. It is akin to the red light district, which is not a distinct area in itself. The dark venue is, in fact, an underground casino shunned by daylight, hence its appellation. No, your father has expressly forbidden gambling. Biao decisively declined without a hint of hesitation, showing no regard for Chen Gaosheng's sentiments. Uncle Biao, we're just going for a bit of fun, not to gamble. Chen Gaosheng attempted to argue further, but Biao remained unresponsive. In truth, the only person capable of swaying Biao was Chen Tiexiong. Thus, ostensibly, he accompanied Chen Gaosheng. Yet in reality, he served the dual purpose of protector and overseer. Uncle Biao, we can't just sit idly here, can we? If you want me to play, then am I to assume you will also prevent me from seeking female companionship? Chen Gaosheng's mood soured, for in his eyes, regardless of Zhu Biao's standing with his father, he was merely a subordinate. Why should a subordinate dictate the actions of a prince like him? Yet, despite his discontent, he dared not confront Biao directly, for that would be akin to courting misery. Seeking women is permissible. Your father never forbade that. Biao's words sparked a glimmer of realization in Chen Gaosheng's eyes, as if he had uncovered a loophole in the rules. This implied that Biao's oversight was limited to the directives laid down by his father, suggesting that beyond those stipulations, Biao would not object. Meanwhile, in Shen Muyang's hometown, he remained oblivious to the Chen family's schemes against him, nor did he know that Chen Gaosheng had already set foot in Ruiqing City. At that moment, he was strolling through the village with Chu Qianchuan, observing that most young people had migrated elsewhere for education or employment. Even middle-aged individuals had often left to purchase homes outside, with the better off settling in the county town. Consequently, While the village was not entirely deserted, it was nearly so, as those who remained were predominantly elderly caretakers. Even his parents, he intended to take away if circumstances allowed. Otherwise, he would have aspired to bring them along this time. What had once been merely a thought was now reinforced by his observations. The rural landscape was indeed desolate. Muyang, what are your plans moving forward? Shen Muyang understood well what the woman was inquiring about, predominantly regarding the gambling stones in Jinling City, which would not sustain for long. After all, the market was limited, and the prime stones had already been selected. Qinshuan, I have been contemplating this matter. Jinling City is merely my starting point. I have amassed a considerable fortune now, over 2 billion, and I plan to invest in some business ventures. Of course, investment is just one aspect. There is no rush. We can develop promising projects gradually. I am indifferent to the magnitude of profit, provided that I do not incur losses. Previously, you mentioned that the largest raw stone market in Huaxia is located in Ruiqing, making it my next target. Regardless of the circumstances, I am determined to visit. Furthermore, I have a foreboding that my collaboration with you may not endure for long. It is more accurate to say that my partnership with the Feixiang Group is likely to be brief. Chen Gaosheng is the son of Chen Tiexiong, and I harbor an irreconcilable enmity with this individual. As such, one can easily surmise that, as Chen Gaosheng's father and the chairman of the Feixiang Group, Chen Tiexiong would never permit my continued existence. I suspect he will undoubtedly seek a replacement for me. Once I cease to hold any value, he would feel unrestrained in dealing with me. In fact, my presence may be less significant to the Feixiang Group than I naively believe. To put it more bluntly, Chen Tiexiong may even target you because of this situation. In any case, I must explore alternative avenues. Upon hearing Shen Muyang's words, Chu Qinshuan furrowed her brow. She was aware that Chen Tiexiong would undoubtedly act against Shen Muyang. However, she found it hard to believe his recent assertions. After all, Chen Gaosheng's actions were driven by impulse and rampant jealousy, not necessarily by Chen Tiexiong's directive. Furthermore, even if Shen Muyang's speculations were entirely accurate, Chen Tiexiong could not possibly direct his ire towards her, considering that her grandfather is the largest shareholder and is still alive. Chen Tiexiong lacks the authority to sway all shareholders. Thus, she felt Shen Muyang's words were somewhat alarmist. Muyang, are you being overly dramatic? Chen Tiexiong is not the same as his son, Chen Gaosheng. While you have made some valid points, after all, they are father and son, and familial loyalty is expected. As chairman, should prioritize the company's interests. Moreover, even as chairman, he cannot arbitrarily appoint or dismiss a general manager, especially when that general manager's grandfather is the primary shareholder. Wouldn't you agree? The crux of Chu Qinshuan's argument was sound, yet she sensed an unsettling disquiet within her. Qinshuan, this is merely my conjecture. Let's treat this as casual conversation. As you rightly pointed out, I possess scant knowledge about your company's affairs, and I am merely analyzing human behavior. I believe the saying goes, how can one allow others to sleep peacefully beside their own bed? You are the general manager, and your grandfather is the largest shareholder. This inevitably poses a significant threat to him. As you age, your management experience and reputation will only grow, and when that time arrives, it may jeopardize his position. Thus, what seems implausible may very well become rational. Chu Qinshuan paused in her steps. There is a saying that those embroiled in a situation are often blinded, while observers see clearly. Chu Qinshuan had always considered matters from her own perspective. However, Shen Muyang's words served as a poignant reminder. For it is Chu Hanliang who is the largest shareholder in this company. This presents a formidable threat. Muyang, what do you think I should do? Chapter 70, the so-called natural progression. Shen Muyang was momentarily at a loss for words. He had only a speculation or perhaps an instinct, for the logic seemed to dictate such. However, when it came to solutions, he had none to offer. Qian Sun, this is merely my wild guess, or rather, I simply sense a possibility. But if you ask me for a solution, I truly do not know. After all, throughout my life, the highest position I have held was that of a sports representative in middle school. Chu Qian Sun shot him a disapproving glance. He had spoken so earnestly. It turned out to be mere nonsense, especially when he claimed to have held the highest office as a sports representative. Was that even a position of authority? Muyang, should what you suggest come to fruition, I honestly wouldn't mind. The general manager is merely a title. Without this position, I would live much more freely. When the time comes for you to start your venture, I could serve as your secretary. I think I'll be quite splendid. What do you think? Shen Muyang gazed at this woman, who could truly be described as breathtakingly beautiful. Throughout his life, aside from those seen on television, he had never encountered anyone as lovely as Chu Qian Sun. This reminded him of an old internet joke about his secretary. when there is something to do, a secretary is needed. When there isn't, she is not. For some reason, at this moment, Shen Muyang felt a surge of emotion, drawing closer to Chu Qiansun's lips. Surprisingly, she closed her eyes in perfect accord, and so, on this deserted country road, the young couple embraced. This man had a peculiar trait. Whenever he held this woman close, the first thing that crossed his mind was to kiss her. The second thought was that his wandering hand would instinctively find its way to a certain destination. This was nearly a certainty. Perhaps because of the events of the previous night, Chu Qiansun seemed to harbor no aversion. Even when Shen Muyang's hand slipped beneath her clothing, she showed no intention of pushing it away. The sun gradually descended, casting long shadows of the two figures in the evening glow. Time passed unnoticed, and it was only when Chu Qiansun felt her legs weaken that she realized they were in the wilderness. Fortunately, there were not many people in the rural area. Otherwise, they might have been discovered long ago. "You pervert, I'm ignoring you," Chu Qiansun exclaimed as reality sank in, and she promptly headed homeward. Shen Muyang could only awkwardly touch his nose and hastily follow her, forgetting that they were accompanied by a large yellow dog. The dog had witnessed the earlier scene, albeit it didn't quite comprehend why its master had just bitten this new mistress's lips so fervently. Moreover, the new mistress had not protested at all, adding an air of mystery to the situation. "What is wrong with Qiansun?" Noticing her enigmatic demeanor, Shen Muyang promptly inquired. "Muyang, I have just ascended the stairs, yet the bedspread on my bed has vanished, leaving it bare." Chu Qianxuan's voice was barely a whisper, and Shen Muyang took a moment to register her words. "The bedspread is gone. Can it simply be replaced later?" Chu Qianxuan was exasperated. This was not at all what she meant. "You are truly dense. Let me explain." Chu Qianxuan lowered her voice and began to elucidate, and gradually, Shen Muyang began to grasp the situation. It was evident that Shen Muyang's mother, Kong Xiaomei, had taken the bedspread. Knowing full well that Chu Qianxuan had not departed, why then would she remove the bedding? A moment's contemplation would reveal that it was unnecessary. But why was it deemed unnecessary? The answer was simple. Kong Xiaomei had discerned that these two were cohabiting, and since they were living together, having an additional bed was merely wasteful. Thus, she had removed the other bed, the one where Chu Qianxuan had initially slept last night. Observing the rosy hue of Chu Qianxuan's cheeks, Shen Muyang felt an uncontrollable urge to kiss her, yet she promptly pushed him away. "No nonsense. We shall discuss this later. Furthermore, let us pretend for now that we are unaware of the situation, or it will become awkward. If you speak carelessly, humph." After Chu Qianxuan finished speaking, she turned and entered the room, and soon thereafter, she was engaged in a lively conversation with Kong Xiaomei. In May, the weather is neither too cold nor too warm. In rural areas, the nighttime temperatures tend to drop further. After dinner and a shower, Shen Muyang shared a few words with his parents, while Chu Qianxuan had already ascended the stairs. When Shen Muyang finally made his way upstairs, the light in the room was off, and Chu Qianxuan had already nestled under the covers, appearing to be fast asleep. Shen Muyang's eyesight was remarkably keen. Although visibility was somewhat diminished at night, it far surpassed that of the average person. He could see everything in the room with clarity. Thus, he refrained from turning on the light and quietly approached the bedside, shedding his garments before slipping beneath the covers. Once enveloped in the warmth of the bed, Shen Muyang became rather restless, wrapping his arms around Chu Qianxuan. She lay on her side, her back facing him, and, as he embraced her, his hand rested gently upon her abdomen. It was summer, and her attire was scant, consisting only of a silk nightgown. Chu Qianxuan remained silent, as if truly asleep. However, when Shen Muyang's hand ventured beneath the hem of her nightgown, he distinctly felt her body tremble. Unlike Chu Qianxuan, who had yet to experience the intimacies of love, Shen Muyang had cohabited with Zhu Lingling for nearly 3 years. Thus, he was well aware of how to navigate this moment. It was akin to two individuals driving. One had been operating a large truck for 3 years, while the other had just enrolled in driving school. The seasoned driver felt no anxiety, while the novice was undoubtedly apprehensive. At this moment, Chu Qianxuan was in a state of anxiety, her body trembling with tension. However, one must inevitably face such moments. Thus, she took a deep breath, striving to ease her nerves, and fortunately, Shen Muyang was not overly impatient. After an indeterminate passage of time, Chu Qianxuan finally spoke. "Muyang, I am ready. Come on." Upon hearing these words, Shen Muyang sprang into action, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, swiftly mounting his horse. With a burst of sound, the ensuing noise was unmistakable, an experience understood by those who have been there. As their relationship transcended boundaries, their identities naturally evolved, and even their modes of address began to change. For instance, Chu Qinshuan, who previously referred to Shen Muyang's parents as uncle and aunt, gradually adapted her terminology. Thus, as dawn broke, after exchanging greetings with their parents, Shen Muyang and Chu Qinshuan set off. Aside from her concerns for her mother's health, another reason for their departure was to escape for a few days, especially since the previous commotion at the rough stone market had left an impression. With a few days to serve as a buffer, they hoped the previous incident would have settled down by now. Their journey was hindered by traffic, causing a delay of over 3 hours. They had set out at 7 in the morning, and under normal circumstances, they would have arrived home by 3 in the afternoon. In reality, however, it was nearly 6 in the evening by the time they reached home. "Husband, I am so hungry," Chu Qinshuan, in a playful mood, had taken to a more affectionate tone whenever they were alone. The term playful here refers to the light-hearted interactions typical of young couples. "Qinshuan, you should rest. I will prepare dinner," Shen Muyang said, while unloading their belongings from the car, which primarily consisted of local specialties from the countryside, such as freshly slaughtered chickens and ducks. "Husband, why don't we eat out? We haven't been home for a few days, and there is hardly any food. Besides, you've driven all day and must be exhausted. Let us just grab a quick bite, what do you think?" Chu Qinshuan's suggestion was met with immediate agreement from Shen Muyang. "How about I take you for some barbecue? I know a place that serves excellent skewers. I used to go there often. It's not far, just a 20-minute drive. What do you say?" Chu Qinshuan had no objections. So after unloading all their items from the car, they left the community. The barbecue stall Shen Muyang mentioned was located along Binjiang Road, where an entire row was dedicated to grilling. Shen Muyang was quite familiar with this area, having visited it on occasion for a barbecue. Given Chu Qinshuan's preference for meat, the skewers he ordered were predominantly of that variety. Before long, the meat skewers they had ordered were ready for enjoyment. Shen Muyang ordered 2 bottles of beer, and since Chu Qinshuan was to drive, he indulged in the drink alone. As he sipped his beer, he engaged in casual conversation. "Muyang, what are your plans moving forward? Do you intend to rest for a few days longer, or perhaps venture out?" Shen Muyang took a sip of beer and savored a skewer of grilled meat before revealing his plans for the next couple of days. "I'm considering visiting the original stone street again tomorrow. After all, there's still a few original stone shops we have yet to explore, so making some quick money should not pose a problem. Currently, I possess over 200 million, and I aim to accumulate 300 million in the coming days. This will enable me to take the next step, perhaps opening a shop or making an investment. It is essential to note that keeping money idle leads to depreciation, and I intend to earn even more in the future. Therefore, aside from making money, our primary consideration should be establishing a business. After all, one cannot gamble on stones for a lifetime. The market of Jinling City is limited, and daily gambling might raise suspicions. Moreover, there are not an abundance of valuable stones available." Chu Qinshuan listened intently while enjoying her meal. Once Shen Muyang finished, she shared her thoughts. "Muyang, we could consider heading to Ruiqing. It is the largest jadeite raw stone market in Huaxia. I have been there many times, so I'm quite familiar with the area. Not only is there a greater quantity of jadeite raw stones, but the prices are also lower compared to here, and the quality is superior. With a stroke of luck, we might unearth an imperial green stone, yielding profits of 3 to 500 million. Should we not explore that possibility?" Shen Muyang was well aware of Ruiqing. To be honest, he had not known much about it before, but since he became acquainted with jadeite raw stones, he had taken the initiative to learn about the place. Thus, even without Chu Qinshuan's suggestion, he would have planned to visit. "As I mentioned earlier, I first need to accumulate my funds, aiming to surpass 300 million at the very least. Additionally, I am particularly concerned about my career. I recognize that gambling on stones can be lucrative, but I cannot engage with stones daily, as it would drive me to madness over time. Furthermore, I cannot reside in Ruiqing indefinitely. Even if I wish to stay, I cannot gamble on stones every day, for as you previously noted, the jadeite extracted must be sold. My intention is to establish an enterprise first." Chu Qinshuan grasped Shen Muyang's perspective, yet struggled to comprehend his fixation on this concept of an enterprise. From her viewpoint, as long as one makes money, it is sufficient. One need not necessarily start a company, as doing so could impose limitations. This distinction encapsulates the difference between men and women. Shen Muyang's thoughts were more far-reaching. He indeed possessed this ability of insight, yet he could not guarantee its permanence. What if one day this ability were to vanish? This is not an impossible scenario. He can appear suddenly, and naturally, he can vanish just as swiftly. At the very least, he cannot guarantee his permanence. Thus, in light of this uncertainty, it is imperative for him to have a contingency plan, which is what one might refer to as entrepreneurship. Should the day come when his clairvoyant abilities fade, he would still possess an enterprise, ensuring his parents and children are well provided for. If his powers endure, an additional venture would be no detriment, which is precisely where Shen Muyang's determination lies. Although Chu Qiansun finds it somewhat difficult to comprehend, given Shen Muyang's intentions to engage in business and investment, she feels compelled to devise a strategy as a supportive partner. However, she may not conjure up an effective plan in the short term. As the saying goes, the old are cunning, and perhaps he has a brilliant idea. What do you think? Shen Muyang found the notion appealing, especially considering that Chu Hanliang is of considerable age and has a background in business, undoubtedly possessing valuable insights. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, a cacophony of noise reached his ears from a distance. Chapter 72, Brother Yang. Shen Muyang turned towards the sound and indeed recognized familiar faces. It was none other than the group of individuals he had previously sent to the police station, led by the infamous Scar brother. Shen Muyang remained still, primarily listening, eager to ascertain the unfolding events. Scar brother, my sincerest apologies. Tonight's meal is on the house. Given your stature, would you consider it? The speaker was the owner of the barbecue stand, offering a complimentary meal due to an unfortunate incident where his wife had inadvertently soiled Scarred Brothers' clothing. The barbecue establishment is run by a husband and wife team, and the wife had just served food to Scarred Brother and his companions. Unfortunately, while traversing the ground, she slipped and fell on his Scarred Brother, causing her to spill the barbecue onto him. Under ordinary circumstances, Scarred Brother would not have made a fuss, as the apology was offered and a complimentary meal extended. However, today was different. Following their previous altercation, the group had endured a thorough beating at the hands of Shen Muyang and had only just been released from custody. They had planned to enjoy a barbecue to alleviate their distress, but encountering such a situation rendered mere apologies insufficient. This was a primary catalyst for the ensuing friction. Complimentary meal? Do you take us for those who cannot afford barbecue? Unless you offer us a month's worth of free meals, this is non-negotiable. This garment alone is worth at least 10 to 8,000, not to mention these shoes. In summary, it was either monetary compensation or a month of free meals. Otherwise, he would ensure this establishment could no longer operate. The owner was on the verge of tears, yet he found himself powerless, continuously attempting to placate them. Granting them a month of free meals would spell the end of his business, already struggling. He could not afford to bear the weight of such demands. Furthermore, while calling the authorities had proven effective in the past, it was only a temporary solution, incapable of providing lifelong security. These individuals have been thoroughly offended, rendering any prospects of reopening the establishment utterly bleak. You may find it hard to believe, yet it is a stark reality. For instance, if the restaurant possesses 8 tables, they need only a group of 7 or 8 patrons, each occupying a separate table. With a mere expenditure of 10 yuan for a few skewers and a bottle of beer, they can monopolize a table for 2 hours. I assure you, this is not illegal. They're simply savoring their meal at a leisurely pace. Each person occupies a table, and even if others wish to enjoy barbecue delights, they dare not share a table with these individuals, as they do not appear to be of good character. Ultimately, policies are established from above, and countermeasures are devised below, leaving the proprietor powerless against such patrons. What? Unwilling to comply? Very well, gentlemen, this table is too small. Let us sit apart. Just as Scar was about to resort to unscrupulous tactics, a hand was placed firmly on his shoulder. Initially, he paid it no mind, assuming it was one of his subordinates, but upon turning, he was taken aback. It was none other than Shen Muyang. Scar, is it? Fancy meeting you here. By the way, are you dining and dashing? Scar's heart sank. The reason he had been incarcerated for several days was due to this very individual. Now, having just been released, he encountered this harbinger of misfortune again. Was he not suffering enough? Yet, there was no recourse. He could not hope to confront him, and fleeing was out of the question. In terms of connections, this man was far beyond his reach. After much contemplation, he could only acquiesce. Yang Gu, it's a misunderstanding. How could I possibly dine and dash? I was merely jesting with the owner. By the way, are you here for barbecue as well? Tonight, all expenses are on me. Shen Muyang had indeed intended to teach this man a lesson, yet he now found himself feeling somewhat embarrassed. There's a saying, one does not strike a smiling face. Setting aside past grievances, Scar's demeanor was surprisingly cordial at this moment. At the very least, he was willing to extend an invitation in return, which was sufficient to deter Shen Muyang from taking action. Moreover, I require your assistance with one matter. If you can successfully accomplish this task, all grievances between us shall be erased, and I shall reward you handsomely. However, think carefully, do not treat this lightly. After all, Jinling City is not vast, and I can easily locate you. Would you not agree? Shen Muyang's words bore an element of threat, yet Scar, despite his lack of formal education, grasped the underlying meaning. Yang, rest assured, simply ask, and I shall provide you with any information I possess. Assisting you would be my honor. Shen Muyang found himself increasingly fond of this character. There's a saying that those who recognize the situation are indeed wise. Scar undoubtedly fell into that category. Regardless of his abilities, his attitude was commendable. After all, the title Yang had a rather pleasant ring to it. Very well, that is your promise. First, enlighten me on how you managed to get out so swiftly. Was it Chen Gaosheng's doing? Upon mentioning Chen Gaosheng, Scar's expression soured considerably. Young, Chen Gaosheng has fled, and I am his father, Chen Tiexiong. As Shen Muyang listened, he understood why Chen Tiexiong was intent on retrieving this scoundrel. After all, if Chen Tiexiong did not deal with Scar, Scar would surely retaliate, and at that point, Chen Gaosheng would undoubtedly face trouble. Once an individual acquires a dubious criminal record, the repercussions on their future can be quite significant. Therefore, whatever it takes, Chen Tiexiong must ensure Scar is brought to justice. However, what surprised Shen Muyang was the revelation that Chen Gaosheng had actually left Jinling City. Yet, this was no longer of consequence. It was likely that Chen Gaosheng was simply afraid of retribution. Shen Muyang contemplated this, then thought of another matter. Scar, assist me with a task, and upon its completion, I shall reward you with 20,000. Furthermore, our previous dealings shall be considered settled. Scar found himself at a loss for words. Daunted by the proposition, as Shen Muyang had indicated, locating him within Jinling City would not pose much difficulty. One cannot escape fate. Brother Yang, whatever you need, just command me. Money is of no concern. Do you think I look down upon you? Whatever is within our capabilities, we will undoubtedly accomplish it for you. Chapter 73, The Retaliation. Shen Muyang found himself increasingly fond of this fellow, even contemplating the idea of bringing Scar under his wing. Scar, here's the situation. I previously rented an apartment, but the landlord has been making excuses to withhold my deposit upon vacating just a few days ago. Here's what you need to do. Remember, do not let anyone see you, and absolutely avoid any fatalities. Once it's settled, give me a call. Indeed, Shen Muyang's petty grievances resurfaced. He still harbored resentment towards the landlord who had wronged him. Initially, he had been devising a way to teach that unscrupulous landlord a lesson, but Scar's timely intervention offered a solution to his dilemma. Thus, the issue was not merely the deposit, but rather the indignation he felt. Otherwise, Shen Muyang would not have promised Scar an additional 20,000 upon successful completion. Rest assured, Brother Yang, I guarantee this matter will be executed with utmost clarity. Scar had initially thought the task would be arduous, causing him some trepidation. But realizing it was a minor affair, it became trivial in his eyes. All right, continue your meal. This round is on me, but do not bully the honest folk again. After issuing his instructions, Shen Muyang settled the bill and departed, genuinely covering the cost for Scar's table. Brother Scar, we truly. After Shen Muyang left, a subordinate rushed forward with inquiries. No more chatter. We cannot afford to provoke this individual, so let us just carry out our tasks diligently. Let us eat quickly, then get to work. Meanwhile, Chu Qinshuan drove her car while observing the man beside her. Initially, she believed Shen Muyang intended to confront the ruffians, considering their previous enmity, which would have made such a confrontation reasonable. However, what took Chu Qinshuan by surprise was the sight of Shen Muyang casually conversing with that scar-faced individual, engaging in a rather lengthy exchange. Although she could not overhear their discussion, Chu Qinshuan was acutely aware that it was likely nothing of good consequence, especially given the number of days she had spent in Shen Muyang's company. Particularly during these past few days of close proximity, both his virtues and flaws had become quite apparent. Thus, whenever Shen Muyang smiled, she instinctively understood that he was certainly not harboring any noble intentions. Muyang, are you concealing something from me? Shen Muyang felt quite wronged by this accusation, aside from withholding the fact of his ability to see through things. He believed he had been unfailingly candid with her. Of course, this honesty manifested in various ways, particularly during the night. In essence, apart from his ability in that ring, there was virtually nothing he kept hidden from her. Qinshuan, how could I possibly hide anything from you? You know every strand of hair on my body, so your claims are utterly baseless. Upon hearing his mischievous words, Chu Qinshuan's cheeks flushed crimson. However, out of boredom 2 nights prior, she had indeed counted them. Thus, Shen Muyang's recent remark was unmistakably pointed, and, as the subject of his jest, Chu Qinshuan quickly grasped the implication behind his words. Muyang, You absoluta scoundrel. I shall not engage with you any longer. Shen Muyang chuckled heartily, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Qianxuan. To be truthful, it was a rarity to witness her blushing visage, which rendered her all the more enchanting. Qianxuan, there's no one ahead. Shall we pause the car for a moment? For a fleeting moment, Chu Qianxuan was taken aback by the suggestion, regarding Shen Muyang with a skeptical gaze. Yet, it soon dawned on her that he had consumed 2 bottles of beer, the primary component of which was water, making his urgent need entirely understandable. To her astonishment, as soon as the vehicle came to a halt, Shen Muyang playfully coaxed her into the back seat, leading to an indescribable scene. Chu Qianxuan herself was unsure why she acquiesced to such an absurd request, but the sensation felt undeniably pleasurable. Yet, women often express their sentiments in reverse. Following the incident, Chu Qianxuan outwardly displayed her indignation. Muyang, you must not behave so recklessly in the future. What if someone were to witness us? Furthermore, she added, and next time, do not be so vigorous. The car nearly fell apart. Shen Muyang had initially intended to accept her reprimand, but found something amiss in her words. What did she mean by next time, do not be so vigorous? Did that imply there would indeed be a next time? Or was she merely feeling embarrassed or concerned for the car? This suggested that, deep down, she did not truly object to the encounter. Moreover, her claim of excessive vigor felt somewhat unjust, as Shen Muyang had been lying down. Qianxuan, I was merely a bit inebriated. I assure you it won't happen again. Shen Muyang's willingness to acknowledge his fault was commendable, primarily as future matters could be addressed later. For now, they needed to navigate the present situation. That is what you said, but a little indulgence now and then is still permissible. After Chu Qianxuan finished speaking, she immediately started the car. In truth, such words might not have easily escaped the lips of another. Yet for Chu Qianxuan, they flowed with ease. This woman had never been one to mince her words, and given the nature of their relationship, it would be rather dull to conceal even their shared interests. Especially with the chickens and ducks, these needed to be stored in the freezer promptly, lest they spoil. Since their relationship had transcended boundaries, the notion of one sleeping upstairs while the other remained downstairs had become obsolete. Once, Shen Muyang had tidied up his odds and ends. He noticed that the room he once occupied was now vacant. Meanwhile, Chu Qianxuan was busy organizing things upstairs, marking the official commencement of their cohabitation. On another note, Chen Gang suddenly received a phone call bearing grim news. His car had caught fire. Chen Gang was Shen Muyang's former landlord. Witnessing his beloved vehicle reduced to a heap of scrap metal caused his heart to bleed. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If anyone were to have a motive to set his car ablaze, it would most likely be Shen Muyang. With this suspicion, Chen Gang dialed the police. Regardless of whether Shen Muyang was indeed responsible, a crime had occurred, and someone had to account for the damages. However, the situation was far from over. His phone rang once more, this time with his wife on the line. An unsettling premonition washed over Chen Gang. Chapter 74. To the police station, Shen Muyang was awakened by a phone call. Just as he had succumbed to slumber, his phone rang. Upon answering, he learned of the unfortunate news. Chen Gang's car had been set ablaze, and the very house he had rented previously had been vandalized. Consequently, the property had remained unleased, allowing individuals like Scarface and his crew to break in and exact their revenge. Their method of retaliation was straightforward. They vandalized everything within the house and damaged all the faucets in the kitchen and bathroom. One can only imagine the chaos that would ensue with water gushing from the faucets while the drains were clogged. The destruction was quite severe, affecting not only the house, but also the residents on the lower floors. Faced with such a predicament, Chen Gang found himself powerless, leading him to report the incident to the authorities. He identified Shen Muyang as the prime suspect, resulting in the latter receiving the call. Honey, what is going on? Chu Qianxuan, though utterly exhausted, was roused by the phone call. While she couldn't hear the voice on the other end, she caught the gist of Shen Muyang's conversation. It's nothing, just an issue with the former landlord of the rental property. Shen Muyang explained while dressing. I'll accompany you. I fear you may not convey everything clearly. Chu Qianxuan, being a person of understanding, recognized that this matter was intricately linked to Shen Muyang. However, she surely knows now, as the coincidence is simply too great to ignore. Thus, she refrained from directly addressing it, merely stating, I fear you may not articulate it clearly. This was a subtle reminder to Shen Muyang that she was already aware of the situation. Shen Muyang, feeling slightly embarrassed, rubbed his nose and tidied himself up before driving Chu Qianxuan towards the police station. As for the caller, Shen Muyang recognized him as Qin Kalan, the officer who had previously dealt with the altercation. Shen Muyang, you will compensate me. As soon as Shen Muyang arrived at the police station, Chun Gang charged at him like a madman, raising his fist to strike directly at Shen Muyang's head. Shen Muyang narrowed his eyes and swiftly delivered a kick, resulting in a resounding thud as Chun Gang fell to the ground before he could even react. A scream pierced the air, and it was only then that the crowd began to comprehend the unfolding drama. "Mr. Shun, this is a police station. Please refrain from causing a scene." The voice belonged to Qin Kolan, who was equally taken aback by such a dramatic turn of events. Shen Muyang shrugged and began to explain, "Captain Qin, this was an act of self-defense. You witnessed it yourself. This man charged at me with the intent to strike. Had I not retaliated, it would have been me lying on the ground. I am here to assist with the investigation, not as a criminal, and I should be afforded your protection. Am I not correct?" Qin Kolan opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. After all, Shen Muyang's assertion was valid. It was indeed Chun Gang who initiated the violence, and he was merely defending himself. Furthermore, there was another reason for her silence. Due to the events of a few days prior, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Officer, he is the one who burned my husband's car and vandalized our home. I want to press charges and see him imprisoned, demanding compensation for our losses." Chun Gang, still struggling to rise from the floor after Shen Muyang's kick, was represented by his wife, who spoke up. "There's a saying that rings true. Dragons pair with dragons, phoenixes with phoenixes. A mouse's offspring will burrow. A cat will produce cats, and a dog will produce dogs. A thief's child has 3 hands." Chun Gang's character was reflected in his choice of spouse. "Fat woman, I have no idea what nonsense you are spouting. When Captain Qin called me, I was sound asleep. What you are rambling about has no bearing on me." Shen Muyang's words were sharp and laced with profanity. The crux of the matter was that he spoke nothing but the truth. Qin Kolan's lips twitched in irritation. She had heard Chun Gang's side of the story, and coupled with Shen Muyang's manner of speaking and acting, she could already ascertain that this matter was indeed orchestrated by him. Even if he hadn't committed the act himself, he had certainly instigated it. However, conducting an investigation requires substantiation, which is why she had called Shen Muyang to assist rather than directly arresting him. The distinction was significant. Assisting in an investigation implies that someone has filed a complaint against you, necessitating your presence to fulfill procedural requirements. If there's concrete evidence, they can be apprehended directly, as this matter has already had significant repercussions and is not merely an ordinary dispute. In a sense, this constitutes a serious case of damaging another's property. After all, a car has been incinerated, and the room has been devastated beyond recognition. Most critically, the damage caused by the water is paramount. The water has continuously seeped downwards, adversely affecting several residents on lower floors. For instance, the walls, furniture, and wiring. All of these will incur substantial repair costs. Mr. Shun, please do not misunderstand. We have invited you here this evening primarily to inquire about the situation. Shen Muyang holds a favorable impression of the female officer, primarily due to her courteous demeanor. He gestured towards Chu Qiansun. Additionally, our community security has records of our vehicle's entry and exit, which you may investigate. As for this incident, it bears no relation to me. I can only assert that good deeds will be rewarded and evil met with retribution. Thus, all I can offer is my sympathy. Upon concluding his statement, Shen Muyang cast a glance at Chun Gang, his eyes brimming with schadenfreude, devoid of any genuine compassion. Chapter 75, Back on Track. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Shun. We will proceed with our investigation and evidence collection. Here is the record. If there are no issues, kindly sign it. And you may depart. Qin Kolan maintained her customary politeness. Shen Muyang, in turn, cooperatively reviewed the so-called record, confirmed its accuracy, and subsequently signed it, leaving his thumbprint. As for the Chun couple, who continued to rant and rave, Shen Muyang chose to disregard them. So, is this money simply lost? He firmly believed that the Chun couple had not only swindled him, but also other tenants. Typically, when people are deceived, they must swallow their grievances, as most individuals seeking rental accommodations are outsiders. Why should outsiders risk confrontation with locals? Moreover, reporting to the police may not yield any results. Some issues are indeed grave. Even if they are not your fault, it is futile without evidence. Therefore, Shen Muyang's desire for retribution was not solely due to pettiness, but was primarily to teach this individual a lesson. The car burning may not be a significant issue, as he can claim insurance. However, the damage to the contents of the house is indeed a loss, but the most pressing concern remains the compensation for several households below. In summary, his retribution was well-deserved. It is likely that the rental income and deposits collected by Chun Gang over the years may not suffice to cover the damages. Muyang, you seem to get along quite well with this female officer. On the way back, Shen Muyang initially thought Chu Qiansun would inquire about the event of the evening, but to his surprise, she unexpectedly asked about Qin Kolan. This caught Shen Muyang off guard, as such inquiries typically indicate jealousy. Chu Xian, please do not misunderstand. I am not familiar with her at all. If it weren't for the events of that evening, I would not even recognize her. I have only encountered this woman twice, and both times you were present. Shen Muyang hastily began to clarify, while Chu Xian remained silent, her eyes fixed intently on him. It was only when Shen Muyang felt a tingling discomfort at the back of his head that her gaze finally broke away. Muyang, I was merely making an offhand comment. Why are you so flustered? By the way, did you have a hand in this? Do you have a grudge against Qin Gang? Upon hearing her shift the topic, a heavy weight lifted from Shen Muyang's heart. He preferred to discuss matters concerning Qin Gang over any topic related to women. He then recounted the incident with the scarred man from that evening. In truth, there was nothing untoward to disclose. After all, it is unworthy of a gentleman to harbor grudges without recompense. Besides, Chu Xian would certainly understand. The night passed without further conversation. The following day, after breakfast, Shen Muyang and Chu Xian visited Chu Hanliang. As the saying goes, the older the person, the sharper the mind. Chu Hanliang was certainly one of those astute elders. Upon seeing Chu Xian linked arm in arm with Shen Muyang, he immediately realized that his prized cabbage had been uprooted by a pig. However, this did not seem entirely unfortunate. The most lamentable aspect of life is not losing your cabbage to a pig, but rather having it rot in the field without any pig to claim it. Additionally, Shen Muyang was a decent fellow, or at least that was Chu Hanliang's impression. After exchanging simple pleasantries, Chu Xian went off to chat with her grandmother, while Shen Muyang was led upstairs by Chu Hanliang. Muyang, I recently acquired an object, but despite several days of study, I cannot discern its origin. Would you assist me in identifying its dynasty? As he spoke, Chu Hanliang opened a cabinet and retrieved a box. Grandfather, are you asking me to appraise it again? What about that ring from last time? Chu Hanliang chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Let us not mention that ring. I have pondered over it for years without any clarity. I sought the help of several old friends for appraisal, yet none could determine its worth. This signifies a lack of fate between us. So losing it is no great loss. Sometimes, losing an item is not detrimental. At least I am spared from expending too much effort on it. Now, let's focus on this item. Having said that, Chu Hanliang opened the box, revealing its contents before Shen Muyang. Inside lay a rusted object, severely decayed. Yet it was evident that it was crafted from bronze. This was the very reason Chu Hanliang had struggled to ascertain its significance, as the corrosion was too advanced. Naturally, Shen Muyang could not recognize it either, but he possessed an exceptional insight. Without hesitation, he activated the appraisal function. Item name, Tiger Tally. Item era, Qin Dynasty. Authenticity, genuine. Item description. This tiger tally is made of bronze, shaped like a tiger, with its head raised, waist bent, and tail drooping, suggesting a desire to advance. Note, due to the extensive passage of time and severe decay, restoration is currently impossible. Upon reaching this point, Shen Muyang raised an eyebrow. Previously, when he encountered damaged items, the notes indicated they were reparable. However, this particular item was marked as temporarily irreparable. This suggested that while it could not be fixed at present, it might be restored in the future. As for its price, it remained unknown until repairs were completed. Shen Muyang genuinely wished to assist in the restoration, feeling a sense of obligation towards Chu Hanliang due to the previous incident involving the ring. Moreover, having taken away Chu Qiansun only intensified his guilt. Yet, the phrase temporarily irreparable left him in a state of frustration. Grandfather, this item is known as a tiger tally, originating from the Qin dynasty. Unfortunately, its condition is severely deteriorated, making it difficult to discern its details. Additionally, this tiger tally is missing half of its structure, rendering it incomplete. Nevertheless, it still holds significant collectible value. Please keep it safe for now, and I will find a way to assist in its restoration when the opportunity arises. This is undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. Upon hearing Shen Muyang's explanation, Chu Hanliang's expression brightened. He had previously speculated about the item's origin, but lacked certainty regarding its era. However, Shen Muyang's insights confirmed the suspicions he harbored in his heart. Muyang, I must confess that I often envy your knowledge of antiques. Alas, I am too old to become your apprentice, Chu Hanliang remarked, eliciting a smile from Shen Muyang. If Chu Hanliang were to truly seek him as a teacher, it would be quite the jest. Muyang, what are your plans moving forward? Tapte 76, Chu Hanliang's suggestion. The ensuing moments were filled with casual conversation. Fortunately, Chu Hanliang was perceptive and refrained from broaching the topic of Shen Muyang and Chu Qiansun. Their dialogue centered solely on antiques. Suddenly, Shen Muyang recalled a pressing matter: his future investments. With over $2.5 billion at his disposal, he recognized that such wealth could not languish in a bank indefinitely. He needed to invest. "Grandfather, are there any promising projects currently available? To be candid, I have $2 to $3 billion at hand, and if left merely as digits in a bank, they serve little purpose. However, I lack the connections and expertise in business. Thus, I came today to seek your guidance and inquire about any suggestions you might have." Chu Hanliang raised an eyebrow, realizing that Shen Muyang had recently earned a considerable sum. He was taken aback by the speed at which the young man had accumulated his wealth. Over $2 billion in such a short span, a pace swifter than a flight. Unbeknownst to Chu Hanliang, the rapidity of Shen Muyang's fortune was primarily due to a piece of imperial green jade. Without that jade, he would not have amassed such wealth. However, that detail was not of immediate concern. What mattered now was the investment issue. After contemplating for 5 or 6 minutes, Chu Hanliang finally spoke. "Muyang, in this current society, making money through business is quite challenging. As the young people say, it is rather competitive. In the realm of conventional business, the prospect of earning a profit often seems elusive. One misstep can lead to inevitable losses. However, there are 2 ventures that merit consideration." When Shen Muyang initially heard that engaging in business could result in financial losses, he felt a pang of anxiety, for he had worked diligently to earn his money and could not afford to squander it. Yet, upon learning of 2 potential projects, his spirits lifted. "Grandfather, please enlighten me about these 2 ventures." Seeing Shen Muyang's palpable eagerness, Chu Hanliang refrained from any further pretense. "Muyang, you possess a keen understanding of antiques and artworks. Therefore, you might explore this avenue, perhaps by opening an antique shop. The investment required is modest, and it is indeed a lucrative industry. Fortunately, I have ample free time and can assist you in managing the shop." Shen Muyang discerned that while he was uncertain about the profitability of an antique shop, he recognized that Chu Hanliang's suggestion stemmed largely from his own fondness for antiques. Indeed, his intuition was correct. The elder had a deep passion for collectibles, but deemed himself too advanced in age to operate such a business, thus turning to his grandson for this endeavor. Nonetheless, this was not a disadvantage, as opening an antique shop did not necessitate a significant financial commitment, and with Shen Muyang's aptitude, he could effortlessly seize opportunities to ensure the shop's success. At the very least, it would establish a viable enterprise. As for entrusting the management to Chu Hanliang, he was undoubtedly a suitable candidate, being the grandfather of Chu Qiansun, who was, after all, Shen Muyang's beloved. Additionally, with Chu Hanliang having only one granddaughter, there was complete assurance regarding financial matters. Moreover, the elder's motivation was purely driven by passion. However, this matter had to be set aside, as Chu Hanliang had yet to unveil another purported project. "Grandfather, what is the second venture?" Shen Muyang inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Rest assured, I will establish the antique shop and place it under your stewardship. I am knowledgeable," he added, winking playfully, which caused Chu Hanliang to feel a bit sheepish. After all, his little secret had been unveiled by a younger generation. Thankfully, being of advanced age, he had developed a thick skin and simply nodded, choosing not to linger on the subject. "Muyang, the other venture I envisioned is to open a jade store. Given your expertise in stone gambling, we could focus on selling finished jade products as well as semi-finished ones. We should elevate the standards to attract high-end clientele, as this industry has yet to see anyone truly scale it up." As Shen Muyang listened, his eyes sparkled with increasing enthusiasm. He grasped Chu Hanliang's implication. The jade store would fundamentally differ from a raw stone shop, while the latter primarily sells raw jade stones. The former specializes in finished jade and related products. It is worth noting that jade is a broad term that encompasses various mineral aggregates, including both hard and soft jade. Common varieties of soft jade include Hetian jade, Xiao jade, and Dushan jade. Jadeite, a specific variety of jade, primarily consists of jadeite minerals or a combination of jadeite with other pyroxene minerals. The term Chu Hanliang refers to the trade of either finished or semi-finished jadeite products. The absence of established shops in the market can largely be attributed to the inherent risks associated with stone gambling. Who would dare to unearth mounds of jadeite rough stones only to sell them as finished goods? It is fair to say that the potential losses could be devastating. Consequently, a market has yet to form in this regard. However, Shen Muyang possesses a unique advantage. He has the ability of insight. While others engage in the lottery of blind boxes, Shen Muyang consistently makes precise selections. Previously, He harbored concerns about the future sales of Jadeite. But now he appears less troubled, as Chu Hanliang's suggestion proves to be viable. By diligently conducting research and accumulating sufficient capital, he can fully establish his own shop. This industry undoubtedly promises substantial profits, given the intricacies involved in selling self-mined stones. Owning a shop, however, presents a different scenario. He can sell directly and also operate under the guise of a buyer. This way, others would not harbor any suspicions regarding his activities. Contemplating this, Shen Muyang felt a surge of excitement and sought guidance from the elder. Chu Hanliang, having built his fortune through business, possesses considerable acumen in this field. Their conversation continued until lunchtime, which they naturally spent together. Unlike Chu Hanliang, Grandma Lu Shujie evidently learned about their developments from Chu Qianxuan. Thus, her gaze upon Shen Muyang mirrored that of a mother-in-law regarding her son-in-law, embodying the adage that the more a mother-in-law observes her son-in-law, the more pleased she becomes. Similarly, Lu Shujie's increasingly fond perception of Shen Muyang grew with age, leading to his bowl overflowing with food. After their meal, Shen Muyang engaged in further conversation with the elder before taking his leave. He drove directly to the rough stone street, determined not to squander the afternoon. Since his last visit 6 days prior, he believed few would recognize him now. Indeed, with the constant ebb and flow of people and his own lack of notoriety, it was quite normal for others to have forgotten both the incident and him. This was precisely the outcome he desired. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Shen Muyang chose not to revisit the familiar shops, but instead opted for a different rough stone store. Due to the May Day holiday, the crowd was notably larger than usual. Upon entering the store, they heard the sounds of stone cutting, and rather than hastily selecting rough stones, Shen Muyang pulled Chu Qianxuan to enjoy the spectacle. To his surprise, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Chen Tiexiong. Indeed, it was Chen Tiexiong. At this moment, Chen Tiexiong's gaze was intensely fixed on a raw jade stone being processed by the jade cutter. It was evident that this piece of jade was one he had purchased, surprising Shen Muyang, who had not anticipated that the illustrious chairman of the Feixiang group would engage in the gamble of stone betting. In truth, Shen Muyang had misjudged. Chen Tiexiong was not only participating, but also possessed a commendable skill in this endeavor. Much like an examination, he consistently maintained a score hovering around 60 or 70, with his innate talent capping his potential for higher achievements. Nevertheless, he excelled relative to others. His presence here was intrinsically linked to Chu Qianxuan and Shen Muyang. The raw stone currently being processed exhibited promising qualities, which piqued the interest of the somewhat bored Chen Tiexiong, prompting him to invest in it. Now the jade cutter was diligently working on this very piece. Naturally, Chu Qianxuan noticed Chen Tiexiong as well. While Shen Muyang could forego greeting him, Chu Qianxuan could not. Thus, she stepped forward to stand beside him. Chairman, Chen, you are here too. Chen Tiexiong, wholly engrossed in observing the jade cutter, was taken aback by this unexpected greeting. Turning to see Chu Qianxuan, a broad smile instantly illuminated his face. Ah, it's you, Qianxuan. What brings you here? At that moment, he also spotted Shen Muyang. Chairman Chen, we can't have a look. I hope we are not intruding. With a smile, Chen Tiexiong shook his head, ready to respond, but was interrupted by the excited exclamations of onlookers nearby. It's green. It's green. Such vibrant green. Let me take a look. Incredible profit. In no time, the crowd began to murmur and exclaim, while a smile crept onto Chen Tiexiong's face. His amusement stemmed not from the value of the jade, but from the fact that he had successfully bet on its rise in front of Chu Qianxuan and Shen Muyang. It was a matter of perspective. If the stone had turned out to be a loss, it would have been somewhat embarrassing for him, but now, with its rise, it showcased his acumen. Ultimately, this was all due to Shen Muyang's influence. Congratulations, Chairman. At this juncture, Shen Muyang recognized it was his time to step forward. After all, there were no apparent conflicts between him and Chen Tiexiong. As a man, it was essential to maintain decorum in such circumstances. Oh, it's young brother Shen. I didn't recognize you at first, my apologies. I have heard that you possess considerable knowledge about stone betting. Why not demonstrate your skills and let me witness your expertise? Chen Tiexiong undoubtedly embodied the persona of a smiling tiger, feigning surprise at having just noticed Shen Muyang despite having seen him moments ago. Moreover, the title Young Brother Shen felt rather peculiar. Additionally, he had clearly articulated the day's theme. He wanted Shen Muyang to engage in stone betting. In essence, he was aware of Shen Muyang's prowess in this area, but had never witnessed it firsthand. Thus, he was eager to observe. This was, in fact, the primary reason for his presence in this place over the past few days, to effectively deal with a person one must first understand them. Seizing the opportunity to make such a request at this juncture is hardly excessive. Of course, Shen Muyang retains the option to decline. However, he has no intention of doing so, for his purpose today is to engage in jade gambling, especially since he has not had any income for an entire week. His total assets are just over 2.5 billion, primarily due to the previous extraction of a piece of imperial green jade. Otherwise, Shen Muyang would merely be a millionaire at best. Given that Chairman Chun has expressed interest, I shall present my humble offering. I wonder if Chairman Chun is inclined to take a gamble? Upon hearing Shen Muyang's words, Chu Qiansun nearly burst into laughter, as she clearly understood her partner's intentions. To put it plainly, he seeks to outsmart Chen Taixiong. Brother Shun, you jest. I have little interest in gambling. I am merely curious to witness it. Chen Taixiong remarked, far from the Navi, Chen Gaosheng. This man is impervious to persuasion. Shen Muyang found himself at an impasse. His original aim was indeed to lure this individual into the fray, even if it meant winning a few million. Yet, this man would not be easily deceived. Experience proves that Chen Taixiong is a far more formidable adversary compared to Chen Gaosheng. They do not belong to the same echelon. To use a contemporary phrase, the father and son exist in entirely different dimensions. With a shrug, Shen Muyang resigned himself to the fact that if he could not earn extra income, he would have to rely on his genuine skills. He ceased his idle chatter and activated his perception, swiftly scanning the jade stones displayed on the shelves. It is worth noting the transformation Shen Muyang has undergone in recent days. Since that fateful night with Chu Qiansun, his physical prowess seems to have experienced a remarkable enhancement. If one were to seek an accurate description, his capabilities have nearly doubled across all attributes, including strength, speed, and defense, representing a comprehensive elevation. Even his perception time and abilities have seen substantial improvement. Shen Muyang speculated that this significant breakthrough may be connected to his recent experiences. However, this remains unverified, as aside from that first night, Shen Muyang found that if he did not don protection, Chu Qiansun would not welcome him. Returning to the matter at hand, Shen Muyang's eyes scanned the stones like a scanner, meticulously examining each piece. His gaze eventually settled on a stone the size of a basketball, and without a moment's hesitation, he lifted it and proceeded to purchase it. Throughout this process, Chen Taixiong remained silent, observing Shen Muyang's jade gambling endeavors. His disappointment was palpable, as Shen Muyang appeared to approach the task with the casualness of a market shopper, swiftly passing his gaze over the stones before selecting one for immediate purchase. At least from this perspective, Shen Muyang did not resemble a master of jade gambling. Nevertheless, Chen Taixiong refrained from voicing any opinions. His astuteness prevented him from commenting until the outcome was certain. Shen Muyang extended his coat to Chu Qiansun, then proceeded to affix the raw stone directly onto the jade cutting machine. Indeed, he intended to unveil the stone himself. Shen Muyang was no fool. He could easily discern Chen Taixiong's ulterior motives. Since this man wished to observe, he would ensure that the latter was thoroughly convinced today. With the press of a button, the cutting commenced, marking the beginning of an exhilarating chapter, the unveiling of the jade. Shen Muyang's movements were fluid and graceful, at least to the eyes of onlookers. Another factor contributing to his confidence was his remarkable advantage. It was akin to a game of 3 players in a round of cards, where one player holds the winning hand. The other 2 simply need to play their cards in response to the known hand. He was in such a position, for others feared damaging the jade within the raw stone during the cutting process. Thus, when they engaged in the endeavor, they would proceed with utmost caution, often taking the time to delicately peel back the layers from the edges, rather than boldly slicing directly at the core, as Shen Muyang did with precision. This speaks to the formidable nature of his perceptive abilities. Such insight was not only advantageous in gambling, but also proved invaluable in the cutting process, with its utility expanding with each revelation. Before long, one side of the raw stone was unveiled by Shen Muyang, capturing the attention of all present. A black egg? Someone exclaimed, a sentiment echoed by many, as the absence of green was noted. Just as Chu Qiansun began to believe Shen Muyang had faltered, and Chen Taixiong assumed he was no more than an amateur, an unexpected spectacle unfolded. Shen Muyang picked up a cloth and gently wiped the cut surface, revealing a stunning display of floating flowers before the onlookers. This was indeed floating flower jade. Upon its revelation, Chen Taixiong was the first to react. Jade comes in a myriad of colors: violet, yellow, red, green, and so forth. However, green jade predominates, as it encompasses the widest variety. Yet, a greater variety does not equate to abundance. Regardless of type or color, jade is categorized into grades, and, consequently, its pricing reflects this hierarchy. If imperial green and emerald are deemed the finest, then varieties like violet and blue are considered first-rate. The so-called floating flower jade falls within this esteemed category. Generally, floating flower jade is prized for its simplicity rather than intricate carvings. The flowers within this jade come in two hues, green and blue. Traditionally, floating flowers specifically refer to the blue variety, while green is classified as floating green. The jade that Shen Muyang had unveiled belonged to the floating flower category, not floating green. Recognizing this jade prompted exclamations from others as well, igniting a chorus of astonishment. Goodness, this is floating flower jade, and the pattern and color are undeniably extraordinary, remarked a well-dressed individual in his 40s, clearly of affluence. Indeed, this piece of jade appeared substantial, and if fully extracted, it would undoubtedly fetch a price exceeding 10 million. Just now, I realized the extraordinary nature of this jadeite, and indeed, it has proven to be so. The speaker was none other than the individual who previously uttered the words black egg, yet at this moment, no one seemed to care about his remarks. After all, everyone's attention was captivated by this exquisite piece of jadeite. Currently, only a glimpse has been revealed, thus failing to fully showcase the true value of the jadeite. To ascertain the genuine worth of a jade piece, one must first extract it completely, and then evaluate it based on its size, shape, color, and other characteristics. Shen Muyang's intention was to validate himself. Since he had already made an enemy, there was no need for him to conceal his ambitions. Regrettably, the finest stone in this shop happened to be this one. Otherwise, he would have aspired to extract another piece of imperial green. The subsequent proceedings were considerably simpler. With a deft maneuver here and a deft maneuver there, Shen Muyang soon extracted the piece of jadeite. Young man, are you willing to part with this jadeite? I offer 12 million. Lao Lu, you are being rather stingy. For such a fine jadeite, you only offer 12 million? Young man, sell it to me. I will bid 13 million. Finally, some individuals could no longer contain their eagerness and began to place their bids. Naturally, where there's a first, a second follows. And soon the price of this jadeite soared to 18 million. Under normal circumstances, Shen Muyang might have refrained from bidding, especially since he had entered into an agreement with Chu Qiansun, akin to a contract with the Fei Xiang Group. Although the agreement did not explicitly forbid him from selling to others, doing so would feel somewhat unethical and devoid of integrity. However, today was different. Fortune Taixiong was present, prompting Shen Muyang to deliberately sell this piece of jadeite. 18 million was the zenith of its value, and selling it for a higher price would be unlikely. If it were sold to the Fei Xiang Group, he would earn at least 2 to 3 million less, primarily due to the intentional nature of the sale. Mr. Chun, it is getting late, and, coincidentally, I have made a profit today. Shall we dine together? This statement from Shen Muyang was laced with a deliberate tone. Having earned 18 million, he was already content and had no intention of pursuing further gains. Thus, uttering a courteous remark upon his departure seemed entirely justifiable. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred when Chen Taixiong actually nodded in agreement. Very well, Shen. Such politeness from you compels me to accept. It would be impolite to refuse. I also have some matters to discuss with Qian's son, so we can converse about them together. Shen Muyang found himself at a loss. Having initiated the invitation, he could not retract it now that the other party had agreed. Consequently, the two vehicles left the original stone street in tandem. Muyang, it seems the stone has now fallen upon your own feet. I must warn you, Chen Taixiong is not an ordinary person. You should tread carefully. I suspect he harbors ulterior motives. On the way to the restaurant, as Shen Muyang drove, Chu Qiansun teased him, clearly aware that he did not genuinely intend to treat the other party to dinner. Qianxuan, I do not dispute your words. Yet I am not one to be trifled with. Chu Qianxuan refrained from pursuing this line of conversation, recognizing that the day's events were relatively innocuous. Muyang, how much do you currently have in your account? Nearly 300 million, I presume? By the way, you mentioned yesterday that you intended to consult your grandfather regarding developmental matters. Have you inquired about it? Chu Qianxuan's remarks served as a reminder for Shen Muyang, particularly concerning the endeavor of opening a jade shop. Thus, I have an audacious proposition to journey to Ruiqing, as this aligns with my forthcoming plans. Chapter 79. The arrangement by Chen Taixiong. Chu Qianxuan was tempted to ask, yet ultimately restrained herself. Since Shen Muyang seemed reluctant to divulge information at this moment, there must be a reason behind it, especially as they were nearing their dining destination. Speaking only half of a thought would be rather unseemly. Furthermore, it was plausible that Shen Muyang was intentionally tantalizing her, After all, men often possess peculiar inclinations. Just as he had broached a rather distasteful topic the previous night, Chu Qinshuan was resolute in her refusal, although she felt a flicker of anticipation within. Conceding to his request outright would undoubtedly render her the subject of ridicule in the future. Thus, feigning modesty sometimes proves necessary. Clearly, in Chu Qinshuan's perspective, Shen Muyang harbored such intentions, to speak at night and then present somewhat unreasonable demands. This was undoubtedly the case. At this moment, Shen Muyang was unjustly accused. However, the veracity of the accusation was inconsequential, for Chu Qinshuan's perception remained unchanged. The hotel was reserved by Chu Qinshuan, as Shen Muyang was rather unfamiliar with such establishments and had previously lacked the opportunity to dine there. Though it was somewhat early for dinner, it mattered little, as their purpose was not solely to dine. Upon entering the private room, they ordered several dishes, engaging in casual conversation while Chu Qinshuan remained mostly silent. After indulging in trivial chatter for a while, Chen Tiexiong finally steered the discussion towards a pertinent point. However, the interlocutor was no longer Shen Muyang, but rather Chu Qinshuan. Qinshuan, we are currently short on high-quality jadeite. I have heard that Ruiqing is replenishing their stock. Would you consider arranging for someone to procure a batch? Chen Tiexiong articulated this statement with great finesse, conveying his intent without arousing suspicion. At the very least, both Shen Muyang and Chu Qinshuan failed to detect any underlying issues in his words. Chairman Chen, the scarcity of high-quality jadeite has long been a pressing concern in our industry. After all, while jadeite is relatively accessible, high-quality jadeite is considerably more elusive. Furthermore, the instability in northern Myanmar over the past 2 years has led to soaring prices. The market for raw stones in Jinling City is inherently limited, resulting in an even lesser probability of high-quality jadeite emerging. As for Ruiqing, I've already devised a plan. I intended to prioritize this matter after the May Day holiday. But since Chairman Chen has inquired, I shall share my preliminary thoughts. I intend to apply for 1 billion to procure high-quality jade in Ruiqing. Since Muyang happens to be available, I plan to accompany him. I wonder if this plan is feasible. Chu Qinshuan is not an ordinary character. She genuinely intended to travel to Ruiqing. Only by going there can Shen Muyang seize the opportunity to earn more money, akin to a dragon returning to the sea. However, the crux of the matter lies in the scrutiny of funds. The disbursement of 1 billion is not a trivial task. Most importantly, Chen Tiexiong must consent. Thus, Chu Qinshuan has been grappling with this dilemma. Today, when Chen Tiexiong broached the subject himself, it seemed fortuitous. It was as if a pillow appeared just when one felt drowsy, a sesame seed falling into a needle's eye. How serendipitous. Chen Tiexiong was indeed taken aback momentarily, but being the shrewd fox that he is, he quickly regained his composure. Qinshuan, 1 billion is rather excessive. However, 500 million is manageable. Moreover, the company requires your presence, so let us reconsider the personnel for the trip to Ruiqing. Given that the procurement department manager has just assumed the role and is somewhat unsteady, we should send someone from the finance department to oversee this fund. What do you think? Chen Tiexiong's words seemed casual, yet Chu Qinshuan discerned an underlying implication. Requesting 1 billion, but receiving 500 million is typical. Indeed, this is the customary procedure within a company. If one seeks 300 million or 200 million, one must apply for 500 million since the upper management tends to have a request. Thus, she understood this dynamic. However, Chu Qinshuan sensed something amiss. Why would the procurement department suddenly recruit a manager? Even if a manager were to be hired, why was she, the general manager, not informed? Moreover, entrusting the procurement of 500 million in jade to a new manager seemed absurd. Additionally, sending a finance department employee alongside raised suspicions. Who were they guarding against? For a moment, she was perplexed. If it were to guard against her, Chen Tiexiong had a valid point. She indeed could not leave. Therefore, it would be erroneous to guard against her. Could it be Shen Muyang they were wary of? Chu Qinshuan remained baffled. Chen, 500 million is barely sufficient. If necessary, we can consider a temporary increase later. But can this newly appointed procurement manager handle such responsibilities? If any errors occur, who will bear the consequences? Chen Tiexiong, evidently anticipating her concerns, had already prepared his response. Qinshuan, I forgot to mention, the new procurement manager is someone you know, my former secretary, Su Meijiao. She had taken sick leave a year ago, so we put her on standby. Now that her leave has ended, she is perfectly suited to fill the vacancy in the procurement department. At this moment, Chu Qinshuan comprehended fully. This so-called Su Meijiao was indeed Chen Tiexiong's former secretary. 2 secretaries, indeed, would not suffice. Thus, arrangements were made for one to be assigned to the procurement department. Some may find it perplexing that, given Su Meijiao's medical leave, Chen Tiexiong would seek to recruit a new secretary. This requires delving into the underlying circumstances. Su Meijiao is indeed a secretary, but her role transcends mere secretarial duties. She is both a secretary and a person of considerable significance. Consequently, by a stroke of luck, she secured a pivotal contract, and her medical leave was ostensibly to address this matter. However, Chen Tiexiong, unable to endure solitude, sought another secretary, resulting in an excess of secretarial staff. What, then, is to be done? Su Meijiao is reluctant to depart, and Chen Tiexiong is unwilling to part with a new secretary. Ultimately, he conceived a solution to transfer Su Meijiao to the procurement department. This course of action resolved all dilemmas while simultaneously allowing for a redistribution of power held by Chu Qianxuan, as the procurement department is temporarily under her oversight. One might say that Chen Tiexiong has calculated his moves meticulously. Upon learning of Su Meijiao's involvement, Chu Qianxuan surmised the situation. Being aware of the intricacies of the relationship between Su Meijiao and Chen Tiexiong, in that moment, she recalled what Shen Muyang had previously conveyed to her, that she could pose a threat to Chen Tiexiong, prompting him to gradually relinquish some of her authority. Thus, everything fell into place. Chapter 80. Chu Qianxuan's despondency after coming to terms with certain revelations. Chu Qianxuan subtly glanced at Shen Muyang. Although Shen Muyang was oblivious to the nuances at play, he clearly understood that Chen Tiexiong's arrangement was directly aimed at Chu Qianxuan. Consequently, he was nearing the essential preparations for his upscale Jade store. But with Chu Qianxuan absent, 2 other individuals had been assigned to accompany him. These individuals would undoubtedly be less accommodating than Chu Qianxuan. It was likely that more than just these 2 would be involved, as pricing for the Jade requires careful evaluation. Theoretically, an appraiser would also be designated to accompany them, which would render the situation quite inconvenient. However, this is a matter for the company, and Shen Muyang felt it prudent to remain silent, refraining from any objections or suggestions. Chairman Chen, since you have made your decision, I have no objections. Yet, as you have appointed these individuals, you must bear the responsibility should any issues arise. After all, this matter falls outside your jurisdiction. Chu Qianxuan's remarks were devoid of excessive politeness, firmly placing the onus on Chen Tiexiong. To put simply, overstepping refers to involving oneself in matters that do not pertain to one's authority. Despite Chen Tiexiong's position as chairman, within a large corporation, each individual holds specific responsibilities. It is erroneous to assume that the chairman can dictate every detail. It would be akin to Chu Qianxuan entering the production workshop and directing a team leader or employee to perform tasks, which would also constitute overstepping. If issues arise, one should consult the workshop's supervisor or production manager. As a general manager, it is unnecessary to directly confront employees or team leaders. Chen Tiexiong's current arrangements convey a certain message. Naturally, he comprehended the implications of Chu Qianxuan's words, and thus, without a hint of surprise, he nodded in agreement. Qianxuan, there is no issue with that. After we return to work the day after tomorrow, we shall convene to discuss this matter. Responsibilities must be shouldered accordingly. As for your mention of overstepping, the situation was somewhat abrupt. That day was your grandfather's birthday, and you were absent from the company. Therefore, the matter regarding Su Meijiao was not discussed with you at the time. Fortunately, we are all part of the same company, and this can be considered a personnel adjustment. Of course, if Su Meijiao proves unfit for the position of purchasing manager, we can always consider a replacement. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Tiexiong spoke with impeccable precision, leaving Chu Qianxuan with no grounds for rebuttal. Regardless of the veracity of Chen Tiexiong's statements, as the chairman, his explanation rendered her hesitant to pursue the matter further. Moreover, Chen Tiexiong made a valid point. If someone lacks the requisite ability, a replacement is indeed warranted. During this dinner, it must be said, aside from Chen Tiexiong, neither Shen Muyang nor Chu Qianxuan found the meal particularly enjoyable. After all, Chen Tiexiong had orchestrated the evening with intent, and his words were difficult to contest in the short term. Muyang, what are your thoughts on this matter? It is only early May now, and the evening weather is neither too warm nor too cool, especially in Jinling, which is gracefully traversed by the Yangtze River. It is quite pleasant to enjoy the river breeze during leisure time. Yet today, neither of them had the inclination to wander aimlessly. Shen Muyang filled a kettle with water to boil, then approached Chu Qianxuan to offer a massage from behind. He had clearly observed that her mood was somewhat off. Qinshuan, do you recall what I mentioned a few days ago? Chen Tiexiong is currently encroaching upon your authority. Incidents like today may recur, at the very least. He aims to maintain control over the key personnel in each department. Those who do not comply will be replaced. This is a common ailment within many companies. They do not prioritize an individual's capability, but rather whether they can be controlled and will heed the directives given to them. However, I believe this is inconsequential. He is merely a general manager, burdensome and vexatious. It would be preferable to entrust the company to Chen Tiexiong. After all, you hold shares and can collect your dividends without concern. Chu Qinshuan shot Shen Muyang an exasperated glance. You speak so lightly of it. If I were to resign, what would I do? I cannot wash clothes, mop floors, or cook and do the dishes. Would I then spend my days shopping? That would be dreadfully dull. My purpose in working is not solely for the meager salary. It is primarily to occupy myself. Otherwise, given my family's wealth, I would hardly need to exert myself. Truth be told, while Chu Qinshuan's remarks may come off as somewhat brash, they undeniably hold merit. If it were merely a matter of spending money, their family's fortune could last for generations. I dare not assert more, but selling the company's stock could easily yield tens or even hundreds of billions, and perhaps even more. Upon this matter, Shen Muyang felt a blend of envy and jealousy. Why, despite being human, is there such a vast disparity among individuals? Fortunately, he now possesses a golden opportunity, and it is merely a matter of time before he attains wealth. Otherwise, he contemplated the possibility of learning to become a kept man. However, this was merely jest. Shen Muyang lacked the qualities to be a kept man. Thus, he could only rely on his own efforts. Qian-sun, were you not curious about what your grandfather shared with me? He asked. Did you wish to know? His words indeed reminded Chu Qian-sun, who had intended to inquire about it, but had forgotten due to her dismal mood. Now that Shen Muyang had brought it up, could it be that her previous assumptions were incorrect? Or perhaps this fellow was employing a strategy of feigned indifference? Muyang, do tell me, what did my grandfather say to you? You two seem so secretive. It can't be anything nefarious, can it? Shen Muyang disregarded the woman's whimsical tone and began to recount the conversation he had with Chu Hanliang earlier that day, particularly emphasizing the matters concerning the Jade store. Muyang, that idea is indeed splendid. With the increasing number of affluent individuals, many are no longer content with merely acquiring jade jewelry, but are choosing to collect fine jade instead. Therefore, a store specializing in jade products holds significant promise for the future. If we could indeed establish such a shop, profit would be inevitable. Additionally, we could craft some jewelry ourselves to sell in the store, along with other varieties of jade. In essence, you possess the capability. What we currently lack are funds, jade, and a storefront. As for the antique shop, perhaps we should reconsider. It yields little profit and consumes much time and effort. What do you think? Chapter 81. The Schemes of Chen Taixiong. Shen Muyang comprehended Chu Qiansun's perspective and wholeheartedly agreed. Compared to opening an antique shop, engaging in the jade business offers far greater value and potential. After all, antiques are merely remnants of history with finite quantities. The opportunities for fortunate finds are dwindling. Unlike jade, which can be perpetually sourced as long as the mines remain active. This implies a continuous flow of income. However, Shen Muyang had already made a promise to Chu Hanliang, and one must not break their word for personal gain. Moreover, this individual is not just anyone. He is the grandfather of Chu Qiansun. The previous negotiations held little weight, given that they were strangers at the time. Now, they were akin to family, and Shen Muyang harbored a small ulterior motive. If ever Chu Qiansun were to become upset, he might need to seek assistance from Chu Hanliang. There is a saying, without foresight, one is bound to encounter immediate troubles. If he did not plan for the future now, he could face difficulties down the road. Thus, Shen Muyang began to persuade her, Qian-sun, I truly do not wish to open an antique shop, as it brings little profit. However, subsequently, Shen Muyang succinctly recounted Chu Hanliang's aspiration to establish an antique shop, reasoning that attributing any current issues to that old man was a safe bet. Chu Qinshuan, trusting Shen Muyang's words, acknowledged her grandfather's profound affinity for antiques. After all, he had little else to engage his time, spending his days playing chess, strolling through flower and bird markets, and delving into the study of antiques. This was hardly surprising, considering their family's resources. Muyang, since you've already promised grandfather, let's adopt a different approach. We could acquire a larger storefront and divide it into 3 distinct sections, one for selling finished jade and jadeite, another for semi-precious materials, and the final section dedicated to the antique shop. This way, we would not only streamline our efforts, but also fulfill grandfather's wishes, allowing him to assist in managing the shop. He could even help generate some business. What do you think of this idea? At that moment, Shen Muyang was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a nimble mind from this woman, who had devised such an astute plan in a short span of time, even involving his own grandfather, an impressive feat, indeed. He offered a thumbs up in approval. Qinshuan, it's settled then. We shall proceed with the shop. However, we must delineate our responsibilities. You will take charge of scouting suitable locations since I am not adept in that area. As for generating revenue, I will handle that. Additionally, I will begin sourcing antiques from tomorrow onward, gradually accumulating a collection. I only mentioned the intention to open an antique shop without specifying a timeline, so we can postpone that for now. Our primary focus must remain on profitability. Since Chen Tiexiong has provided a procurement plan worth 5 billion, I shall prioritize earning that sum first. Once I secure it and deduct my initial expenses, I should have at least 7 billion at my disposal. Shen Muyang's plan seemed sound, and naturally, Chu Qinshuan concurred, yet she harbored another idea. Muyang, my grandfather possesses a considerable number of treasures. I could persuade him to showcase some in the shop. Even if they do not sell, their presence would enhance the shop's appeal. Ultimately, the antique store will be entrusted to him. Whether he sells them will be his concern. Meanwhile, Shen Muyang and Chu Qinshuan deliberated their future endeavors at home, while Chen Tiexiong pondered his subsequent strategies. One thing Shen Muyang surmised correctly was that Chen Tiexiong was indeed marginalizing Chu Qinshuan. There were two primary reasons for this exclusion. First, Chen Tiexiong had solidified his position as chairman, and it was only natural to eliminate any opposing factions and install his loyal supporters. This phenomenon aligns with the adage of new ruler, new ministers. Consequently, Chu Qinshuan stood as the foremost obstacle in his path. The second reason was that he initially hoped Chen Gaosheng could win over Chu Qinshuan. If that were the case, Chu Qinshuan would become his daughter-in-law, thus making them one family. Therefore, entrusting the company to his son or daughter-in-law would not make much of a difference. After all, the capabilities of Chu Qinshuan were evident, and she would indeed be more suitable to succeed the position of chairman than his own son. Alternatively, he could have his son assume the role of chairman while having Chu Qinshuan assist him, as they would all be in the same circle, leaving no room for outsiders to benefit. However, that hope has now been dashed. People often fail to recognize their own shortcomings, and Chen Tiexiong was no exception. At this point, he would not attribute the failure to his son's incompetence. Even if he acknowledged the truth, it no longer mattered. Chen Tiexiong now believed that the emergence of Shen Muyang had completely disrupted his original plans, including the acquisition of Chu Qinshuan. Consequently, he intended to marginalize Chu Qinshuan. Though this marginalization did not equate to expelling her from the company, he simply lacked the capability to do so. After all, Chu Qinshuan's grandfather was the largest shareholder and a former chairman of the company. This meant that as long as the old man was alive, Chu Qinshuan's position within the company remained unassailable, a fact Chen Tiexiong was acutely aware of. However, while he could not expel Chu Qinshuan, he could certainly seek to diminish her influence. As for Shen Muyang, if there had previously been any uncertainty or hesitation in Chen Tiexiong's approach to dealing with him, that had now transformed into unwavering resolve. This was due to Shen Muyang's extraordinary talent in gambling stones. Although he had merely observed Shen Muyang's entire process today, Chen Tiexiong perceived what others could not. Shen Muyang was undoubtedly a master, an exceptional gambling stones expert, surpassing even Huang Shulang. Having such an individual remain was akin to harboring a calamity. He was now an adversary, and there was no possibility of reconciliation. Furthermore, Shen Muyang was alarmingly youthful. There's a saying, better to provoke a white-haired elder than to bully the impoverished youth, and Shen Muyang was indeed a formidable youth. Should this individual mature, the consequences would be unfathomable. Thus, in this moment, Chen Tiexiong made a resolute decision. Shen Muyang must die. Chapter 82. Chu Hanliang's attitude the following morning. Shen Muyang and Chu Qinshuan each attended to their respective affairs. Shen Muyang ventured to the antique street, having not visited in several days, intending to see if he could uncover any hidden treasures. Meanwhile, Chu Qinshuan went to the company, although the May Day holiday still lingered for another day. Her presence at the office was entirely reasonable. After her time at the company, she planned to pay a visit to Chu Hanliang. Sometimes, it was essential to seize opportunities. With so much wealth at his disposal, it was only fitting that her grandfather should contribute a little to support her husband's entrepreneurial endeavors. Although Shen Muyang was reluctant to accept assistance from others, Chu Qinshuan could not truly refrain from offering help. Shen Muyang's aversion to assistance stemmed from pride. After all, men often value their pride dearly. Feeling somewhat embarrassed about needing financial support from a woman for his entrepreneurial endeavors, Shen Muyang conveniently overlooks certain realities. He currently resides in Chu Qiansun's house, drives her car, and even rides her motorcycle. In essence, he selectively forgets his circumstances. Upon arriving at the antique street, his phone rang. It was the notorious Scarface on the line. Ordinarily, Scarface should have contacted Shen Muyang the previous day, but he was not foolish. Fearing that Shen Muyang might have encountered trouble and could expose him, he decided to wait an additional day to observe the situation. After a day of careful scrutiny, Scarface concluded that Shen Muyang was not only safe but thriving. Thus, Scarface began to entertain certain thoughts. The life of a thug was becoming increasingly challenging, and the number of his underlings had dwindled significantly. Just a few years prior, he commanded over 20 subordinates, yet now he was down to merely 6, particularly after several had abandoned ship following recent events involving Shen Muyang. The pressure was mounting. After all, one must survive. Consequently, Scarface contemplated aligning himself with Shen Muyang. Thugs are often bound by loyalty, and Scarface respected Shen Muyang for having decisively dealt with him in the past. In their line of work, prowess commands respect, especially when coupled with loyalty. There's an old saying, those who are righteous often suffer the most, while the treacherous are often educated. Thus, Scarface conferred with his remaining associates and resolved to seek out Shen Muyang, albeit without harboring overly optimistic expectations. It was merely an attempt. Hence, the phone call ensued. Given that an influx of people would complicate matters, one individual approaching to discuss matters was deemed acceptable, and Scarface readily agreed. After ending the call, Shen Muyang did not rush to take advantage of the situation. Instead, he visited a bank to withdraw 20,000 yuan. This sum had been promised to Scarface 2 nights prior, as he believed in honoring his word. For Shen Muyang, 20,000 yuan was not a significant amount. Moreover, he indeed saw potential in Scarface. Currently, lacking both influence and manpower, he found himself rather isolated, which posed certain inconveniences. As he was soon to travel to Rue City, a relatively remote locale with uncertain safety conditions, bringing Scarface and his crew along seemed a prudent choice. Although Shen Muyang was quite capable in combat, he recognized that he could not confront every situation alone. This was precisely why he had requested Scarface to come over. After withdrawing the cash, he discreetly stored it in his Qi Yuan ring and retrieved his wallet, which contained several hundred yuan, essentially his usual reserve. Since he was preparing to seize opportunities, having cash on hand was imperative. Familiar with the antique street, Shen Muyang casually sought out a starting point and began to explore each stall one by one. Meanwhile, Chu Qiansun, after circling her company, drove back to meet Chu Hanliang. Ah, Qianxuan, why are you here instead of accompanying Shen Muyang? Chu Hanyang clearly intended to tease his granddaughter. Chu Qianxuan, unfazed, was not one to shy away from such banter. With her transition from girlhood to womanhood, her confidence had only grown. Grandfather, when I was single, you urged me to find a partner, and now that I have one, you are teasing me again. Do you believe I would oppose Muyang's venture into the antique business? Chu Qianxuan directly addressed the matter, her intention to provoke Chu Hanyang evident. Upon hearing her words, he was visibly stirred. Qianxuan, has Muyang mentioned when he plans to open the antique shop? Observing her grandfather's eager demeanor, she found it somewhat perplexing. While an appreciation for antiques was understandable, elevating them to an indispensable part of life was less so. Clearly, Chu Hanyang harbored an obsession with antiques. But that was of little concern to her, as they were not bound to share a lifetime together. Grandfather, opening an antique shop is no simple task. One must have items to sell, after all. Muyang and I have been discussing. Chu Qianxuan recounted their conversation about the shop from the previous day. As Chu Hanyang listened, he contemplated the idea. Indeed, it was quite promising. His fondness for antiques stemmed from a genuine passion, not merely as a means of investment for future appreciation. He envisioned bequeathing his collection to a museum upon his passing. However, recent troubling reports had plagued his thoughts. Tales of individuals surrendering antiques only for them to resurface in private collections. Consequently, he found himself troubled about the fate of his collection as he aged, especially since Chu Qianxuan did not share his enthusiasm for antiques. This meant that leaving them to her held little significance. However, the situation had changed. Shen Muyang possessed a deep understanding and passion for antiques. Thus, entrusting the collection to him seemed fitting. He could choose to keep them or sell them as he wished, ensuring they would not be squandered. Now, with Shen Muyang planning to open an antique shop, a splendid opportunity presented itself to gradually sell some items while acquiring new treasures for personal enjoyment. This was, after all, his long-held aspiration. Qinshuan, tell Muyang that if he truly opens the antique shop, we can certainly sell these items from our home. However, I have one condition. You must allow me to manage the shop, and all proceeds will be your dowry. If you agree to this, you may take the items at any time. At this moment, Chu Qinshuan's heart was filled with joy. After all, her purpose for coming today was precisely this. The value of money was of little consequence. The primary focus was on acquiring the antiquities from her grandfather, which would essentially suffice to establish the antique shop. In truth, an antique store does not require an abundance of genuine artifacts. To be more precise, among 100 items, there may be only a handful of authentic pieces, with the remainder being a mixture of replicas and forgeries, while the majority consists of artwork. Given her grandfather's vast collection, it sufficed to present only a portion initially, with the option to replenish supplies later should the need arise. This arrangement would allow Shen Muyang to dedicate less time to scouring for hidden treasures and instead invest his efforts in stone gambling. Meanwhile, Chu Hongliang would relish the opportunity to indulge his aspirations of being a shopkeeper while gaining further exposure to new antiquities. It was, without a doubt, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Thus, the grandfather and granddaughter reached a certain agreement. Chapter 83, Dealing with Scar. Unbeknownst to Shen Muyang, Chu Qinshuan had gone to persuade his grandfather. At this moment, he had lost the enthusiasm he had possessed earlier that morning. Initially, he had anticipated uncovering a few hidden gems today and more tomorrow, believing that over time, the inventory for the antique shop would naturally accumulate. However, while aspirations were grand, reality was stark. After 2 hours, he had indeed discovered 2 or 3 items, which was far from satisfactory. At the very least, he did not consider any of them to be true treasures, leading him to reluctantly cease his search. For Scar had arrived. Brother Yang, Scar exclaimed upon spotting Shen Muyang, hastily approaching to greet him. The awkwardness of addressing him as Brother Yang had diminished compared to before. Yet, Shen Muyang found it somewhat disconcerting, as he was only in his 20s, while Scar was certainly over 30. Coupled with his rough demeanor from years spent in the world, he appeared even older, likely around 35 or 36. Here, this is your previous payment, Shen Muyang responded, feigning the act of reaching into his pocket to retrieve 2 bundles of cash. Scar did not accept the money, for his visit that day was not motivated by financial gain. Brother Yang, I don't need the money. That is merely a trivial matter, something my brothers and I did on the side. Today, I came to seek the chance to follow you, to request that you give my brothers an opportunity. Shen Muyang neither immediately acquiesced nor outright rejected the proposition, instead studying the man with intrigue. To be fair, Shen Muyang recognized the necessity of this individual. He envisioned growth and adventure, which required a team to support him. At the very least, he needed assistance with driving and handling luggage. Scar and his associates were perfectly suited for this, lacking conventional employment, yet possessing a fearless disposition. Most importantly, having previously dealt with them had established a form of deterrence. If utilized wisely, they could yield remarkably effective results. Just as Scar began to feel uneasy under Shen Muyang's scrutiny, the latter spoke up. Scar, do you truly wish to follow me? Upon hearing these words, Scar nodded incessantly, clearly indicating that this was not a recent decision. Shen Muyang felt a surge of delight within, yet he recognized the necessity of elucidating certain matters. If you wish to accompany me, it is certainly permissible. However, you must rectify those abhorrent habits of yours. I am engaged in legitimate business, and thus, the actions you previously undertook are strictly prohibited henceforth. Furthermore, I am about to embark on a journey out of town, which may entail certain dangers. Do you comprehend? Shen Muyang, Hafing spoken, did not hasten to urge him, but rather stood by, observing Scar intently. At that moment, Scar was also deliberating upon his decision. To be candid, he yearned to follow Shen Muyang, and his desire stemmed from multiple reasons. Firstly, the aforementioned issue of environment weighed heavily on his mind. The world was becoming increasingly peaceful, leaving scant room for individuals like him to thrive, which also accounted for the diminishing number of subordinates he commanded. Secondly, Scar recognized Shen Muyang's capabilities, which extended beyond mere physical prowess to encompass his prominent status. He was acquainted with Chen Gaosheng. If someone like Chen could not manage a particular individual, would one dare to claim that this person lacked merit? Lastly, Scar aspired to earn a decent living to support his family. Although he had dabbled in a life of petty crime, he was no fool. He understood that in today's society, one could no longer survive solely by thuggery, especially without education or skills. He realized that aligning himself with others who might disdain him was futile. It could be said that Shen Muyang represented his singular opportunity. Should he let this chance slip away, it might define the course of his entire life. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, Scar made what he considered to be the most astute decision of his lifetime. "Brother Yang, I am willing," he declared. "From this moment forth, I, Scar, shall be at your service. If you instruct me to go east, I shall not venture west. If you command me to chase dogs, I shall not pursue chickens. Should I fail to comply, I would rather be deemed a worthless turtle." Remarkably, Scar possessed a fierce resolve, even to the extent of cursing his own parents. Nevertheless, Shen Muyang was exceedingly pleased, primarily because he required someone of Scar's caliber. "Very well, from this moment on, you shall work alongside me. However, the manner of address must change. You shall refer to me as boss henceforth. As for your subordinates, you shall assess the situation accordingly. Retain those who are valuable, and for those who are not, offer them some to part ways. I need individuals who are fearless and obedient. Take this sum of 20,000 yuan for now. If any of your brothers are reluctant to follow me, provide them with a portion as relocation expenses. If they all choose to accompany you, then divide the funds amongst yourselves. This evening at 6 o'clock, meet me at the Super 8 Hotel. I shall discuss matters in greater detail and assign you another task. To give you a heads up, this task will require us to leave the province, and is not a short journey, so prepare yourselves mentally. In any case, as long as you remain with me, I, Shen Muyang, shall ensure that you are well taken care of. Now go." With that, Shen Muyang handed Scar the 20,000 yuan, which also served as a test of sorts. The sum of 20,000 yuan was rightfully theirs. Moreover, Shen Muyang intended to provide the group with a settling-in allowance. He planned to take these individuals to Ruei City, where the environment was rather complex. Having a few companions would ensure a measure of safety. Although he possessed some combat skills, the adage "two fists cannot fight four hands" echoed in his mind. Alongside the notion that while one can evade a direct attack, it is far more challenging to guard against hidden threats. Thus, having several bodyguards was indeed prudent. At the very least, he could delegate certain inconvenient matters to the likes of Scarface for resolution. Scarface, without any pretense, accepted the money and departed. Shen Muyang, disinterested in further opportunities, glanced at the time and returned to the bank to withdraw 1 million yuan in cash. This sum was primarily reserved for his personal use, with a portion allocated for Scarface and others as a settling-in fee. After all, as he ventured into the world with them, it would be prudent to have this allowance in case of any financial needs that might arise. Just as Shen Muyang completed the withdrawal and prepared to call Chu Qinshuan, the latter's call came through first. "Hello, Qinshuan, where are you?" "Oh, I see. All right, I shall be there shortly." After hanging up, Shen Muyang drove directly to Chu Hanliang's residence. The purpose of Chu Qinshuan's call was to invite him for lunch at her home, with the additional intention of discussing certain matters. As for what those matters entailed, Shen Muyang could easily surmise. Chapter 84. Chu Hanliang's Instructions. By the time Shen Muyang arrived, lunch was nearly prepared, as Chu Qinshuan had timed her call perfectly. Given that the elderly couple was averse to greasy foods, the midday meal was primarily light and fresh. Shen Muyang found this acceptable, but Chu Qinshuan, who had a penchant for meat, felt somewhat out of her element. Thus, she hurriedly followed to the kitchen, ostensibly to brew tea while discreetly listening in. Muyang, Qinshuan has shared your thoughts with me, and I find them commendable. As for opening an antique shop, here is my perspective. Chu Hanliang proceeded to succinctly relay the discussions he had with Chu Qinshuan earlier that morning. This revelation left Shen Muyang both surprised and delighted. Although Chu Hanliang indeed possessed a considerable collection of antiques, and Shen Muyang harbored aspirations in that regard, there was a significant difference between having an idea and hearing it articulated by someone else. "Muyang, I am growing old, and some items are merely for enjoyment. They cannot be retained for a lifetime. I have only Qinshuan as my descendant, and henceforth, these treasures shall belong to you both. Therefore, it is of little consequence for me to part with them now. My greatest passion throughout my life has been this endeavor. After earning a living, I devoted myself to the study and collection of these artifacts. However, I later realized that no matter how extensively you collect, there will always be items you favor more than others. Yet it is impractical to acquire every piece. Thus, I dreamt of opening an antique shop, selling off items I had thoroughly researched or those I cared less for, and then acquiring better pieces for appreciation. As one ages, the realization of certain aspirations becomes increasingly elusive. This moment serves as a pivotal opportunity. While I find myself unable to engage in lucrative ventures, Managing a shop remains within my capabilities. Thus, the decision to open an antique store has been made, and I will assist in searching for a suitable location. Today, another matter arises. I heard from Qianxuan that you plan to visit Ruiqing, and there are a few important points I wish to convey. Additionally, regarding the Feixiang Group, Chun Tiexiong possesses notable abilities and a shrewd business acumen. However, his ambition is considerable. It is no secret that his son, Chun Gaosheng, has been pursuing Qianxuan, yet she remains indifferent to his advances. Initially, we were amenable to the idea, but we later realized Chun Gaosheng's true nature. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Having interacted with him, you're likely aware of his character. This situation may have prompted Chun Tiexiong to direct some of his attention towards you and Qianxuan. Nevertheless, do not overly concern yourself. The identity of the chairman is of little consequence. What truly matters is who holds the majority stake. Qianxuan has mentioned the possibility of departing from the Feixiang Group in the near future. I have contemplated this matter, and while leaving is feasible, it is not the right time. After all, for your development, assistance from the Feixiang Group is still necessary. With Qianxuan present, she can provide substantial support, as evidenced in your previous collaborative endeavors. My suggestion is this. When you deem the Feixiang Group no longer essential, Qianxuan may choose to leave. Concerning Ruiqing, I must caution you that the circumstances there are rather intricate. The safety and security are certainly not on par with our current environment, so you must exercise caution upon your arrival. It is wise to refrain from venturing out after dark to minimize conflicts and to avoid antagonizing others. Chu Hongliang expressed these thoughts, while Shen Muyang listened attentively. There is wisdom in the saying that an elder in the home is akin to a treasure. This adage holds merit. Heeding the counsel of those with greater experience often proves invaluable. Grandfather, I cannot abandon the company. What then of Muyang's aspirations to start business? Before Shen Muyang could respond, Chu Qianxu interjected. Starting a business need not be rushed. Muyang's trip to Ruiqing primarily aims at generating profit. Of course, financial gain is but one aspect. It also presents an opportunity for broader exposure. Regardless, this endeavor requires time. With May just beginning, even if we consider this trip to span a month, it will extend into June. This interval allows us ample time to finalize the shop's location and prepare systematically. Therefore, you need only visit on weekends, while I shall manage the other arrangements. I'm not yet so advanced in years that I cannot handle such matters. Chu Hongliang spoke with a commendable confidence, and indeed, this assertion held truth. Chu Hongliang, despite being in his 70s, maintains excellent health, as is customary for individuals of substantial means. Living to 80 or 90 is merely the starting point. Grandfather, I comprehend this matter, and I shall remember what you have conveyed. As for safety concerns, there is no need for worry. I will exercise caution on my end. Upon learning that Shen Muyang was set to depart the day after tomorrow, both Chu Hongliang and Chu Qianxuan felt a tinge of surprise. Muyang, why the haste? In truth, Shen Muyang's decision to leave was made only this morning, so when Chu Hongliang posed the question, he readily provided his rationale. If I arrive ahead of schedule, I can gain an early understanding of the market, particularly the prices of Jade rough, which I can further clarify. Chu Hongliang nodded in acknowledgement of Shen Muyang's explanation and handed him a business card. Once you arrive, should you encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to contact this person, who will assist you. However, if assistance is unnecessary, it is best to refrain from troubling them, as favors must eventually be repaid. Shen Muyang accepted the card, which bore only a name and a singular number, exuding an air of mystery. Nevertheless, he was accustomed to such cards, as individuals of stature often present themselves in this manner, not out of a desire to appear enigmatic, but rather to avoid inconvenience. Consider, for example, the chairman or general manager of a prominent corporation. If their business cards were to be discarded or left behind, it would be rather embarrassing. Furthermore, if the information on the card were to leak, it could invite unwanted complications. In essence, it is primarily a measure to deter harassment. Take, for instance, Shen Muyang's involvement in the building materials trade. If he were to stumble upon the business card of a construction site owner, would he not be tempted to reach out repeatedly for a visit, driven by his entrepreneurial aspirations? To mitigate such nuisances, individuals typically refrain from cluttering their business cards with superfluous details. A name and a number suffices. That which is essential will be remembered, while the extraneous embellishments serve no purpose. Chapter 85. The Calculating Zhu Lingling. Shen Muyang's journey to Ruiqing is a foregone conclusion. Even if Feixiang Jewelry does not collaborate, he must go, for it is only in Ruiqing that he can swiftly amass greater wealth. This mirrors the principles of commerce. Thriving in a small county yields meager profits. While a bustling metropolis offers the potential for substantial earnings, dictated by the prevailing consumer levels and demographics. Ruiqing, as the largest wholesale market for raw stones in China, is distinguished not only by its abundant and high-quality jade rough, but also by its affordability. The same piece of jade rough that may fetch 100,000 in Jinling could be procured for merely 70,000 in Ruiqing, or even less. Naturally, the prices for processed jade are similarly lower than in other locales. This is also a primary reason why Shen Muyang intends to travel to Ruwei City, and he is not particularly concerned about the words spoken by Chun Taixiong yesterday. It matters little who you send. It is a fair transaction, and the pricing can be calculated as previously discussed. If a business agreement is reached, we shall engage in commerce. If not, we shall refrain. In the past, Shen Muyang might have found this troubling. Once jade could not be sold, he would have to carry it with him. 1 or 2 pieces would be manageable, but more than that would become burdensome. Leaving them in a hotel would be unsafe, and carrying them personally would also be inconvenient and equally perilous. Thus, he would not suffer any loss. The only significant difference would be that his available capital might be insufficient, considering he currently possesses only 2.7 billion. Chu Hanliang had mentioned initially providing several billion as startup capital for Shen Muyang, but he declined. If he lacked the capability, he would certainly accept such funds, as he would need an opportunity. However, he now possesses that capability and must forego the money. Accepting it might lead others to believe he, Shen Muyang, was merely interested in Chu Qiansun's wealth. Moreover, it is not just others who might think this way. Chu Hanliang himself might harbor such thoughts, which he seeks to avoid. Muyang, are you really leaving the day after tomorrow? I will miss you terribly. What should I do? Fool, I will miss you too. But I will be away for at most a month. It will not be too long, Shen Muyang replied, planting a gentle kiss on the woman's forehead. How annoying. Muyang, why don't I have Lu Mingqi accompany you? She has been my secretary assistant for several years, so she should manage well, Chu Qiansun suggested. Shen Muyang had met Lu Mingqi once, during his visit to the Feixiang group to see Chu Qiansun. When Lu Mingqi had escorted him to the office, he was about to agree, but noticing the peculiar glint in the woman's eyes, he quickly realized she was laying a trap. No, that won't be necessary. It is more convenient for me to go alone. It's getting late. Let us head to Rawstone Street. This afternoon, let us put in some effort and see if we can gather 300 million, Shen Muyang declared, picking up the car keys and striding out without hesitation. Chu Qiansun wished to say something, or more accurately, she wanted to take some action. But once Shen Muyang left, she found herself unable to do so alone, and thus could only follow him out. Muyang, I have finally found you. I need to talk to you. Just as Shen Muyang alighted from the car, he spotted Zhu Lingling, who immediately linked her arm with his, causing his brows to furrow in a frown. He genuinely did not expect this woman to approach him again. Zhu Lingling, I have made myself quite clear the last time we spoke. The moment you chose to follow Chun Gaosheng, our relationship was concluded. Please do not cling to me. Can we not part amicably? Must it end in discord? Shen Muyang stated, as he gently pulled her hand from his arm. Husband, I was wrong. Is that not enough? Chun Gaosheng is indeed a scoundrel, having deceived me in matters of the heart. Now, I have come to my senses and realized that the one I truly love is you. Zhu Lingling exclaimed, tightening her embrace around Shen Muyang's arm. Shen Muyang inwardly scoffed, contemplating the notion of awakening. If it were not for his newfound wealth, would this woman still seek him out? Furthermore, what is true love without financial stability? Zhu Lingling, was it not Chen Gaosheng who cast you aside? Shen Muyang is now my husband, and you would do well to keep your distance from him. At that moment, Chu Qianxuan emerged from the passenger seat, effortlessly pushing Zhu Lingling aside and linking her arm with Shen Muyang's. Darling, let's be on our way. Chu Qianxuan was reluctant to engage in conversation with a woman like Zhu Lingling. If it were not for necessity, she would prefer to remain silent. Shen Muyang merely acknowledged her with a nod, not sparing a glance at Zhu Lingling, and proceeded to enter the raw stone shop with Chu Qianxuan. Zhu Lingling could hardly fathom that this shameless woman was still clinging to Shen Muyang. Of course, this so-called shameless woman was merely Zhu Lingling's own perception. Often, individuals fail to recognize their own flaws and thus mistakenly perceive others as the source of their troubles. Shen Muyang, you scoundrel, we shall see what becomes of this. Zhu Lingling seethed with rage, yet felt powerless, left only to vent her frustrations. Zhu Lingling sought out Shen Muyang for reasons beyond his newfound fortune. There was another significant factor. She suspected she might be pregnant. Her menstrual cycle had been remarkably regular, but this time it was delayed by 4 to 5 days. After considering the last time she was with Chen Gaosheng, when both were on the brink of a breakup, she realized they had not taken precautions that day. Typically, she had always been diligent about protection, regardless of whether she was with Shen Muyang or Chen Gaosheng, except for that one instance. Thus, Zhu Lingling felt a twinge of fear. Uncertain of her condition, she felt compelled to find a willing partner, or perhaps more aptly, a gullible fool. Unable to reach Chen Gaosheng, she turned her attention to Shen Muyang. If she could entwine herself in his life, share a meal, offer an apology, play the damsel, and then share a bed, the matter would be solidified. Should Shen Muyang refuse to acknowledge the child, it would be simple enough to create a scene. Marriage would be ideal, but if that were not feasible, financial gain would suffice. Once the situation escalated, Shen Muyang would undoubtedly yield, making it easy to extort several $100,000, if not millions. However, she could never have anticipated that Chu Qianxuan and Shen Muyang would genuinely become involved, which was a significant source of her current frustration. Naturally, Shen Muyang remained oblivious to this drama. Had he known, he would surely have delivered Zhu Lingling a resounding slap. Chapter 86, A New Revelation. Husband, tell me honestly, if I hadn't been here just now, would there have been even the slightest flutter in your heart? Shen Muyang cast a glance of exasperation at the woman, fully aware that she was deliberately probing. When Shen Muyang initially parted ways with Zhu Lingling, he indeed felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, years of affection cannot simply be severed, even if Zhu Lingling had betrayed him. However, as time passed, his feelings for Zhu Lingling waned significantly, and this had nothing to do with Chu Qianxuan. The essence remained. If love fades, separation is the wisest choice. Even infidelity could be brushed aside, allowing both to lead their separate lives. There was no need for her to bring Chen Gaosheng into the equation to belittle herself, as if by denigrating herself, she could prove her own sanctity to him. Thus, Chu Qianxuan's query was indeed a futile one. Consequently, he devoted all his attention to the gamble at hand. Shen Muyang had an inkling that his abilities were on the verge of another enhancement, a first occurring after he had been struck by a car, which unveiled his unique gift of clairvoyance. The second enhancement came from absorbing the essence of Jade, the so-called energy. The third elevation transpired during his deepening relationship with Chu Qianxuan, which was remarkably potent. Consequently, he harbored a bold conjecture that the next breakthrough would signify a qualitative leap. As he prepared for his journey to Rue City, an unsettling feeling loomed over him, perhaps due to the numerous warnings he had heard regarding the region's safety. In any case, he sought to bolster his strength. Yet with Chu Qianxuan always by his side, he found it challenging to carry out his intentions covertly. While pondering how to conceal his jade purchases from Chu Qianxuan, he suddenly sensed a surge of energy coursing through his left hand into his body. Startled, Shen Muyang swiftly employed his clairvoyance to investigate, and a look of astonishment illuminated his gaze. It turned out that while selecting stones, his left hand had rested upon a raw stone that contained a piece of jade. Thus, the energy he had just absorbed was inadvertently drawn from the jade's spiritual essence. This revelation unveiled a monumental secret, one that would allow him to grow rapidly without incurring any costs, and even, at crucial moments, to manipulate others. This led him to recall a rival. Though calling him a rival may be somewhat misleading, it would be more accurate to say that this individual had wronged him. It had been noted previously that Shen Muyang, to some extent, possessed a slight pettiness. Despite his newfound wealth and changed environment, influenced by Chu Qianxuan, remnants of this pettiness lingered. Some individuals often speak of grand visions, yet how many possess such expansive perspectives? Qi Sheng, the proprietor of the foremost jade raw stone shop in that area, had once treated Shen Muyang with considerable hostility. Given that Shen Muyang has now acquired an excellent opportunity for revenge, how could he let it slip away? Thus, he abandoned the raw stones in the store and took Chu Qianxuan with him. Chu Qianxuan was utterly bewildered by this turn of events, yet she remained silent until they arrived at Qi Sheng's raw stone shop, where she could no longer contain her curiosity. Muyang, didn't you dislike the shop's owner? Why are we here? Her question was barely above a whisper, likely audible only to Shen Muyang. Do not concern yourself with the details. Just know it will be beneficial for you, he assured her, leaning in to whisper the latter part of his sentence into her ear. It was evident from the blush on Chu Qianxuan's face that his words were far from innocent. However, this was hardly surprising. It is quite normal for young couples to exchange flirtatious remarks. You rogue, I shall ignore you, she exclaimed, flustered, before playfully darting away to peruse other jade stones. In truth, Shen Muyang had intentionally provoked this reaction. He wished to keep Chu Qianxuan from distracting him, so he employed some risk of banter to draw her away. This way, he could focus entirely on his destructive endeavors. As he activated his X-ray vision, the internal structures of the raw stones before him were laid bare. Shen Muyang paid no heed to the size or value of the jade. As long as it contained jade, he began to consume and absorb its essence. To illustrate, if it would take him a quarter of an hour to absorb a particular jade, it would require about 20 minutes if it were still encased in stone. In essence, there was a discrepancy between what was unwrapped and what remained encased. Shen Muyang was essentially setting a trap for Qi Sheng. Once the jade stones he had absorbed were eventually revealed and showed significant cracks, Qi Sheng's business would be in jeopardy. One could say that Shen Muyang was engaging in actions that harmed others without benefiting himself, yet he felt entirely justified in doing so. In a short span, he absorbed the energy from one jade stone and swiftly moved on to the next. In fact, he even went so far as to use both hands simultaneously while his eyes scanned the surroundings. The theme of the day was gambling on stones for profit, a detail he dared not overlook, especially since Chu Qinshuan would undoubtedly grow suspicious if he did. Thus, while he absorbed the spiritual energy, his eyes remained vigilant, although he executed his actions with great subtlety. After all, selecting stones in a gamble inherently required tactile engagement, which provided ample cover for his clandestine activities. As time passed, Shen Muyang sensed a burgeoning pressure within him, a consequence of absorbing too much spiritual energy too swiftly, leaving him momentarily unable to digest it. Just as he felt his body reaching its limit, a surge of energy in his lower abdomen began to swirl, gaining momentum. As the influx of spiritual energy converged toward his dantian, the center of one's vital energy. This is not all. The speed at which he absorbs spiritual energy has increased significantly. Originally, it took him a quarter of an hour to absorb a piece, but now it requires only 4 to 5 minutes, or even less. Shen Muyang's heart brimmed with joy for several reasons. For instance, he had finally discovered a shortcut to enhance his strength. Moreover, he wondered if the owner of the shop would faint upon realizing that all the jadeite raw stones in his store were worthless. Additionally, he pondered whether he could use this method to deceive others in future bets. Indeed, it was an exceptionally clever strategy. Chapter 87. Advance Arrangements. Shen Muyang was aware of his breakthrough, yet he had no time to investigate further. He needed to seize the moment to absorb as much spiritual energy as possible, while also selecting jadeite. In summary, he had wasted quite a bit of the jadeite in the shop, but fortunately he could still absorb more, though his body had its limits. 2 hours later, Shen Muyang left the shop with 4 pieces of jadeite raw stones and Chu Qinshuan. After placing the jadeite in the small truck, he proceeded to another store to continue his purchases, this time at a much quicker pace, as he no longer needed to absorb energy. That evening, he had a dinner appointment with Scar and others, so sensing that time was running short, he drove Chu Qinshuan to the villa. Upon returning home, he did not rush to unearth the stones. Instead, he immediately headed to the bathroom. After quickly shedding his trousers and sitting on the toilet, he was met with a sudden rush, akin to a tidal wave. Once he had attended to his physiological needs, Shen Muyang began to inspect his body. It was evident that his physical attributes had undergone significant changes, though he was uncertain about the specifics, as he had not verified them. However, the most notable transformation was in his lower abdomen, specifically 1.5 inches below the navel, where he felt a small orb. To refer to it as merely a ball would be somewhat misleading. It resembled a bead, akin to the size of a glass sphere. It remained uncertain whether it was in a liquid or solid state, yet it was undoubtedly a manifestation of condensed spiritual energy. The bead appeared semi-transparent, reminiscent of ice, though it was not clearly visible within his abdomen. Muyang, did you fall into the toilet? Just as Shen Muyang was admiring his physique in the bathroom, Chu Qinshuan's voice rang out from outside. Reluctantly, Shen Muyang reined in his excitement, opened the bathroom door, and stepped out. Chu Qinshuan scrutinized Shen Muyang with her bright gaze, her expression laced with a hint of skepticism, as if questioning whether he had been up to any mischief inside. Feeling a bit uneasy under her gaze, Shen Muyang quickly changed the subject. Qinshuan, I'm about to head out to treat Scar and the others to dinner. Would you like to join? Interestingly, this approach was indeed effective. Chu Qinshuan was familiar with Scar and assumed Shen Muyang's invitation was due to the events of the previous night. Thus, she expressed her disapproval. Muyang, Scar and his group are nothing but ruffians. If you need help, why not just give them some money? I believe it is best to refrain from mingling with such individuals. There's a saying that snakes have their paths and mice have theirs. The company one keeps inevitably shapes one's influence. Shen Muyang was acutely aware that this woman spoke the truth, yet he harbored his own convictions, which he articulated clearly. Qian Sun, the scarred fellow, indeed embodies the essence of a rogue. However, even a rogue can be of use if he is willing to learn. Furthermore, my upcoming trip to Rue City may present certain inconveniences, so having these individuals accompany us could provide some assurance should any issues arise. If it becomes untenable, I can always offer them a sum to part ways. Initially, Chu Qian-sun intended to persuade him further, but upon hearing Shen Muyang's intention to take them to Rue City, she decided to withhold her words. In truth, she did harbor some concerns about Shen Muyang venturing to Rue City alone, yet his determination was resolute and unyielding. Moreover, even the most formidable individuals require a stage upon which to showcase their prowess, and currently, Rue City is the only venue for Shen Muyang to do so. Very well, just exercise caution. After dinner, I shall refrain from joining you. I find it difficult to eat in the presence of those individuals. Shen Muyang promptly assured her, then departed in his vehicle. Chu Qian-sun was not opposed to him indulging in a drink. After all, men often find it necessary to engage in social drinking during business dealings, provided it does not escalate into drunkenness. The reason for her insistence on sobriety today was primarily due to the need for him to drive. At the Super 8 Hotel, in a private room, Shen Muyang surveyed the few individuals brought by the scarred man. To be candid, he recognized them, having previously encountered them during a rather tumultuous evening. Presently, including the scarred man, there were 5 individuals, indicating that not all had arrived. However, this was to be expected. Not everyone is inclined to follow. Shen Muyang chose not to rush into discussions, instead ordering a lavish spread of fine food and drink, allowing everyone to indulge before broaching the matter at hand. Have you all made your decisions? I trust Scar has briefed you on what I intend to convey. I shall reiterate. Aligning with me carries inherent risks. Yet I can assure you it is infinitely more advantageous than remaining as mere thugs. In today's society, there is no future in that lifestyle. Relinquishing your old ways and choosing anew is still within your grasp. Therefore, I wish to hear your sentiments. As soon as Shen Muyang concluded, the Scar man promptly stood to express his allegiance. Boss, I, Scar, pledge my loyalty. From this moment forth, I am yours. He reiterated his earlier sentiments, serving a meaningful purpose by setting an example for the others. Boss, I trust Brother Scar, thus I too am willing to follow you. Indeed, I no longer wish to be a petty thug. I too am eager to align with you. In an instant, several individuals began to voice their commitments, a development that greatly pleased Shen Muyang. With these 5 individuals, he felt adequately equipped for the time being. More would be beyond his capacity to manage. The 5 individuals were perfectly capable of managing their own affairs, and should any issues arise, they would suffice. Given that everyone is willing to follow me, I hereby make a promise. As long as I, Shen Muyang, have enough to eat, I will ensure that none of you go hungry. Scar, here lies 500,000. Each brother shall receive 100,000. Whether this sum is for your families or kept for yourselves is of no concern to me. This serves as a preliminary guarantee for you. Moving forward, I will provide each of you with a monthly salary of 10,000, which is merely the base pay. Those who perform well will receive additional rewards. However, I must firmly state that engaging in criminal activities is strictly prohibited. If you wish to accompany me, you must conduct yourselves with integrity. Unless provoked, we shall adopt the principle of if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. As for the upcoming arrangements, I have 2 directives for you. Tomorrow morning, you 5 must travel to Rue City and locate the Jade Rough Stone Market. Once you arrive at the Jade Rough Stone Market, secure a few rooms at the nearest hotel and gather information about the situation there. I plan to arrive the day after tomorrow, and I shall inform you of any changes. In any case, upon my arrival, I expect a thorough report from you. At the very least, I should not be left in the dark. This should pose no issue, correct? Chapter 88, Testing Loyalty. Scar and the others were taken aback by Shen Muyang's generosity as he handed over 500,000. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. While many could produce such an amount, the true rarity lay in the unwavering trust he placed in this group of street rogues by entrusting them with such a sum. It is unlikely that anyone else in this world would do the same. In that moment, Scar felt an impulse to sacrifice for a kindred spirit. People like them had never experienced trust or respect from others. Yet today, Shen Muyang extended that trust to them. How could they not be moved? This was not merely a matter of money. Shen Muyang was taking a gamble. Should these individuals abscond with his funds, it might not be a complete loss, for he would have tested the depths of human loyalty. Without this trial, should they betray him for personal gain at a critical moment, the consequences could be fatal. Thus, Investing 500,000 to gauge loyalty was undeniably a wise decision, particularly from his perspective. If these individuals remained steadfastly loyal after receiving the money, then that investment would prove invaluable. It could be said that he would not suffer any losses either way. Rest assured, boss, we guarantee the completion of the task. From this day forth, we are your loyal subordinates, ready to brave any challenge. Scar and the others, lacking extensive education, could only echo the few phrases they understood. Shen Muyang felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Those wandering delinquents of society often displayed remarkable loyalty. At the very least, one is far more trustworthy than those clad in suits and glasses. All right, let us limit our alcohol consumption, for there are matters to attend to. By the way, I have a request. Henceforth, no drinking during assignments. This is a non-negotiable rule. Should anyone indulge in excessive drinking before or during a task, I shall not be lenient. If there are no objections, we shall disperse for today. In any case, I will not be present the day after tomorrow, but I will definitely make an appearance the day after that. I shall call you beforehand. It is getting late, so let's take our leave. At this moment, Shen Muyang's words carried weight, so when he declared it was time to go, the others ceased their revelries, primarily because they had eaten their fill. Upon entering, Chu Qianxuan resembled a playful Labrador, eagerly sniffing around Shen Muyang's face. "Oh, you truly haven't had a drink," she exclaimed. "Well done, you're quite obedient. I shall reward you tonight." Chu Qianxuan planted a kiss on Shen Muyang's cheek, then took the takeout box from his hands. In truth, Shen Muyang had indeed consumed alcohol, several bottles, in fact. However, he had harnessed his inner energy to neutralize the effects of the alcohol, which explained why this woman could not detect any scent of it. Not only was it undetectable to her, but even a traffic officer's instruments would yield no results. As Chu Qianxuan spoke, she uncorked a bottle of red wine and poured a glass for herself and one for Shen Muyang. This marked the first occasion for the two of them to share a drink at home, and unexpectedly, the woman exhibited a certain romantic flair. "Setting aside your grandfather, even with my current stature and earning potential, I could easily support you," Shen Muyang remarked with sincerity. Chu Qianxuan found herself pondering this issue. The decision to work or not was not merely a matter of finances. As Shen Muyang had just mentioned, neither his family nor this situation was particularly concerned about such meager wages. Chu Qianxuan was acutely aware that Chen Tiexiong would inevitably endeavor to usurp her authority, a certainty etched in stone. The pressure of work was already considerable. If one also had to navigate intrigue and rivalry, it would be utterly exhausting. After all, you are still in need of money. I can assist you within the company, but once you step outside, do not fret over family matters, for I shall handle those. As for whether this shop can thrive, that depends not on me, but on you. Furthermore, tighten your belt when you go out. I'm all too aware of how men behave, unable to restrain themselves once outside. Shen Muyang felt utterly at a loss. The conversation had been progressing well until it veered into such chaotic territory. It seemed all women shared this trait, their topics shifting with astonishing speed. "Qianxuan, I'm not so frivolous. You are misjudging me." Chu Qianxuan glanced at Shen Muyang, as if struck by a sudden thought, her cheeks flushing. "Oh, you're not frivolous? When you do become so, you lose all semblance of humanity. If you ever ask me to assist you again, I shall bite it off." "Oomph." Shen Muyang found himself at a loss for words once again. This woman was undoubtedly being intentional. At this moment, her remarks seemed to carry an implied message. Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, Chu Qianxuan's cheeks were flushed, evoking a sense of shyness, as well as the stimulation from the drink. For a moment, Shen Muyang was captivated by her appearance. He then impulsively embraced Chu Qianxuan, and his hands began to wander. "Oh dear, you're unbearable. Hurry and take a shower." Chu Qianxuan quickly wriggled free from Shen Muyang's grasp, then playfully shoved him into the bathroom. Just as Shen Muyang stepped inside, he pulled Chu Qianxuan in with him, leading to a scene that could hardly be described. Had there been a third person present, they might have discerned some silhouettes through the frosted glass of the bathroom. For instance, one figure stood, while another knelt on the floor, their head bobbing, leaving the onlooker to wonder what was transpiring. Most likely, something to eat. In Chapter 89, we are introduced to Shen Muyu, the younger sister. The dynamics between men and women often boil down to simple interactions, as long as they are consensual and private. This principle transcends identity and gender. Furthermore, Chu Qianxuan was not the type to be coy. As long as she desired something, no one could interfere. After a night of revelry, the following morning, concerned for Shen Muyang, Chu Qianxuan refrained from waking him for breakfast. Consequently, he did not arise until over an hour after she had left for work. He was not particularly fatigued, rather enjoying the rare indulgence of a leisurely morning. After a brief wash, he grabbed a bottle of milk and a piece of bread for a simple repast. Once satiated, he made his way to the backyard to begin processing the raw jade. After all, the jade rough-hewn from yesterday remained uncut, and it was imperative to attend to these matters today so that Chu Qian-sun could take them to the company in the afternoon. Once this batch of jade was handled, his capital would approach 300 million. Thus, the arduous task of processing the jade commenced in earnest. Meanwhile, upon her arrival at work, Chu Qian-sun immediately convened a meeting. With the long holiday concluded, the new month began, making the first day back essential for discussion. The agenda primarily revisited previous matters, as is customary in large corporations. However, an additional topic emerged: the proposal to send personnel to Rue City for jade procurement. A suggestion put forth by Chu Qian-sun. After deliberation, Chen Taixiong ultimately gave his approval. This was merely a procedural step, as the chairman and general manager had already reached an agreement over dinner the previous day. Thus, while it may appear that others were participating, they often served merely as a backdrop. Despite the fervent discussions and heated debates among the responsible managers of various departments, the outcome had already been predetermined. Following the meeting, Chen Taixiong summoned Su Meijiao and the deputy finance manager, Yu Hua, to his office. The reason for calling Yu Hua was clear. He was the individual overseeing the management of 500 million in funds. Notably, Yu Hua was also the brother-in-law of Chen Taixiong, making him the uncle of Chen Gaosheng. From this relationship, one can deduce why Chen Taixiong entrusted him with the responsibility of following along. Manager Huang and Manager Su. This procurement of jade in Ruiqing is of utmost importance. You must deliberate together. It is not about achieving merit, but rather avoiding mistakes. Your current positions are not particularly stable, making this mission critical. Should you succeed, it will be a significant accomplishment. If you fail, demotion would be a mild consequence. Both of you are my trusted confidants. Therefore, while procuring jade is one aspect, the true objective is to undermine Shen Muyang. Huang Yuhua, being Chen Taixiong's brother-in-law, is naturally a loyal subordinate and quickly began to assure, Chairman, rest assured, I understand your intent. I guarantee that this matter will be handled meticulously. Furthermore, I will create some trouble for that fellow. Huang Yuhua, accustomed to addressing him as brother-in-law, nearly slipped up. Fortunately, Su Meijiao was aware of their relationship. Yuhua, you are mistaken. Remember, your duty is to handle the finances, conduct the transactions as they should be done without entertaining any convoluted thoughts. All right, prepare yourself. I will inform you of the specific time to proceed later. There are matters I cannot discuss with you, but if you wish to avoid trouble, simply focus on your core responsibilities. Chen Taixiong was eager to convey that someone would deal with Shen Muyang, and this time, it was a matter of life and death for him. Thus, there is no need for you to create conflict, as it may backfire and bring unnecessary trouble. However, he cannot express this too explicitly, for only Chen Gaosheng and Zhu Biao were privy to this mission. As Huang Yuhua departed, Chen Taixiong pulled Su Meijiao into his embrace, and his hands began to wander. Chairman, please don't be so hasty. We have yet to clarify the work details. I am unfamiliar with procurement. What if I miscalculate the price? Su Meijiao's concern was valid, as she had previously been just a secretary and knew little about jade. It felt somewhat absurd for her to now serve as the manager of the procurement department. Nevertheless, Chen Taixiong's primary aim was to leverage this woman to wrest power from Chu Qianxuan, as there were many in the procurement department. An additional person neither adds nor subtracts. Meijiao, rest assured, I will arrange for a jade appraisal expert to accompany you. Let him handle the pricing. You need not worry about that. In essence, you bear no responsibility. Whatever price he assigns, you merely execute the purchase. Should you gain credit, it will be your merit, and should issues arise, someone else will bear the blame, meaning you effectively reap the rewards without consequence. Upon hearing this, Su Meijiao felt reassured. Yet her eyes reflected disdain as she regarded Chen Taixiong's wandering hands. If it were not for the money, who would willingly allow themselves to be toyed with? The morning slipped by in a blink, and Shen Muyang stretched languidly, gazing at the jade he had expertly unveiled, a profound sense of accomplishment swelling within him. At that moment, his phone chimed, and upon picking it up, he discovered a WeChat notification from none other than Muyu Fanzhou. In reality, it was his sister, Shen Muyang. Casually, he pressed the play button, and her familiar voice resonated from the device. Brother, I'm about to start my internship, and I plan to come to you. Could you ask sister-in-law to help me find a job? Anyone who has attended university knows that by the end of their junior year, considerations about internships become paramount. By senior year, attendance in classes dwindles significantly. The sister-in-law mentioned by Shen Muyang naturally referred to Chu Qian's son. Furthermore, Shen Muyang was aware of her brother Shen Muyang's breakup with Zhu Lingling. Thus, she was well acquainted with Chu Qian's son. Their essay saying that implies one should seek shelter under a sturdy tree. Since Chu Qian's son is so capable, it would be quite reasonable for her charming and lovely sister-in-law to seek employment at her company. Additionally, it would provide a chance for some care and attention. Consequently, Shen Muyang sent this message to Shen Muyang today. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Muyang deemed this request quite agreeable. Even if Shen Muyang did not find an internship at Chu Qian's company, it would not pose a significant issue. After all, he was soon to embark on opening his own store, and at that time, he could easily employ Shen Muyang and impart some knowledge to her. After all, she was his only sister. He could not allow her to suffer any setbacks. With this thought in mind, Shen Muyang promptly sent Shen Muyang a voice message. Chapter 90. The Changes in the Body. After messaging Shen Muyang began preparing lunch. As he cooked, his mind wandered back to the initial moments of his acquaintance with Chu Qian's son. Would have been a temporary stay, a rule against ascending the stairs, had now turned into this woman's insistence on dragging him upstairs. Each time he recalled this, a sense of having been tricked washed over him, especially since he now had to earn money, cook meals, and work overtime in the evenings. Admittedly, Shen Muyang recognized that he had taken advantage of the situation while pretending to be innocent. Shaking off these chaotic thoughts, he continued to prepare lunch while reflecting on the events of the previous day. The absorption of energy from the Jade raw stones. Initially, he had been unaware of this ability. Had he not inadvertently triggered the automatic absorption feature yesterday, he might never have uncovered this secret. To be precise, this was a capability, and since he possessed it, he ought to utilize it wisely. After all, spending money to purchase Jade for absorption and effortlessly absorbing it like he did yesterday were two entirely different concepts. Buying Jade, even the most affordable varieties such as glutinous Jade and black Jade, accumulates to a significant expense over time. Moreover, buying in larger quantities might raise suspicion among others. However, now he could achieve the goal of absorbing spiritual energy simply by relying on this inherent ability, which was undoubtedly advantageous. Of course, Shen Muyang was not devoid of principles. Indiscriminate and ruthless absorption would be detrimental to others and himself, constituting a morally reprehensible act. However, absorbing knowledge with a targeted approach poses no issue. For instance, at the Jade raw stone shop yesterday, Shen Muyang absorbed information without any psychological burden. As long as he gathers sufficient knowledge, should customers encounter significant cracks when purchasing Jade raw stones, they will undoubtedly seek the shop owner's accountability. Consequently, the unfortunate outcome ultimately befalls the shop owner. Even if the shop were to go bankrupt, Shen Muyang would bear no psychological weight. In that moment, a sinister seed began to germinate within him, leading him to decide to revisit the raw stone shop after lunch. Additionally, there had been changes within his body. After absorbing such a vast amount of energy yesterday, the most apparent alteration was the presence of a pearl in his dantian, a translucent, ethereal orb. Based on his conjecture, this pearl served as his energy source, akin to an energy processor found in martial arts novels, stored within the dantian and ready for use when needed. However, he had been so busy since yesterday that he had not found a moment to examine his own body. Thus, he resolved to clarify his physical condition that afternoon, determined to discern any changes. Muyang, are these all the Jades you have deciphered? Yes, I have calculated that these Jades, according to the contract's discount, should amount to over 30 million. Therefore, please take them to the company this afternoon to settle the account. This way, I will have 300 million in funds available. Chu Qian's son remained silent, recalling a particular detail. Shen Muyang seemed to possess a form of numerical obsessive compulsion. Whether it was 2.7 billion or 2.8 billion, the difference was negligible when compared to 300 million. This insignificance referred to the procurement of Jade raw stones. Yet Shen Muyang appeared fixated on the figure of 300 million. She remembered their initial encounters, where during the first and second transactions, he favored rounding up his amounts. At the time, she found it puzzling, only later to realize that the extra was considered the principal, while the rounded numbers represented profit. Muyang, the candidates for the company's business trip to Rue City have been decided. Will you wait for them to go together, or head there alone first? My suggestion is to wait for them. After all, this allows for a longer stay. As Chu Qian's son spoke, she approached Shen Muyang from behind and embraced him. This behavior was quite natural. Their transition from dating to cohabitation had not spanned a lengthy period. With the temperatures rising dramatically these past few days, They found themselves in an affectionate state, and certain feelings are indeed addictive. Just as Chu Qiansun's desires were being ignited, Shen Muyang's intention to leave was understandable. It was only natural for her to feel reluctant. Shen Muyang comprehended her sentiments. Yet his urgency to depart was driven by a desire to familiarize himself with the market conditions there, with the intention of securing additional profits when the opportunity arose. Qianxuan, I believe it would be prudent to depart sooner rather than later, for it seems that the individuals dispatched by your company harbor no good intentions. Therefore, I cannot rely on them to provide any assistance. I must venture forth independently to ascertain the market conditions there. Ideally, I would engage in transactions with them. But if that proves unfeasible, I must consider seeking alternative buyers. Admittedly, I will miss you, yet there is a saying that rings true. If two hearts can endure, why should one engage in fleeting touches? As Chu Qianxuan was engrossed in the conversation, Shen Muyang suddenly accelerated the vehicle, catching her off guard with a brisk pace. How vexatious! Why had I never realized you were such a lecherous rogue? Chu Qianxuan exclaimed in jest, even as her hands began to wander restlessly. Qianxuan, please not now. I am preparing lunch. Shen Muyang protested, but she was undeterred. She was not the type to be coy or hesitant. Having chosen Shen Muyang, she felt no embarrassment. Thus, she turned off the gas stove and pulled him into the living room, where a spacious sofa waited. What transpired next is best left to the imagination, as by the time lunch was ready, it was nearly 12:30. After tidying up the dishes and the table, it was almost time for Chu Qianxuan to commence her work. Once he bid her farewell, Shen Muyang finally had the opportunity to thoroughly examine the changes in his body. He had now confirmed that since yesterday, a transformation had taken place within him. It resembled the completion of a building's foundation. Yesterday marked a significant qualitative shift. What lay ahead for his growth? Should he continue absorbing energy and engage in training? These questions lingered momentarily, but he chose not to dwell on them. Instead, he began to test his newfound physical capabilities. First and foremost was his strength, which had undeniably increased significantly. Next was his speed. Even his leaping ability had undergone astonishing improvement. His reflexes and other attributes had also enhanced remarkably. This transformation was profound, surpassing his abilities prior to gaining his newfound insight, with an overall enhancement of several magnitudes. He felt an almost reckless confidence, believing that even a formidable opponent like Tyson would struggle to withstand his punch. As he glanced at the clock, it was already 2 p.m. Shen Muyang resolved not to squander any more time contemplating these matters. He once again drove his small truck towards the raw stone street. With plans to depart the following day, his visit today was not merely for gambling, but to absorb energy, which was of paramount importance. Chapter 91, Mischief Revisited. Qi Sheng found himself in unfortunate circumstances, and this was not without reason. He had pondered over this predicament, concluding that the quality of his raw stones had deteriorated, yielding little in the way of valuable jade. This decline had resulted in the loss of loyal customers. While gambling on stones is inherently a matter of luck, it is also governed by probabilities, akin to a game of poker where one holds their cards close. After a series of unfortunate draws, one is bound to eventually encounter a satisfactory hand. Yet, if one continues to receive nothing of value, it may be prudent to contemplate whether foul play is afoot. In a place like Jinling City, where the availability of jadeite raw stones is scarce, the concept of high-quality jade becomes even more elusive. Within this already limited selection, Shen Muyang has procured the finest pieces from this establishment. One must wonder, what allure can the remaining stones hold for potential customers? Moreover, today has been particularly disheartening for Qi Sheng, as he managed to sell only 3 jadeite raw stones throughout the entire morning. While the sale of 3 stones may not be insignificant, the absence of a thriving business does raise concerns. With diligent management, there is hope for improvement in the future. Business fluctuations are commonplace, and during the next restock, one could easily acquire higher quality jadeite. However, complications arise, as of the 3 sold stones, 2 were of inferior quality, and only one was a decent piece of jade. Unfortunately, shortly after being unveiled, the jade cracked, transforming what was once a prized gem into mere shards of glass. Qi Sheng was left dumbfounded, and his shop became a topic of gossip. Indeed, following the incident with the cracked jade, the phrase deserted aptly described the state of his business. As he pondered whether to reduce prices, Shen Muyang made his entrance once more. In the past, he would have been considered an unwelcome customer, yet now Qi Sheng greeted him with forced cheerfulness. "Brother Shen, how delightful to see you. Please feel free to browse." The brotherly address made Shen Muyang uncomfortable, initially suspecting some trickery. However, Upon noticing the absence of other patrons, understanding dawned. Yet, this was of little consequence to him. He had come to absorb energy and strive for personal breakthroughs. Business must be thriving for you lately, Boss Qi. This remark was a blatant falsehood, primarily intended to provoke Qi Sheng. The latter responded awkwardly and retreated, fully aware of Shen Muyang's disdain for him. Had it not been for the lack of customers and the fact that Shen Muyang consistently purchased several jadeite stones during his visits, Qi Sheng would likely have ignored him altogether. Equally, Shen Muyang had no intention of engaging further. A glance at the jadeite stones he had absorbed yesterday revealed that one was missing. This indicated that someone had already fallen victim to the deception. Had only one individual experienced the misfortune of a cracked jade, they might attribute their luck to chance and not suspect the shop. However, a pattern of consecutive failures would certainly raise suspicions. Thus, Shen Muyang began to devise a rather unfortunate plan. But first, he needed to absorb energy, which required some unscrupulous actions. Activating his X-ray vision, he focused on several raw stones containing jade and began to touch them. As he absorbed the energy, the spiritual force within the raw stones would flow through his hands and surge into his body, continuing until he could no longer draw in any more energy, at which point he would switch to 2 new stones. Indeed, he absorbed 2 at a time, a technique he referred to as striking with both hands. Initially, Shen Muyang contemplated stealthily taking a few stones with him, thanks to his Qianyuan ring. However, he ultimately abandoned this notion, as the raw stone shop had several entrances, and no matter from which angle he stood, it would be impossible to discreetly collect the stones without being noticed. Should Qi Sheng decide to review the surveillance footage, the existence of his storage ring might be exposed. This was precisely why he dared only to absorb energy in this location. After 2 hours of absorption, Shen Muyang felt his body reach a state of saturation once more and ceased his efforts. He then selected 2 relatively good raw stones and proceeded to the checkout for stone extraction. Indeed, he intended to have them extracted at this very establishment, for his subsequent plans hinged upon it. The extraction process always drew the attention of onlookers, and as it commenced, patrons from other shops were naturally attracted to the scene. Moreover, Shen Muyang had garnered some reputation here, not only for previously revealing an imperial green jade, but also due to his recent betting on stones alongside Chen Taixiong. Thus, when it became apparent that Shen Muyang was extracting stones, a crowd of 20 to 30 people quickly gathered to watch, eliciting a smile from him. As the 2 raw stones were unveiled, a wave of applause erupted, and Shen Muyang promptly sold the 2 pieces of jade. Ladies and gentlemen, this shop indeed offers some fine materials. If you wish to tempt fate, feel free to give it a try. Qi Sheng could hardly have anticipated that the individual he had previously targeted, whom he later deemed unworthy, would so kindly promote his business. Furthermore, the effect was remarkably effective, likely due to the 2 pieces of jade Shen Muyang had revealed, as well as his recent words. Consequently, many began to select stones within the shop. Feeling that he had achieved his objective, Shen Muyang swiftly exited the establishment and observed from a distance. While watching, he also monitored the changes within his body. At this moment, the pearl located in his dantian was continuously rotating. With each rotation, it concentrated the spiritual energy he had previously absorbed and stored within his body into this pearl. Interestingly, the pearl had undergone a transformation, the most notable being its color. Shen Muyang remembered that when the pearl first formed, it appeared dull and gray. It later became semi-transparent, and now it had shifted to an earthy gray hue. If one did not examine it closely, it resembled a small stone on the ground, albeit a round one. Of course, this could not be a mere pebble. It was filled with an abundance of spiritual energy. If one were to compare his body to a machine, this pearl would serve as the source of power. Shen Muyang was extremely pleased with the changes occurring within him, primarily because he had discovered the path to his own empowerment. As long as he is granted the opportunity and time, one day he will undoubtedly possess the strength to send a cow flying with a single punch. While Shen Muyang was acclimating to the changes in his body, a gasp of astonishment resonated within Qi Sheng's shop. What captured his attention most was the exclamation, "It cracked again." This indicated that the fissures were not limited to just one piece. Otherwise, the word again would not have been uttered. Thus, Shen Muyang stealthily approached, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Chapter 92. The Unfortunate Qi Sheng. I had sensed something peculiar earlier. The stones extracted here either yielded black eggs or those worthless jades. Now it has escalated further, as even the worthless jades have become scarce. Aside from the black eggs, there are only cracked pieces. One emerged yesterday, and today there are already 2. I now suspect that you are deliberately selecting the good jade raw stones and leaving these problematic ones in the shop to deceive customers. I shall not relent. Either you compensate me, or I will call the authorities." The speaker, appearing to be in his 50s, seemed to be a wealthy businessman, though he clearly appeared to have been swindled. What Boss Zhu says is true. How can one conduct business in such a manner? There is no integrity whatsoever. I have never encountered such poor quality jade raw stones. A cracked piece is already rare, yet you present several at once. There must be some trickery at play. Would you agree? Among the crowd, some sought to report to the police, while others demanded compensation for their losses. In truth, most had not even made any purchases here. Yet, this was of little consequence. There is a saying that in murky waters, one can seek profit. If a chance to gain arises, why not seize it? At this moment, beads of sweat streamed down Qi Sheng's forehead as if it were raining. It would be futile for him to attempt to clarify the situation, even if he had two mouths like his wife. Shen Muyang felt an immense sense of satisfaction at this turn of events, and just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Scarface. He quickly pressed the answer button. "Hello? Yes, I understand. Please send me the location. I will call you when I arrive tomorrow." The conversation was brief, informing him that Scarface and the others had already arrived and even secured accommodations. The purpose of the call was merely to report their status and to inquire when Shen Muyang would be arriving and whether he needed airport pickup. After ending the call, Shen Muyang glanced at the time and promptly drove away. His retribution against Qi Sheng for the moment had concluded. What transpired in the shop henceforth was no longer of his concern. Should this individual be fortunate enough to weather this storm, Shen Muyang would no longer pursue him. A few instances of vengeance could be justified, but excessive retaliation would be deemed unethical. Now equipped with a storage ring, Shen Muyang only needed to carry a small bag or suitcase visibly. All other necessities could be concealed within the ring. The mere act of carrying a bag or suitcase was merely a ruse. He harbored a premonition that the contents of that suitcase were undoubtedly valuable, for there was no reason it could not be opened or its contents revealed. Since he had nothing to place within, the suitcase appeared quite conspicuous. Approaching the box slowly, Shen Muyang activated his X-ray vision. Yet, as before, he found that it could not penetrate this peculiar box. The inability to see through it suggested its extraordinary nature, especially since he could easily see through jade raw stones. Nevertheless, unable to penetrate, it was a reality he had to accept, so he began attempting to open the box. Unsurprisingly, it remained immovable. At this point, Shen Muyang's stubbornness flared up. He fervently channeled the energy from the pearl within him, feeling a surge of profound spiritual power coursing through his body, almost to the point of explosion. "Open," he shouted, pressing both hands firmly against the lid. With a creaking sound, a small gap began to appear in the lid, but when it reached less than 2 centimeters, it ceased to budge. "Damn it, I'm exhausted." Shen Muyang plopped down onto the ground, reclining backward and gasping for breath. The entire process of attempting to open the box had taken less than half a minute, yet he had exerted nearly all of his strength. Although the box remained closed, he had gleaned 2 important insights. First, the box was indeed openable. Second, he lacked the strength to fully open it. With these certainties and a clear goal in mind, all that remained was to strengthen himself. Shen Muyang harbored a bold hypothesis that the contents of this box might be the most valuable treasure associated with the ring. Admittedly, this was somewhat of a redundant statement, given that this ring contained only this single box. Even if its contents were worthless, they would still be singular. After a few minutes, as his strength began to recover, he glanced at the box once more before departing, considering that Chu Qiansun was about to finish work. He hurriedly took a quick shower and began preparing dinner. Meanwhile, in Ruiqing, Chen Gaosheng had been enjoying a comfortable life these past few days. Aside from being unable to gamble, he was free to engage in other activities. Indulging in food, drink, and pleasure, he could partake in 3 of life's pursuits. For man, while interests may not be numerous, they certainly exist. These 4 pursuits generally encompass 99 of men. If a man shows no inclination towards eating, drinking, is not lecherous, and abstains from gambling, he is either a sage or somewhat unhinged. However, indulgence in such pleasures can yield adverse effects, such as physical weakness. Chen Gaosheng was currently experiencing this negative state. His recent activities could be described as excessive indulgence, primarily during the night. Thus, he was only just rising now. "Young master, Director Chen is calling. It seems that Shen Muyang is likely to arrive tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Chen Gaosheng's eyes brightened. What was his purpose for being here? Surely, it was because of Shen Muyang. "Uncle Biao, what does my father mean by this?" Chen Gaosheng was indeed quite invested in this matter. Thus, he swiftly approached to inquire further. Chairman Chen's intention was to have him assist the company in procuring a batch of jade. Once the procurement task was accomplished, we would devise a strategy to ensure this individual remained here indefinitely. Therefore, for the next few days, you should minimize your time and frequency of outings, ideally avoiding any encounters with him. We must not alert him prematurely. Do you comprehend? This presents us with an unparalleled opportunity to deal with him. And should we miss this chance, or if the plan falters, he will undoubtedly heighten his defenses. Zhu Biao was unyielding, leaving him with no recourse. Consequently, Shen Gaosheng harbored a growing resentment towards Zhu Biao. Chapter 93. Flight to Mang City. Shen Muyang had never flown before, rendering him entirely unfamiliar with the intricacies of air travel. During dinner, he engaged in a discussion with Chu Qinshuan regarding the procedures involved in flying. Aware of his inexperience, Chu Qinshuan meticulously outlined the essential points to consider when flying. My dear, the process of flying is not as convoluted as you might imagine. First, we check in, proceed through security, wait at the gate, board the plane, locate our seats, and finally disembark. The sole aspect to remember is not to forget your ticket and identification. Additionally, it is imperative to complete the check-in process at least half an hour prior to departure. Thus, it is advisable to arrive at the airport ahead of time to mitigate any unforeseen traffic delays. Regarding luggage, you have only one bag, which you can bring directly into the cabin, so your primary concern should be punctuality. Chu Qinshuan conveyed the essential flying protocols and considerations in the most succinct and comprehensible manner. My love, the funds from the Jade sales have been transferred to your account. Furthermore, here is the list and details of the personnel accompanying us to Ruiqing, which I meticulously prepared this afternoon. It is crucial for you to study this thoroughly. There are 3 individuals. One is Huang Yuhua, the deputy manager of the finance department. He is the brother-in-law of Chen Tiexiong, and thus a staunch supporter. So you must remain cautious around him. The second individual is Su Meijiao, the manager of the procurement department, the very woman Chen Tiexiong mentioned 2 nights ago. You should be vigilant with her as well. She is Chen Tiexiong's mistress, though she lacks cunning. So as long as you do not provoke her, you should be fine. Lastly, there is Song Yuhang, the most esteemed appraiser at Feixiang Jewelry Company. His evaluations of Jade are consistently accurate. He is also an upright individual, and I have secured a spot for you to consult him should the need arise, as he shares a cordial relationship with my grandfather. As Shen Muyang perused the documents, he attentively listened to her explanations. Once he grasped the information, he promptly tucked the documents away. When do they depart? He inquired, with a clear ulterior motive in mind. To put it plainly, his trip to Ruiqing was not solely to earn money. It was also an opportunity to study the market in preparation for his future venture. Initially, he contemplated opening a raw stone shop, but later acquiesced to Chu Hanyang's proposal, which involved directly selling finished jade products. Moreover, he harbored a bolder ambition, not only to sell jade but also potentially other varieties, such as Hetian jade. In essence, he aimed to master this trade and subsequently expand his enterprise around this core foundation. He was resolute in this aspiration. There's a saying, a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. If Shen Muyang did not seek to achieve something significant, it would be impossible for him to succeed. Thus, he resolved to head there in advance, regarding the 3 individuals sent by the Feixiang group as secondary. Collaboration would be ideal, yet if it proved unattainable, he remained unfazed, firmly believing he could prosper without their assistance. The exact timing of his departure remained undecided, but it should not exceed 3 days. Regardless, he would call you before they left. By the way, you must video call me every night. And do not seek out distractions, otherwise I will not hesitate to take action. Shen Muyang furrowed his brow, perplexed by the woman's beauty juxtaposed with her coarse words. The term distraction was one he had not encountered in years. Nowadays, they were referred to as escorts or public relations. Naturally, Shen Muyang assured her repeatedly, as he was to depart the following day. Thus, Chu Qinshuan spent the night in a flurry of activity. The next day, after nearly 2 weeks of clear skies, a fine rain began to fall. Nevertheless, the rain did not waver Shen Muyang's determination to strive for his ideals. Thus, under Chu Qinshuan's farewell, he arrived at Jinling Lukou Airport. There were 3 flights from Jinling to Mongshu, the longest of which took over 10 hours, a duration Shen Muyang could not fathom enduring. Therefore, he opted for the most cost-effective flight, the Hongtou Airlines Flight 67114. This flight departed from Jinling Lukou International Airport at 12:45 and was scheduled to arrive at Dahong Mongshu Airport at 16:10, with a total flight duration of 3 hours and 25 minutes. It was also Shen Muyang's first realization that, akin to high-speed trains, planes also made stops along their routes. His prior understanding was that once a plane took to the skies, it would directly arrive at its destination. Thus, the knowledge of a child from the countryside remained rather limited. Muyang, remember my words. You must video call me every night, and I will show you what you wish to see. Also, if you feel overwhelmed, you may occasionally go out to relax, but take proper precautions. I am not unreasonable. Yet you must not overstep, otherwise I shall disregard you. Shen Muyang was taken aback by her candid remarks, pondering whether she was genuinely magnanimous or merely testing him. In truth, Chu Qinshuan was not testing him. She understood a fundamental truth. It is better to be lenient than to impose strict restrictions. Men are inherently more driven, and in the current climate, it is well known that even if one does not seek companionship, it may often come knocking at their door. Regardless of your ability to oversee matters, every man is fundamentally the same. Given this, one might as well turn a blind eye. This aligns with the earlier sentiment that it is better to be lenient than to be strict. The more stringent the oversight, the more men may be drawn to the thrill of secrecy, ultimately leading to an addiction to such excitement over time. Naturally, Shen Muyang would not foolishly indulge in the topic introduced by this woman. Instead, he merely advised her to remain cautious at home. After bidding farewell to someone with a kiss, he embarked on his inaugural journey through the airport. Following the steps outlined by Chu Qinshuan, Shen Muyang began to navigate the boarding process. In truth, some experiences seem daunting until one endures them firsthand. Boarding a plane is not vastly different from taking a train or bus at a transport station from years past. The sole distinction lies in the requirement of identification for air travel, unlike bus journeys where one simply presents a ticket to board. As this was his first flight, Shen Muyang appeared particularly animated as the plane ascended into the sky. He gazed left and right, up and down, filled with curiosity. However, as time passed, the novelty waned. Outside the aircraft, fluffy white clouds drifted by, while most passengers inside were either resting or asleep. Only the flight attendants occasionally passed through, leading Shen Muyang to lose interest. He soon closed his eyes, seeking slumber as he anticipated reaching his destination. Yet, despite his desire to sleep, his body resisted, plagued by nausea and dizziness. Chapter 94. Yujinju. Shen Muyang's initial instinct was to suspect poisoning, a notion that was swiftly dismissed within 2 seconds. He had prepared his own meals the previous night and this morning, and the water he consumed was boiled by himself. Furthermore, he had no contact with outsiders, only the company of Chu Qinshuan. Why would she wish him harm? It made no sense. Thus, he considered another possibility: motion sickness. Indeed, motion sickness. Just as some experience nausea while traveling by car or boat, it stands to reason that flying could induce similar discomfort. However, fewer individuals suffer from motion sickness in airplanes, primarily because there are fewer passengers in the air than on the road. Consequently, one hears little about in-flight sickness, even though the ratio of those affected is likely higher than that of car passengers. "Sir, are you all right?" Just as Shen Muyang's discomfort intensified, a voice emerged beside him. He glanced at the woman seated next to him, who had boarded the flight alongside him. They had exchanged greetings earlier, and noticing his unease, she inquired about his condition. "I'm fine. I think I might be experiencing motion sickness." Upon hearing this, the woman's demeanor visibly relaxed. "Please wait. I will call a flight attendant for you." Before Shen Muyang could intervene, the woman began to summon assistance, and shortly thereafter, a flight attendant arrived. On the aircraft, there are no medical personnel available, yet the flight attendants are generally trained in various areas, including basic first aid. After a brief inquiry and examination, it was determined that Shen Muyang was merely experiencing motion sickness. With the assistance of a flight attendant, he consumed a tablet of dopamine. Perhaps due to the multiple modifications his body had undergone, coupled with the effects of the medication, he gradually began to recover. "Thank you very much. I am Shen Muyang." He introduced himself while extending his right hand. Yujinju hesitated for a moment before reciprocating the gesture, although she refrained from disclosing her name. Clearly, she was not inclined to converse with a stranger, yet she politely assured him that it was no trouble at all. She appeared to be a woman in her 30s, not conventionally beautiful, but possessing a certain opulence reminiscent of a lady from a wealthy household of yore. Aware of her disinterest in conversation, Shen Muyang expressed his gratitude and fell silent. He began to mobilize the beads within him, channeling his spiritual energy to nourish his body, as he had recently discovered that each cycle of this energy alleviated his motion sickness. Noticing Shen Muyang's silence and his subsequent closure of his eyes, Yujinju decided to divert her attention elsewhere and also shut her eyes. However, As she did so, she felt an alluring presence drawing her in. This sensation, though faint, was undeniably palpable, prompting her to instinctively lean closer, akin to be drawn to nectar. Quickly, she opened her eyes, and the enchanting feeling vanished without a trace. Initially suspecting it to be a mere illusion, she closed her eyes once more, only to find the sensation returning. After several repetitions, Eugene Zhu concluded that this compelling aura emanated from the man beside her, who had just experienced motion sickness. Though the notion seemed absurd, her experiments confirmed its validity. The aura was profoundly comforting, akin to the irresistible desire to retreat into an air-conditioned room on a sweltering summer day. Yet, she was perplexed as to why the feeling dissipated upon opening her eyes, reappearing only when they were closed. After some deliberation, she resolved to embrace the delightful sensation and closed her eyes again. In truth, this phenomenon was indeed linked to Shen Muyang. As he activated the beads within him, it was akin to continuously releasing spiritual energy. When humans close their eyes, their senses become heightened, allowing them to perceive such energies. Spiritual energy inherently benefits the body, and as it circulated, a portion naturally leaked out, making Eugene Zhu the most immediate beneficiary of this exchange. After a while of circulating his energy, Shen Muyang felt invigorated, having successfully overcome his motion sickness. At that moment, he felt someone resting on his left shoulder. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered it was the woman who had previously offered him assistance. She appeared to be asleep, her head comfortably nestled against Shen Muyang's shoulder. It might have been unintentional, but it could also have been subconscious. Regardless, she leaned there peacefully. It was only then that Shen Muyang had the opportunity to examine her closely. She was not conventionally beautiful, yet possessed a charm that was undeniably captivating. An aura emanated from her, reminiscent of a noble woman, but more akin to a successful career woman. This was evident from her attire, and her accent suggested she hailed from the northeastern region of China. This detail struck him as peculiar. It was hard to fathom how someone with a northeastern accent could have flown from Jinling to Mang City. Shen Muyang chose not to disturb her. After all, he was merely borrowing her shoulder, and he had nothing to lose. Besides, she exuded a subtle fragrance, not one from perfume, but a natural essence reminiscent of milk. Time passed, and eventually, the announcement signaling the plane's imminent descent resonated through the cabin, awakening Eugene Zhu. Upon waking, she realized, to her surprise, that she had been resting against this man whose name she had forgotten. Indeed, Shen Muyang had introduced himself earlier, but she had failed to remember. "I'm so sorry. I must have dozed off." Eugene Zhu felt a tinge of embarrassment, considering they were not well acquainted, not even knowing each other's names. Yet she had fallen asleep against him. "It's nothing. You helped me earlier, and I merely borrowed your shoulder. We're even now," Shen Muyang replied as he began to fasten his seatbelt. He had unbuckled it earlier due to discomfort during the flight, but now, with the plane preparing for landing, it was time to secure it once more. Eugene Zhu was engaged in similar tasks, and conversing with Shen Muyang seemed unnecessary at that point. After all, they would soon disembark and part ways, with little chance of meeting again. At most, they would exchange a brief farewell upon exiting the aircraft. In life, encounters like these are far too frequent. If one were to invest time and energy into each fleeting moment, they would undoubtedly lead the most arduous existence imaginable. Chapter 95, Arrival in Ruiqing. This was Shen Muyang's first visit to Mang City, and upon stepping off the bus, he found himself somewhat disoriented, unable to discern directions. He could only follow the crowd towards the exit. He declined the offer of a pickup from Scarface, deeming it unnecessary and cumbersome. "Where are you headed? May I offer you a ride?" Just as Shen Muyang was preparing to hail a taxi to Ruiqing, a somewhat familiar voice called out from behind him. Eugene Zhu herself was unsure why she had uttered those words, considering their interaction had been limited. Logically, their acquaintance should have concluded upon disembarking the plane, with little prospect of further connection. Yet, at times, fate unfolds in curious ways. Upon reaching the exit, he unexpectedly encountered the man once more. Observing the man swaying and glancing around, it was evident he was not well acquainted with the surroundings. Instinctively, words escaped his lips without a moment's contemplation. "I'm heading to Ruiqing. And you?" Having stated his destination, Shen Muyang posed a reciprocal inquiry. "What a coincidence. I'm also bound for Ruiqing. Why not ride with me? My vehicle will arrive shortly. Just a moment." After this, Eugene Zhu fell silent. Shen Muyang found himself puzzled by her words. What did she mean by her car arriving soon? However, some matters require no explanation, as merely 2 minutes later, a sleek black vehicle pulled up beside her. From within emerged a man and a woman. President Yu. At this moment, Shen Muyang grasped the situation. The woman's surname was Yu, though he was uncertain of the specific character. Please get in, sir. Yu Jinju was not one for excessive words. After exchanging a couple of brief remarks with the duo, she invited Shen Muyang to enter the vehicle. He, not want to be coy, promptly opened the door and slipped inside, feigning ignorance to the scrutinizing gazes cast by the man and woman. Throughout the journey, perhaps due to Shen Muyang's presence as an outsider, the trio remained largely silent. Yet, it was Yu Jinju who eventually broke the silence, inquiring, I seem to have forgotten your name. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yu Jinju, with Yu as in lush greenery, Jin as in embellishing beauty, and Ju as in lustrous pearls. Shen Muyang surmised that she had not retained his name, yet this was within his expectations. Thus, he revealed his own name in turn. Shen Muyang. That's a splendid name, bathing in sunlight. How lovely. By the way, what brings you to this area? Care to share? Although Shen Muyang had not ventured far afield, he was well aware of the darker sides of human nature. Thus, he remained cautious. He knew he could not disclose the truth, so he sought a plausible excuse. Their conversation meandered aimlessly, and Shen Muyang refrained from inquiring about her origins or purpose for being here. Questions such as why she would go to Jinling City and so forth were rendered irrelevant. Originally, upon disembarking from the plane, the chances of their paths crossing seemed non-existent. Yet now, sharing a ride together was indeed a twist of fate. However, the woman occupying the front passenger seat, resembling a secretary or assistant, consistently regarded him with a watchful gaze, as if guarding against a potential threat. This scrutiny made Shen Muyang somewhat uncomfortable. Did he truly appear so villainous? Thankfully, the distance from Mang County to Ruiqing was not extensive, and after a little over an hour, they arrived. After expressing his gratitude, Shen Muyang parted ways with Yu Jinju and her companions. Stepping out of the car, he promptly dialed Scar, and soon enough, Scar arrived. Boss, you've had quite the day, Scar remarked as he approached, immediately taking the suitcase from Shen Muyang's grasp. The toil is not unbearable, yet hunger is indeed a reality. Let us first procure some sustenance from the hotel, and then we shall engage in a more detailed discussion. By the way, where are the others? In a certain hotel, in a particular private room, Shen Muyang dined while listening to the report from Scar. Although Scar had not been here for long, he had managed to gather some fundamental information, proving himself to be quite capable. The hotel he selected was conveniently located not far from the raw stone market, and he had also acquired a second-hand vehicle. This second-hand car is crucial, as it facilitates transportation, and he had gathered information on other matters as well. As Chu Qinchuan remarked, this area is considerably more chaotic compared to Jinling City. If you are a woman adorned in gold and silver, it is prudent to exercise caution. There is a likelihood of encountering robbery in secluded places, with some criminals even resorting to tearing off your earrings. Fortunately, such incidents have become increasingly rare during the day. Though petty theft remains a concern, due to the peculiar nature of this place, management is indeed rather lax. Establishments such as illegal gambling dens and vice venues are frequently encountered, and certain streets are awash with pink lights at night, indicating the services offered therein, which are largely unregulated. Even if the authorities intend to crack down, these individuals possess a keen instinct, often vacating the premises long before any action is taken. However, Shen Muyang remains largely unconcerned about these matters. His primary focus lies on the management issues within the raw stone market. Since he arrived after dark, he had no opportunity to visit the market. Boss, there are essentially no significant problems in the raw stone market, Scar reported. Given the size of the market, it is subject to local oversight. While minor issues may arise, substantial problems are unlikely. Furthermore, the market has its own internal management, ensuring that all transactions within are legal and secure. Yet, once one steps outside the raw stone market, the situation becomes less certain, albeit better than one might expect. Listening to Scar's reassurances, Shen Muyang felt considerably more at ease. His purpose for this visit was to profit, not to invite trouble. He summoned Scar and his associates not only for assistance, but also as a precautionary measure. Scar, starting tomorrow, I need you and the brothers to find a residence, preferably in a secluded area. The surroundings need not be luxurious, but tranquility is essential. Whether we purchase or rent, either option is acceptable. Here is a list of items I require. Once you secure the location, procure these items. Remember, do not hesitate to spend a little extra. It is imperative that you find such a place swiftly, as I will need it. This card holds 3 million, primarily for acquiring property. If that proves insufficient, reach out to me. Should purchasing not be feasible, we can consider renting, but the lease must be for a considerable duration, at least a year. Should there be additional funds available, I shall consider purchasing another vehicle in due course. I possess a premonition that we may frequently frequent this place in the future. Thus, I intend to regard it as a long-term venture for development. As I have reiterated, if you all diligently accompany me in this endeavor, I shall ensure that you are well rewarded, and in due time, vehicles, homes, and companionship shall be within our grasp. The fervor in the eyes of those few individuals as Shen Muyang spoke was palpable. They were, after all, mere ruffians, often overlooked by others. Now that Shen Muyang placed such significance upon them, they felt a genuine sense of gratitude, for one is willing to sacrifice for those who recognize their worth. Shen Muyang adeptly seized upon this sentiment. He could indeed spend money, yet unwavering loyalty from these individuals was paramount. Chapter 96. A humble goal of 100 million. Ruiqing is a splendid locale, characterized by a temperate climate with minimal fluctuations between day and night. Typically, during May, the daytime temperatures in Ruiqing rarely exceed 30 degrees Celsius, while the evenings hover around a comfortable 20 degrees. Even when disparities arise, they are not stark, rendering this climate exceedingly pleasant. This was a promise Shen Muyang made to Chu Qianxuan before his departure. Should he forget this matter on the very first day, well, the consequences would be dire. As the video call request was sent, Chu Qianxuan promptly connected. At that moment, she appeared to have just finished bathing, adorned with a facial mask. "Darling, do you miss me?" she inquired while placing her phone on the bathroom vanity, simultaneously attending to her face. It was evident the mask had only just been applied, with a few imperfections in its placement. "Yes, I miss your sister," Shen Muyang jested. While she had asked if he missed her, his retort implied a far different meaning. A stark contrast in interpretation. Rogued. Chu Qianxuan, well aware of his playful nature, felt a rare blush creep upon her cheeks, though the mask concealed it from view. "Qianxuan, I speak nothing but the truth. By the way, has Shen Muyang reached out to you?" Shen Muyang was cautious about broaching overly sensitive topics. Given his current solitary circumstances, should the conversation take a heated turn, extinguishing the flames of discourse could prove challenging. "Yes, she will be arriving here in a few days. By the way, what kind of job do you think I should arrange for her? Perhaps I should have her join Feixiang Group?" Shen Muyang pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Qianxuan, consider this. Are we not planning to open a store? You could entrust her with the task of finding a suitable location. This would not only provide her with valuable experience, but also grant her a sense of involvement. Once the store is established, let her assist you in its management. What do you think?" Chu Qianxuan furrowed her brow, comprehending Shen Muyang's implication. The store he referenced was undoubtedly the forthcoming Jade, an antique establishment, which would pave the way for subsequent developments, entrusting his sister with the responsibility of scouting for the location. More or less, this matter seems somewhat absurd. After all, Shen Muyang possesses little social experience. Securing a job may be feasible, but finding a suitable location for opening a store is rather a tall order. Shen Muyang, fully aware of the implications behind her words, smiled and elucidated. "Those who have just emerged from academia often harbor lofty ambitions, myself included, oblivious to the hardships of real life. My intention is for her to gain practical experience. Whether she succeeds or fails bears no consequence for us. I merely wish for her to confront challenges. Imagine if she were to discover that she has a brother and sister-in-law worth billions. Would she still strive for success? Thus, we should allow her to navigate the complexities of society, which may hasten her maturation. Ultimately, this approach yields only benefits without drawbacks. Additionally, she can accompany her grandfather and learn a thing or two." At this moment, Chu Qianxuan grasped the essence of the man's intentions. In truth, it was a brother's desire to cultivate his sister's resilience. Sometimes, a shift in perspective reveals Shen Muyang's thoughtful intentions. If she were Shen Muyang, upon graduating, knowing her brother's wealth, would she still be motivated to work hard? She could effortlessly thrive in such a scenario, a phenomenon reminiscent of many second- and third-generation affluent individuals today. Born into wealth, they often only learn to spend and squander. Consider how few wealthy heirs manage to preserve their family fortunes. Even the likes of Xiang Xikong are relatively fortunate. "All right, I will heed your advice. But won't she suspect anything with us residing in such a grand villa?" Chu Qianxuan raised this concern. Shen Muyang stroked his chin and replied, "That is a different matter altogether. This villa belongs to you. Moreover, I never claim to be impoverished. I simply haven't revealed the extent of my wealth. The concepts of lacking money and possessing assets in the billions are not synonymous. I do not intend to impose unnecessary hardships upon her. That would be unwarranted. Rest assured, I will manage the situation. Now, Tell me about the circumstances during your journey, he prompted. This reminded Shen Muyang of the woman he encountered on the plane. Though he refrained from mentioning it, he merely recounted his experience of motion sickness and the events following his arrival. They also discussed the upcoming schedule. After conversing for over an hour, their video call concluded. After all, they had only just parted ways a day prior and were not yet overwhelmed with longing. Once the call ended, Shen Muyang visited the restroom, plugged in his phone to charge, and promptly drifted into slumber. Perhaps it was the fatigue from traveling or the comfort of the night here, but he soon succumbed to sleep. The following day, after breakfast, Shen Muyang briefed the scar-faced individuals once more before heading to the so-called rough stone market. Upon arriving at this market, he was genuinely taken aback. His initial impression was simply one of vastness. Similar to a typical large vegetable wholesale market, the moment Shen Muyang arrived, he was enveloped by a powerful surge of energy. Undoubtedly, these energy fluctuations were emanating from the jade within the raw stones, a sensation he could perceive due to their astonishing quantity. Furthermore, driven by the desire for profit, his ambition for the day was to amass a fortune of 100 million. Just after Shen Muyang departed, two individuals appeared at the very spot where he had stood, none other than Shen Gaosheng and Zhu Biao. Chapter 97. The Initiation of Action. Uncle Biao. I want him dead. It is undeniable that the person Shen Gaosheng loathed the most at this moment was Shen Muyang. The mere mention of his name ignited an inexplicable fury within him. Upon encountering him in person, his eyes began to redden. Zhu Biao cast a glance at Shen Gaosheng and, this time, did not oppose him, fully aware of the conflict between Shen Gaosheng and Shen Muyang. In truth, their enmity was not as profound as it seemed. At least, Shen Muyang was not the instigator in this affair. The circumstances could be construed as Shen Gaosheng's initiative, suggesting that Shen Muyang was the true victim. Thus, any animosity should logically stem from Shen Muyang towards Shen Gaosheng, particularly given past grievances such as rivalry over romantic interest and repeated humiliations, culminating in hiring thugs like Scar to confront Shen Muyang. Consequently, one might expect Shen Muyang to harbor greater resentment towards Shen Gaosheng. However, the reality was strikingly contrary. On numerous occasions, Shen Muyang overlooked this animosity, primarily for two reasons. The first reason was Zhu Lingling's infidelity. That was her choice. A woman seeking to stray has options beyond Shen Gaosheng. Thus, the crux of the issue lay not with Shen Gaosheng, but with Zhu Lingling. If one were to liken Zhu Lingling to a piece of refuse, then Shen Gaosheng would be the dog drawn to it. This analogy may be distasteful, yet it aptly illustrates that the situation arose from her actions, attracting such attention. Therefore, as long as this refuse exists, even if the dog does not arrive, other dogs will inevitably come, and even if no dogs appear, flies will surely follow. Thus, Shen Muyang's hatred towards Shen Gaosheng was not particularly intense. As he once expressed to Zhu Lingling, love can fade, and there is no need for further harm. The second reason is that Shen Muyang, as a result of these events, ultimately gained the most significant advantage. Not only did he acquire the power of clairvoyance, but he also used this to strengthen himself. In terms of women, Chu Qiansun far surpassed Zhu Lingling. It is akin to a person losing 100 yuan, only to turn around and find 100,000 in cash. Would he still care about the lost 100 yuan? For this reason, Shen Muyang's feelings towards both Zhu Lingling and Shen Gaosheng were not as intense as those of Shen Gaosheng toward him. Rest assured, he would undoubtedly deal with him. However, the boss had instructed that action should only be taken after this procurement task was concluded. Thus, we must wait a few more days. During this time, do not act recklessly. This is not Jinling City, and some matters are reciprocal. You may discreetly deal with him, but should he become aware of your presence here, he too could retaliate. Therefore, we must exercise caution and ensure we do not attract his attention. Shen Gaosheng clenched his fists tightly, ultimately acquiescing to Zhu Biao's assertion. Meanwhile, Shen Muyang remained oblivious to the fact that someone had set their sights on him. Nor was he aware that Shen Gaosheng had arrived in this vicinity. At this moment, he gazed at the dazzling array of jadeite rough stones, his eyes nearly overwhelmed by the abundance. The reason was evident. Not only was there an abundance, but the quality was also exceptional. In comparison to Jinling City, the rough jadeite there paled in comparison. If one were to categorize these stones, the third tier here would equate to the first tier over in Jinling City. Most crucially, the prices were not modest. Much like purchasing fruits at a market, a vividly colored apple may not necessarily be delicious, while visibly spoiled apples are certainly inedible. Hence, this encapsulates the essence of first impressions. Shen Muyang refrained from hastily making a purchase or absorbing spiritual energy. Instead, he opted to observe. After approximately half an hour of scrutiny, he concluded that the procedures here were quite similar to those in Jinling City, with the distinction that this market was evidently more refined. After all, this was the largest and most reputable marketplace. The next step was to select the rough stones. As he activated his X-ray vision, the stones before him became transparent. He first eliminated the black stones, followed by those that were small and of inferior quality. Ultimately, he settled on a piece of rough stone the size of a grinding wheel, weighing several hundred pounds, which came with a hefty price tag of 1.2 million. However, Shen Muyang felt no hesitation. He promptly paid the amount and proceeded to have the stone processed. Meanwhile, Yu Jinju arrived at the rough stone market accompanied by her assistant and bodyguards. The purpose of this woman's visit was, in fact, akin to that of Shen Muyang. Specifically, she was there to procure jadeite, just like the Feixiang group. Yu Jinju hailed from northeast China, a fact that Shen Muyang was aware of due to her distinct accent. Although the accent was subtle, it was discernible upon closer listening, as the essence of it was unmistakable. Just like the distinctive dialect from Guangxi, her speech revealed her origins. Naturally, Yu Jinju also owned a jewelry company, one that was not inferior in scale to the Feixiang group. Originally, this company belonged to her late husband, who had tragically passed away in an accident, leaving Yu Jinju to uphold the vast enterprise. Fortunately, this woman possessed remarkable capabilities, managing to sustain the jewelry business through sheer determination. However, with the prices of jadeite steadily rising over the past year and continuing into this year, the profit margins for them had diminished considerably. As the market tightened, the costs of raw materials and labor had escalated, making it entirely reasonable for the intermediate profits to be compressed. Especially this year, as turmoil has once again erupted in northern Myanmar, the price of jadeite rough has seen a further increase. This situation is akin to the chaos caused by wars in various nations, with gold being the first commodity to experience a price surge. Of course, this phenomenon is region-specific. Northern Myanmar is primarily characterized by its jadeite and opium cultivation. Thus, amidst the ongoing conflict, it is understandable that the prices of these two commodities are soaring. Her purpose for coming here is fundamentally for procurement. As for why she chose to fly via Jinling City, it is primarily due to business engagements. With a convenient stopover in Jinling City, Yu Jinju has brought a staggering 1 billion to procure jadeite, if all goes smoothly. This substantial amount should suffice for her high-end jadeite needs for the year. In truth, it is the high-quality jadeite that holds real value, as the market is never short of ordinary jadeite, which yields minimal profit. At the very least, the profit margin is significantly smaller compared to that of green jadeite. Yu Jinju wandered the rough stone market for over an hour, but found no suitable targets to invest in. Generally, the bustling atmosphere of stone gambling is more pronounced in the afternoon, particularly before 9 or 10 in the morning, when few dare to engage in such activities. Much like card games, people typically choose to gamble in the afternoon or evening, with very few starting in the morning. Just then, Yu Jinju heard exclamations from a distance and looked up to see someone unveiling a stone. The so-called exclamations were the sounds of onlookers captivated by the event. Upon hearing these cries, Yu Jinju recognized that someone had struck it rich, prompting her to hasten towards the crowd with her assistant. Chapter 98. Encountering an Acquaintance. Hey, little brother, is this piece of green jadeite for sale? I'll offer 5 million. This was the first thing Yu Jinju heard upon arriving. It was evident that the person addressing her as little brother had indeed hit the jackpot, and a considerable one at that, given the jadeite's valuation of 5 million, which is by no means trivial, despite the fact that Shen Muyang consistently unveils jadeite worth several million. This is attributed to his unique ability to see through the stones. In a typical scenario, most stones unveiled at a jadeite shop yield losses. Only about 30% of them are profitable, with less than 10% yielding substantial profits. Yu Jinju was clearly interested in this piece of jadeite, so she quickly squeezed into the crowd to get a closer look before making a bid. However, as soon as she managed to get in, she spotted a familiar face. Indeed, the one unveiling the stone was none other than Shen Muyang. This revelation surprised Yu Jinju, not because she had encountered him here or because of the jadeite in his hands, but because he was actually gambling on stones. This left Yu Jinju somewhat bewildered, as just yesterday during their car ride, Shen Muyang had claimed he was merely here for leisure, clearly not being truthful with her. Old Liu, how can you dare to offer 5 million? Little brother, how about you transfer this piece of jadeite to me? I'll offer 6 million. I'll raise it to 6.5 million. At this moment, Shen Muyang's heart was brimming with joy, for he had uncovered a significant truth. The prices of jadeite here appeared to be genuinely lower. However, The prices of jade raw stones were equally modest, and most crucially, there was an abundance of merchants purchasing jade in this locale. In Jinling City, to put it plainly, there were merely a handful of individuals engaged in such transactions. Yet here was an entirely different scenario, one that attracted merchants from across the nation. Regardless of whether it was the off-season or peak season, numerous external buyers could always be found here. This implied that even in the absence of the Fei Xiang group, he could still amass wealth in this place. As Shen Muyang indulged in his reverie, a somewhat familiar feminine voice reached his ears. "I bid 7 million. Following the source of the sound, he turned to see Eugene Zhu, her face adorned with a smile, gazing at him. "What? Have you forgotten me after just one night?" Seeing Shen Muyang in a daze, Eugene Zhu teased him, reflecting on the nature of human interactions. During the first encounter, most individuals seldom expect future interactions. The second meeting might feel serendipitous, yet it rarely extends beyond that. However, after the third encounter, perceptions often shift should there be any subsequent contact. The individuals can essentially be regarded as acquaintances. Eugene Zhu had now classified Shen Muyang as an acquaintance, regardless of whether it was mere coincidence or destiny. They had fortuitously crossed paths once more. Thus, she understood his momentary bewilderment, having experienced a similar state herself moments prior. "Well, what a coincidence. I didn't anticipate encountering you here. Did you just mention you wanted this piece of jade?" After a brief moment of awkwardness, Shen Muyang regained his composure. "Young man, I offer 8 million. I doubt anyone here would outbid me. If you're willing to sell, it's mine." Had this been just a minute earlier, Shen Muyang would have readily sold this piece of jade to this fellow. However, at that moment, he replied, "I apologize, but I do not intend to sell this jade. If it's convenient, could you provide me with a contact number? If I come across any quality jade later, I shall reach out to you. What do you think?" Shen Muyang's refusal was gracious, and he had cleverly left himself a way out by requesting the other party's contact information. It was evident that this particular piece of jade could not be sold to him, but that did not preclude the possibility of selling future jade discoveries to him. It is not easy to find a client willing to be so generous, so it was essential to seize the opportunity when it arose. Old Chen initially felt a twinge of regret, but upon hearing Shen Muyang's words, he readily agreed. After handing Shen Muyang a business card, he took his leave. Once Shen Muyang tucked the card away, he presented the recently acquired jade to Eugene Zhu. "Boss, this piece of jade is yours." Eugene Zhu was taken aback by Shen Muyang's unexpected gesture. To speak candidly, the value of this jade was approximately just over 8 million. Of course, this valuation was based on the local market prices, so even if it were purchased for 8 million, it would not incur a loss, and there would still be a margin for profit. If this were in another place, such as Jinling City, it could easily fetch 5 million. Thus, when that individual initially offered 8 million, Eugene Zhu found herself contemplating whether to raise her bid. After all, it was only her first day here, and she had ample time to observe. Unexpectedly, however, Shen Muyang outright rejected the offer of 8 million. "Mr. Shen, my bid is a mere 7 million. Eugene Zhu, regaining her composure, made a light-hearted quip, not intending to take advantage of the situation. Yet, Shen Muyang's subsequent words compelled her to reassess this man. "Naturally, it is 7 million, boss you. I appreciate your assistance yesterday, so I am offering you this piece of jade at a lower price as a token of gratitude for your help." With that, Eugene Zhu observed Shen Muyang, accepting the jade without pretense and handing it over to her assistant. The transaction proceeded seamlessly. While Shen Muyang was willing to extend a courtesy to this woman, he would not simply gift it away. After all, no one's money comes easily, and sometimes offering gifts can lead others to suspect ulterior motives. "Mr. Shen, do you engage in stone gambling? You told me yesterday that you were merely here for tourism." Once the deal was concluded, Eugene Zhu began to voice her curiosity. Shen Muyang appeared somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head awkwardly. "Well, my mother advised me to be cautious when out and about, so..." Eugene Zhu found his demeanor amusing, particularly his reference to his mother's advice. It was clearly a convenient excuse. She recognized its insincerity, but found it endearing nonetheless. "All right, but remember, stone gambling carries its own risks. Don't be too greedy." To be candid, Eugene Zhu harbored doubts about Shen Muyang's genuine interest in stone gambling, given his youth. He seemed more akin to a wealthy scion, drawn here by curiosity and luck. Such young individuals were not uncommon, relying on their affluent backgrounds. They occasionally tempted fate with stones. Thus, in a bid to prove their prowess, they would venture to places like this. Eugene Zhu had encountered similar characters before, and she categorized Shen Muyang as one of them. Since they had crossed paths, she felt it appropriate to offer him some sage advice. After humbly acknowledging her words, Shen Muyang took his leave. After all, this was only their second encounter, though unbeknownst to him, their paths would soon intertwine once more. Chapter 99. A Fortuitous Reunion. Shen Muyang was certain of one thing. Making money here was easier than in Jinling City. Encouraged by his recent experience, he felt increasingly confident about his forthcoming financial endeavors. Thus, he entered another raw stone shop without hesitation. Watching Shen Muyang profit again, Chen Gaosheng felt a pang of anger, a testament to his jealousy as he observed from a distance. Accompanying him was Zhu Biao, and intriguingly, another familiar face, Huang Shulang, the very individual who had previously assisted Chen Gaosheng in their wager against Shen Muyang. Young Master Chen, I previously advised you against forging enmity with this individual, particularly in the realm of stone gambling. Have you truly forgotten? This person's prowess in gambling is unparalleled, reaching a level of mastery I have seldom witnessed. Thus, I am unequivocally no match for him. I sincerely apologize, but I am unable to assist you. Huang Shulang's stance is quite clear. He will not lend aid to Chen Gaosheng, primarily because he understands he cannot contend with Shen Muyang. Old Huang, do not be hasty. If we cannot confront him openly, must we not resort to subtlety? After our previous defeat, do you not yearn for retribution? Upon hearing Chen Gaosheng's words, Huang Shulang furrowed his brow. To speak candidly, he truly harbored no desire for vengeance. After all, having lived to this age, he has long since shed the arrogance of youth. Moreover, throughout his years in this industry, there have been numerous who have triumphed over Shen. No one can guarantee victory with every gamble. It is akin to a gambling deity. He too cannot assure winnings in every round. Thus, over time, one becomes accustomed to the ebb and flow of fortune. Young Master Chen, I bear no grudge against this person, wherefore the notion of revenge. If you wish to seek vengeance, I shall not impede you, but please do not involve me. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Having uttered this, Huang Shulang turned to depart, only to be halted once again by Chen Gaosheng. Old Huang, here is a cash check for 10 million. Should you be willing to assist me, this sum will be yours. Rest assured, this is under my father's directive. You may inquire with Uncle Biao. Furthermore, there will be ample rewards upon the successful completion of the task. Huang Shulang glanced at the check, then at Zhu Biao, and upon receiving a confirming nod, he hesitated. Young Master Chen, it is not that I am unwilling to help. Rather, I lack confidence. Losing my reputation is inconsequential, yet I fear this money might be squandered in vain. Why subject yourself to such risk? Chen Gaosheng discerned Huang Shulang's wavering resolve. His reluctance stemmed from uncertainty. Old Huang, this time is different. We can employ some strategies. I am aware that you own a raw stone shop. Here is the plan. As Huang Shulang listened, his eyes began to narrow. He soon grasped Chen Gaosheng's intentions. Old Huang, if you are willing to cooperate, I shall absorb all losses, and we will split the profits 50-50. What do you think? In that moment, Huang Shulang's interest was finally piqued. Although Chen Gaosheng's scheme was somewhat unscrupulous, it indeed presented a viable solution. Should it succeed, they could amass considerable wealth, and crucially, even in failure, he would incur no loss. Thus, the two swiftly reached an agreement. However, unbeknownst to them, Shen Muyang was currently engaged in the process of stone unearthing, having just completed the third stone of the morning. The first raw stone cost 1.2 million, yielding jade that he sold for 7 million to Eugene Zhu. The second raw stone cost 500,000 and was sold to the previous Mr. Liu for 4.5 million. Now, he was in the midst of unearthing the third raw stone. At this moment, old Liu stood at the side, accompanied by Eugene Zhu, her secretary, and her bodyguard, all observing the scene. Eugene Zhu had just arrived, and upon her arrival, she realized that the one deciphering the stones was none other than Shen Muyang. This revelation stirred a sense of anticipation within Eugene Zhu, though it was tinged with apprehension. She feared that Shen Muyang might become consumed by the allure of stone gambling. Her concern was not unfounded, as she was unaware of Shen Muyang's capabilities. Moreover, she had not witnessed the second jadeite he had unveiled, which meant that her memories were solely anchored in the event of his first successful stone deciphering. Thus, the extraction of a single jadeite could hardly be deemed conclusive. After all, even a blind cat may occasionally catch a rat. The current jadeite raw stone, however, was pivotal, which further fueled Yu Jinju's mixture of anxiety and anticipation. In contrast to Yu Jinju, old Liu, whose full name was Liu Dongqiang, was also the owner of a jewelry company. His purpose for being there was quite similar to Yu Jinju's. Lu Dongxiang had witnessed Shen Muyang unveil both the first and second raw stones, both of which had significantly increased in value. The jadeite from the first stone had been sold to Yu Jinju, while the second was acquired by him. Thus, Lu Dongxiang had largely concluded that Shen Muyang possessed a knack for stone gambling, and indeed, considerable skill at that. As the saying goes, those who can discern will see the essence, while those who cannot merely enjoy the spectacle. Having dealt with jadeite raw stones for half a lifetime, Lu Dongxiang may not have been particularly adept at gambling on stones himself, but he had an uncanny ability to gauge people accurately. Despite his youth, Shen Muyang displayed no signs of restlessness. Rather, he remained remarkably composed throughout, especially during the deciphering process, where each cut was executed with precision. This alone indicated that Shen Muyang undeniably possessed genuine talent. Thus, from the moment he began with the second stone, Lu Dongxiang followed closely, driven not only by the desire to procure jadeite, but also to establish a connection. At the very least, they had exchanged names, and the next step was to become acquainted, perhaps culminating in a shared meal later that day. Just then, as Shen Muyang unveiled the stone in his hands, a glimmer of green emerged, captivating all present. "It's green again! It's green again!" someone exclaimed, although the exclamation was met with enthusiasm. The addition of again was puzzling. Lu Dongxiang hurried closer, and indeed, this raw stone revealed yet another green hue. "Brother Shen, this is a green jadeite," Lu Dongxiang began, fully aware of the implications. However, before he could elaborate, Yu Jinju interjected, "Mr. Shen, I shall take this jadeite. Please, name your price." Upon hearing this, Lu Dongxiang's demeanor soured. It felt as though business was being snatched from him. Lu Dongxiang was unfamiliar with Yu Jinju, which was understandable given that she had only recently taken over her husband's company, distinguishing her from other jewelry moguls. "First come, first served? Do you think this is a supermarket?" The jadeite trade was governed by the principle that the highest bidder prevails. He had never heard of first come, first served basis in such dealings. "If what you say is true, does that mean I can follow him around all day and trade at the most economical prices?" Yu Jinju's argument was indeed quite reasonable, rendering Lu Dongxiang momentarily speechless. Fortunately, at that moment, Shen Muyang stepped in to mediate.